Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 1818 to Chapter 1901. Could this young lady be a genius martial artist participating in the White Tiger meet? This thought appeared in the crowd's mind as they watched Blue Snow's outstanding performance. What are you all waiting for? Kill them. Don't attack them one by one. Attack together and kill them. The woman was about to go crazy when she saw this scene. She was here to settle scores with the other party, but she didn't expect such a battle to become a stage for the other party's performance. Many people were secretly impressed. How could someone as arrogant as her accept this? This woman wasn't stupid. She could tell that these three people weren't easy to deal with. She knew that she couldn't win if she fought them alone, so she decided to let everyone attack together. This should give her an advantage. Blue Snow, this is a real battlefield. You have to be aware of your enemies. These people aren't very strong to you. You can win, but you might be killed if you're not careful. Continue to work hard. Xianxia still had no intention of attacking. He didn't even ask Cold Plum to attack. This was such a good opportunity. He should let Blue Snow train properly. This way, she would be able to perform better in the White Tiger meet. Blue Snow nodded. There was some nervousness on her little face, but there was also determination. Kill. A black mass of birds swooped over, covering the sky and covering the earth. On the ground, there were dozens of demonic beast riders charging over. What should I do? Blue Snow was still a little inexperienced. She couldn't think of a better way to deal with so many enemies at once. Thus, she circulated her yin-yang origin energy and made the ice crystal dragon around her grow bigger. The 2-meter-long dragon turned into a 4-meter-long dragon. After that, the killing began. 3rd or 4th tier yin-yang realm martial artists couldn't get close to her. Basically, they wouldn't be able to escape death if they did. Even though Blue Snow was inexperienced, she wasn't easy to bully because of her abilities. Only martial artists above the 10th tier of yin-yang realm could pose a threat to Blue Snow. All sorts of wounds appeared on the ice crystal dragon. Blood flowed from the corner of Blue Snow's mouth. She had already killed more than 10 enemies. However, it was obvious that she was at a disadvantage now. Blue Snow, you have to be flexible when you're fighting against so many people. Otherwise, you won't be able to last long if you keep getting beaten up. Xianxia reminded. Since it was training, he would definitely point out any areas that Blue Snow was lacking in. These words were truly like a wake-up call for a dreamer. Blue Snow shrunk her ice crystal dragon back to its original size of 2 meters. After that, she soared into the sky. In just an instant, a 10th level yin-yang realm martial artist and his mount were sent to hell. Blue Snow wasn't as fast as Xianxia, but she was much faster than these people. Furthermore, her aura had a terrifying characteristic. Any enemy that got close to her would slow down. It was as if he had been frozen by ice. This allowed her to fully display her outstanding combat strength. Seeing this scene, the opponent's expert could no longer sit still. In the sky, a figure suddenly flew out. His palm struck towards Blue Snow. Blue Snow was caught off guard. In addition, she was so engrossed in killing that she forgot to defend herself. She was actually struck by this person behind her. The ice crystal dragon instantly shattered and she spat out a mouthful of blood. That person wanted to continue his pursuit and kill Blue Snow. However, a black shadow appeared and protected Blue Snow, sending her back to the ground. I'm sorry, big brother. I've embarrassed you. Blue Snow leaned on Cold Plum's shoulder and said dejectedly. Silly girl, you've already done very well. Leave the rest to me, your big brother. Xianxia gently patted her head. Although Blue Snow was injured, Xianxia felt that this injury wasn't a bad thing for her. She would be more alert when fighting in the future. She wouldn't make the same mistake again. Xianxia stood there, his gaze cold as he stared at the enemies. A terrifying aura was brewing in his body. The holy power of light coiled around his body. The scarlet sun in the sky shone its light on the golden crow projection behind him. The light on his body became even more blinding. The power of light and the power of shadow were the two attributes of Xianxiao's yin-yang origin energy. They could be converted into each other, but they could also be separated. Therefore, whether it was the strengthening of the power of shadow or the power of light, it was equivalent to strengthening both at the same time. After the battle in the underground world and Demon Mountain, his strength had increased to a terrifying level. Until now, he hadn't met an opponent who could make him unleash his full strength and fight to his heart's content. He wanted to fight with Tyranny Heavenly Ocean, but unfortunately, they didn't think much of him. However, today, he planned to exercise his hands and feet and have a preview of the white tiger meat. Pure power of light, without any impurities. It didn't incorporate the power of Imperial Heaven Earth. It also didn't incorporate soul power or shadow power. That was why this power appeared so holy and pure. This actually caused many martial artists to involuntarily pray to Ling Xiao. Boom. Boom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of wild beasts stomping on the ground and birds flying through the air rang out at the same time. Apart from that woman, all the warriors of the Aoi family attacked at the same time. They had defeated Blue Snow and obtained a victory, so they believed that defeating Ling Xiao would be a piece of cake. The expert who had injured Blue Snow just now was also hidden in the team, ready to launch a sneak attack on Ling Xiao at any time. To him, sneak attacks weren't shameful. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, it would be his victory, and the Aoi family's victory. A terrifying aura surrounded that holy light, as if darkness was about to devour the light. All kinds of weapons flew towards Ling Xiao, forming long snakes of energy in the air. They clearly wanted to kill Ling Xiao. The attack this time made countless spectating warriors worried about Ling Xiao. Clearly, after learning their lesson, the warriors of the Aoi family paid more attention to attacking at the same time. Big brother, why don't you choose to attack them one by one? Blue Snow asked Cold Plum curiously. Because he's very strong. Cold Plum's answer was very simple, or rather, she didn't answer anything. However, Blue Snow was very satisfied with this answer. Yes, it was because Ling Xiao was very strong that he could face so many powerful enemies without any fear. Kill. Ling Xiao's aura suddenly surged, and a huge light barrier expanded rapidly with his body as the center. Since the Aoi family doesn't know what's good for them, all of you can die. The terrifying light barrier touched the warriors of the Aoi family, and suddenly, loud booms rang out continuously. At this moment, the terrifying power of light was unleashed to its greatest extent. High temperature, it was like a sharp blade, easily slicing through the bodies of the opponents. Ling Xiao seemed to be bathing in the scarlet sun, like a god of the scarlet sun. Crimson Sun Feather Coat, Great Crimson Sun Shield. The Crimson Sun Feather Coat had always been Ling Xiao's favorite defensive technique. Not only did it have a strong defensive power, but it could also hurt the enemy. However, as his cultivation level increased and he became more familiar with light ultimacy, the Crimson Sun Feather Coat could shrink and expand at any time. When the Crimson Sun Feather Coat expanded to a certain range, it would become a powerful area of effect attack. It had all the destructive power of the Crimson Sun Feather Coat and a portion of its defensive power. It was very practical. As the Great Crimson Sun Shield kept colliding with the Songjing clan's martial artists who were charging over. In an instant, the flames boiled and the heat radiated in all directions. The entire area seemed to have turned into a fiery purgatory. The air was filled with a strong burnt smell. The surrounding martial artists could clearly smell the nauseating smell. At the same time, shrill screams came from the terrifying flames. No. It's so hot. It hurts. Ah 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 ah. The screams became the main melody of the entire battlefield. In just a short while, all the Songjing clan's martial artists and demonic beasts on the ground were dead except for one person. As for the birds in the sky, 4 or 5 of them were burned to death. The initiator, Ling Xiao, did not move at all. He did not move at all. Is this the Songjing clan? I'm really scared. Ling Xiao smiled scornfully and looked up at the woman. This guy is really scary. He's much scarier than the little girl. Yeah, I thought the little girl was the strongest among the 3 of them. I didn't expect this guy to be even scarier. Many martial artists in the crowd were trembling with fear. Although they did not understand what move Ling Xiao had just used, the terrifying power made them fearful. The most unacceptable thing was that the martial artist who released such terrifying power was only at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. What the hell? Big Brother is really powerful. Blue Snow's face was red. She was extremely excited. She knew Ling Xiao was powerful, but she never expected Ling Xiao to be so powerful. Even a martial artist at the 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm could not get close to him when faced with this terrifying move. No wonder her big brother Ling Xiao didn't choose to attack them one by one. Instead, he chose to face the enemy head-on and kill them in the most domineering way. Cold Plum sighed inwardly. Ling Xiao's Lidu Upanishad seemed to be more familiar with it. His Lidu Upanishad was much more terrifying than before. It seemed that his master must have encountered something when he was missing. Otherwise, it was impossible for his strength to increase so quickly. Light Upanishad and Shadow Upanishad were the Upanishads that all creatures in the world feared. If one truly cultivated it to the extreme, one would be able to control yin and yang and understand light and shadow. That would be terrifying. Ling Xiao had only scratched the surface, and he was already so terrifying. Who knew how terrifying he would be once he fully grasped the light and shadow profound? In the sky, the woman standing on the white eagle trembled all over. The people around her who were responsible for protecting her were all powerhouses at the 12th level of the Yin-Yang stage. Even so, she did not feel safe at all. She felt that she could be in danger at any time. That terrifying attack from Ling Xiao had completely instilled fear into the depths of her heart. She only had one thought now, and that was to kill Ling Xiao. Only when Ling Xiao was dead could she be at ease and not be on tenterhooks all day. Kill him. Kill him quickly. She screamed with all her might, the glory of the Songjing clan can't be tarnished by anyone, especially him. He's only a 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm martial artist. What are you afraid of? The woman tried to calm herself down. She did not understand what she was afraid of. She was a member of the Songjing clan, and she had a high status. This brat had actually killed dozens of Songjing clan martial artists outside the Wanlei extreme place. The brat should be the one who was afraid, not her. However, the remaining martial artists were all smart people. If they were not smart, they would not have such powerful cultivation. They were not as impulsive as before. Instead, they observed Ling Xiao cautiously as if they wanted to find a flaw in Ling Xiao's plan. They were not afraid of Ling Xiao because each of their cultivations were more powerful than Ling Xiao's. However, there was nothing wrong with being cautious. After all, they knew nothing about this fellow. Ling Xiao looked at the martial artists in the sky in disdain and sneered. The Songjing clan can live and work peacefully in the Wanlei extreme place because no martial artists from the outside world enter this place all year round. Do you really think that the Songjing clan can do whatever they want on the White Tiger mainland, you self-righteous, stupid woman? What you did today will not only harm you, but it will also drag your clan into a bottomless abyss. Nonsense. You'll definitely die. The woman shouted loudly. Is that so? Since that's the case, why don't you make a move? I'm standing right here. Ling Xiao smiled and said, why don't I make a move first? He suddenly looked at the martial artist who entered Blue Snow previously. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. You're considered an expert at any rate, but you're lowering your level for such a slut and sneaking an attack on a 12-year-old girl. Do you have any face? That person did not utter a word. He just looked at Ling Xiao coldly. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would suddenly launch an attack. You don't have to be so vigilant. I can tell you that the next attack will cripple your right hand first. Prepare to defend. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Is this person stupid? He actually revealed the target of his attack. Do you think others will fall for it? The onlookers were dumbfounded. Maybe he's just deliberately mystifying to confuse the opponent. Another person said. Your explanation is somewhat reasonable. That Songjing clan expert looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly, brat, I admit that you're very strong. However, don't think of using this kind of petty trick to trick me. Is that so? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Suddenly, he swung his right hand. A glaring crimson sun all pierced through the air. With the increase in his cultivation, the increase in his light ultimacy, and the strengthening of his power of light, the crimson sun all speed, power, and various other aspects had a new breakthrough. In just an instant, many people temporarily lost their vision. Including that expert. The moment he lost his vision, he let out a miserable shriek. After that, his vision recovered. Most people's vision had recovered. They looked at that expert. That person's right arm had been completely incinerated. I said that I'll cripple your right hand. I'll definitely keep my word. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. He was confident and calm. The martial artists in the crowd were already dumbfounded by what they saw. Hey, am I seeing things? This guy is more powerful than I imagined. Yeah, I don't know what kind of move he used just now. It can actually make people lose their vision instantly. It's too terrifying. Everyone's opinion of Ling Xiao was getting higher and higher. They felt that this brat was really strong. Furthermore, his entire body was emitting a mysterious aura. He was definitely not a simple brat. One more strike and I'll take your left arm. Ling Xiao's voice rang out once again. There was no emotion in it. It was just so indifferent, as if he was just casually speaking. But this time, no one thought he was joking. The same move won't work twice. Young man, you underestimate me. Although the master had lost an arm, he still had the demeanor of a master. Oh, really? Ling Xiao smiled and threw out a crimson sun all in the same motion as before. The master closed his eyes the moment the crimson sun all flew out and dodged it easily. After all, he had some strength. He opened his eyes and a smug smile appeared on his face. The martial artists of the Sora family also looked at Ling Xiao with mockery. They seemed to think that this young man was not a big deal and that the move just now was purely a blind guess. Ah. However, right at this moment, that expert once again screamed miserably. His left arm was cut off. A cold and gloomy aura wrapped around his left arm. It turned out that Ling Xiao had hidden a shadow all in the shadow of the crimson sun all. If the master had kept his eyes open, he might have discovered it. But he closed his eyes at the beginning and was hit directly. Enough. Do you want to watch your companion be humiliated like this? Kill him. If he doesn't die, you know what will happen when you go back. Whoever kills him will be rewarded with a fine spiritual weapon and a jade elementary martial arts technique. And 1 million inferior grade spiritual stones. The woman was furious when she saw the master she trusted being humiliated like this. She roared, tempting her subordinates with benefits and threatening them with punishment. She used both carrot and stick in an attempt to make the remaining dozens of people work for her. Eldest miss, is what you said true? One of them asked in surprise. As a martial artist at the 12th level of the Yin Yang realm, he urgently needed a suitable weapon and a powerful martial arts technique. If he could get the reward that the woman mentioned, he would definitely become a carp that leaped over the dragon's gate and soared into the sky. The temptation was too great. There were many martial artists who had the same idea as him. Almost everyone looked eagerly at the woman, trying to get a definite answer. Of course it's true. When have I ever gone back on my word? As long as you can kill him, I guarantee that you will get the reward you want. The woman nodded solemnly. All right. Everyone nodded and made up their minds. Suddenly, the martial artist with broken arms flew towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a strange smile. Using your own life to create opportunities for your companions. Your idea is not bad, but it's a pity that it doesn't mean anything to me. Ling Xiao's soul force was extremely powerful. Everything around him was under his control. This person's actions, as well as the actions of the other warriors, could not escape his soul force. That person didn't say anything and continued to accelerate towards Ling Xiao. When he was about a meter away from Ling Xiao, the corners of his mouth suddenly cracked open, revealing a sinister smile. Die with me. There were more than a dozen thunderbolt bombs in his clothes. The power of these thunderbolt bombs could easily kill a low-level Yin Yang realm martial artist. With more than a dozen thunderbolt bombs tied together, even a 12th or 13th level Yin Yang realm martial artist would be blown to smithereens. This guy was worthy of being a death warrior of the Sora family. He had planned to die together with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's face was still cold. Cold Plum, stay away from me. Cold Plum received the order and moved hundreds of meters away in a flash. At this moment, the thunderbolt bomb exploded. The terrifying shockwave blasted several martial artists who didn't manage to dodge in time into smithereens. Other than a few pieces of clothing, there wasn't a single intact corpse. Ha ha ha, good death. Good death. In the sky, the woman was stunned for a moment before she started laughing maniacally. No matter what method she used, she would be satisfied as long as she killed Ling Xiao. However, the smoke from the explosion didn't disperse. Instead, it suddenly shrunk and disappeared. Ling Xiao was still standing there, perfectly fine. The martial artist who had attempted to take him down with the thunderbolt bullet was nowhere to be seen. Ding! At this moment, Ling Xiao stretched out his right hand and collided with a sharp spear. There was a sound of metal clashing. A sneak attack? Ling Xiao turned around to look at the martial artist who launched the sneak attack. It was the only survivor on the ground. The 12th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. In fact, before the smoke from the explosion dissipated, the man had already made his move to attack. He was one of the calmer ones. He knew that Ling Xiao might not have been killed by the explosion. If Ling Xiao hadn't died, he would have attacked immediately and assassinated Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was aware of the movements around him. He thought that he had seized the perfect opportunity to launch a sneak attack. However, he didn't know that Ling Xiao was already on guard against him. Looks like you want to die too. Ling Xiao sneered. A ball of black energy was spinning in his left hand. Shadow Force, Shadow Profundity, also known as Darkness Profundity. In the universe, the ultimate darkness was a black hole. It absorbed everything and devoured everything. Ling Xiao obviously couldn't create a black hole. However, he could create a small dark space that could devour energy. The explosive power of the dozen or so thunderclap bombs had all been absorbed into this black energy. This is something I discovered recently. The 12 Shadow Profundity, Dark Prison. And the 12 Light Profundity, Light Prison. You should be honored to have a taste of my brand new move. Ling Xiao's cold voice rang in the martial artist's ears. Dark Prison absorbed energy, Light Prison released energy. It was a perfect combination of light and shadow. Ling Xiao's left hand blasted a ball of white light at the martial artist. The energy absorbed by Dark Prison was completely released by Light Prison. The martial artist's face was filled with fear. He hurriedly shook the spear in his hand and released all the yin-yang energy in his body. He wanted to fight to the death with Ling Xiao. Because he knew he couldn't escape. Once he escaped, he would die even faster. However, if he didn't escape, what would the result be? Crack! The terrifying energy released by Light Prison collided with the martial artist's spear. A terrifying explosive force was released, instantly shattering the spear into pieces. This was the explosive power of a dozen thunderbolt bombs and the amplification of the power of light. It was a terrifying attack. How could the martial artist block it? The martial artist finally understood that he had overestimated himself. The young man in front of him was definitely much more terrifying than he had imagined. He couldn't fight, he couldn't win even if he fought. He casually threw out a thunderbolt bomb and turned to flee. It seemed like the Sora clan could make their own thunderbolt bombs. Otherwise, how could they have so many of these expensive bombs? However, more than a dozen thunderbolt bombs failed to kill Ling Xiao. Would a mere thunderbolt bomb be useful? Of course not. Dark Prison. Ling Xiao waved his right hand and a black light swept across the thunderbolt bomb. Although the thunderbolt bomb cracked, the explosive force was completely absorbed into the Dark Prison. Any attack you make will only make you die more miserably. An even more terrifying attack was released from the Light Prison. That martial artist had only escaped 2 or 3 meters away when he was hit by this terrifying attack. His body was scattered in the wind like fragments, and not a single trace of him could be found. A 12th level Yin-Yang martial artist was so weak in front of Ling Xiao. This shocked the onlookers and the martial artists from the Sora clan. Was this still a 7th level Yin-Yang martial artist? They could not tell at all. This guy is too strong, and his moves are extremely strange. It's too much of a loss to fight him without understanding him. The martial artists from the Sora clan had already started to retreat. They hoped that the eldest miss would consider the opponent's strength and announce a retreat. It did not matter if they lost a battle. After all, the Sora clan had a strong enough foundation. Naturally, someone could defeat this guy. After all, he was not invincible. However, the eldest miss did not want to lose face. Slap, she slapped a 12th level Yin martial artist's face and scolded angrily, "Trash, do you want me to run away? I'm the eldest miss of the Sora clan. If I'm scared away by a little martial artist, how can I raise my head in the future?" Hatred flashed across the eyes of the 12th level Yin martial artist, but he immediately became obedient. He knew that he could not afford to offend the Sora clan. Rather than die, he would rather be a coward. A bunch of idiots. Don't just focus on that guy. Doesn't he have 2 companions? Kill those 2 women. Let's see if he's in pain. The eldest miss of the Sora clan had obviously lost control. The successive defeats caused her to completely lose her rationality. Since she couldn't kill Ling Xiao, she would attack the 2 girls. She didn't believe that Ling Xiao alone could protect the 2 girls. Although they had temporarily lost, they still had dozens of people. "You're courting death." Ling Xiao wanted to play around a little longer, but that woman actually gave the order to kill Cold Plum and Blue Snow. Right now, Blue Snow was injured. Cold Plum might be able to protect her for a while, but there were too many enemies. It would be difficult for her to protect everyone. This caused the killing intent in his heart to become even more resolute, and his gaze became even colder. Whoosh, his figure suddenly leaped up. A terrifying killing intent enveloped the woman, causing her to involuntarily shiver and almost fall from the white eagle. The woman subconsciously urged the white eagle to turn around and flee. At this moment, she no longer cared about her reputation. Bang, as Ling Xiao chased after her, he killed the cultivators and demonic beasts that were blocking him with a palm strike. That was a 10th level Yin-Yang realm cultivator. In front of him, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It was completely useless. The woman was so frightened that she sped up and fled frantically. "Stop him! Stop him! I'll get my father to deal with him personally. He will definitely be killed." The woman screamed as she ran. Obviously, she didn't think that Ling Xiao was too strong, but that the people she brought were too weak. She wanted to go back and find someone stronger to kill these 3 fellows. "Sir, you should forgive people whenever possible. You don't have to be so vicious. Our miss is just a little naughty." The people who stopped Ling Xiao were the dozens of experts from the Sora clan. They didn't listen to the woman's order to kill Cold Plum and Blue Snow. They didn't want to anger this brutal young man. Just a little naughty? Can I kill people as I wish just because I'm naughty? Ling Xiao felt that this was ridiculous. Saying that she was naughty would be fine, this was too easy for him to say. "Anyway, you guys aren't dead. Why don't we just turn a big problem into a small one and end it like this?" The man said again. "Ha ha ha, what you said is better than singing. Didn't you hear what your miss said? She wants to go back and get reinforcements. Do you think that if I stop now, she will let us go?" Ling Xiao laughed loudly, but his face became gloomier. "Well, why don't you all go to the Sora clan and ask for forgiveness? Maybe the miss will be merciful and spare you. Get lost." Ling Xiao didn't want to listen anymore. This person was clearly stalling for time. "I don't want to listen to any more nonsense. I'll kill whoever blocks my way." He wasn't joking. A dense killing intent shrouded the dozens of martial artists in front of him. "Are you sure? We have 32 people, and you're just 1 person. Although you're strong, you can't win against so many people. Don't ask for trouble." Obviously, the martial artists from the Sora clan were stalling for time. They were afraid of Ling Xiao and didn't dare to attack. However, they didn't want Ling Xiao to chase after that woman. "You can try." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao no longer spoke any more nonsense and shot out like a shuttle. 2 10th level Yin-Yang realm martial artists urged their demonic beasts to hold up 2 huge shields in an attempt to block him. However, the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth only curled into a disdainful smile, and his speed instantly increased. In that instant, his entire person actually transformed into a human-shaped giant sword, Tai Chi sword physique, light and shadow evasion. Crack, there was a crisp sound in the sky. The sturdy-looking shields were instantly torn into pieces by the Tai Chi sword physique. The 2 martial artists and their mounts who were blocking Ling Xiao were also cut in half. Their lives were instantly cut off. "Stop him. If anything happens to the miss, we'll all die." Although this terrifying scene frightened many people, compared to Ling Xiao, it was obvious that the Sora clan gave them more pressure. Therefore, they had to stop Ling Xiao even if they had to risk their lives. The remaining 30 people actually formed a thick human wall. The yin and yang elemental energy gathered together, forming a shield that was completely condensed from elemental energy. Bang! Ling Xiao's Tai Chi sword physique crashed onto the Origin Force shield and bounced back. Damn, a shield formation formed by 30 martial artists above the 10th level of yin-yang realm is indeed powerful. Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a cold expression. Go back, young man. You can't break through our defense. The leading martial artist looked at Ling Xiao proudly. He seemed to be very satisfied with the Origin Force shield that they formed. I can't break through it? Ling Xiao chuckled, I don't believe it. After comparing their strengths, Ling Xiao felt that he still had the ability to directly break the other party's elemental energy shield. At that moment, a layer of silver-white bone armor covered Ling Xiao's body, making him look like a skeleton general that walked out of hell. His strength and speed were greatly enhanced at that moment. 1,200 Empress of Heaven-Earth cells, release, terrifying greenish-yellow energy burst out from the cells and surrounded Ling Xiao's body. A shield formed by 30 pieces of trash is still trash. Ling Xiao entered the Tai Chi sword body form again. Then, he wrapped himself in 1,200 Royal Earth Queen cells and drilled out like a huge drill. At the tip of the drill, a terrifyingly high temperature was constantly being released. With the power of the Scarlet Sun, the power of the Imperial Earth Queen, and the boost from the Hell Physique, this attack was much stronger than before. Bang! Ling Xiao's body once again crashed into the elemental energy shield. Although he didn't penetrate the shield instantly, he wasn't sent flying either. His body started to spin at high speed, and the temperature at the tip of the Tai Chi sword body became more and more terrifying. The surrounding air became hot because of this. At a certain moment, a hole was drilled out of the huge elemental energy shield with a pu sound. Ling Xiao went through and pierced through 7 or 8 people's bodies before he slowly stopped. The martial artists who were pierced by him all burned up. They fell to the ground and struggled in pain. It seemed like they wouldn't survive. This guy is too scary. We're not his match. Let's hide first. I think the eldest young mistress has already arrived at the clan. Finally, someone was frightened by Ling Xiao and didn't dare to attack casually anymore. They didn't even dare to stop him. Although 8 of the 30 people died, there were still 22 people left. It wasn't a small number. However, their fighting spirit had already been destroyed beyond recognition by Ling Xiao. I agree. Only experts at the 13th level of the yin-yang realm can deal with a mid-level expert. We can't do it at all. Let's go. Alright, just get out of the way. Young miss is safe anyway. The leader looked at Ling Xiao and said, we let you stay with good intentions because we don't want you to die. But you don't know how to cherish it. Since that's the case, you can go. We won't stop you. However, Ling Xiao did not move. He turned around and looked at the remaining 20 people with a cold smile on his face. You think you can stop me now that you've completed your mission, right? How could there be such a good thing in this world? From the moment you tried to stop me, you should have known that you would be killed. You people have delayed my revenge. All of you can go to hell. The Golden Crow incarnation. In an instant, Ling Xiao's body transformed into a giant golden crow. With a swipe of his claws, the 2 warriors closest to him died in the raging inferno, their bodies burned into charcoal. Golden Crow Rising Sun. He used his own body to perform the Golden Crow rises above the sun sword chi and flames that blotted out the sky instantly enveloped the entire sky. Ah. I regret it so much. I don't want to die. The warriors from the Songjing family thought they were smart. They thought that by stopping Ling Xiao and letting their eldest young mistress escape, they could save their lives and complete their mission. Unfortunately, they were wrong. They did not know Ling Xiao at all. Since they could not kill the culprit, they had to kill these fellows who were blocking their way. The giant golden crow slaughtered wantonly in the crowd. In the blink of an eye, all the 10th and 11th level yin-yang realm martial artists were dead. These martial artists scattered. No one was a match for Soaring Firmament's strike. There were 5 12th level yin-yang realm martial artists left. run in different directions. The 5 of them were scared out of their wits. Facing the terrifying Ling Xiao, they no longer had the courage to fight. The 5 of them ran in 5 different directions. Can you escape? Ling Xiao looked at the 5 figures coldly. Then, the golden crow opened its golden mouth and the martial Dao Crimson Sun all shot out. The Crimson Sun all released by the golden crow was naturally more powerful and had a terrifying slaughter sword essence. Chi, chi. Chi, chi. 5 Crimson Sun alls killed 5 warriors. None of them escaped. The crowd was completely stunned. This young man who looked like he was only 17 years old actually had such terrifying strength. How in the world did he cultivate? Could he be a disciple of some large sect in the 4 great empires? If that was the case, it would explain why he dared to offend the warriors from the Xianxia family. After killing them, Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he returned to his original form and started to collect the items. The 7 12th level Yinyang realm martial artists who died all had storage rings on them. The demonic beasts that were killed also had demonic beast crystal cores in their bodies. He put all of them into his storage ring. Alright, we can go now. That Xianxia family woman got lucky. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, did not continue to chase after that woman because he still had some self-awareness. As one of the 4 major families in the isolated Thunderland, the Xianxia family controlled the Xianxia temple and had countless experts in their family. If he chased after her recklessly, he would be walking right into a trap. It was better to leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. It was fine if he was alone, but if Cold Plum and Blue Snow were here, it would be troublesome if they were targeted by the top experts of the Xianxia family. Although the other party's men were all dead, Ling Xiao was still very cautious. In this world, money made the world go round. No one could guarantee that the onlookers did not leak information to the Xianxia family. Therefore, Ling Xiao turned and entered the Thunderclap City after running for some distance. Although the Thunderclap City was not big, there were many people inside. During the White Tiger meet, it would be the biggest trading market. There were too many martial artists coming and going. Even if someone wanted to keep an eye on him, it would not be that easy. In the Thunderclap City, Ling Xiao separated from Cold Plum and Blue Snow and reappeared in everyone's sight. Does the Xianxia family dare to make a move in the Thunderclap City? Ling Xiao really did not know. After all, the Xianxia family was too overbearing. Although this was the Jingyi school's territory, there was no guarantee that they would not dare to make a move. Ling Xiao blended into the crowd and used the Yin-Yang Demon King's ability to change his appearance and aura. In this way, he completely disappeared from everyone's sight. After about 15 minutes, the woman from the Xianxia family really came. There was a 14th level Yin-Yang stage powerhouse standing beside her. In addition, there were 6 13th level Yin-Yang realm martial artists. These 7 people were fewer in number than before, but they were much more powerful. People of the Thunderclap City, listen up. Just now, a criminal attacked the eldest miss of the Xianxia family. This person is extremely vicious and killed dozens of martial artists of the Xianxia family. Someone saw him enter the Thunderclap City, so we have to identify him one by one. If anyone notices someone you don't know, report it immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The person who spoke was the 14th level Yin-Yang realm expert. The words of the Xianxia family's master made the faces of many warriors in the Thunder-Shocking City turn ugly. He actually wanted to interrogate everyone in the city. The people of the Sora family are too overbearing, aren't they? Humph, don't say that they're overbearing. They have the strength. If the Sora family doesn't allow it, the Thunder City of Jingyi School won't be placed here. I don't know which idiot offended the Sora family and caused us to suffer like this. It's really depressing. The people were discussing animatedly. Although they were very unhappy, they didn't dare to offend the Sora family and obediently accepted the interrogation of the warriors of the Sora family. Instead, they vented their anger on the person who provoked the Sora family. The warriors of Jingyi School in Thunder City seemed to be deaf. They didn't do anything about it, as if they were prepared to let the Sora family make trouble here. Shinran Peng, are we just going to let the Sora family make trouble? In a spacious room deep in Thunder City, a young disciple of Jingyi School said indignantly to Shinran Peng, who was in charge of Thunder City. Of course, if you want to destroy them, you have to make them crazy first. Shinranpeng stroked his beard with a smile and said, the four great families of the land of infinite thunder can be said to be united against a common enemy. Offending any family will provoke the other three families, so our Jingyi school didn't do that. Moreover, they deliberately flattered them, making them forget themselves and think that they are the best in the world. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. Over the years, they have offended countless warriors. As long as they suffer setbacks, countless people will come forward to trample on them. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. We just lose a little face. How much is face worth? If we have the strength, we can get it back immediately. Jinrenpeng, you have foresight. I admire you. The young Jingyi sect disciple finally understood why the Jingyi sect was able to grow so quickly in the White Tiger continent and become the only officially designated sect in just over a decade. This was low-key development and foresight. Inside and outside the Thunderclap city, many people were watching. It seemed that they wanted to know which bastard dared to provoke the Songjing family, which was a giant force. TSK, even a 14th level Yin-Yang stage powerhouse is here. Looks like the person who offended the Songjing clan isn't a simple person. Someone noticed the expert beside the young miss and couldn't help but sigh. I'm guessing that he's a genius participating in the White Tiger Storm meet. Other people wouldn't be so stupid. It's a pity that no matter what kind of genius he is, he's not far from death after provoking such a giant. That's right. Why do you have to court death? Can't you just live properly? However, after a full hour, the masters of the Aoi family led a group of warriors to interrogate almost everyone in the Thunder City except for the disciples of the Jingyi school. However, it didn't seem to be as effective as he had imagined. Where is he? The eldest daughter of the Aoi family suddenly grabbed the passerby who had tipped her off and questioned, how dare you lie to me? Do you know how serious the consequences are? Being bullied by others, this young miss was already full of anger. If anyone dared to tease her, she would definitely not be merciful. The passerby almost wet his pants in fear and said with trepidation, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare lie to you. Those three people did enter Thunder City. They didn't go out? Definitely not. My friends are helping to keep an eye on them. The man hurriedly replied. Humph, as long as he's still in Thunder City, he can forget about escaping. Send people to guard the front and back gates of Thunder City. No one is allowed to go out. The woman snorted coldly. What about the people of the Jingyi school? The subordinate next to her asked. Nonsense, the Jingyi school is no exception. What if that guy pretends to be a disciple of the Jingyi school and escapes? The woman's rudeness had reached a certain level. She had offended Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao didn't look that strong. However, she dared to offend the Jingyi school. Did she really think that no one in the Aoi family could deal with her? She was stupid to a certain level. Yes, madam. The 14th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist guarding the woman nodded and turned around to give the order. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. The crisis came inexplicably. He couldn't even tell where it came from, but it was so terrifying. He believed in his intuition, so he shouted without looking back. Be careful, madam. When the woman heard this voice, she was stunned for a moment. Before she could react to why he suddenly shouted, her neck was pinched by a big cold hand. You. Who are you? The woman looked at the burly man in front of her in horror. Wasn't this the passerby who had tipped her off? Why did he suddenly attack her? I'm just a poor passerby. I was kind enough to tip you off. What do you take me for? A servant of your family? The man looked at the woman coldly. One of his hands was like a clamp, firmly holding the woman's neck, not giving her any chance to escape. In fact, he was Ling Xiao after changing his face. Ling Xiao was worried that Cold Plum and Blue Snow would be interrogated and found out, so he took this measure. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. Didn't you want to find me? I'll make you all a mess first. The woman could feel the cold aura of death coming from the big hand. She wanted to struggle, but she didn't move because she felt that if she moved even a little, her head might be separated from her body. Since the day she was born, she was the high and mighty young lady of the Aoi family. No one had ever dared to hit her, let alone kill her. Now, she was so close to death. Not only was she terrified, but she also felt endless regret. She regretted not killing this guy earlier and giving him a chance to launch a sneak attack. She didn't reflect on her attitude and her arrogant personality at all. Whoosh, suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and a terrifying killing intent enveloped Xianxia. It was the 14th level Yinyang realm martial artist. He suddenly attacked and wanted to kill Xianxia. No. The woman screamed in horror because she felt that the big hand had obviously tightened a lot the moment she attacked. Her neck was about to be broken. She screamed with all her might. Although her voice was a little hoarse, she couldn't allow anyone to anger this person. Otherwise, she would really die. You can do whatever you want. I guarantee that her neck will be broken before you kill me. Xianxia looked at the expert with contempt. Not to mention that he had a hostage in his hands. Even if he didn't have a hostage, he wasn't afraid of such a martial artist at all. He was naturally very calm in front of such a person. Stop. Don't be impulsive. Whether you want money or something else, as long as the young lady is fine, we can satisfy you. The master finally panicked. He could see that Xianxia was serious, and he could also see that the young lady of the Aoi family's neck was about to be broken. The rest of the Aoi family's martial artists also looked gloomy and angry. But they couldn't do anything. The other party had a hostage, so they could only hold back. And they could also see that this guy was a madman who absolutely dared to kill the young lady. I don't want money, and I don't care about anything else. Ask your patriarch to come over and apologize to me in front of everyone, and swear that he will never trouble me. That's all. Xianxia looked at the master lightly and said, Do you think I don't know what your Aoi family is? If you let her go now, I'll die very quickly. Although I'm not very strong, I'm not stupid. That's impossible. Do you know what nonsense you're talking about? How can the patriarch of the Aoi family apologize to a waste like you, let alone swear? Don't be delusional. The master didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was this person crazy? Did he really think that he could control everything by taking the hostage? Didn't he know the patriarch? When that guy went crazy, he didn't even recognize his own family. Do you think I'm talking nonsense? So you mean that it doesn't matter if this woman dies? Xianxia smiled and gently scratched the woman's neck with his fingernails. A wound suddenly dripped with red blood. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. I'll send someone to the family to talk about this. You have to calm down. Killing the young lady is not good for you and me. The master hurriedly shouted. Immediately after, he called someone over and instructed, Go back and report everything that happened here to the patriarch. Tell him everything in detail. Yes. The martial artist turned and left. Is it okay now? Do you have any other requests? The man asked. Request? Well, let me think about it. All of you kneel down and tie your hands. Xianxia said with a smile. Isn't this request too much? Those people were not mediocre. Their strength was very powerful. How could they casually kneel down in front of a warrior whose name they did not even know? Crack. Suddenly, Xianxia patted the woman's arm. With a crisp sound, the woman's arm broke. Kneel. He said coldly. Hurry up and kneel. The 14th level Yinyang realm martial artist hurriedly ordered everyone to kneel down before tying his own hands. This scene really made many martial artists in Thunderclap City dumbfounded. The dignified Aoi family had never suffered such grievances. Today, they were frightened by an unknown passerby. How embarrassing, many of them actually wanted to laugh. They all knew how overbearing and unreasonable the Aoi family was. Many of them had even been humiliated before. Today, seeing the Aoi family so humiliated, they were really happy and comfortable. I'll return this woman to you. I'll take my leave first. The reason why Xianxia asked everyone to kneel down and tie their own hands was just to stall for time. Also, asking the Aoi family's patriarch to apologize was just to distract them. He did not believe that the Aoi family's patriarch would kneel down to him for a woman. He actually only had one purpose, which was to kill this woman and escape. The plan was going smoothly. Ling Xiao directly pushed the woman out. Then, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the crowd. Without Cold Plum and Blue Snow, it was much easier for him to escape. It was impossible for him to be targeted. The Aoi family's martial artists were obviously stunned. After a while, the expert was the first to react. "You guys protect the young lady. I'll go after him." However, as soon as he finished speaking, a violent explosion suddenly sounded in Thunderclap City. The body of the eldest daughter of the Aoi family exploded. That poor woman did not realize that her arrogance and rudeness had brought a fatal disaster to herself when she was dying. Ling Xiao could have escaped long ago, just like Cold Plum and Blue Snow. Don't forget, he had the time crystal and the 10,000 gate array. A short distance transmission was absolutely possible. Cold Plum and Blue Snow had already left Thunderclap City and were waiting for him outside. The reason why he wanted to stay was for no other reason than to show the Aoi family his power. That woman had repeatedly sent people to kill him. If he just blindly escaped, it would be impossible to escape. Now, the people who knew the true faces of the three of them, at least the people of the Aoi family, were all dead. Although Aoi Fei had once exchanged blows with Cold Plum, at that time, he went to save the young lady in a hurry and did not see Ling Xiao and Blue Snow at all. Leng Mei, on the other hand, would never reveal her true face in battle. So Aoi Fei did not know it was the three of them. As for the passers-by, probably no one would want to get involved in this mess. Especially since there was no benefit to snitching, and they had to be afraid. Who would be stupid enough to snitch? Moreover, they had no evidence. Now, even if the three of them walked openly on the streets, they did not have to worry about being chased by the Aoi family. That young lady's explosion not only killed herself, but it also killed a few martial artists who were close to her. This caused the 14th level Yin Yang stage powerhouse's expression to be extremely unsightly. His young lady was actually killed in front of him. What a huge sin this was. He frantically soared into the sky to search for traces of that despicable fellow, but how could he find him? Somewhere, Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, and Blue Snow had already met up. Blue Snow lowered her head and seemed to be a little unhappy. Ling Xiao smiled as he looked at her and asked, "Do you think I was too ruthless?" Blue Snow did not answer, but her expression was obviously a little unnatural. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "It's very normal. That's because even though you went through painful things as a child, you are still kind and honest. You have to know that you have no choice in this world. If you don't kill others, others will kill you. Don't forget that we begged them to let us go in the beginning, but what did they do? They wanted to kill us. Maybe you think she is young and only did such a stupid thing because she is naughty. But you have to remember that such people are even scarier because they don't have any sense of right or wrong. She thinks that killing people is just a fun game. She won't feel guilty even if she kills you. It's just like stepping on an ant. Therefore, you don't have to feel guilty." Ling Xiao wasn't willing to tell Blue Snow these heavy words. After all, she was still a 12-year-old girl. It wasn't appropriate for her to experience such cruelty so early. However, since he had to say it today, he had to say it. Otherwise, one day, Blue Snow would die tragically because of her compassion and compassion. It would be too late to regret it then. "Big brother, I understand." Although there was still some confusion in Blue Snow's eyes, she at least understood one thing. Ling Xiao wasn't heartless by nature. It was because he had to do it. Only by doing so could they avoid a lot of dangers and allow everyone to survive. Slowly experience it. At least you won't be hurt by following me now. However, one day, you will spread your wings and fly high. Ling Xiao gently patted Blue Snow's head. Thinking back, he had also walked the same path. With the help of friends, he had tempered his current resolute and decisive character. In the Songjing temple, a middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged in an ancestral hall. He seemed to be chanting scriptures. When the middle-aged man was chanting, there seemed to be an endless stream of immortal power surging into his body from the statue in the ancestral hall. It's been tens of thousands of years. It's time for revenge for my Songjing clan, human monarch. Your sacred dynasty has been destroyed. I will make sure your descendants don't have peace. A terrifying ferocious expression suddenly appeared on his face. His powerful aura shook the entire ancestral hall. Perhaps this was the kind of expert that could move the heavens. In the past, the seniors of the Xianxia clan were tired of the human monarch's rule. They cooperated with the heavenly demons and planned to rebuild the order of the mystic world. However, this myriad lightning immortal slaying array destroyed all of their clan's hard work. Fortunately, the human monarch pretended to be benevolent and didn't kill their clan. Instead, he gave them a chance to atone for their sins and allowed their descendants to guard the myriad lightning desolate ground for generations. Did the human monarch think they would appreciate it? What a joke, their Xianxia clan wasn't a child. They wouldn't forget their hatred just because they were given some benefits. Who's outside? Suddenly, his face turned cold as he asked outside. Patriarch, it's me. Hoodlum? The middle-aged man frowned and asked, I feel that your aura is unstable and you're anxious. What happened? Standing outside the door was Sora Aoi. His expression was extremely ugly. Previously, in the dense forest, he was lucky enough to save eldest Mississippi. He thought that she would be able to stay at home peacefully. But who would have thought that eldest Miss would bring another group of people to seek revenge? In the end, his body was trembling, and his heart was beating faster, as if it was going to jump out of his body. What are you being so shy about? Speak. The middle-aged man shouted. Plop, Sora Aoi knelt down and cried, young miss has been killed. Since the patriarch would know the truth sooner or later, Sora Jingfei decided to tell him the truth. Boom. The door of the ancestral hall suddenly exploded. Sora Takei couldn't control his body and was sent flying, crashing into the wall. However, he did not dare to resist, nor did he dare to shout out loud. After falling to the ground, he was still kneeling. Dead, his most beloved daughter was dead. This was a huge blow to him. The patriarch of the Sora clan was extremely furious. At this moment, he wanted to destroy the entire mystic world. Who did it? The middle-aged man roared. His breath was like a gust of wind, causing Sora Aoi to tremble. After all, Sora Aoi was a 15th level Yin-Yang realm expert. He was trembling with fear in front of this middle-aged man. How terrifying was this person? We don't know who did it. Sora Aoi Meng saw eldest Miss being killed by that person with his own eyes. Her body was torn into pieces, and there wasn't even a complete corpse left. Sora Aoi knew that if he said this, the middle-aged man would be even more furious. But he didn't dare to lie. If he lied, he would lose his life. Sora Aoi Meng? He's a 14th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist, but he couldn't catch someone who dared to hurt my precious daughter. The middle-aged man was even more furious. A gust of wind raged, and the ancestral hall was almost completely destroyed. The thick trees on the ground were uprooted. The terrifying aura lasted for an entire 15 minutes, and the courtyard was a mess. The middle-aged man said, ask Sora Aoi fan to assist him. If he can't find that person, bring his head to me. Also, don't kill him. I want to see him alive and let him suffer the most painful torture in this time. Only then can the hatred in my heart be dispelled. Understood. Why don't I go as well? Sora Aoi thought for a moment and said. Just focus on participating in the white tiger meet. Don't worry about anything else. Yes. Sora Aoi's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He didn't know which idiot dared to offend the Sora clan and cause him to be so frightened. Although the eldest Miss was overbearing and rude in the past and had killed many innocent people, the Sora clan members didn't take this matter seriously. Because they thought that no one dared to make a move against the Sora clan. Even the eldest Miss, who had been spoiled since she was young, had never felt that her actions were wrong. It was as if other people's lives were cheap and her life was noble. Ling Xiao didn't know what had happened to the Sora clan. In reality, even if he knew, he wouldn't be afraid. He dared to kill that woman, so he dared to bear the consequences. It was just that they had already left the central camp for nearly 2 hours. The martial artists who had entered the Myriad Thunder Extreme Ground should have returned by now. After all, the White Tiger meet was about to begin. They definitely needed to prepare in advance and take a good rest. When they returned to the Heavenly Sea Empire's camp, sure enough, they found Heavenly Sea Tyranny's aura. That guy was still in the ship's cabin, discussing something with the Crown Princess. Stop pretending. At the end of the day, you just have more resources than others and are a little stronger than others. If you don't care about others, I'm afraid that when you lose, everyone will kick you when you're down. Ling Xiao glanced at the ship's cabin in disdain. Just as he was about to return to his own pavilion to rest, he saw the martial prince walk over. His tone was very unfriendly. "Where did you three go?" "We went out for a walk." "What's wrong?" Ling Xiao asked back. "You clearly know that the white tiger meet is about to begin, yet you're still so undisciplined. You have no respect for the rules," the martial prince said angrily. "Haha, are you talking to me?" Ling Xiao looked at the martial prince indifferently and said, "If you want to talk about disregarding the rules, shouldn't it be the two in the ship's cabin? When have they ever obeyed the rules?" "Humph, you're just a martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent. Since when are you worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as His Highness the Crown Prince?" The martial prince snorted. "Whether I'm worthy or not is not up to you, trash." Ling Xiao suddenly stepped forward and stepped on Prince Wu, coldly saying, "You'd best show some respect in front of me, or else I won't care if you're a prince or not. I'll kill you all the same." If it weren't for the fact that he didn't want to cause internal strife, Ling Xiao would have directly killed this bastard. He wouldn't have kept him alive. He had always thought that since they were all martial artists representing the Xianxia Empire, they should be more united. However, Sacred Sword Wind Demon had provoked him before, and now Prince Wu was making things difficult for him. He clearly didn't treat him as one of his own. "Young hero Ling, please calm down. Please calm down." Prince Yin walked out and hurriedly said with a smile, "Young hero Ling, my big brother was just anxious. We just learned the general rules of the white tiger meet from some acquaintances. Although 10 years have passed and there might be some changes, the principles remain the same. It's always good to listen and prepare. Wouldn't it have been better if you said that earlier?" "Let's hear it." Ling Xiao shifted his right foot. He still had to give face to Prince Yun. After all, this was his spy. "Please board the airship. His Highness the Crown Prince and all the participating martial artists have arrived," Prince Yun said. "Okay." Ling Xiao didn't say anything else. He directly boarded the airship and went to the deck. Of the 35 participants from the Xianxia Empire, aside from Tyranny Heavenly Sea and the Crown Princess, everyone else was already waiting. Ling Xiao, Blue Snow, and Cold Plum naturally walked over to stand beside Dan Feng and the others. "Alright, now that everyone is here, let me explain the rules of the White Tiger Storm meet." Sun Lingchan smiled at Ling Xiao. Many people had urged her to say it in advance, so they didn't need to wait for Ling Xiao. However, she still waited for Ling Xiao to return. Since they were allies, they had to act like allies. The White Tiger meet is an opportunity, but also a trap. Sun Lingchan's expression turned solemn. Every martial artist who comes here to participate can become stronger through the White Tiger Tempest meet. They can leave their peers in the dust by a large margin. However, there weren't many who made it out alive. Although I really wanted all 35 of them to be alive by the time the White Tiger meet ended, I didn't want to. But that could only be a delusion. However, the greater the risk, the greater the opportunity. If you can survive, then you will definitely become the most dazzling star in the White Tiger continent. He might even become the absolute overlord of the White Tiger continent in the future. No one doubted this point because all the cultivators who had participated in the previous White Tiger Storm meet had made great progress in their cultivation as long as they had survived. The Crown Princess has the most say in this matter. You might not believe it, but 10 years ago, the Crown Princess was just a young girl who had just broken through to the Yinyang realm. It was because of her extraordinary talent that she was protected and survived. Since then, she had been reborn. Not only had her talent improved by leaps and bounds, but her cultivation had also skyrocketed. In just 10 years, she has already become one of the 13 most outstanding people in the younger generation of the White Tiger continent. Ling Xiao understood what she meant. The Crown Prince consort had only been protected and survived, but she had made such great progress. Then, if she relied on her own ability to survive, wouldn't she gain even more benefits? It seemed that the rebirth realm wasn't just a simple dream. The White Tiger Storm meet was the best shortcut to breaking through to the rebirth realm. I won't talk about the benefits. You should have heard a lot. Next, let's talk about the rules. Sun Lingchan continued, the White Tiger Storm meet is divided into 3 rounds. The rules of each round are different. The first round is called the Purgatory Blood Battle. The rules are very simple. All the cultivators will be thrown into a certain place in the Myriad Thunder Extreme Ground. This place has a certain range. The next thing is to kill each other. The battle lasts for 6 hours. During this time, you can choose to dodge, hide, fight, and many other methods to survive. If you walk out of this range, you will be declared a failure. In other words, if someone feels that they can't go on, they can use this method to admit defeat and be eliminated. How is it? It's a very humane rule, right? Ling Xiao frowned. It really was a prank from a powerhouse. He hadn't expected that the first round would be for the participants to kill each other. What was the meaning of this? It was clearly for the participants to settle their personal grudges in the first round. Sun Lingchan smiled. I know that many of our Tianhai Empire's participants probably have grudges against each other. If you want to resolve them, you can do so in the first round. However, I must remind you that you must not let others take advantage of you for the sake of resolving your internal conflicts. What about the second round? Ling Xiao loathed this kind of internecine battle. He always felt that he was being toyed with like a monkey by those powerhouses. Thus, he anxiously asked about the second round. The second round is called the Treasure Hunt Battle. You will be thrown into the same ruins. There are many treasures in these ruins. Whoever finds the most valuable treasure will be the first to enter the finals. Whoever finds the least valuable treasure or doesn't find anything at all will naturally be eliminated. As for the value of the treasure, you don't need to worry. It is said that the organizing committee has the most advanced treasure testing apparatus imported from the Divine Secrets continent. You will know at a glance. Sun Lingchan glanced at Ling Xiao and continued, in the treasure hunt battle, there is a special rule that will affect the following finals. That is, according to the results of this battle, the finals will be divided into 2 groups. The strongest against the weakest, the second against the second to last, so on and so forth. Of course, those who can enter the finals will not be easy to deal with, so you don't need to worry too much about this. The second round is actually simple. Someone laughed. Simple? Sun Lingchan glanced at that person and said, the treasures of the primordial ruins are not so easy to find. Not only do you have to face the monsters guarding the ruins, but you also have to face the sneak attacks of other martial artists. Do you really think it's simple? That person immediately shut his mouth. Hearing this, the second round of the treasure hunt battle might be even more terrifying than the first round of the blood purgatory battle. The rules of the finals are even simpler. It is a real battle. There is no need for me to say more, right? Everyone nodded, indicating that they understood. Those who could participate in the White Tiger meet were no fools. How could there be anyone who didn't understand? Alright, since you all understand, then I have nothing more to say. Everyone, go back and prepare. First, get through the blood purgatory battle. As long as you get through it, even if you don't experience a battle, you will reap great rewards. I don't want anyone to quit midway. First, it would be embarrassing, and second, it would be a waste of a spot. In the end, Sun Lingchan was a martial artist of the Tianhai Empire. He was still very considerate of the Tianhai Empire. On this point, Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao only had the Tianhai Empire in his heart. Okay, if there are no other questions, you can go back and prepare. Sun Lingchan had done what she should have done. She had done all she could. If someone refused to listen to her and insisted on going their own way, then when they died, they couldn't blame her. No more. Most of them shook their heads. Sun Lingchan's words were very clear. There was nothing to be confused about. There are no more questions, but this prince has a good suggestion. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the cabin. It was Heavenly Sea Tyranny. What suggestion does your highness have? Everyone was very curious. Heavenly Sea Tyranny had refused to show up, but now he had a suggestion. How interesting. My suggestion is actually very simple. In a blood purgatory battle, I'm afraid that it's impossible to guarantee the safety of all the martial artists. The weak will naturally die, and the strong may not survive. Therefore, this battle must be fought with strategy. Heavenly Sea Tyranny said indifferently, and this strategy is actually very simple. We need some cannon fodder. Some martial artists to act as a barrier. Cannon fodder. Hearing Heavenly Sea Tyranny's words, many of the martial artists felt their hearts jump. They clearly understood Heavenly Sea Tyranny's thoughts. Save the majority of the martial artists, and when it was necessary, let the cannon fodder die. This was Heavenly Sea Empire's Crown Prince's usual style. Then who is suitable to be the cannon fodder? Sun Lingchan frowned. I'm afraid no one is willing. That's not up to them. Since I'm representing Heavenly Sea Empire, this prince has the right to make the decision. Heavenly Sea Tyranny snorted. How tyrannical, how ruthless, whoever you want to die, they'll die. Your Highness is extremely correct. At this time, no one can be selfish. We must think for the good of the Empire. Your Highness's suggestion might be the best way to reduce the deaths of our Heavenly Sea Empire's experts as much as possible. Sacred Sword Wind Devil flattered Heavenly Sea Tyranny. That was true. Without Heavenly Sea Tyranny, he might have been killed by Ling Xiao along the way, and he wouldn't have survived until now. Then how about letting trash like you be the cannon fodder? Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Sacred Sword Wind Devil and said coldly. You. Sacred Sword of Wind Demon looked at Ling Xiao and wanted to be angry. But when he touched his swollen face, he did not dare to make a sound. Seeing that he was silent, Ling Xiao turned to the cabin and said, Your Highness, I don't care if you like to use people as cannon fodder. If an idiot like the Sacred Sword of the Wind Devil wants to be your cannon fodder, I can't do anything about it. But it's impossible for my people to get involved. We represent the Celestial Empire, not your Tianhai Empire. Let's go. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to let any of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire's martial artists be cannon fodder. If they didn't have the ability to kill them, then that was another matter altogether. However, Ling Xiao couldn't do something like letting his comrades be cannon fodder. Stop. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's voice was cold. Ling Xiao, you need to think clearly. If you keep those trash around, they'll drag you down sooner or later. Hell blood wars are about killing each other. Do you think you'll be able to protect everyone? If I can't protect them, then that's another matter. But to let your comrades become cannon fodder is worse than an animal. Even if they die, they should die bravely, not be betrayed by their own people and die with regret. Ling Xiao spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing tone. He admitted that he couldn't protect everyone, nor did he plan on doing such a thing. It was just that he really couldn't betray his own people. Soft-hearted. If you dare to leave today, then after Hell Blood Wars, our Tianhai Empire will no longer be your ally. If we see you, we'll definitely kill you. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny said coldly. The reason why he didn't kill Ling Xiao was because the rules didn't allow it, and also because he wanted to keep Ling Xiao as cannon fodder, as a shield. Ling Xiao actually didn't agree. For the sake of a few trash lives, he actually went against his will. How could he not be angry? Heavenly Ocean Tyranny, you should think carefully before you speak. Originally, I didn't plan on moving against the Tianhai Empire's martial artists. After all, we're still allies for now. If you say so, then after Hell Blood Wars, I definitely won't be merciful to the Tianhai Empire's martial artists. You'd best keep an eye on that Wind Devil Holy Sword. He's someone I must kill. Ling Xiao had no intention of backing down. Impudent, you dare look down on this crown prince? Heavenly Ocean Tyranny had lived for so long, but he had never seen someone who didn't know when to back down. This crown prince didn't kill you because the rules don't allow it. Do you really think this crown prince doesn't dare to kill you? I don't think so. Ling Xiao glanced at Heavenly Ocean Tyranny indifferently. Perhaps you're used to being a crown prince, ordering everyone around. You have the strength to be arrogant. But in the end, you're just a Yin-Yang realm martial artist. You're not even a Rebirth realm martial artist. What are you trying to act like a big shot in front of me? Both of you should stop talking. Unite. Unite. Xiao Budian said with a grin. He was clearly rejoicing in their misfortune and was very excited, but his mouth was calling for unity. This guy was also someone who wanted to see the world burn. Heavenly Empire's martial artists, follow me. Ling Xiao felt that there was nothing left to talk about with Heavenly Ocean tyranny. This person had wild ambitions. He actually raised a Night Devil King in an attempt to overthrow the White Tiger continent. He also hated him. There was no possibility of reconciliation or an alliance. So he felt that it might be better for him to act separately from this guy in the upcoming White Tiger Summit. Whoever wants to die, follow him. This Crown Prince guarantees that he won't live past the first Hell Blood War. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny suddenly released a terrifying aura from the cabin, enveloping the entire ship. Boom, a terrifying sword chi broke through the air. Ling Xiao turned his head to look in the direction of the cabin, using his own sword intent to clash with Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's aura. Do you really think you can do whatever you want? Ling Xiao's aura wasn't any weaker than Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's. While everyone was watching the show, a flock of white eagles suddenly flew down from the sky. Those were the Sora clan's exclusive flying mounts. Not only were they fast, they also had a certain level of combat strength. Experts were as common as the clouds on the eagles. The Sora clan had actually found their way here. On the ship, some people didn't understand, but others were well aware. Someone had seen Ling Xiao kill the Sora clan's martial artists outside the Myriad Thunder desolate ground. And this person was one of the 35 participating martial artists from the Heavenly Ocean Empire. He was the Wind Devil Holy Sword. He had a huge grudge against Ling Xiao. Others might not betray Ling Xiao, but the Wind Devil Holy Sword was exactly what they wanted. If he wasn't worried that the Sora clan would take their anger out on him, he would have already reported it to the Sora Temple. Today, as long as the Sora clan brought up the matter of finding the young Mrs. Murderer, he would definitely betray Ling Xiao. He believed that the Crown Prince and Crown Princess would be very happy to do so. Today, an earth-shattering event happened outside the Wanlei Extreme Place. The eldest miss of the Songjing clan was killed by an evil person. Her corpse is nowhere to be found. If any one of you saw what the suspect looks like, the Songjing clan will reward you handsomely. A cold voice came from the sky. The sacred sword of Wind Demon did not care about the reward. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, he would do anything. He was about to speak when Sun Lingchan said coldly, Songjing clan, how impressive. Do you know that this is the Tianhai Empire's camp? So what if I know? The person in the sky asked. If you know, then get down here. Sun Lingchan shouted coldly. He raised his right hand and shot out a silver needle. In the sky, a martial artist at the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm was shot down along with his mount. He fell to the ground and died. The Songjing clan thought that no one dared to provoke them in the Wanlei Extreme Place, so no one outside dared to provoke them. However, they did not realize that the 4 empires and Jingyi school who came to participate in the White Tiger meet were not to be trifled with. How dare you? The Songjing clan martial artists were really unlucky today. So many of them were killed, and now they came to investigate, but all they encountered were arrogant and unruly genius martial artists. No one would give them face, especially when they were flying high in the sky. It was even more disgusting. Didn't you hear that I told you to get down here and talk? Do you really want to die? Another voice came from the Yuelang Empire's camp, which was near the Tianhai Empire's camp. Then, a figure flew into the sky. He was like a giant wolf. Then, a 12th level of the Yin-Yang realm martial artist was killed. The one who attacked was the Yuelang Empire's Prince Tianlang. Get down. The Songjing clan saw that the situation was bad. They were here to find the suspect who killed the eldest miss, not to be enemies with these people. If they really fought, it would trigger a war between the 4 great families, the 4 empires, and the Jingyi school. They could not bear the responsibility. Although they lost 2 martial artists, it was because of their negligence. Jingyi school's spiritual master Peng could ignore them and make them go crazy. However, none of these young geniuses were easy to deal with. The leader ordered everyone to land. Then he cupped his hands and said, if my actions just now offended you, please forgive me. It's just that the young lady of the Sora family was killed. I was so anxious that I forgot my manners. The suspect you're looking for isn't here. Heavenly Wolf Young Master said coldly. Wait. The sacred sword of the Wind Demon couldn't wait any longer. He felt that he was a true hero if he stood out now. For the sake of a mere Ling Xiao, it was unwise for the Tianhai Empire to become enemies with the Songjing clan. Have you seen this young hero before? The warriors of the Songjing family were pleasantly surprised. As long as you point out those people, our Songjing family will definitely reward you handsomely. Hearing the Wind Demon's sacred sword's words, Ling Xiao knew that he would not be able to escape today. He had originally thought that he could keep it a secret until the end of the White Tiger meet. However, he didn't expect to be betrayed by his own people. Yes, this guy wasn't considered one of his own people. He had been enemies with him ever since they were in Tianhai City. Now, he had betrayed him in front of everyone. It seemed like his vow to kill this person wasn't wrong at all. If this guy was alive, he would definitely be in endless trouble. Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, Blue Snow. If the three of you have any guts, then stand out. Don't be like cowards, especially you, Ling Xiao. A man should take responsibility for his own actions. Don't let others be your shield. The sacred sword of the Wind Demon looked at Ling Xiao and the others. He very clearly called out the names of Ling Xiao, Blue Snow, and Cold Plum. What a righteous sacred sword of the Wind Demon. You're not bad at all. Ling Xiao smiled at the sacred sword of the Wind Demon. The killing intent in his smile was even thicker. Not only did he want to kill the sacred sword of the Wind Demon, he also wanted to make this guy suffer endless pain. Chirp. In the sky, the white eagle suddenly raised its head to the sky and cried out. Then, everyone clearly felt that all the experts from all over the place had gathered together. This number really wasn't small at all. Clearly, considering the savagery of Ling Xiao's group, the Sora clan was looking for reinforcements. Haha, Ling Xiao, you're really amazing. You've only just arrived at the 10,000 lightning extreme ground and you've already provoked such a huge monster. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean gave a rare smile. Then, he said, how about it? I agreed to let your people be cannon fodder. I can help you deal with them. Although the Sora clan is strong, it's still nothing in this crown prince's eyes. No need. I, Ling Xiao, can't invite a god like you. I'll take care of my own matters. Betraying his friends for him, Ling Xiao had never done such a thing in his life. He wouldn't do it in the future either. He looked coldly at the Sora clan martial artists gathering in the sky. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Since he couldn't hide, then he would kill. It had been a long time since he had a good fight. Are you all in a hurry to reincarnate? Ling Xiao sneered. Good boy, you're really as arrogant as the rumors say. You even dared to kill our Sora clan's young miss. You must be prepared to live a life worse than death, right? The leader was Sora clan member that Ling Xiao had met before. Ling Xiao had killed the Sora clan's young miss in front of him. Haha, it seems that you already know. Then I don't need to say anything more. Ling Xiao smiled. The Sora clan had probably used some method to find out that the martial artist who had killed their young miss was him in disguise. Since that was the case, there was no need to pretend to be innocent. It seemed that today's battle was inevitable. TSK, good boy. You even dared to kill the Sora clan's young miss. And it seems that you don't have the slightest intention of shirking the responsibility. This boy, how much courage does he have? Xiao Budian clicked his tongue and sighed, looking at Ling Xiao with a smile. This guy was really to his liking. You're not going to defend yourself? Sora clan asked. Is there any use in defending yourself? Ling Xiao asked. No. Our Sora clan would rather kill 10,000 by mistake than let one go. As long as you're suspicious, we'll definitely kill you. We'll never let you escape. Sora clan replied. Since that's the case, why are you still talking nonsense? I let you live before and didn't let you accompany your young miss. It seems that you're dissatisfied. Since that's the case, you'll die today. Ling Xiao looked at Sora clan. Facing more and more people, he was not afraid at all. This was because Ling Xiao had observed that although these people were strong, none of them were able to firmly suppress him. Since that was the case, what was there to be afraid of? When he went to the Black Crow Empire and encountered the Blood Demon and Blood Scourge, the situation was much more dangerous than now. Didn't he survive? One-on-one, there were one-on-one battles. There were also tactics for group battles. Ling Xiao would definitely not be at a disadvantage. But the Songjing clan did not seem to have any intention of attacking immediately. Ling Xiao frowned slightly, roughly guessing the reason behind this. He was probably waiting for an even stronger cultivator to appear. It was ridiculous. There were at least hundreds of Songjing clan experts in the central camp, but none of them dared to attack him. The dignified Songjing clan had become so cowardly. Most of the Tianhai Empire warriors participating in the White Tiger meet retreated, highlighting the few from the Celestial Empire. They did not want to be the target of attack. On the contrary, many of them were happy to see Ling Xiao killed. Of course, some did not retreat. For example, Sun Lingchan, Mu Wanshuang, Tiny Tot, Lu Lian, and Ko Xiling did not leave. Sun Lingchan, Lu Lian, and Ko Xiling were indebted to Ling Xiao, so they did not leave. Mu Wanshuang and Tiny Tot simply did not want to leave. Why should they leave when the Songjing clan came? One of them was one of the 4 heroes of Tianhai, and the other was one of the 13 strongest geniuses. Naturally, they were arrogant. You are the Heavenly Wolf young master, right? You killed my Songjing clan's warriors just now. You should be ready to receive the wrath of heaven, right? Song Jingmeng looked at the increasing number of people on his side and seemed to have gained confidence. He did not want to fall out with the Heavenly Wolf young master and Sun Linchan. At this moment, he vented all the resentment and anger he had just felt. Are you threatening me? The Heavenly Wolf young master did not want to meddle in this matter. After all, he had no friendship with Ling Xiao, and even some grudges. But this stupid and arrogant Song Jingmeng dared to threaten him. How could he possibly let this matter rest? The Silver Wolf Princess had always been by the Heavenly Wolf young master's side. Since the Heavenly Wolf young master did not plan to leave, she would not leave either. Very well. I want to see how capable the Songjing clan is to provoke the Yuelang Empire and the Tianhai Empire at the same time. The Heavenly Wolf young master's eyes flashed with coldness and mockery. When he came here, he heard that the 4 great families were very arrogant. Today, he saw that they were even more arrogant than the rumors. Others were afraid of provoking the 4 great empires, but they didn't think it was troublesome enough. Brother Ling, it seems that the situation is not good. There are more and more martial artists of the Songjing clan. This is a sign that they have turned out in full force. I reckon that there will be even stronger martial artists arriving later. Why don't you 3 leave first? Their primary target is you. Dan Feng walked up to Ling Xiao and said in a low voice. Leave? Hee, if I leave, don't tell me I'll let you all be cannon fodder? Ling Xiao shook his head and said, from the day I established the Celestial Empire, I, Ling Xiao, have always been the vanguard. I have never been afraid of anything. If someone wants me to die, then I can only fight to the end. At worst, he would release the 7 great heavenly demon kings again. It did not matter even if they perished together. In any case, if anyone wanted to make things difficult for him, he would make things difficult for them. Dan Feng knew that he had nothing to persuade, and as Ling Xiao said, the Sora family would not let any of them go. This would turn into a true massacre. They needed a powerful person like Ling Xiao to lead the heroes. People of the Sora family, you all listen to me. I, Ling Xiao, have never killed the innocent indiscriminately. Your young miss wants to kill me and my friends, then I can only let her die. Now, you villains complain first, but want to kill us. I won't sit and wait for death. Today, you all came to kill me, so you should also be prepared to die. When Ling Xiao's voice fell, suddenly, a terrifying killing intent soared into the sky, and actually condensed into a heavenly demon. It pounced into the camp in the sky. Killing intent originally could not kill the enemy. It could only scare the enemy. Intimidate the enemy. However, when killing intent became a demon, it could kill the enemy. Roar. Terrifying killing intent swept out, turning into a black heavenly demon, enveloping almost the entire battlefield. In that instant, the martial artists of the Sora family were clearly in chaos. Many people hurriedly circulated Yin-Yang origin power to resist Ling Xiao's terrifying killing intent that turned into a demon. However, the martial artists with low cultivation could not resist this terrifying killing intent. Their bodies were intact, but they had already lost their life force. One by one, they fell from the sky. Just by releasing his murderous aura, he killed more than 10 people in an instant. Not to mention the martial artists of the Sora family, even the Heavenly Wolf Young Master and Heavenly Ocean Tyranny had to look at this scene in a new light. Kill for me. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and the people behind him all soared into the sky, killing the enemy. They had no intention of retreating. Holy King, Ling Xiao stood in place, his taiji spinning, and a white figure appeared in the sky. Holy King sang a battle song, and white light enveloped the entire battlefield. The people on his side and his allies who were illuminated by this light all had their battle power soar. Meanwhile, the enemy's battle power was greatly reduced. This was Ling Xiao's greatest advantage in group battles. Then, he sneered. A terrifying sword domain formed around his body. Seventh light profound, holy sword domain, kill. In the sky, the power of the red sun poured into the sword domain, making each of Ling Xiao's sword lights like the fire of the sun. Blazing, sharp, terrifying, countless sword lights shot at the enemy, once again causing chaos among the martial artists of the Sora family. At this time, the Heavenly Wolf Young Master also made his move. He transformed into a giant wolf, as if he had entered an uninhabited land. Those martial artists of the Sora family were no match for him at all. He wanted the martial artists of the Sora family to regret, why did they offend him? Sun Lingchan, Lu Lian, and Ko Xiling also made their move, killing the martial artists of the Sora family together with Ling Xiao and the others. The martial artists of the Sora family clearly did not expect that Ling Xiao would choose to fight instead of running away under their heavy encirclement. And he did not hesitate to kill. What surprised them the most was that none of the people around Ling Xiao were mediocre. Of course, the most difficult one to deal with was still the Heavenly Wolf Young Master. This guy was simply a killing machine, crazily harvesting the lives of the martial artists of the Sora family. Sora Jingmeng began to regretting why she had dragged this guy along to scold him. Damn it, how could these young people be so powerful? Was the White Tiger continent really going to change? It was a complete mess. The martial artists of the 4 great empires and Jingyi school came out of the camp one after another and looked up at the battle in the sky. Hee, these people are so anxious. The Purgatory Blood battle hasn't started yet, but they can't wait to make a move. It makes my hands itch. Fairy Qingqiu, the 9-tailed beautiful fox, looked at the battle in the sky with a smile, obviously treating it as a good show. Hongyue, you're not allowed to go. Jun Macho grabbed Hongyue, who wanted to help. Don't forget Master's warning. Jingyi school can't be enemies with the 4 great families now. Besides, your big brother is not in danger yet. Get out of the way. Otherwise, I'll attack. A strange fire dragon suddenly appeared above Crimson Moon's body, completely enveloping her. Within this fire dragon, Crimson Moon's strength became incomparably great. Jun Macho was stunned for a moment, unable to catch her, allowing Crimson Moon to break through the sky and join the battle. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny watched the scene in the sky and only smiled coldly. A person who couldn't serve him, no matter how strong, was still a problem, so he was happy to see the current situation. It would be best if those guys from Heavenly Dynasty were all killed. That would be more to his liking. Your Highness, should we attack from the back? Crown Princess asked. Forget it. Although this Crown Prince wants them dead, if we attack our own people in front of so many people, I'm afraid no one will be willing to serve us in the future. Let's wait and see. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny sneered, the Sora family's strength is definitely not like this. They still have stronger experts that haven't appeared yet. Once they appear, these people will definitely die, including that Ling Xiao. When the time comes, you'll have your revenge. Ling Xiao, the enemy's numbers are increasing, and I feel that stronger guys are coming. Don't hold back. Quickly get rid of these guys and then escape. Sun Lingchan approached Ling Xiao and sent a soul message. Escape? Why should we escape? Don't you want to participate in the White Tiger gathering? Ling Xiao glanced at Sun Lingchan. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Sun, but the Sora family offended me. It's hard to say who will be more unlucky and who will be destroyed. Let's not talk so much. Kill. Help me kill a few more people. That'll be helping me. Only Ling Xiao himself knew how terrifying his trump cards were. If he was truly angered, he would make the Sora family disappear from this world. If it weren't for the high price, he would have done it long ago. Alright, I can't outtalk you anyway. I'll help you kill a few more people. Sun Lingchan shook her head helplessly. Then, her face turned cold, and a flower fairy appeared behind her. The flower fairy carried a basket, beautiful and moving. But if you thought that beauty wasn't terrifying enough, then you were wrong. Flower scattering beauty. As Sun Lingchan's cold voice rang out, the martial spirit behind her scattered a field of flowers. Then, screams began to rise and fall. Any cultivator who was touched by these petals would be poisoned to death on the spot, but their own people would be full of vigor, their battle prowess greatly increased. Together with the effects of the Holy King. This made the situation of the warriors of the Songjing family even more difficult. What a terrifying martial spirit. It can attack and defend. No wonder he can become one of the 4 prodigies of Tianhai. Ling Xiao glanced at Sun Lingchan and couldn't help but secretly praise. This girl was worthy of being the daughter of Medicine King Sun Sa. She was really incomparably powerful. The Aoi family was really unlucky to provoke her. With just one move, dozens of warriors of the Songjing family were killed. No matter how many warriors there were in the Songjing family, if they continued to die like this, they would all die. Looks like you're the key. Let's see if they can continue after killing you. Taking advantage of the chaos, Song Jingmeng suddenly approached Ling Xiao and threw a punch at his back. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. Ling Xiao's expression didn't change. He turned around and threw a punch. There was nothing fancy about it. It was just a solid punch. However, this punch contained the power of 1,200 Royal Heaven Queen of Earth cells. Boom! The terrifying power collided in the void. Song Jingmeng felt a terrifying power coming from the front. He tried his best to block it, but the power was too strong. It sent him flying. Kill! In a flash, Ling Xiao turned into a dark shadow and arrived in front of Song Jingmeng in an instant. As a 14th level Yin Yang martial artist, you actually learned how to sneak attack. Since you want to die, I'll send you to your death. Boom! Another punch sounded like thunder. Poor Song Jingmeng didn't understand what kind of terrifying opponent he encountered before his body was penetrated by this punch. Then, terrifying flames burned his entire body. His corpse turned into ashes in an instant. Ha ha ha, satisfying. I didn't expect someone to come to the land of myriad lightning to die. Are you afraid that I'll be too lonely? Ling Xiao laughed loudly, feeling extremely carefree in his heart. When did this guy become so terrifying? That Song Jingmeng should be a 14th level Yin Yang martial artist, right? He couldn't even take 2 moves from him and was defeated? The martial artists of the Tianhai Empire had some understanding of Ling Xiao. They thought that it was just an accident when they saw Ling Xiao injure the sacred sword of Wind Demon. However, when they saw Ling Xiao kill Song Jingmeng so easily, they were dumbfounded. If this evil isn't eliminated, the world won't be at peace. I suddenly understand how Phoenix Cry Qishan felt. Tianhai Tyranny looked at Ling Xiao coldly. His eyes were filled with violent killing intent. Back then, Fengming Qishan had reported to him that Ling Xiao had to be eliminated. However, he didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at that time. He thought that Phoenix Cry Qishan was overthinking things. Moreover, he wanted to use Ling Xiao to help Phoenix Cry Qishan get rid of the dissidents. However, he didn't expect that what happened next would greatly exceed his expectations. Phoenix Cry Qishan was actually killed by this kid. Now, it seemed that history was going to repeat itself. Tianhai Tyranny would definitely not allow such a thing to happen, therefore, as long as the opportunity was right, he would definitely kill Ling Xiao. He wouldn't let this seed continue to grow. In the distance, powerful auras were getting closer and closer. Ling Xiao could feel that the people coming were very strong. The strongest person might even be at the 18th level of Yin Yang realm. That was 6 cultivation realms higher than him. It was impossible for him to win. However, he still had no intention of retreating. In any case, there was only one such expert. He was confident that he could kill him. Although his methods might not be normal, as long as he could win, it was fine. Who cared so much? Push away. It's our turn. Suddenly, a voice exploded in the sky. A 15th level Yin-Yang realm expert. Ling Xiao was shocked. Although he wasn't afraid of such an expert, his friends wouldn't be able to stop him. Sun Lingchan, help me kill that 15th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. I'll refine pills for you for a day for free. Ling Xiao said loudly. He could also kill this guy, but he didn't want to reveal his trump card so quickly in front of everyone. Anyway, Sun Lingchan was here. It would be a waste not to use her. No problem. Sun Lingchan chuckled, and then suddenly charged towards the expert who was rushing over. There were a total of 3 people. One was at the 15th level of Yin-Yang realm, while the other 2 were at the 14th level of Yin-Yang realm. Sun Lingchan charged towards the 15th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. She floated in the air like a flower petal. Her posture was very graceful. The 15th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist couldn't see Sun Lingchan's strength at all. In his rage, he circulated his Yin-Yang energy and punched out with both fists. Those who stand in my way shall die. The 15th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist roared and charged towards Sun Lingchan. However, his voice stopped abruptly. Sun Lingchan suddenly opened her mouth and a silver needle pierced through the air. It did not seem very powerful, but its power was extremely shocking. The silver needle pierced through the martial artist's glabella. The martial artist was instantly paralyzed and fell to the ground. His vitality had been cut off. It was such an easy attack. Sun Lingchan was that powerful. Girl, what's your name? Heavenly Wolf Young Master suddenly asked. Sun Lingchan. So that's how it is. You are Medicine King Sun Sa's daughter. No wonder you are so powerful. It seems that you have the ability close to the 13 of us. However, you exposed your trump card so quickly. The first purgatory blood battle won't be easy. Heavenly Wolf Young Master stood in the air and did not move. However, wolf shadows kept darting out from his body and continued to slaughter the Tsongjing clan martial artists. Thank you for your concern, Heavenly Wolf Young Master. However, I believe that I can only improve by pushing out my potential. Sun Lingchan was not afraid of revealing her trump card because she was like Ling Xiao. She had more than one trump card. Ling Xiao had never doubted Sun Lingchan's ability. Hence, he only glanced at the 15th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist and focused on his own battle. He had to face 2 martial artists at the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm. It's time to show off. Ling Xiao sneered. He waved his hand and the divine light sword appeared in his hand. Immediately, the crimson sun energy in the sky poured into the divine light sword. The divine light sword shone with a dazzling light. Divine light sword, first change, rising sun change. The crimson sun 9 change had a total of 9 changes. Every change would increase the power of the divine light sword greatly. However, Ling Xiao's ability had skyrocketed. He only needed to use the first change to deal with a 14th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Boy, you're too arrogant. How dare you fight the 2 of us head-on? You're asking for death. The 2 14th level Yin-Yang realm martial artists each held a long spear in their hands. The Yin-Yang origin energy on the long spears condensed to the point of explosion. The terrifying energy continued to leak out and actually condensed into an origin energy long spear that was more than 10 meters long. This spear was formed by the joint efforts of the 2 of them, so it was not afraid of Ling Xiao at all, and directly pierced towards him. Good timing. Ling Xiao did not have the slightest intention of dodging this brazen attack. The divine radiance. Sword in his hand pierced forward, and the red sun behind him shone with a dazzling light. The power of the red sun in the sky seemed to be attracted by the rising sun, constantly pouring into it, causing the power of the divine light sword in Ling Xiao's hand to increase greatly. Gold on the outside but rotten on the inside. What's the use of these fancy moves? The warriors of the Sora family were not frightened by Ling Xiao's gorgeous moves. In their opinion, Ling Xiao was merely at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Even if he could absorb the Crimson Sun essence and strengthen the origin energy sword in his hand, it was impossible for him to fight against the 2 of them. There was absolutely no suspense in this collision. Boom! The collision occurred at some point. 2 terrifying forces collided in the sky. Then, a towering flame erupted, transforming into a fire dragon that devoured the spear formed by the origin energy. What's going on? The two 14th level Yin-Yang realm warriors sensed that something was amiss, but it was too late. The fire dragon destroyed the origin energy spear. The divine radiant sword pierced downwards, and it actually killed two enemies with one strike. The two 14th level Yin-Yang realm warriors were killed on the spot by Ling Zhao's attack, and their bodies were not intact. They did not even have the chance to scream. This scene was even more shocking than when Sun Lingchan killed the 15th level Yin-Yang realm warrior. Ling Xiao stood there, and the hidden energy in his body seemed to have been stimulated by the battle. His aura was increasing at an accelerated rate. My cultivation seems to be breaking through again. This was the reason why Ling Xiao loved to battle. Every battle would bring him great benefits, and the energy stored in the Blood Soul Talisman would be stimulated. At this moment, Ling Xiao was bathed in the sunlight, and his entire body was dazzling. He was like the sun god. The energy in his body continued to be released, and his aura was increasing at an accelerated rate. Kill him. Kill him quickly. Don't let him break through. The Songjing clan warriors were not idiots. They saw Ling Xiao suddenly standing there without moving, and his aura was continuously increasing. They naturally guessed that Ling Xiao was about to break through. This kid was already so difficult to deal with. Once he broke through, it would be even more troublesome. Therefore, dozens of people suddenly charged towards Ling Xiao in an attempt to stop Ling Xiao from breaking through. However, a few more opponents appeared in front of them very quickly. Dan Feng, Cold Plum, Long Chen, and the others stopped these people. Of course, they would not allow these people to disturb Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had helped them so many times. At this crucial moment, it was their turn to help Ling Xiao. This guy is even more difficult to deal with than I thought. The crown princess's face darkened. She stepped forward, wanting to attack Ling Xiao from behind and kill him. You don't need to personally kill him. Tyranny Heavenly Sea smiled, and then waved his hand. In the darkness, a demon crocodile guard moved out. Demon crocodile guards had no obvious symbol. They hovered around Tyranny Heavenly Seas like ghosts, protecting Tyranny Heavenly Seas. Tyranny Heavenly Seas orders were like imperial edicts. Careful! A cry of alarm came from the crowd. This voice actually came from Jun Macho. In the past, Jun Macho and Ling Xiao had met in Sky Sea City's underworld. She, who was overbearing, had been thoroughly taught a lesson there. That was how she had made such a huge breakthrough. If it were some other people, they might not think of Ling Xiao's kindness. Instead, they might think of taking revenge on Ling Xiao. However, Jun Macho clearly wasn't that kind of person. On the contrary, she had always been grateful for Ling Xiao's help. Although it was only help from an objective point of view, it was extremely important to her. The demon crocodile guard was extremely fast, and it emitted a sinister aura. If it were anyone else, it would be very difficult to tell where this aura came from. However, Ling Xiao was all too familiar with this aura. He didn't move to defend. He didn't even turn his head. He let the demon crocodile guard's sharp dagger stab into his body. Clang! This stab actually made a sound as if it had stabbed into a steel plate. The demon crocodile guard was stunned for a moment. Just as it was about to retreat and flee, a shadow flew up from Ling Xiao's feet and stabbed into its heart. The demon crocodile guard's body turned into a cloud of black mist and dispersed. Heavenly demon? Ling Xiao could feel the shadow child stabbing into the enemy's body. Without a doubt, this was the power of a heavenly demon. He finally turned his head to glance at Tyranny Heavenly Seas. As far as he knew, on the White Tiger continent, the only martial artist who raised heavenly demons was Tyranny Heavenly Seas. Had Heavenly Ocean Tyranny finally decided to make a move against him, that's good too. I, Ling Xiao, will absorb the power of the heavenly demon and help me break through. He closed his eyes again. The power of the heavenly demon entered his meridians and slammed into the shackles of his cultivation. Boom! The sound of something shattering rang in Ling Xiao's mind. He could feel that his cultivation had broken through. Once he broke through, he couldn't seem to stop. Mid-12th tier, late 12th tier, peak 12th tier. It's a pity that the pressure isn't great enough. I still need to fight. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and looked at the warriors of the Songjing family in the sky. The corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. No matter how many of you come today, I'll kill all of you until you admit defeat. The expression on his face became ferocious, like that of a demon. Then, the golden light on his body disappeared and was replaced by a pitch-black aura. Evil, horrifying, sinister, he killed his way into the enemy's formation like a ghost. Wherever he went, no Songjing family martial artist survived. The strongest martial artist guarding here was only at the 13th tier of Yin Yang realm. The weakest was at the 10th tier of Yin Yang realm. These martial artists were simply targets for him, Ling Xiao, to practice his skills. In the distance, another powerful aura came flying over. Another 15th tier Yin Yang realm martial artist. The Songjing family is really something. They sent a 15th tier Yin Yang realm martial artist to his death so casually? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He gave up on the weak ones and prepared to kill this big fish. However, at this moment, Mu Wanchuang attacked. It's too boring to wait. I'll join in too. The reason why she attacked was because Sun Lingchan had stolen the limelight. She felt a little uncomfortable. Moreover, Fan Ruohai had told her to befriend Ling Xiao. This was a great opportunity. Mu Wanchuang's body turned into a ray of light and a long sword appeared in her hand. The sword blade cut through the air as if it was cutting through cloth, and charged towards the expert who had just arrived. The 15th level Yin Yang realm powerhouse had rushed over to take credit, but he would never have imagined that the first thing he would do when he arrived was face to face with the threat of death. There's no road ahead. Mu Wanchuang appeared in front of the expert and said coldly. Then, the shadow of her sword flashed. That 15th level Yin Yang realm expert was torn into pieces by the sword light before he could even see the enemy he wanted to kill. How terrifying. Mu Wanchuang and Sun Lingchan, these two women are probably the closest to those 13 top geniuses, right? When the crowd saw this scene, they were all amazed. Thanks a lot, but you stole my kill. Ling Xiao was a little depressed. He had wanted to have a showdown with this 15th level Yin Yang realm expert. He had not expected Mu Wanchuang to beat him to it. Of course, even though they had stolen his kill, they were still helping him, so he still had to thank them. However, the remaining Songjing clan martial artists were doomed. Ling Xiao was going to vent his anger on them. All of you, don't attack. They're all mine. Ling Xiao floated in midair. The black aura around him was getting thicker, as if his entire body had been invaded by an evil aura. However, those who were familiar with him knew that he was still him. Even though his aura was evil, his eyes were still clear and bright. Run. Smart people can always foresee danger. Among the 300 over Songjing clan martial artists, there were naturally smart people. When he felt Ling Xiao's terrifying aura, he roared and took the lead to run away. You guys should be honored to die in my hands and become the key to my breakthrough. 12 Shadow Esoteric Skill, Dark Prison. Ling Xiao threw out a black ball from his hand. The black ball instantly became huge and formed a whirlpool. It swallowed all the 300 over Songjing clan martial artists. Dark Prison could not only absorb energy, but it could also absorb anything. However, when it absorbed a physical body, it could only trap the enemy and not kill them. However, as long as these people were trapped, Ling Xiao had countless ways to kill them. Don't be afraid. Everyone, work together to break this dark prison. He's alone. His origin energy is definitely inferior to ours. Although the trapped Songjing clan martial artists were a little confused, there were still people who stood out and called for an attack. Yes. More than 300 people bombarded the dark prison together, causing it to constantly distort and deform. It looked like it was about to collapse. Smart people, it's a pity that you won't have the chance. Ling Xiao smiled. A blood soul talisman floated above his head. 18 Hell Talisman, Frying Hell. Kill. After the blood soul talisman was activated, a golden liquid poured out from the talisman. When the liquid poured into the dark prison, shrill screams were immediately heard. That was scalding hot oil. The terrifying heat could cook a person's body in an instant. Many people did not even have the time to scream before their bodies stiffened. Then, their aura of life disappeared instantly. Only yin-yang origin energy was released from their bodies and integrated into the 18 hell talismans. I feel it. Ling Xiao could feel that the shackles of his cultivation were once again shaken by the impact. Breaking through from the early stage of yin-yang realm to the peak of yin-yang realm was nothing. Although there was an increase in strength, the increase was not obvious. Only when one's cultivation broke through from yin-yang realm 12 to yin-yang realm 13 would there be a real qualitative change. Break for me! Ling Xiao roared angrily. The energy in his body kept colliding. He could feel that he was about to break through, but he was just a little bit away. He could not break through. It looks like these people are still too weak. Ling Xiao sighed softly and released the dark prison. The ground was filled with fried corpses. It was a horrifying scene. Is he really going to kill them all? Many people were stunned. The Songjing clan came aggressively and left hundreds of corpses behind. However, they did not hurt Ling Xiao at all. If this spread out, the Songjing clan would not be able to raise their heads here anymore. However, the mystic world was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If Ling Xiao was strong enough, he would be able to make the Songjing clan admit defeat. Moreover, this matter was the Songjing clan's fault. They should not be the ones looking for trouble with him. He should be the one looking for trouble with the Songjing clan. I'm going to the Songjing clan to seek justice. Who dares to come with me? Ling Xiao said loudly. Me. The people from the Heavenly Empire had nothing to hesitate about. They definitely supported Ling Xiao. Lu Lian and Ko Xiling also responded. The two of them naturally did not want to fall behind. Are you sure you want to go to the Sora clan? The clan leader of the Sora clan is probably a rebirth state expert. Are you sure you're not afraid? Sun Lingchan asked with a frown. She felt that Ling Xiao was getting carried away. So what if I'm not afraid? Will they let me go if I don't go to the Sora clan? Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. A rebirth state expert is indeed very strong, far stronger than a yin-yang state expert. But he's not invincible. Did he have something to rely on? Sun Lingchan did not dare to underestimate Ling Xiao. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, she concluded that Ling Xiao must have something to rely on and was not afraid of a rebirth state expert. In that case, what was there for her to be afraid of? Count me in. Sun Lingchan said. How can I miss out on such a fun thing? Little Munchkin seemed eager to try. I'll go too. Mu Wanchuang would definitely not want to be left behind since Sun Lingchan was going. For a moment, all the warriors who had fought wanted to go to the Sora clan with Ling Xiao. As for the others, they also wanted to go and watch the show. Let's go. Ling Xiao unfolded a pair of wings on his back and turned into a black ray of light as he pounced in the direction of the Sora clan. He had been holding back and was unwilling to expose his trump card. However, if he continued to hold back, he would not even be able to participate in the white tiger meet. This was the cruel reality. Therefore, even if he had to expose his trump card, he could not hold back. If the Sora clan refused to admit defeat, he could only destroy them. This was Ling Xiao's style, the style of the Celestial Emperor. The Sora clan was originally chasing after Ling Xiao, but now it was Ling Xiao who was hunting down the Sora clan. A group of people charged toward the Sora clan's lair, the Sora temple. Who is it? How dare you trespass into the Sora temple? Are you tired of living? There were 2 guards at the entrance of the Sora temple. It was not very strict. However, the 2 guards were powerful. They were both 14th level yin-yang state experts. A warrior of this level was actually used as a guard. It was enough to show that the Sora family had a deep background. Kill. Ling Xiao and Sun Lingchan, one on the left and one on the right, simultaneously attacked the 2 guards. They were here to cause trouble, so they naturally wouldn't be polite. The 2 guards had been guarding the gate of the Songjing temple for decades, and no one had ever dared to trespass. It was even more unlikely that anyone would dare to attack them. Even the martial artists of the Jingyi school were respectful to them. However, the situation today was very different. 2 young martial artists were actually about to attack them. The 2 of them sneered. It seemed that after not fighting for a long time, people had forgotten how terrifying the 2 of them were. 10 years ago, At the same white tiger meet, there were also two young geniuses who thought they were extraordinary who had provoked them. In the end, they were killed in front of everyone. Those two people were martial artists from the Jingyi school, but they still did not give them face. Today, the two of them had come to seek death again. Thinking up to this point, they aimed the spears in their hands at the newcomer. Then, they injected all of their Yin Yuan Qi and stabbed out at the same time. In the void, there was the sound of an explosion. The spears that the two of them stabbed out formed a thunderous explosion, which was enough to kill everything that came close. However, it was at that moment. The two of them saw the shadow of death almost at the same time, and a strong fear arose in their bodies. When they realized that they might not be able to escape this time, both of their heads fell to the ground. Sun Lingchan's saber was as thin as a cicada's wing. But it was very sharp. Ling Xiao's sword was cold and awe-inspiring, making people shudder. With one blow, there was no suspense. The two guards fell to the ground and died on the spot. These two guys are really crazy. They actually dared to kill their way into the headquarters of the Cangjing family. They clearly don't take the Cangjing family seriously. Even the top 13 geniuses were stunned by the actions of Ling Xiao and Sun Lingchan. Because even they didn't dare to do so. The Heavenly Wolf young master might dare to kill the martial artists of the Cangjing family outside, but he really didn't dare to kill his way into the Cangjing family. Hee, they're having fun killing now. In a while, the two of them will die miserably. Oh right, there are also those guys who are fooling around with them. Someone laughed, taking pleasure in their misfortune. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao and Sun Lingchan had stolen their limelight, but they couldn't wait for the two of them to die. Kill. Ling Xiao stabbed out with his sword, and the door of the Cangjing temple was directly shattered. Then, under his and Sun Lingchan's lead, everyone killed their way into the Cangjing family. Let's go watch the show. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean smiled, rose into the air, and followed. The others followed. Most of them just wanted to see how Ling Xiao died. None of them thought that Ling Xiao could really destroy the Cangjing family. In the Cangjing temple, someone was preparing to go out and kill Ling Xiao. Seeing someone kill their way in, they were also shocked. Where are you from? Ling Xiao. The person you're looking for. Ling Xiao stood in front of everyone, looking at the Cangjing family martial artists with an extremely domineering aura. What? How can you be Ling Xiao? Where are the people who captured you? The leader of the Cangjing family martial artists asked in horror. Dead. Ling Xiao said casually, I'll give you a chance now. Immediately announce that you're leaving the Cangjing family and get out of the Cangjing temple. Then, you can keep your lives. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy. Ha 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 ha, idiot, you think that by avoiding the pursuit of others and sneaking here, you can make us believe what you say? The leading cultivator laughed heartily, clearly not believing Ling Xiao's words at all. With Ling Xiao's strength, how could he kill everyone else? He must be bragging. Whether you believe it or not, what's the point? Kill. Ling Xiao could also see that this group of Cangjing family martial artists was very loyal to the Cangjing family. He wanted them to betray the Cangjing family. Unless he posed a greater threat to them. He waved his hand, and Dan Feng, Long Chen, and the others behind him charged out. Most of the Cangjing family's experts had been sent out to kill Ling Xiao. Most of the remaining experts were below the 11th level of Yin Yang realm. They were no match for Dan Feng and the others. To Dan Feng and the others, this battle could be considered as a form of training. In the sky, a white eagle soared through the air. Ling Xiao could not help but frown. He did not expect the Cangjing family's experts to react so quickly. They had already rushed back. Although there was only one, this person's cultivation was at the 15th level of Yin Yang realm. Sun Lingchan, Mu Wanchuang, don't attack. He's mine. Ling Xiao was only one step away from breaking through to the 13th level of Yin Yang realm. He needed a strong opponent to stimulate his potential. This 15th level Yin Yang realm martial artist was just right. After saying that, he leaped into the air and blasted towards that person. The 15th level Yin Yang realm expert in the sky was shocked. He thought that with his strength, Ling Xiao would not dare to face him head-on. Who knew that not only did Ling Xiao not dodge, but he even charged at him. Fine, I'll kill you. Let's see if they still dare to mess around. That person snorted. A large saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed down. The terrifying saber aura seemed to tear the sky apart. It was extremely shocking. On the ground, many warriors could feel the terrifying chill of the saber strike. Is Ling Xiao courting death? Yes, with his strength, he shouldn't be showing off. It's more suitable to let Sun Lingchan or Mu Wanchuang deal with that person. That might not be the case. A black figure appeared in the crowd. He held a wine jug in his hand and drank with a smile. As soon as this person finished speaking, the terrifying saber aura and sword aura collided in the sky. A figure suddenly appeared behind Ling Xiao. This person was dressed in blood-red armor. His hair was messy and draped behind his back. His murderous aura shocked countless geniuses participating in the White Tiger meet. Killing God White Blade. Tianhai Tyranny squinted his eyes. This death god's white blade martial spirit was the martial spirit that he had always wanted to obtain from Phoenix Crishan. He did not expect that Ling Xiao would actually obtain it. The blood-red figure flashed. The murderous aura of the dark demonic sword in Ling Xiao's hand grew stronger. Crack, after a while, the saber aura collapsed. Even the saber in the 15th level Yin-Yang realm expert's hand cracked. Impossible. Go to hell. That person roared and released his Yin-Yang origin energy. A figure also appeared behind him. It was the ancestor of the Songjing family, one of the human immortals who betrayed the human king. Songjing ancestral soul. This was the martial soul of most martial artists in the Songjing family. It was just that some were stronger and some were weaker. When the martial soul appeared, it saw the killing god White Blade and developed a terrifying consciousness. Then, it unleashed its power crazily. A terrifying power shot towards Ling Xiao from the cracked saber. Not only was Ling Xiao not alarmed, but he also revealed a look of pleasant surprise. He allowed the saber chi to slash at him. Awesome. When the terrifying saber chi chopped down, Ling Xiao's body only had an additional layer of white marks. There wasn't even a trace of blood. However, when the terrifying saber chi seeped into Ling Xiao's body, it helped Ling Xiao tear apart the 13th tier Yin-Yang realm ceiling door. Crack, Ling Xiao could feel that something inside his body had broken open. His strength suddenly increased explosively. However, he still hid this strength. He did not need to use his cultivation base at the 13th level of the Yin-Yang realm to deal with a mere 15th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Ha 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 ha, thank you for this strike. I'll give you a quick death. Ling Xiao didn't care about the wound on his body at all. The dark demon sword in his hand quickly accumulated a terrifying aura as he aimed it at the martial artist in the sky. How dare you? Stop. A terrifying voice came from a very far place like rolling thunder. Ling Xiao frowned slightly, but he was shocked. This person's breath was long, and his voice was loud like a bell. Judging from his aura, his cultivation base should be around the 18th level of Yin-Yang realm. He was no match for him. Looks like the true experts of the Sora clan have finally returned. However, it's too late. Ling Xiao would never show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Similarly, he would not show mercy to his own people. Ha ha ha, boy, you're dead. The warriors of the Sora clan have returned. You don't have a chance anymore. Even if you want to escape now, it's impossible. The 15th level Yin-Yang realm expert laughed wantonly in the sky. At the same time, he sped up and fled in the direction of the voice. Haha, it doesn't matter if I die or not. You won't be able to see it. Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. The dark demon sword in his hand had already accumulated a terrifying power. The sky was filled with killing sword essence, terrifying killing intent, dark and sinister aura. Dark demon sword, body annihilation. At that moment, Ling Xiao's sword finally stabbed out slowly. A huge pitch-black sword chi gushed out from the dark demon sword. It was like a bolt of black lightning that stabbed towards the martial artist in the sky. When the martial artist saw this, his eyes were filled with fear and despair. No. He only had time to let out a blood-curdling scream before his body was pierced through by the terrifying black sword chi. His body, along with the white eagle beneath him, was shattered into pieces. The destructive power of the sword chi was shocking. Bastard, you're courting death. The thunderous voice was heard again. Ling Xiao saw a huge palm print flying towards him from the sky. The palm print covered the sky and stirred up a raging wind. It was terrifying. You're too confident in your attack from such a distance. Break! Ling Xiao knew that his opponent was powerful. However, the attack would be greatly reduced from such a long distance. He casually swung the dark demon sword and stabbed at the huge palm print. Chi, the sword chi pierced through the air and shattered the palm print. Then, it disappeared. However, Ling Xiao immediately retreated. He was on high alert as he stared at the group of people in the distance. This group of people came very quickly. Their cultivation levels were also very high. Among them, the one with the lowest cultivation level was at the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm. There were dozens of martial artists at the 15th level of the Yin-Yang realm. There were even 7 or 8 martial artists at the 16th level of the Yin-Yang realm. There were also 2 or 3 martial artists at the 17th level of the Yin-Yang realm. This was probably the most powerful force in the Sora clan. With such a scale, it was no wonder that the Sora clan dared to offend any martial artist. Of course, the martial artist who attacked earlier was more terrifying than the rest. He was at the 18th level of the Yin-Yang realm and looked less than 40 years old. Although he couldn't participate in the White Tiger meet, he was definitely a genius martial artist. He must have been one of the most outstanding martial artists in the last White Tiger meet 10 years ago. With such a powerful lineup, other than the clan leader of the Sora clan, everyone else should have shown up. It seemed that the woman Ling Xiao killed was really a very important person in the Sora clan. Otherwise, the Sora clan wouldn't be so crazy as to send such a powerful lineup. The middle-aged man looked at the corpses on the ground in the Sora clan. His expression was as dark as the water in hell. Then, he stared coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "You're the leader?" "That's right." Ling Xiao nodded. "Good, very good. Since the establishment of the Sora Shrine, no one has ever dared to barge in and kill our people. You've got guts." He then looked at the people behind Ling Xiao and said, "You've got guts too, however, having guts doesn't mean you're brave. You'll taste the cruelest punishment in the Sora clan. You'll be tortured until you'll wish you were dead." His eyes were filled with intense hatred. The woman who was killed was the Sora clan's young miss, his fiancée. The Songjing clan had always intermarried internally. As the clan's most outstanding genius, he, Songjing Fan, had this honor. But before he could marry the eldest young miss, he was killed. What angered him the most was that these people not only didn't run away, but killed their way to the Songjing clan. What was this? Did they really think that Songjing clan had no one left? The spectating tyranny Heavenly Ocean and the others all revealed excited smiles. "Your Highness Crown Prince, this Ling Xiao has met Songjing Fan. He's dead for sure. There's no need for us to do anything." Wind Devil Sacred Sword was the most excited of them all. He stood by Tianhai Tyranny's side and spoke up. Coming to the Songjing Shrine to cause trouble, he won't be able to escape even if he grew wings. I heard that the head of the Songjing clan is a rebirth realm expert. It'd be strange if he could escape. Wu Qinhuang gave a cold snort. "Macho, you've fought with this Ling Xiao before. What do you think the result will be?" Over at Jingyi School's side, Feng Fei looked towards Jun Macho. "Ling Xiao is very strong, but he's definitely not Songjing Fan's opponent." Jun Macho wanted to believe that Ling Xiao could win, but no matter how she thought about it, it was impossible. "I agree with your point of view." Feng Fei smiled. Actually, she was a little interested in Ling Xiao as well, because Feng Yinshan had warned her to be careful of this person before they left the White Tiger continent. But she didn't think much of it. Especially after seeing Ling Xiao, she felt that he was nothing more than a boorish fellow. If he was smart, he wouldn't offend the Songjing clan over such a small matter. Nor would he kill his way to the Songjing shrine. No matter how strong a boorish fellow was, he was still a boorish and incompetent person. "I don't agree with your point of view." Jun Maching, who had once been seriously injured by Tianhai tyranny, suddenly spoke up. "Big brother? Why would you think that?" Jun Macho felt that this was very strange. Logically speaking, it was impossible for her brother to know Ling Xiao. How could he have so much confidence in Ling Xiao? My judgment is very simple. That Ling Xiao clearly has enmity with Tianhai tyranny and the crown princess, yet he wasn't killed. Do you think that such a person is someone without ability? Jun Maching knew how terrifying Tyranny Heavenly Ocean was, so anyone who could fight against Tyranny Heavenly Ocean without being killed definitely couldn't be weak. Haha, that's a bit illogical. What if Heavenly Ocean Tyranny just disdains killing him? Feng Fei smiled. Then what about the Crown Princess? She's a vengeful person. Jun Imoqing said again. Jun Imoqing, you've already lost face for the Jingyi school once. Don't fight with Fei. You must have made a mistake. Hundred-eyed demon monarch Wulong mocked. Do you dare to bet? Jun Imoqing looked at Wulong and said. Why not? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Wulong said disdainfully, you're a complete and utter loser. Jun Imoqing wasn't angry. It was true that he'd been beaten up miserably by Tyranny Heavenly Ocean and lost face for the Jingyi school. There was no way to wash that away. Moreover, he knew that he wasn't as strong as hundred-eyed demon monarch Wulong, so there was no need to argue. Let's just make a bet. If you win, I, Jun Imoqing, am willing to be your slave. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Jun Imoqing said mildly. If I win, you have to protect me in the blood purgatory battles. How about it? It's a deal. When the hundred-eyed demon Lord Wulong heard this, he agreed since he had nothing to lose. Moreover, he didn't believe that Ling Xiao could survive under Song Jingfan's hands. You haven't said what you want to bet yet. Feng Fei smiled. Let's bet on whether Ling Xiao dies or not. I bet he doesn't die. Jun Imoqing said. I bet he dies. I asked junior sister Fei to be my witness. Wulong said. Good. Very interesting. But Jun Imoqing, I'm afraid you'll lose for sure. Feng Fei wasn't optimistic about Jun Imoqing's chances either. She couldn't think of a reason why Ling Xiao could survive. Even if Ling Xiao could survive Song Jingfan's hands, there was still the Song Jingfan clan head. Could he survive? Right now, most of the onlookers were just watching the show without any intention of interfering. Little Guy had also returned to the spectators' side. Currently, only Sun Lingchan, Mu Wanshuang, Ko Xiling, Lu Lian, and their comrades from the Celestial Empire stood by Ling Zhao's side. This wasn't a weak lineup either. But it was hard to say how much Sun Lingchan and Mu Wanshuang could fight for them. When it came to friends who could go through life and death together, Ling Xiao only trusted his comrades and Lu Lian. Irrelevant people can scram now. Don't make me angry or I'll kill you all. Although Song Jingfan was furious, he knew he couldn't defend the Tianhai Empire at the same time. Thus, he glanced at Sun Lingchan, Mu Wanshuang, and Ko Xiling, hoping they could withdraw. Mu Wanshuang hesitated for a moment and then looked at the crowd. In the crowd, Fan Ruohai nodded, indicating that she could withdraw. Fan Ruohai treated Ling Xiao well because he wanted to make use of him. But today, Ling Xiao had offended the Song Jingfan clan, and things had come to this point. He didn't want Mu Wanshuang to be in danger. Of course, more importantly, he didn't think Ling Xiao could win. But Mu Wanshuang didn't move. Because she saw that Sun Lingchan didn't withdraw. This woman was very arrogant, especially as she was also one of the 4 elites of Tianhai. She didn't want to be worse than Sun Lingchan. Brother Ko, you can withdraw first. Ling Xiao suddenly said to Ko Xiling. This person had been very kind to him. Unfortunately, his cultivation was relatively weak. Although he was at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm, the following battle was extremely dangerous. He didn't want Ko Xiling to die. After all, Ko Xiling couldn't be considered his brother. Sorry. Ko Xiling sighed and chose to withdraw. Since the remaining people don't want to leave, then all right. You guys can destroy your own cultivation. As for how to deal with you, we'll make a decision after the Song Jingfan clan's meeting. You should know that once I make a move, none of you will be able to survive. Song Jingfan looked coldly at Ling Xiao and the others as he said indifferently. Although his voice was very casual, there was an unquestionable tone. Ling Xiao sighed and said, someone asked us to commit suicide, but we didn't do it. Later, she died before us. You're a reputable person. Don't you think it's boring to make such a stupid request? He stared at Song Jingfan. This person was the most powerful among these people. As long as he killed him quickly, the others would be much easier to deal with. Although the opponent was very strong, so what? Before coming to the Song Jingfan clan, he had already thought of this possibility. At least this Song Jingfan wasn't strong enough to make him despair. Perhaps it was because he saw such a powerful and terrifying existence in the Chang'e secret realm. No matter who he met now, he would compare his opponent with that guy. So far, no opponent could have such a terrifying aura. Not even the Night Demon King. So what was there to be afraid of? The winner lives, the loser dies. Sun Lingchan, Mu Wanchuang, you two don't have to accompany us. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said, today, my brothers and I will live and die together. What will you do? I'm afraid it's too late to leave now. Sun Lingchan shook his head and smiled bitterly. You want me to cripple my cultivation and accept punishment? No way. Me too. Mu Wanchuang also said coldly. She looked at Fan Ruohai in the crowd and said sorry in her heart. Today, she could not listen to her master's words. Okay, in that case, if we are lucky enough to survive today, you two will be Ling Zhao's sworn friends. No one would dislike having a strong assistant. Ling Xiao was just saying. He definitely hoped that these two women would stay. Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish. Song Jingfan's body exuded a terrifying aura, as if he was an expert from ancient times. A terrifying murderous aura shrouded Ling Xiao and the others. He was clearly ready to attack and kill anyone who dared to resist him. In the crowd, many people laughed in schadenfreude. However, there were also people who sighed and stepped out of the crowd. Fan Ruohai. He's actually planning to attack. Tianhai Tyranny's pupils suddenly shrank. If Fan Ruohai made a move, then Ling Xiao probably wouldn't die today. Sai, who asked me to have a disobedient woman. Forget it, for him, I can't let you kill him. Fan Ruohai might be a person who used others, but he was deeply in love with Mu Wanchuang. It was rare for such a rational person to stand out in such a situation. The Song Jingfan family wants my daughter to cripple her own cultivation. Perhaps I'll have to interfere. The second to step out of the crowd was Ji Qing. The person in charge of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company in the White Tiger continent, a true expert. His gaze was cold and confident. In his eyes, what was that Song Jingfan family? They couldn't even be considered potential customers because these guys didn't buy anything at all. They only robbed. Now I seem to understand where Ling Zhao's confidence comes from. I didn't expect Ji Qing's daughter to be among his friends. Who is it? Feng Fei knitted his brows. Although he didn't want to admit it, Ji Qing and Fan Ruohai were enough to take down a trifling Song Jingfan. Unless the patriarch of the Sora family came in person. Senior sister, it's that Ji Luoyu. Jun Macho pointed at Ji Luoyu and said. So it's her. No wonder she looks so familiar. Feng Fei smiled slightly. Now the tables had turned. Interesting, very interesting. Humph, what a lucky bastard. The hundred-eyed demon lord snorted coldly. He wasn't too confident about his bet with Jun Emoqing anymore. Wu Long, you don't have to worry. If Ji Qing doesn't make a move, the patriarch of the Song Jing family won't make a move. But if he stands out, the patriarch of the Song Jing family won't stop. At that time, the one who will suffer will be Ling Xiao. Feng Fei was very confident. I don't think so, Jun Macho chuckled lightly. Jun Emo chuckled. He was more and more convinced of his judgment. Although Ling Xiao had never exposed his background, he was definitely not an ordinary person since he dared to bring people into the Song Jing family. Is that so? As soon as Feng Fei spoke, a person suddenly flew out of the Jingyi school camp. This person was about 50 years old with a long white beard and a ruddy complexion. Although he wasn't young, his skin was very bright. I've taught a disobedient disciple. There's really nothing I can do about it. But if the Song Jing family wants to cripple my good disciple, that's absolutely impossible. The person sighed and stood by Hong Yu's side. Master. Hong Yu looked at the old man and shouted excitedly. Silly girl, is that person that important to you? The old man asked. "Master, he saved my disciple's life and also my big sister's. Don't you think he's very important?" Hong Yu asked back. "Alright, the debt of saving my life must be repaid." The old man didn't speak anymore, but stood there looking at Song Jingfan. Even Lu Zhenren stood out. Feng Fei was a little surprised. This Lu Zhenren was a maverick in the Jingyi school. Even the leader found it difficult to restrain him, but this person's strength was absolutely tyrannical. "Ling Chan, you're making things difficult for father by protecting this boy." Another voice sounded. Medicine King Sun Bu came through the air. He didn't like Ling Xiao, but he couldn't let his daughter suffer the slightest grievance. "Father, Ling Xiao is my friend," Sun Lingchan said lightly. That was all she said. She didn't explain too much. "Forget it, a grown girl can't be kept at home. Since you like this boy, father won't let him die. I'd like to see who dares to kill my future son-in-law." Medicine King Sun Bu used to hate Ling Xiao very much because Ling Xiao ruined his good deeds. However, in the process of hostility, he also saw Ling Xiao's terrible potential. He knew that Ling Xiao was definitely not a dragon in the pool. One day in the future, he would soar. Since his daughter had good intentions for Ling Xiao, he couldn't help but make her happy, so he got involved. It couldn't be helped. Song Jingfan's face was gloomy and cold. How could an unknown little person attract so many experts to help? It wasn't that he belittled himself. With the current strength of the Song Jing family, it was impossible to deal with these experts. But he couldn't admit defeat like this. Sora Jingfan suddenly raised a flag with 4 strange patterns drawn on it, which were connected together. "Do you really want to be enemies with my Song Jing family? As long as I wave this flag, the experts of the other 3 families will come out. Even you can't resist." He couldn't fight, but it didn't mean he was afraid of these people. Behind him, there were not only the Song Jing family, but also the other 3 families. For a long time, these 4 families had been in the same breath and branch. Otherwise, the Jingyi school wouldn't be afraid of them. "You can contact the people of the 3 families to come together. If I, Ji Qing, frown, I lose." Ji Qing looked at Song Jingfan indifferently and said, "My Heavenly Dragon Trading Company is spread throughout the 4 empires of the White Tiger continent. Do you really think it's just good business? If possible, I will let you see the power of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company." "Well said, my Fan family is the same." Fan Ruahai smiled and said, "We usually give you face because of the Black Tortoise Temple behind you. Do you really think we are afraid of your 4 families?" Black Tortoise Temple. Hearing this unfamiliar name, Ling Xiao had no impression of it at all. It was just that the Black Tortoise Temple should be related to the Black Tortoise. He didn't know whether they were enemies or friends. "Since you know the Black Tortoise Temple, you still dare to be presumptuous? That Ling Xiao not only killed my fiancé, but also countless experts of my Song Jing family. Do you think the Black Tortoise Temple will stop us from taking revenge?" Song Jingfan looked at Fan Ruahai and said coldly, "If the Black Tortoise Temple is an impartial person, you should know that it was your fiancée who first tried to kill me, and then she kept pestering me and leading masters to hunt me down. I came to your family today because you forced me." Ling Xiao said. "You dare to slander the Black Tortoise Temple?" Song Jingfan asked coldly. "I didn't say that. Do you like to put labels on people so much?" Ling Xiao asked. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Song Jingfan, if you want to fight, we will accompany you to the end. You have taken out the flag in your hand, why not wave it immediately? I would like to see whether the 4 great families will be destroyed today, or my Medicine King Hall will disappear." Sun Zai was a little impatient and said coldly. "Black Tortoise descends, the common people bow." Suddenly, an ethereal voice sounded in the sky, and then everyone saw a person walking in the air from a distance. When this person walked, he seemed to be integrated with heaven and earth. His aura was so high that no one dared to look directly at him. "Greetings to the divine envoy of the Black Tortoise Temple." The people of the Song Jingfan family hurriedly landed, and then knelt in front of the man and shouted. The rest of the people, as long as they knew of the existence of the Black Tortoise Temple, knelt down one after another. Ji Qing, Sun Zai, and Fan Ruahai did not dare to stand. Only Ling Xiao could not kneel. It was not that he was brave, but because he had never heard of the Black Tortoise Temple. How could he kneel in confusion? The temple already knows about your matter and specially sent me to mediate this matter. The divine envoy looked down at the crowd and said, the grudge between Ling Xiao and the Tsang Jingfan family will be left to them to solve. Jingyi School, Tianlong Trading Company, Medicine King Hall, and the Fan family are not allowed to intervene. Hearing this, Ling Xiao suddenly frowned. Listening to this, the divine envoy seemed to be on the side of the Tsang Jingfan family. Letting him solve the problem with the Tsang Jingfan family sounded fair, but in fact, it was completely dividing the fighting strength of his side. Although Medicine King Sun Zai and others were very proud, in front of the divine envoy, they did not dare to disobey. One after another, they knocked out Sun Lingchan, Hong Yu, and Mu Wanshuang and left Ling Zhao's team. At this time, Ling Zhao's helpers were only left with Lu Lian and the martial artists he brought from the Celestial Empire, as well as Ji Qing and Ji Luoyu. In an instant, the situation changed once again. From being strong, they had become weak. Ji Qing, your Heavenly Dragon Trading Company actually dares to disobey the orders of the Black Tortoise Temple? The divine envoy asked coldly. Bullshit Black Tortoise Temple. In other people's eyes, it's high and mighty, but in my, Ji Qing's eyes, it's nothing. Try provoking my Heavenly Dragon Trading Company if you dare. Ji Qing's attitude was actually even more overbearing than that divine envoy. I said before that I would protect Brother Ling and the others. I will definitely not go back on my words. Who is this brat? Why are you so stubborn? The oracle frowned and said, what's more, I asked him to solve the problem with the Sora family. The Sora family can't rely on the power of the other three families. Isn't this fair? Whether it's fair or not, you know best in your heart. Do you really need me to say it out loud? Ji Qing said disdainfully, your temple's people came forward to forcefully weaken the strength of Ling Zhao's side. Do you really think others are fools? Humph, it doesn't matter if he joins in. Sora Jingfan, do it. In the void, a cold snort sounded. It was actually the voice of a rebirth realm expert. It was incomparably shocking, as if the surrounding space was filled with his voice. Understood. Sora Jingfan sneered and suddenly took a step forward. His speed was as fast as lightning, and in an instant, he was in front of Ling Xiao. He stretched out his hand, wanting to capture Ling Xiao. If you want to kill him, you'll have to get through me first. Ji Qing stomped his foot, his figure suddenly rose into the air and slammed his palm on Sora Jingfan's fists. Rumble, a huge explosion sounded, and the sky seemed to be smashed to the point of collapsing. Sora Jingfan was forced back more than 10 steps by Ji Qing, but Ji Qing himself did not retreat at all. So powerful. This guy is at least a half-step to Rebirth Realm expert. Even Sora Jingfan is no match for him. In the past, no one knew Ji Qing's true strength, but today, after seeing Ji Qing easily send Sora Jingfan flying, his terrifying strength was on the verge of being revealed. I'll hold this guy back. You guys go and kill that kid. Sora Jingfan frowned, and a shadow suddenly appeared behind him. It was the shadow of a woman. Although she was not tall, she was very beautiful and had a baby face. She should be the ancestor of the Sora clan, the human immortal who had betrayed the human king. The same Sora Jingfan ancestral soul in the hands of different people was indeed different. Sora Jingfan unleashed his martial soul, and his speed suddenly increased. Although he could not do anything to Ji Qing, he was able to hold Ji Qing back, preventing him from rescuing Ling Xiao. Among the group of experts, a 17th tier Yin-Yang realm expert jumped out and attacked Ling Xiao. His cultivation was only slightly weaker than Sora Jingfan's, so it was not difficult for him to kill Ling Xiao. A terrifying aura fluctuated in the air, and a terrifying dark energy surged out of Ling Xiao's body. He was ready to fight, however, at that moment, a figure charged out of the crowd and intercepted the 17th tier Yin-Yang realm expert. He easily blocked the expert's palm energy. This person had white hair and a beard, and he looked to be over 100 years old. His body was a little thin, but it was obvious that he was hale and hearty, and his palm energy was filled with power. Who is it? The Black Tortoise Temple Divine Envoy frowned. He did not expect that someone would dare to help Ling Xiao. This person did not take the Black Tortoise Temple seriously. Dragon Phoenix Continent, Celestial Empire's martial artist, Hong Qi. The person who attacked was Ling Xiao's grandfather, Hong Qi. He had only come here to watch Ling Xiao participate in the white tiger meet before leaving. But now that his grandson was in danger, how could he just ignore it, especially now that his cultivation was gradually recovering? He could be put to good use. It would be inexcusable if he didn't help. Grandfather. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be overjoyed. He really didn't know that his grandfather had come. Although he felt that there was a powerful aura protecting him nearby, he really didn't know who it was. How could that brat have such a powerful grandfather? The hundred-eyed demon lord thought he was about to win the bet, but this old man's appearance made him lose all confidence. This old man's strength was probably enough to deal with two 17th level Yin Yang realm martial artists. Ling Xiao, just who are you? Feng Fei furrowed her brows as well. Of course she knew that Ling Xiao was Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao was becoming more and more unfathomable to her. Attack together, there's no need to fear that old man. Sora Jingfan's voice was filled with rage. Someone was stopping them from killing Ling Xiao again and again. This was unacceptable. It looks like I'll have to make a move as well. Suddenly, blind girl Zue Linglong, who was sitting by Feng Fei's side, gave a sigh. With a pipa in hand, she flew into the air and began to play a melodious tune that disrupted the Songjing clan's formation. Junior sister. Feng Fei was startled. This junior sister of his had never taken the initiative to help others. It could be said that she was cold by nature, but today she'd actually helped Ling Xiao. He couldn't understand her at all. You're Ling Xiao, and this old man is Hong Qi. You're originally from the Ling clan in Celestial Dragon Continent's Celestial Peak City, right? Zue Linglong asked Ling Xiao as she attacked. That's right. Do we know each other? Ling Xiao felt a little dizzy. He could understand if others helped him, but Zue Linglong had nothing to do with him. Why was she doing this? Then that's right. I owe someone a favor, so I can only pay it back today. Zue Linglong sighed again. It looked like she hadn't planned to get involved in today's affairs, but she'd had no choice but to help out. That's enough. Trifling thieves dare to challenge my Songjing clan. Songjing Fan was covered in wounds from Ji Qing's attacks, but Hong Qi and Zue Linglong were able to stop the Songjing clan's 17th and 16th level Yin Yang cultivators. The rest of them had no advantage against Ling Xiao's group. Faced with this situation, the Songjing clan head, a rebirth realm cultivator, finally lost his patience. Suddenly, a roar rose from the skies. This roar was like a violent storm, causing everyone to feel an enormous pressure. It was as if their hearts were about to burst at any moment. Then, to everyone's horror, they saw a terrifying giant hand coming down from the sky, covering the sky as it pressed towards Ling Xiao and the others. Ling Xiao's finished. He's dead for sure. He's finally pissed that guy off. In the crowd, many people who hated Ling Xiao revealed relaxed smiles. This was because they felt that Ling Xiao had no chance of survival in the face of this terrifying giant hand. Even Ji Qing couldn't save him. All of you, scatter. I'll deal with him. Ling Xiao waved his hand and signaled for the people behind him to get out of the way. His eyes instantly turned scarlet like a demon in the middle of the night. There was no other way. Apart from unsealing the 7 celestial demon kings, he didn't know what else he could do in the face of this terrifying rebirth realm expert. Other means, including the butterfly lady, were not likely to be a match for this fellow. Escape? No one can escape. Behind the gigantic hand, there was a blurry face that was filled with rage and brutality. Those who killed my daughter will die without a complete corpse. At this critical moment, a black sword light suddenly tore through the sky. The sword light was incomparably huge. It attacked the huge hand and actually stabbed it back. Is the rebirth state very strong? Do you really think that no one can stop you? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. One of them held a wine gourd in his left hand and a black longsword in his right. He looked at the sky coldly. Demon wine sword. Ling Xiao was beside himself with joy. He didn't need to use the Celestial Demon King's power to repel the enemy. This was what he wanted to see the most. After all, once he did, it was very likely that he'd be swallowed up and become a true celestial demon. What? It's actually the demon wine sword, the swordsman who took first place at the White Tiger meet 10 years ago? Tianhai Tyranny and Fengfei both revealed looks of shock. A giant drop of blood fell from the sky and landed on the ground. That sword had actually injured the head of the Xianxia clan. Just how terrifying was the demon wine sword? Kill. The demon wine sword brandished his sword again. Terrifying sword chi soared into the clouds and slashed at the distant martial artist. Ah! Another blood-curdling scream was heard. The head of the Xianxia clan couldn't resist the demon wine sword at all. Even Ling Xiao hadn't expected this. It seemed that the demon wine sword couldn't reveal its full strength on the divine phoenix continent because of the rules. Now that it did, it was frightening. Scram! At the same time, Ji Qing sent Song Jingfan flying with a palm strike. Song Jingfan spat up blood and couldn't get to his feet. Ling Xiao was greatly encouraged by the sight. He waved the black sword in his hand and turned into a blur as he flashed among the Xianxia clan martial artists. In the blink of an eye, all the martial artists below the 16th level of the Yinyang realm were killed. Ling Zhao's counterattack had begun. Moreover, it was so terrifying that it felt like he was really going to destroy the Xianxia clan. All of you, stop. The divine envoy from Black Tortoise Sacred Hall finally spoke up. What's wrong, Your Excellency Divine Envoy? You were the one who told us to solve the problem ourselves. Are you unhappy now? Ling Xiao asked coldly as he looked at the Black Tortoise Temple's divine envoy. The demon wine sword, Zui Linglong, and Ji Qing aren't your people, are they? The divine envoy asked. He, the demon wine sword is one of the martial gods of my empire. How is he not one of my people? As for Senior Zui Linglong and Ji Qing, I didn't ask them to help. They joined the battle themselves. How can you blame me for that? Ling Zhao's voice was filled with sarcasm. No matter what, today's battle is already unfair. Tell the demon wine sword to stop fighting. Otherwise, you won't be able to clean up the mess if you anger the other 3 clans. The divine envoy shouted sternly. Let them come. At most, I'll start a massacre on behalf of His Majesty and eradicate the 4 clans. The demon wine sword said domineeringly in the sky. It was as if he didn't take the 4 clans seriously at all. Tell the Xianxia clan to scram and never step into the Xianxia Sacred Hall again. Then, I'll tell Senior Demon Wine Sword to stop. Although the Demon Wine Sword was very brave, Ling Xiao knew that even if the Demon Wine Sword wasn't afraid of the 4 clans, the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall behind the 4 clans was definitely not to be trifled with. If anything happened to the Demon Wine Sword, they would all die. They could take a breather here and take advantage of the situation. That's impossible. An angry voice came from afar. However, this voice was followed by a blood-curdling scream. All right, this divine envoy agrees. From today onwards, the Xianxia Sacred Hall will belong to you. Everyone from the Xianxia clan will leave. In the sky, the divine envoy of the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall was silent for a moment before agreeing. The demon wine sword was too strong. He wasn't qualified to intimidate the demon wine sword unless he invited a stronger expert from the Sacred Hall. However, that would make things worse. This was not something the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall wanted to see. What the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall wanted to see the White Tiger gathering go smoothly. He had also thought about it. After the White Tiger gathering, it wouldn't be too late to gather the 4 clans and make trouble for Ling Zhao's group. The moment he said this, the person in the distance didn't say anything. Evidently, he had tacitly agreed. All right, I believe in the divine envoy's promise. Senior Demon Wine Sword, please stop. Ling Xiao shouted into the sky. Yes, Your Majesty. The Demon Wine Sword returned to Ling Zhao's side, standing there like a demonic sword god. When he said that he would kill the 4 clans, it was just empty talk. If they really fought, although he could win, both sides would suffer. The Liquor Demon Sword stopped attacking. The Black Tortoise Temple's divine envoy heaved a sigh of relief. Although the temple was supreme, he was just an envoy. To put it bluntly, he was just an errand boy. His cultivation was only at the half-step rebirth realm. In the outside world, this level of cultivation was unparalleled except for those in the rebirth realm. However, it was nothing in the Black Tortoise Temple. He had no chance of winning against the Liquor Demon sword. Since Ling Xiao gave him face, it meant that he was still afraid of the Black Tortoise Temple's power. Songjing knew, you can take your men and leave the Songjing Temple, right? The divine envoy looked back into the distance and asked indifferently. Yes, sir. Songjing Nu was the patriarch of the Songjing family. His cultivation was much stronger than the divine envoy's, but he did not dare to disobey the divine envoy's words. This was because the divine envoy was backed by the even more terrifying Black Tortoise Temple. He could not afford to offend them. Very good. The divine envoy nodded. He then looked at the crowd and said, there's no need to continue watching the liveliness here. Tomorrow morning, there will be a Black Wind Canyon in the extreme lightning place. Those who have the courage and the qualifications should prepare to participate in the Purgatory Blood Battle in the Black Wind Canyon. After saying that, he turned and flew away. He was probably going back to report what had happened here to the temple. Black Wind Canyon, Purgatory Blood Battle, the White Tiger meet was finally about to officially begin. The participants from the 4 great empires and the Jingyi school were all excited. Basically, everyone who was qualified to participate in the White Tiger meet was here. The divine envoy saved a lot of trouble and did not need to advertise everywhere. Senior Liquor Demon Sword, what's going on? Isn't the White Tiger meet jointly organized by the 4 great empires and the Jingyi school? Why is there a Black Tortoise Temple here? Ling Xiao frowned and asked the Liquor Demon Sword. Also, what's the status and strength of this divine envoy in the Black Tortoise Temple? What's his ranking? The Liquor Demon Sword took a sip of wine and said indifferently, the White Tiger meet was jointly organized by the 4 great empires and the Jingyi school. They are in charge of the specific work and even the participants are chosen by them. However, the Black Tortoise Temple has the final say. Moreover, in general, the most outstanding cultivators in the White Tiger meet would be selected to enter the Black Tortoise Temple. Of course, you can refuse, but what you will face will be endless pursuit. What a tyrannical Black Tortoise Temple. From what you said, aren't they more powerful than the Jingyi school? Ling Xiao said with a frown. That's not necessarily true. The Jingyi school is a group of old foxes. Their true strength has never been exposed. Perhaps they have been waiting for an opportunity to bring down the Black Tortoise Temple. However, this has nothing to do with you. Your mission is to survive the White Tiger Storm meet. Regardless of whether I can get a good ranking or not, there will be a great improvement. The Liquor Demon Sword shook its head. Alright, I understand. Thank you for your reminder, Senior. Also, you asked about the Divine Envoy. I can only tell you that he is just an errand boy in the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall. The Liquor Demon Sword laughed. However, this nonchalant answer left Ling Xiao incomparably shocked. In the end, a half-step to Rebirth Realm martial artist was only an errand boy in Black Tortoise Sacred Palace. He might not be at the bottom, but he was definitely below average. How terrifying was the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall? Haha, speaking of which, your decision just now was very wise. It is not wise to go against the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall at this time. The Liquor Demon Sword laughed. I am confident that I can kill the patriarchs of the 4 great families, but I don't have the ability to contend with the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall. Then why did the Divine Envoy suddenly give in? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. He didn't give in. He just didn't dare to ruin the Sacred Hall's mission. The mission given to him by the Sacred Hall is definitely not to deal with us, but to ensure that the White Tiger Storm meet proceeds smoothly. The Liquor Demon Sword shook its head. Now that you mention it, I understand. Ling Xiao nodded, and the doubts in his heart were completely dispelled. Liquor Demon Sword. Ling Xiao. You wait, I will go to the Sacred Hall to complain. Although I can't deal with you during the White Tiger Storm meet, after the White Tiger Storm meet, if you are still alive, I will definitely take back my Sora family's territory. Sora Nu had several sword wounds on his body, which were all caused by the Liquor Demon Sword. The reason why he dared to speak like this now was that he felt that the Liquor Demon Sword and Ling Xiao did not dare to go against the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall. If you don't leave, I will definitely kill you. The Liquor Demon Sword suddenly pulled out a black longsword, and a terrifying sword chi locked onto Sora Nu. Sora Nu was so frightened that he hurriedly rose into the air. The Sora family's martial artists also broke through the air and left. Before leaving, they all glared fiercely at Xiao. They would definitely come back for revenge. This was what they meant. Xiao had led people to kill so many people from the Sora family this time, and even occupied the Sora sacred hall. This was a great humiliation. If they could not take revenge, their Sora family would never be able to raise their heads. Others might not be familiar with the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall, but they were very clear about it. The Black Tortoise Sacred Hall was unwilling to help them deal with Xiao now because they did not want the White Tiger meat to fall into chaos. After the White Tiger meat ended, they would definitely ask the Sacred Hall's experts to help deal with the Liquor Demon Sword. Then, they would have absolute confidence in killing Xiao. After all, the Sacred Hall was filled with experts from their 4 great families. One of them was their Sora family's eldest young master, who was also the elder brother of the eldest young lady killed by Xiao. However, Xiao did not react to these people's angry gazes at all. After a long time, he suddenly grinned and said, "This is too fun. The Black Tortoise Sacred Hall actually has such a powerful place. Looks like my strength is still not enough, far from enough." Next, he would put all his thoughts on the White Tiger meat. After the White Tiger meat ended, he believed that his cultivation would definitely be stronger than it was now. At that time, whether to leave or stay, it would not be too late to decide. Xiao did not notice that when the spectators looked at him, their gazes were filled with jealousy. That's right, jealousy, not fear. They were not afraid of Xiao, but of the people behind Xiao. 1 Hongqi, 1 Liquor Demon Sword. Just these 2 people were enough to look down on them all. I can't let this guy grow any stronger. I must kill him in the Purgatory Blood Battle. Tyranny Tianhai seemed to have seen the tragedy of Phoenix Kraichi Mountain. He gritted his teeth and turned to leave. "Let's go, Crown Princess. We will go to the Myriad Lightning Desolate Grounds Black Wind Canyon. Tomorrow was the first battle of the White Tiger meat, Purgatory Blood Battle. Even Heavenly Ocean Tyranny had to make preparations first. They had to familiarize themselves with the terrain. After all, it was their first time here. They did not even know where Black Wind Canyon was in the Myriad Lightning Desolate Ground. By now, Sun Lingchan, Mu Wanchuang, and Hong Yu had regained consciousness as well. Seeing that Xiao was fine, they all exhaled in relief. Although they didn't know what had happened, it was good that they hadn't delayed things. Let's go as well. Feng Fei gave Xiao a deep look, then sighed softly before rising to his feet to head for Black Wind Canyon. The 100-eyed demon lord glanced at Jun Maching and said, "I lost the bet. Don't worry, I'll make sure you don't die in the Purgatory Blood Battles." Then he took to the skies as well. In a flash, the number of spectators dwindled. To them, watching a good show couldn't compare to the White Tiger meat. Moreover, the Purgatory Blood Battles were likely to be the cruelest of the 3 battles. If they couldn't prepare ahead of time, then they could only wait for their deaths. "Master, are we going as well?" Cold Plum asked. "No rush. All of you, come with me. I didn't want the Songjing Shrine to humiliate the Songjing clan, but because it has special benefits." Xiao was in no hurry to head for Black Wind Canyon. In any case, the competition would start tomorrow, so they could go sooner or later. He didn't believe that going early would give them any advantage. To gain an advantage, he had to raise everyone's strength first. That was the key. "I'll have to trouble Senior Ji Qing, Senior Wine Demon Sword, and Grandfather to stand guard." Xiao looked at the 3 of them and said, "All right." All 3 of them replied simply. The Wine Demon Sword and Hong Qi didn't need to be mentioned. As for Ji Qing, his daughter was one of them, so of course he had to help. Xiao smiled, then led Dan Feng, Long Chen, Feng Minglian, Ji Luoyu, Cold Plum, Lu Lian, Blue Snow, Mou, and Zhu Xiaotsong into the depths of the Songjing Shrine. Xiao had already studied the Songjing Shrine while he was outside, but he only had a rough understanding. Now that he had entered the Songjing Temple, he had a deeper understanding of this place. The Songjing Temple was definitely one of the array gates of the Myriad Lightning Immortal Slaying Formation. While it was used to maintain the Myriad Lightning Immortal Slaying Formation, it could also absorb a large amount of pure immortal power from it. This was an existence of a higher level than spiritual power. If used for cultivation, it would be 10 times more effective. It was no wonder that the Aoi family could produce so many masters. Although there wasn't much time left until the Purgatory Blood battle tomorrow, to Ling Xiao, if he could raise everyone's realm, it would greatly increase their chances of survival. The enemy was getting stronger and stronger, so they couldn't just stay where they were. After studying it for a while, Ling Xiao finally found the location of the array door. Then, with the cooperation of his master, the Yuan Venerate, he used the array door to set up a qi gathering array. Everyone sat in the qi gathering array and began to cultivate. In that instant, Longchen suddenly cried out. He, who was originally on the verge of breaking through, actually managed to break through just by touching a little bit of immortal qi. Actually, it wasn't just him. When Ling Xiao came into contact with the immortal qi, he felt his own cultivation rising at a terrifying speed. He had just broken through to the early stage of the 13th level of the Yin-Yang realm, yet he had actually broken through to the mid-stage of the 13th level of the Yin-Yang realm after just touching it. This immortal qi was really too pure and very rich. It wouldn't be enough even if hundreds of people were to enjoy it together. Ling Xiao didn't know what others were thinking, but Ling Xiao was certain that he had definitely picked up a treasure this time. His decision to kick the Aoi family out of this place had been right. Perhaps even Aoi knew and the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall Divine Envoy hadn't expected that Ling Xiao would be able to discover the secret of the myriad lightning immortal slaying formation and find the location of the array door. After all, not everyone was an array master. Everyone, focus on cultivating. Don't think too much. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and reminded everyone when he saw that everyone seemed to be very excited. All right. Everyone nodded and closed their eyes to focus on cultivating. At the same time, Aoi Nu had already stepped into a building that didn't seem to exist on land. He knelt in the huge hall, trembling with fear. He didn't dare to look at the high and mighty figures. Aoi Nu, we already know about what happened to you. For the sake of the white tiger meat, we've let you suffer some grievances. After the meat is over, let your son go with you to seek revenge. The Sacred Hall's reply was very simple, but it filled Aoi Nu with gratitude. As long as the Sacred Hall was willing to say something like that, it was undoubtedly supporting him. That was enough. You may leave. Yes, Master. Aoi Nu walked out of the Sacred Hall. The other 3 clan leaders were already waiting there. Brother Aoi, our 4 great clans have always been united. This time is no exception. After the white tiger meet, we'll kill Ling Xiao with you. The patriarchs of the other 3 great clans had the same thought. Ling Xiao is nothing to worry about. He has too many enemies, so he probably won't survive the white tiger meet. That alcohol demon sword, on the other hand, is more difficult to deal with. When the time comes, the 4 of us will work together to delay him while my son kills him. How about it? Aoi Nu had never thought much of Ling Xiao. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was just an insignificant figure. If not for the alcohol demon sword, Ling Xiao would be a corpse by now. As he said, Ling Xiao had plenty of enemies. Tian Hai Tyranny and the Crown Prince Consort wanted him dead, the Wind Demon Sword wanted him dead, Feng Fei didn't want him to live either, because the 100-eyed demon monarch had lost the bet to Jun Mo Qing. He felt that Ling Xiao had made him lose face. He also wanted Ling Xiao to die. There were also a few martial artists who'd received orders from the White Horse Kingdom, Sky Demon Sect, and Water Spirit Hall to kill Ling Xiao in the Purgatory Blood battles. In other words, Ling Xiao was surrounded by danger. Ling Xiao didn't know any of this. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. His favorite thing was to have all his enemies gathered in one place. That way, it'd be easier for him to clean them all up. He'd have to deal with Water Spirit Hall, Sky Demon Sect, and White Horse Kingdom sooner or later. There was also that Wind Demon Sword. He had to kill him. The Purgatory Blood battles had given him such a good chance. It'd be a pity if he didn't seize it. While Ling Xiao and the rest were cultivating in the Aoi Shrine, the geniuses from the 4 great empires and the 5 great factions of the Jingyi sect all rushed to Blackwind Canyon. They were prepared to wait here until the Purgatory Blood battles began tomorrow. For martial artists, this wasn't much. It didn't matter how long they had to wait. Of course, the Black Tortoise Shrine had also taken into account that there would be many spectators. Every spectator who entered the 10,000 lightning desolate grounds would have to pay a set amount of mid-grade spirit stones. After all, a powerful faction couldn't lack financial resources. Sects that knew how to make money were often the strongest. Despite the exorbitant fees, many spectators still arrived at the 10,000 lightning desolate grounds to pay the spirit stones and rush to Blackwind Canyon. Blackwind Canyon was a very special place. Strange black winds blew here all year round, hence the name of the canyon. Within Blackwind Canyon, there were 16 eye-catching cave residences. Not only could these residences avoid being hit by the black winds, but they also had abundant immortal chi for cultivation and rest. This would be the key to everyone's competition when the purgatory blood battles began tomorrow. Because the black winds blew for a long time, a martial artist's body would be tainted by the black winds and gradually sealed by the terrifying black energy. You couldn't use any of your internal energy or spirit energy. Only your physical strength could be maintained. In addition to these 16 cave mansions, there were also some inconspicuous caves on the cliffs of the canyon. They were densely packed and could temporarily accommodate 1 or 2 cultivators to hide from the black wind. Of course, hiding was only temporary. When the purgatory blood battles truly began, everyone would have to endure the baptism of the black winds. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to gain any benefits in the purgatory blood battles. It was up to the competitors to decide. This cave isn't bad. We can borrow it to rest. Tianhai Tyranny was the first to reach Blackwind Canyon and took one of the residences. The Crown Prince Consort took the other. Resting in this cave abode would be of great help to the purgatory blood battle tomorrow. The Sacred Sword of Wind Fiend wanted to enter one of the residences as well, but was sent flying by a sudden palm strike. You dare to take this cave with just you? Get lost. The speaker was the 100-eyed demon lord, Wu Long. He had taken over the third cave abode. Feng Fei smiled and took one as well. After them were Zui Linglong, Sir Heavenly Wolf, Silver Wolf Princess, Fairy Qingqiu, Qingqiu Lihua, Lei Lai, Lei Tun, and Lei Meng. These 13 people each occupied 13 of the cave abodes, leaving the remaining 3 unoccupied. Since no one's taking it, I, Sun Lingchan, will take one. Sun Lingchan was planning to take one of the caves to rest. In any case, all the competitors would want to enter the depths of Blackwind Canyon once the purgatory blood battles began. There were only 2 uses for a good cave right now. The first was to rest well. The second was to show off one's strength. But since 3 of the residences were unoccupied, Sun Lingchan hoped to rest more comfortably. She tore through the air and occupied the 14th cave abode. Since she had taken action, Mu Wanshuang would not fall behind. Thus, Mu Wanshuang occupied the 15th cave abode. The last cave residence was occupied by Jun Emoqing of the Jingyi school. Even though this person had lost miserably to tyrannical heavenly seas, his strength wasn't weak. Since he dared to occupy this cave, he naturally had confidence. Of course, he was confident, but others might not be convinced by him. Sun Lingchan, Mu Wanshuang, and Jun Moqing were challenged several times. However, the challengers were all heavily injured and forced to retreat. If it weren't for the rule stating that no one was allowed to kill before the start of the competition, none of these challengers would have survived. After these few challenges, everyone knew how strong these 3 people were. Thus, they stopped challenging them and chose to rest in their own caves. At the same time, countless cultivators rushed to Blackwind Canyon. The highest point of the canyon was the place to watch the battle. How many interesting things one could see would depend on one's own ability. The Black Tortoise Temple was just an arrangement. Ling Xiao didn't come? Sun Lingchan glanced at Mu Wanshuang and asked. How would I know if he's coming or not? Why should I care about others? Mu Wanshuang closed her eyes and recuperated, preparing for tomorrow's battle. Sun Lingchan looked into the distance and sighed helplessly. If Ling Xiao came late, there wouldn't even be a cave to rest in. What should they do then? After all, there was a limit to the number of caves. If they couldn't enter, they could only stay with the audience. It definitely wouldn't be as comfortable as resting in a cave filled with immortal chi. Time passed by minute. The sky was completely dark, but Ling Xiao and the others still hadn't appeared. That guy couldn't have slipped away, right? In the audience, the temple master of Water Spirit Temple, Tianhai Mingyue, asked the King of White Horse with a gloomy face. If that's the case, our arrangements will be wasted. We spent a lot of spirit stones just to find someone to kill that guy. The King of White Horse's expression wasn't good either. Don't worry, that guy will definitely come. He dared to kill his way to the Sora family. Are you afraid that he won't come here to die? The one who spoke was a young woman. She was probably in her early 30s. Looking at her clothes, one could tell that she was a martial artist from the Heavenly Demon cult. That's true. Anyway, the competition hasn't started yet. I don't believe that he won't come tomorrow. Therefore, the three of them waited with their eyes wide open for the whole night. However, Ling Xiao still didn't show up. Even his friends didn't show up. The next morning, there was still half an hour before the blood battle of purgatory began. A group of martial artists finally flew over from the horizon. If the leader was not Ling Xiao, who else could it be? On Ling Xiao's left and right stood the Liquor Demon Sword and Hong Qi. These two would definitely come. Ling Xiao was now the target of public criticism. They weren't afraid of martial artists of the same cultivation level coming to cause trouble. They were afraid that the patriarchs of the four major families, the rebirth state experts, would come to cause trouble for Ling Xiao. At that time, they would have to take action. Black Wind Canyon really lives up to its name. Ling Xiao stepped through the air and looked down. Inside the canyon, fierce winds raged. Moreover, the wind was black in color, giving people a feeling of dread. That's right. It's said that no matter who falls into Black Wind Canyon, their cultivation will quickly be sealed. They won't even be able to use their internal energy or soul force. Ji Luoyu said fearfully. They actually chose this place to hold the first blood battle of purgatory. Interesting. Ling Xiao had been thinking about what to do if he joined the blood battle of purgatory and encountered Tianhai tyrannical ambition or Feng Fei. After all, there was still a huge gap between his cultivation and that of the other two. But now, he wasn't worried at all. If his internal energy and soul force were sealed, it would be an advantage for him. Master, all 16 cave residences already have owners. All the caves have already been occupied. What should we do? Leng Mei looked over and asked. Will it affect anything? Ling Xiao asked. I don't know. Even Sun Lingchan doesn't know the rules of the blood battle of purgatory in detail. I'm afraid only the people from Black Tortoise Temple know. Ji Luoyu shook her head. Since you don't know, then have someone else give it up. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. This was the blood battle of purgatory, not a place to talk about etiquette. There was less than half an hour until the White Tiger meets blood battle of purgatory. But he felt that those caves weren't simple. They couldn't have been placed there for no reason. Snatching them was better than nothing. Ling Xiao jumped and appeared in front of Lord Emoqing. Move aside, this place is mine. He looked at Lord Emoqing indifferently. Among the 16 people, only Sun Lingchan, Mu Wanshuang, and Lord Emoqing were weak. Sun Lingchan and Mu Wanshuang were his benefactors, so he couldn't rob them. If he wanted to rob them, he could only rob Lord Emoqing's cave. What if I don't? Lord Emoqing was afraid of Tyranny Heavenly Ocean, but he wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao had a spectacular performance before, why would he be afraid? His cultivation was much higher than Ling Xiao's, reaching the 17th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Although he was only at the early stage, Ling Xiao definitely couldn't handle him. If you don't move aside, then I'll have to attack. Ling Xiao smiled. His smile let everyone know that he wasn't a nice guy. On the contrary, he was a truly domineering heavenly emperor. Get lost. Lord Emoqing pulled out his sword and pointed it at Ling Xiao, shouting coldly. Ling Xiao shook his head. With a wave of his hand, Ice's fury appeared in his hand. The heavy sword had no edge. This Ice's fury looked more like a heavy stick, emitting a gloomy chill. Ling Xiao, don't be rash. There's no benefit in being heavily injured at this time. Sun Lingchan reminded. Thank you for your reminder, Miss Sun, but I know what to do. Of course, he knew what to do. Otherwise, he wouldn't have challenged Lord Emoqing. You're courting death. Lord Emoqing's sword shook and charged towards Ling Xiao. The terrifying sword light tore apart the black wind in the canyon and stabbed towards Ling Xiao's heart at an extremely fast speed. He obviously wouldn't kill Ling Xiao, but he had to heavily injure Ling Xiao and teach him a lesson. Just like the few arrogant people he had taught a lesson to yesterday afternoon. You and I have no enmity, so I won't kill you. Lose. I'll buy you that terrifying sword attack against Lord Mo Qing. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared. His current strength was actually comparable to Jun Mo Qing's. If he wanted to take down the other party quickly, a head-on battle was definitely unrealistic. Therefore, he chose to use a little trick, which was to use the 10,000 gate formation to appear behind Jun Mo Qing and blast him out of the cave. Jun Mo Qing steadied himself in midair and stared at Ling Xiao for a long time. Then, he turned and left. The strong preyed on the weak, this was the profound world. He had lost to Ling Xiao. Although it wasn't a miserable defeat, he could see that his opponent had set up a strange formation in front of the cave, which was impossible for him to break. Instead of wasting time, it was better to challenge other caves. Just as Ling Xiao and Jun Mo Qing were deciding the outcome of the battle, Dan Feng and the others had also defeated their enemies. In just one night, everyone's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Everyone got the cave they wanted. Of course, Jun Mo Qing also managed to snatch a cave. The weak ones were chased out. No one felt that there was anything wrong with this. Even those people who were chased away also felt that this was very normal. This was the profound world, the world of martial artists. Instead of wanting to make others sympathize, might as well become strong themselves. Who are those people? Why are they so overbearing? In the crowd, there were many people who did not recognize Ling Xiao and the rest at all and opened their mouths to ask. Don't know, definitely unfamiliar faces. The people who knew Ling Xiao were really not many. After all, this was the White Tiger continent. They are Heavenly Dynasty Empire's martial artists. Remember their faces. There will definitely be a place for them in the White Tiger gathering. Fan Ruohai smiled slightly and revealed Ling Xiao and the rest's identities. Heavenly Dynasty Empire? Never heard of it. Seems to be a small country on the Heavenly Dragon continent. I didn't expect that it could actually give birth to such experts too. Really not easy. No matter who they are, being so eye-catching, they definitely won't have a good outcome later. People would develop a deep jealousy towards the sudden rise of unknown people, hoping that such people would encounter trouble. This was human nature. However, their words clearly did not affect the people participating in the gathering. At this moment, the sky above Blackwind Canyon was filled with people's heads. If one looked down from the sky, it would really look like a dense group of ants. The White Tiger gathering 10 years ago did not have this kind of influence at all. The Jiao sword smiled. Yes, 10 years ago, the mountain and river martial soul did not appear again. The bloodlines and martial souls of the geniuses were still in a deep sleep. Of course, this gathering is different. Hongqi also nodded and said. It wouldn't be wrong to say that this was the most special, lively, and influential White Tiger storm meet so far. An expert is coming. The Jiao sword suddenly looked into the distance. A vortex appeared out of thin air above Blackwind Canyon. 6 figures stepped out of the vortex. 5 of the figures were more familiar to the martial artists of the White Tiger continent. They were the state advisors of the Tianhai Empire, Yuelang Empire, Silver Fox Empire, and White Tiger Empire, as well as the left protector of the Jingyi school. They were all first-class experts. Only the 6th figure felt unfamiliar to them. This person was dressed in a long black robe. He had no beard, and his black hair was draped behind his head. He did not look young, but his face was very young. There was a black tortoise pattern on his clothes. This was the attire that only the higher-ups of the Black Tortoise Temple were qualified to wear. He was much more powerful than the divine envoy from before. Many martial artists did not dare to look directly at him just by standing there, for fear that their gazes would offend him. That person stood in the void and looked at the crowd indifferently. He gave off a feeling of superiority, as if he was a god. It was not disdain, but as if he did not care about anything. This was a true expert. Let me introduce you first. This is the venerable of the 13 halls of the Black Tortoise Temple on the White Tiger continent, Lawless. he will be the chief judge of the Purgatory Blood Battle. The one who stood up to make the introduction was the left protector of the Jingyi school. This person was very famous on the White Tiger continent, so it was naturally better for him to make the introduction. Seeing that the left protector of the Jingyi school was respectful to this person, both the spectators and the participants were suspicious. After all, there were only a few people who knew about the Black Tortoise Temple, so they were very surprised. Moreover, this name was too domineering. He was actually called Lawless. However, even though people had countless questions, no one dared to speak out loud. No matter who this person was, his strength was absolutely unquestionable, and no one dared to be disrespectful to him. Lawless did not explain anything. He just looked indifferently in the direction of the Black Wind Canyon and said, "It seems that some people have comprehended some rules." Very good. Everyone was even more confused by his words. However, he continued to say, "The 4 great empires and the Jingyi school have a total of 155 participants. Well, they are all here. Very well, next, I will tell you the rules. Listen carefully, I will only say it once." Hearing his words, all the participants quieted down and pricked up their ears to listen. Lawless told all the contestants that he would only say it once, and that meant he would only say it once. It was definitely not a joke. Under such circumstances, no one dared to be negligent. Everyone pricked up their ears and listened carefully, fearing that they would miss a single word. There is only one rule in Black Wind Canyon's Purgatory Blood Battle, and that is to survive for 6 hours. After 6 hours, those who survived would be considered to have passed the battle. Of course, the process will not be that boring. Because each of you will receive a set of martial arts manuals provided by Black Tortoise Temple. These martial arts manuals are all incomplete pieces of intermediate jade grade martial arts. If you want to practice these martial arts, you will have to snatch the incomplete pieces from others, or rely on the incomplete pieces to find a fortuitous encounter in Black Wind Canyon. Intermediate jade grade martial arts are the best martial arts that Yin Yang realm warriors can practice. It is also the most suitable martial arts for low-level rebirth realm warriors. I think you all know how important it is, so I won't say more. In short, it is a martial art that can change your fate. If you seize the opportunity, you might be able to transform completely. If you miss the opportunity, you will either face death or achieve nothing. These words caused all the participating martial artists to suddenly become nervous. Intermediate jade grade martial arts. Even Ling Xiao was looking forward to it. Although he had the light shadow profound, and martial arts were not that useful to him, martial arts were broad and profound. It would not hurt to have more skills as a reference. After all, it would be a waste not to learn such a strong martial art. It would not be a waste to learn it. Moreover, if it was some kind of secret art, it might be useful. Of course, it was even more important to other warriors. A jade-grade intermediate martial art. This was the hope of many people, to become a carp that leaps over the dragon gate. It was not just a competition, but a great opportunity on the path of martial arts. Also, I'm afraid many of you don't know the situation in Black Wind Canyon. The Black Wind in Black Wind Canyon can seal any warrior below the Rebirth Realm's internal force and soul power for a minute, but you can use the power of the Black Wind to fight. The power of the Black Wind is similar to Yin Yang Yuan force. If you use it well, you will benefit a lot in the future. Lawless's words made many warriors' eyes light up. Many of them looked at Ling Xiao, especially the sacred sword of the Wind Demon. From his point of view, he was inferior to Ling Xiao in terms of internal energy and soul power. Within Black Wind Canyon, Ling Xiao was unable to use his internal force and spiritual force. Thus, if he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, the impossible had become an absolute possibility. In fact, there were many people who had similar thoughts. Originally, many martial artists who were already willing to be cannon fodder were also eager to give it a try. In any case, no one could use their internal energy or soul force, so cultivation was meaningless. Instead, talent and comprehension became the key. Whoever could comprehend the mysteries of the Black Wind force first would have the chance to be the winner. Of course, experience and the use of martial techniques would also be crucial. The more actual combat experience one had, the more advantage one would have. This made Ling Xiao secretly happy, and his worry for his friends lessened a lot. In terms of actual combat experience, he did not believe that those martial artists from aristocratic families could compare with his friends. His friends were basically people who had experienced battles and climbed out from piles of corpses. Only Hong Yu and Blue Snow were slightly inferior. However, Hong Yu had Jun Macho's protection. As long as Blue Snow was by his side, there would be no problem. Lastly, there is one more point, which is also the key point. I found out that many people have already occupied caves and caves. Those who occupy caves early will have half of the martial techniques in their hands. Those who occupy caves early will have a quarter of the martial techniques in their hands. Those who do not occupy caves and caves will only have a fifth of the martial techniques in their hands. This is the advantage of those who are smart. Lala smiled faintly and waved his hand. More than 100 books flew out from his hand and flew towards all the contestants. The participants all reached out to grab them. Only then did they realize that the so-called martial technique books were actually memory metal. There were half, a quarter, and a fifth of the martial technique book stored in them. The participants of the Purgatory Blood Battle would probably risk their lives to fight for these books. Even friends who seemed to be very close on normal days could become real enemies. This was the huge temptation of benefits. Alright, I have finished explaining the rules. There are still 5 minutes before the Purgatory Blood Battle officially begins. Get ready. Lawless closed his eyes and seemed to be silently counting the time. 5 minutes later, he waved his hand and said, "Go, young geniuses." Even the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall has not fully understood the Lightning Extreme Ground. What exactly exists in Blackwind Canyon, no one is completely sure. Perhaps you will have a good opportunity to encounter treasures and opportunities that are even more tempting than the martial techniques in your hands. Don't miss the chance to change your fate. His words were impassioned and impassioned. Ling Xiao could roughly understand some of the content from his words. The Black Tortoise Sacred Hall had probably been researching the Lightning Extreme Ground all this time. That was probably why they were able to create so many powerful individuals. Perhaps there really was an excellent opportunity in the Lightning Extreme Ground that everyone was looking forward to. Of course, there were dangers. However, the chances were greater. Blue Snow, let's go. Ling Xiao did not wait. He grabbed Blue Snow's hand and jumped into Blackwind Canyon. He was looking forward to this adventure. Let's go too. Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean soared into the air and instantly fell into Blackwind Canyon. Blackwind Canyon was bleak and desolate. After entering, not a single person could be seen. The spectating martial artists were somewhat anxious. They were mainly worried that they would only see a scene of black wind after paying so much for the tickets. Everyone, don't worry. You will be able to see the complete battle scene in a moment. The left protector of the Jingyi school smiled. Then, Lawless raised his hand, and a bag appeared in his hand. Countless small insects flew out of the bag. It's the Thousand-Eyed Insect. This is a type of insect that can directly transmit real-time images to the crystal screen. Someone in the crowd recognized these insects and began to cheer. At the very least, they could see the exciting scenes through the crystal screen. As the Thousand-Eyed Insect entered Blackwind Canyon, the other participants also entered the battlefield. Unexpectedly, no one was willing to stay. There were 155 participants, and not a single one was missing. These people were worthy of being the elites of the 5 great factions. They were all courageous fellows. Quick, look at the big screen. What existed in the sky was not a crystal screen. Instead, it was an illusion created using some kind of secret technique. However, this illusion actually reproduced all the scenes in Blackwind Canyon in an incomparably realistic manner. Every movement of every martial artist could be seen so clearly. Hee, Ling Xiao really knows how to flirt. Why did he bring a little girl with him? Hongqi couldn't help but laugh when he saw Ling Xiao in the illusion. And every girl is special. That little girl is probably the same as Long Chen, a descendant of the Dragon Clan. She has the true bloodline of the Dragon Clan. The Demon Liquor Sword took a sip of wine and said, "What do you think? Do you have confidence in Ling Xiao? Isn't that nonsense? How can my grandson fail here?" Hongqi smiled. He had always believed in Ling Xiao. Interesting black wind power. Less than a minute after Ling Xiao stepped into the Black Wind Canyon, he felt that his internal strength and soul power were completely sealed. This Black Wind power seems to have some kind of special sealing effect. It's really subtle. However, his physical strength still exists. After all, it's something that he was born with. It's impossible to deprive him of his vision and hearing. However, Ling Xiao doesn't plan to use this power. At least not under normal circumstances. He wants to figure out what the Black Wind power is. Maybe he can get some benefits from it. Big brother, they've all come down. Blue Snow felt that the 100 or so streams of energy suddenly disappeared one by one. This means that these people have entered the Black Wind Canyon. Like the two of them, they are stronger than ordinary people in terms of body, talent, and comprehension. Whoever could comprehend the power of the Black Wind first would have the advantage. Ling Xiao tried to use the Tai Chi Eye and found that it didn't have any effect. However, he couldn't use the three-leaf magic eyes. He thought for a moment. The Tai Chi Eye is an extension of the martial spirit's ability. It's the door to the martial spirit's ability. Perhaps in the entire profound world, it would be impossible for anyone to seal the tyrannical martial spirit. With the Tai Chi Eye, the Black Wind power is nothing to Ling Xiao. First level martial vein realm. What a familiar feeling. Ling Xiao smiled. If he can't use his internal strength, his cultivation is basically zero. Then, after mastering the Black Wind power, it's equivalent to starting from the beginning. Second level martial vein stage. Ling Xiao's cultivation speed was extremely fast. With the help of the Tai Chi Eye, he really had a lot of advantages. However, he didn't help Blue Snow. Blue Snow had to ponder and comprehend these things on her own. There was no point in him helping her. As long as Blue Snow wasn't in mortal danger, he wouldn't help her. However, this little girl Blue Snow was indeed powerful enough. As expected of a descendant of the dragon race, her talent was astonishing and terrifying. When Ling Xiao's cultivation broke through to the third level of the martial vein stage, she began to control the power of the Black Wind. He was promoted to the first level of the martial vein realm. Looks like the two of us are the first to enter. We've really taken advantage of the situation. Ling Xiao smiled and continued to comprehend the power of the Black Wind. But at this moment, an extremely strong sense of crisis suddenly struck him. He grabbed Blue Snow's hand and dashed away. Perhaps it was because he had gotten used to the strength of the Yin-Yang realm, but under the martial vein realm, his speed was ridiculously slow. Fortunately, they managed to avoid that dangerous attack. Boom, they hid in the dark and looked back. There was actually a huge lion walking through the pitch-black wind. It was 7 to 8 meters tall. If they had been slapped down by its claws, they could have gone to meet their dead enemies. How terrifying. We're only martial vein realm cultivators now, but these ferocious beasts are all at the Yin-Yang realm. What's there to play? Ling Xiao cursed under his breath. Then, he analyzed, I reckon that we can't stay in one place for a long time to cultivate the power of the Black Wind. Otherwise, ferocious beasts will come out and we'll lose our lives if we're not careful. Damn it, this Black Tortoise Sacred Palace's assessment is too depressing. Not only do they have to let these 155 geniuses kill each other, but there are also a large number of powerful ferocious beasts waiting to enjoy the delicacies at any time. Big Brother's analysis is right. Looks like we have to leave. Blue Snow nodded and said in agreement. Ah. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly heard a miserable shriek. In the sky, a thick smell of blood came over. It turned out that a cultivator was unlucky. He landed on the lion's head and was swallowed in one gulp. How tragic. I hope it's not them. In this situation, I can't help anyone. Ling Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air. He pulled Blue Snow and ran into the distance. Not long after, another scream was heard. However, this time, the scream seemed to be farther away. It shouldn't have been done by the lion, but by other ferocious beasts. I feel like we're just food that's been thrown down. Ling Xiao shook his head. This feeling was really bad. However, as food, they still had a chance to counterattack. That was to master the power of the Black Wind as soon as possible. Only then could they survive. In another place, Ling Xiao and Blue Snow continued to comprehend the power of the Black Wind. When Ling Zhao's cultivation broke through to the 9th level of the martial vein realm, another terrifying aura attacked. However, this time, Ling Xiao had already calculated the time. When he dodged, he was very calm. "Big brother, there seems to be a teleportation formation here." Blue Snow's voice sounded when Ling Xiao turned around to look at the huge white wolf that attacked him. This piqued his interest. The teleportation formation had clearly been repaired and could be used normally. However, he didn't know where it would teleport them. "Blue Snow, this teleportation formation might very well separate the two of us. You have to be careful. If you encounter danger and can't fight it, just run. Do you remember?" Ling Xiao had studied many ancient teleportation formations. He also had some understanding of the one in front of him. This teleportation formation was a random teleportation formation. It could teleport two people to the same place at the same time. It could also teleport them to different places. Opportunities weren't given out by others. They had to be found by oneself. Although Ling Xiao was worried about Blue Snow, he thought about her talent. As long as she didn't encounter those 13 top geniuses, nothing should happen to her. Therefore, he planned to let Blue Snow find opportunities. He also wanted to find his own opportunities. "Don't worry, big brother. Actually, I already had this idea. If I can't even pass the purgatory blood battle, then I really don't deserve to be your sister." Blue Snow was very confident. It was probably because she had awakened her dragon bloodline. "Let's go." The two of them stepped into the teleportation formation at the same time. After a while, Ling Xiao appeared outside a mysterious cave. To be precise, this should be a cave because there was a name engraved on the cave, Sword Immortal Tomb. Those who dared to call themselves Sword Immortals were definitely human immortals of the Sacred Dynasty. They might not be one of the 12 human immortals, but they were definitely very powerful human immortals. "Indeed, Blue Snow and I have been separated." Ling Xiao frowned. Then, he shook his head and muttered to himself, "Forget it. Everyone has their own future. I can only hope that they survive." What Ling Xiao could do now was to become stronger as soon as possible. This way, he would be able to protect his friends. As for other things, he didn't need to think about them, nor did he have the qualifications to think about them. He lifted his foot and walked towards the entrance of the Sword Immortal Tomb, but as soon as he took a step, he saw a person flying out of the tomb. This person was none other than Xianxia, one of the 4 beasts of the Tianhai Holy Academy. Xianxia was probably the same as him. He had also found a transmission array and was randomly sent here. As for his brothers, they had probably been sent to other places. Xianxia obviously noticed Ling Xiao. At first, he was obviously a little scared and even took a step back. But soon, he seemed to have thought of something and actually revealed a sinister smile. "Haha, it's true that enemies always meet. You killed the head of my 4 beasts, Sun Little Demon Beast, and humiliated the #1 genius of the Tianhai Holy Academy, Wind Demon Sacred Sword. Your subordinates even seriously injured me. I didn't expect that the heavens would be so good to me, actually letting me meet you, my enemy, here." As he spoke, he quickly walked towards Ling Xiao. This guy was emitting a strong murderous aura. Although he tried to hide it, Ling Xiao could still feel it very clearly. Ling Xiao didn't know what benefits this Xianxia had obtained to dare to release murderous aura towards him, but he had been watching this guy vigilantly, his expression unchanged. Because he had enough strength to rely on, facing Xianxia, he wasn't afraid. "I want to thank the Black Tortoise Temple for giving me this opportunity. A nobody like you should have died the first time you went to Tianhai City. Today, I'm here to collect this debt." After saying that, Xianxia suddenly sped up and spat out a dark green long sword from his mouth, stabbing towards Ling Xiao at an extremely precise angle. "What?" At that moment, Ling Xiao felt that Xianxia's cultivation had reached the 1st level of the transcendent realm. How was this possible? He didn't think that Xianxia's talent was stronger than his. And it wasn't just cultivation. Xianxia's sword was obviously a brand new sword skill. This sword skill was actually a mid-jade grade martial art. According to common sense, this was impossible. Because one's cultivation base had not reached the yin-yang realm, it was impossible to use jade martial arts. Ling Xiao was only at the 9th level of the martial vein realm, so he could not use most of his light and shadow profound meaning. He could only use the most basic moves that he had used before. This Xianxia's ability was somewhat illogical. He suddenly looked at the sword immortal tomb behind Xianxia and seemed to have understood something. It seemed like Xianxia's increase in cultivation level and the use of sword skills were all due to what had happened in the sword immortal tomb. The gap between their cultivation bases was a little too big. What's more, the opponent was using a mid-grade jade-grade martial art. It was unlikely for them to win this battle unless they used the power of the Royal Heaven Queen Earth. However, after thinking about it, Ling Xiao gave up. If he used the power of the Imperial Heaven Queen Earth so early, he would lack the opportunity to temper himself. How could he improve if that was the case? Besides, a first-order Transcendent Realm cultivator wasn't too strong in front of him, so he could still give it a try. Unless he was going to die, he would not use his trump card. Xianxia's sword was not only fast, it was also very strange. In an instant, it had reached Ling Xiao's throat. Ling Xiao frowned. He found that even if he opened his Tai Chi eye to catch the flaw in the opponent's sword skill, he could not catch it. This was the gap between them. He dodged to the side. His speed was not slow. Xianxia's sword suddenly produced an illusion, as if a black wind was blowing, which was actually able to temporarily seal his movements. Whoosh! At the crucial moment, Ling Xiao avoided his vitals, but his collar was still pierced by the sword. The terrifying sword chi actually cut his skin, producing a faint trace of blood. A mid-grade jade-grade martial art is indeed powerful. My body is still a mystic world body with the protection of 1200 Royal Heaven Queen Earth cells. He actually managed to injure me. Although it's just a faint trace of blood, it's already very terrifying. Ling Xiao looked at Xianxia with shock in his eyes. Xianxia also seemed a little surprised. You're actually not dead? Want to kill me? It's not that easy. Ling Xiao smiled slightly, his figure speeding up. The movement skill he used was actually the movement skill he cultivated when he was still in Tianfeng City's Ling family, Soaring Cloud Steps. To be honest, this movement skill had already been retired. With the increase of his cultivation, although Soaring Cloud Steps was much more powerful than before, it was still far from the light and shadow profound meaning martial arts. He really did not expect that this old treasure at the bottom of his chest would actually come in handy. His figure rose more than 20 meters in an instant, and he actually stopped in midair. One had to know that a martial vein cultivator could not do this at all. Xianxia stood on the ground, his eyes burning with anger. In terms of movement skill, he was actually not as good as Ling Xiao. Although his cultivation was now at Transcendent Realm first layer, he could not catch up to Ling Xiao's movements. However, in his rage, he thought of a better way to attack. The terrifying long sword pierced through the air. The tail of the long sword was actually flashing with the light of lightning. Its speed was definitely faster than Ling Xiao's Soaring Cloud Steps. Kid, there aren't many chances to kill you. Do you really think I will let you enter the Sword Immortal Tomb? The terrifying sword chi enveloped Ling Xiao. Xianxia was determined to kill Ling Xiao, because he knew best what was inside the Sword Immortal Tomb. If Ling Xiao entered, then his cultivation and sword skills would probably become very strong. At that time, it would be impossible for him to kill Ling Xiao. Are you afraid of my talent? In the sky, Ling Xiao suddenly revealed a smile. He simply turned around and faced the flying long sword without any intention of dodging. Poochie, the long sword pierced Ling Xiao's body. Xianxia's face bloomed with a surprised smile. Idiot, I am afraid of your talent. As long as you are dead, no matter how good your talent is, it is meaningless. Who is the idiot here? You don't seem to have considered the existence of martial spirits, right? Martial spirits were one of the talents of a martial artist. Naturally, it would not be sealed by the black wind of the Black Wind Canyon. Not only the tyrannical martial spirit, but also the other martial spirits. Including the power of the bloodline, it was the same. It could be seen that the Black Tortoise Divine Palace's test was clearly to select the person with the strongest talent and the highest comprehension. Then bloodline and martial spirits were also included. The stupid Xianxia had actually forgotten that he could use martial spirits because he had obtained a bit of good luck in the Sword Immortal Tomb. In the end, Ling Xiao took advantage of the loophole. However, Ling Xiao did not use his Gemini martial spirits to enter the Sword Immortal tomb. Instead, he appeared behind Xianxia. Suddenly, a powerful force condensed and blasted towards Xianxia. Before leaving, he had to take advantage of it. Demon Ox Art. He really missed it. The cultivation of the 9th level martial vein realm struck Xianxia's body. Although it could not kill him, it injured him and sent him flying more than 10 meters away. Taking advantage of the opportunity to injure Xianxia, Ling Xiao stepped into the Sword Immortal tomb. If you have the ability, don't run. The furious Xianxia angrily rushed over. However, he only heard Ling Xiao's last words, "If you have the ability, stay outside and wait." Xianxia thought about it and still felt that this was the best opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Moreover, he had just caused a lot of destruction in the Sword Immortal tomb. Even if Ling Xiao went in and obtained some opportunities, they would definitely be incomplete and could not be compared to his opportunities. "Kid, I'll recuperate here and wait for you to come out and die." Moreover, as long as he can kill Ling Xiao, he can obtain the cultivation technique manual in Ling Xiao's hands. That is half of the intermediate Jade rank martial art. Even if he can't obtain the other half, he can still cultivate it. Above the Black Wind Canyon, the people of the Tianhai Holy Court are staring at the huge illusion screen. The expression on everyone's face is not good. Such a rare opportunity to kill Ling Xiao, Xianxia actually did not seize it. What a waste. The Tianhai Holy Court does not have any good impression of Ling Xiao. Their most talented disciple, the sacred sword of the Wind Devil, was humiliated by Ling Xiao many times and now his reputation is ruined. Sun Xiao, one of the 4 fierce beasts, was killed by Ling Xiao. The other 3 fierce beasts are also unable to recover from the setback. Every time they see Ling Xiao rise, they have a strong sense of anger and helplessness. Because the stronger Ling Xiao is, the more difficult it will be to take revenge. It was not easy to wait for a magical place like the Black Wind Canyon to seal Ling Xiao's internal strength and soul force, allowing Xianxia to have the ability to kill him. But he did not succeed. How can they not be angry and depressed? On the contrary, the demon sword of the Wine Devil and Hong Qi are laughing heartily and even drinking a cup. The two of them are very satisfied with Ling Xiao's performance. To be able to injure the opponent in a weak situation and then calmly enter the Sword Immortal tomb, this is not an easy thing. After entering the Sword Immortal tomb, Ling Xiao discovered that there is a layer of strange light film blocking the Sword Immortal tomb. However, this layer of light film did not have any defensive effect. He used the Taiji Eye to analyze it carefully and discovered that the function of the light film was an alarm. In other words, if someone else came in, the people inside would sense it and make preparations. In this way, it would definitely be very beneficial to the cultivators inside. However, he was also a little confused. Why was Xianxia in such a hurry to leave such a good place? No matter how much he thought about it, Ling Xiao couldn't come up with an answer. Thus, he gave up on this speculation. There was always a way out when the car reached the mountain, and the boat would naturally cross the bridge when it reached the bridge head. Ling Xiao might not have other things, but his ability to adapt to the situation was still quite impressive. He soon discovered that there were 5 doors leading to different directions. The first door had already been opened. Outside this door, there was a corpse lying on the ground. It was clearly a martial artist who participated in the White Tiger Storm meet. Furthermore, he was a martial artist from the Tianhai Empire. Haha, killing each other. This Xianxia did a good job. He even killed someone from the Tianhai Empire. Ling Xiao could imagine that this person was definitely killed by Xianxia. However, there was one thing that he was very concerned about. After this person died, the aura of the power of Black Wind leaked out from his body. However, this power of Black Wind had disappeared without a trace. Did it disperse into the air, or? Ling Xiao frowned again. It seemed that this Black Wind Canyon was very interesting. It was far more interesting than what Lawless had said. Whether it's the same as what I guessed, we'll know when we kill Xianxia later. Ling Xiao smiled and looked at the 5 doors. There were words engraved on the 5 doors. The first door was engraved with Martial Vein Realm. After that, it was the Transcendent Realm, Heaven Realm, Grotto Heaven Realm, and Yin Yang Realm. It was really easy to understand the words engraved on it. Whichever martial artist's cultivation level was able to enter that door. Those with a higher cultivation level could enter the door of a lower cultivation level, but those with a lower cultivation level would definitely not be able to enter the door of a higher cultivation level. The door of the martial vein realm and the door of the transcendent realm had already been opened. It was probably Xianxia's doing. He had a very bad premonition. That guy had most likely caused devastating damage to the inside. Although he guessed so, he still went in to take a look. Sure enough, everything behind these two doors had been destroyed. Xianxia, this guy, was really ruthless. However, could this stump Ling Xiao? He was not a stubborn person. He did not use the power of the Imperial Heaven Queen Earth outside because he did not want to lose the opportunity to train. But now, in order to find an opportunity, why not use it? Just as Ling Xiao was about to use the power of the Imperial Heaven Queen Earth to blast open all the doors behind, he suddenly heard the light membrane's alarm. He hurriedly hid, thinking that someone must have entered. However, after a while, he did not see anyone enter. Only a strange insect flew in. This insect was very small. If not for the Tai Chi eye being open, Ling Xiao really would not have seen it. Thousand-eyed flying insect? F***ck, these black tortoise temple bastards are actually using our life and death battle to make money for people to watch. Ling Xiao was an alchemist, and the thousand-eyed flying insect was also a type of medicine, so he naturally recognized it. Thinking of this, he was very unhappy. They were thrown into a place filled with ferocious beasts, and then they had to let the audience watch. What did they take them for? Die. Ling Xiao suddenly dashed out and punched the thousand-eyed flying insect, smashing it to pieces. At this moment, he used the power of the Imperial Heaven Queen Earth. The thousand-eyed flying insect's defense was too strong. Without reaching the yin-yang realm, it was impossible to kill it. This was probably the thousand-eyed flying insect's second life-saving measure. The first was its small body. When it appeared alone, it was very difficult for ordinary martial artists to notice. One of the thousand-eyed flying insects died? Outside of Black Wind Canyon, Lawless frowned. According to his estimation, it was impossible for a martial artist to reach the yin-yang realm at this time. How could the thousand-eyed flying insect be killed? Where did the thousand-eyed flying insect die? He seemed to be transmitting his voice from 1,000 miles away. The Sword Immortal Tomb. Who's inside? The Celestial Empire's Heavenly Emperor, Ling Xiao. It's actually him? Lawless narrowed his eyes and thought for a long time. In the end, he shook his head and said, "It can't be him. It's probably a ferocious beast in Black Wind Canyon that killed it. Let another one in and see what happens." After a while, that person reported, "Supremacy, the murderous aura inside is too strong. It seems like there are demonic creatures inside. The thousand-eyed flying insect can't enter." What? Lawless looked at the illusion and was silent for a long time before he smiled and said, "Interesting, very interesting. Could it be that the Black Wind monster in Black Wind Canyon has appeared? It only awakens once every 800 years. These people are really lucky." Lucky? Aren't they just unlucky? It doesn't matter if they are lucky or unlucky. Since the thousand-eyed flying insect can't enter, then so be it. It's just one of the countless forbidden lands. Moreover, those who enter are just insignificant people. Don't worry too much. Pay attention to the movements of the 13 top geniuses. Lawless ordered. Yes. Inside the Sword Immortal Tomb, Ling Xiao clapped his hands. He had already set up a killing array here. The array did not have any offensive power. The only terrifying thing about it was its killing intent that could drive away many insects, including the thousand-eyed winged insect. "How can I let you see what I'm doing?" He smiled and turned to walk towards the stone door with the heaven realm engraved on it. He placed his hand on the stone door and injected the heaven-earth power required for the heaven realm cultivation. The stone door opened instantly. Ling Xiao stepped into the stone door. Inside the stone door, Ling Xiao discovered a sword technique. There was only one move and it was also a mid-tier jade-grade sword technique. It seemed to be of the same series as the sword technique used by Xianxia. 5 doors. I'm afraid there's a complete set of jade-grade martial arts recorded here. Ling Xiao thought to himself. However, the problem was that there was plenty of memory metal here, but he could not open it. There was a paragraph of text engraved on the memory metal that explained the conditions to open it: 3 Black Wind inscriptions, Black Wind cultivation at the Heaven Realm. What the hell was Black Wind inscriptions? Ling Xiao was completely stunned. He knew Black Wind cultivation. It probably meant that one had to cultivate to the Heaven Realm with the power of Black Wind. But what exactly was this Black Wind inscriptions? That old bastard Lawless really didn't explain anything clearly. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. Obtaining a martial art but not being able to learn it was the most depressing thing. Helpless, he opened the door to the Grotto Heaven Realm. It was also a sword technique, but it was obviously of a higher level. There was also something written on the memory metal. For Black Wind inscriptions, Black Wind cultivation at the Grotto Heaven Realm. Behind the Yin Yang Realm door was the ultimate move of this sword technique, but it still could not be opened. The condition was 5 Black Wind inscriptions, Black Wind cultivation at the Yin Yang Realm. Behind these doors, there are only sword techniques and no methods to increase one's cultivation. Did Xianxia really cultivate to the transcendent realm by himself? Ling Xiao frowned and became even more confused. No, that's impossible. I can tell how talented Xianxia is. There must be something strange about it. Could it be related to that corpse? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao suddenly looked outside the Sword Immortal tomb. As for what the answer was, he would probably only know after killing Xianxia. However, before going out, he had to first learn the 2 moves that Xianxia used. The Taiji I had the ability to analyze and replicate. Although Ling Xiao's Black Wind cultivation was only at the 9th level of the martial vein realm, this did not prevent him from comprehending the first move of this sword technique. Another figure suddenly separated from his body. Then, he began to spar with the figure. In the midst of battle, he constantly perfected and analyzed the sword moves. It wasn't difficult for Ling Xiao to learn the sword moves that He Feng, who was only in the martial vein realm, was able to master with ease. Even though he was in Black Wind Canyon and his inner strength and soul power were sealed, he was still able to fight back. It was still the same. The Gemini martial spirits suddenly thrust their swords at him, using the same move that Xianxia had used to deal with him. This sword seemed to be extremely far away, but it was also extremely slow, as if it would never be able to get close to him. However, in the blink of an eye, it turned into a blazing sun, making him unable to look at it. By the time he reacted, this sword had already pierced his throat. The same sword move, but different people can comprehend it differently. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. In fact, he already knew from the time he was in the transcendent realm that although there would be some explanations for the moves of gold grade and above martial arts, they were all very simple. Different martial artists could learn the same move, but with their own body as the condition, they could comprehend the same essence, but the method of execution was completely different. I'll call you Red Sun Sword Art. In the future, my Divine Light Sword will finally have a sword move that I can use. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. This sword move was extremely powerful, and was definitely worthy of the Divine Light Sword. Although the Red Sun 9 transformations could increase the power of the Divine Light Sword, it was not a sword move, and could only be said to be auxiliary. Now that the Red Sun 9 transformations combined with the Red Sun Sword Art, it could be said to be both auxiliary and offensive. If he completely learned this sword technique, then Ling Xiao's Divine Light Sword would be much more powerful in the future. Xianxia, that idiot, only learned the surface of this sword move, and did not comprehend its true essence at all. It's too ridiculous. He stood up and suddenly thought of a problem. According to the engravings on the metal in the door, this first move should also have a requirement. It must be a Black Wind inscription, and the Black Wind cultivation was at the martial vein realm. He met the latter requirement, but did not meet the former requirement. What was going on? Ling Xiao stopped there, his thoughts constantly running. Could it be that the so-called Black Wind inscription was something that was branded in the body of the participating martial artists after they cultivated the power of the Black Wind? If that was the case, it would make sense. He had a Black Wind inscription in his body, which completely met the requirements. Xianxia killed a martial artist, and now he probably had 2 Black Wind inscriptions, which was why he was able to cultivate 2 sword moves. Right. It must be like this. It seemed that to unlock the later sword moves, he would need more black wind inscriptions. What was this Black Tortoise Temple thinking? Wasn't this forcing the martial artists to kill each other? Damn it, these powerhouses really didn't treat people as human beings. Ling Xiao was not so excited this time, because he had experienced the same thing more than once, and his mentality was already very calm. It's better to cultivate here to the transcendent realm before going out. I only have one sword move, and the opponent has two. Although in terms of proficiency, they are not as good as me, I am only at the minor accomplishment. If the opponent finds an opponent, I may not be able to win if I don't reveal my trump card. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao sat back down and began to cultivate the power of the black wind. However, less than 10 minutes after he sat down, there was a yin wind raging in the sword immortal tomb, and there was a strange sound, as if something terrible had appeared. At this time, Ling Xiao understood why Xianxia did not stay here to concentrate on cultivating, but ran out in a hurry. He must have encountered danger. He looked back and saw a black shadow flying over in the distance. This black shadow looked like a bear, and it spat out a strange black wind towards him. I am no match for it, run away. Ling Xiao turned around and fled. Before his cultivation reached a certain level, and before he fully comprehended the sword moves, he would definitely not fight with these powerful guys. Although he did not know what this black bear was, it was certain that this guy was very strong. Very strong, however, the black bear was too fast. Ling Xiao hurriedly pulled out Ice's Fury and stabbed out. This sword seemed to be extremely slow, and his arm seemed to be as heavy as 1,000 pounds. This sword was like a joke. However, in the next moment, the tip of the sword shone brightly, and a red sun was about to burst out. At the same time, the black bear's body was pierced, and there was a cracking sound as it retreated a few steps. So strong. This is only the minor accomplishment, but it can actually stab a yin-yang realm existence. As expected of a jade intermediate martial art, his newly comprehended sword technique was actually able to injure a yin-yang realm black bear. Ling Xiao did not expect such an effect, but he knew that the black bear was not simple. It was impossible to kill it with this unpracticed sword technique. Therefore, he took the opportunity to escape. The training of sword techniques was not something that could be achieved by sitting there. It required continuous actual combat. He could not defeat the black bear, but the warriors outside the sword immortal tomb could become his opponents to hone his sword techniques. Looking back at the black bear, Ling Xiao sped up and rushed out. There was no one outside the sword immortal tomb. Ling Xiao could not help but feel disappointed. He originally guessed that Xianxia would be waiting for him here, but he did not expect that fellow to leave. Roar! The terrifying roar of the black bear came from the sword immortal tomb, but the black bear did not come out. It seems like this monster is a guard guarding the ruins. I can only encounter it in the ruins. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and quickly walked towards the teleportation array. There was no one here, but he would definitely encounter someone. He would not kill indiscriminately, but he would definitely not show mercy when he encountered his enemies. He was still eagerly waiting to practice the sword technique that he had just comprehended. Whoosh, a cold light attacked. Just as Ling Xiao was about to step into the teleportation array, he was ambushed. This cold light was a sword beam that was lying in ambush near the teleportation array. Moreover, it did not reveal any aura. Dodge. Ling Xiao was too familiar with this sword beam. Wasn't it the sword technique that he had been comprehending for a long time, therefore, it was not too difficult to dodge. He used the soaring cloud steps and instantly retreated 2 steps, easily dodging the sword. The most terrifying part of this sword technique was that it seemed to contain some of the profoundness of speed. There was a hint of speed in the slowness. When attacking, it looked very slow, making it impossible to determine its intention and target. Then, it would suddenly increase its speed. By the time it stabbed you, you would not even know how the sword stabbed you. This was even more terrifying and difficult to guard against than pure speed. However, since Ling Xiao had comprehended this move, he naturally had a way to deal with it. After he dodged the attack, another attack came from behind him. In terms of technique, this attack was not inferior to the sword move in the slightest, but its power was clearly much weaker. Ling Xiao didn't dodge at all. He directly used the Ox Demon art to deflect the attack. His figure shifted once more, arriving at a position where he could see both of them at the same time. Xianxia. Zhunan. He recognized the two men in front of him. They were two of the four beasts of the Tianhai Sacred Academy. Xianxia was still a first-order transcendent. Zhunan was only at the 5th level of the martial vein realm. No wonder Zhunan's attack was so weak and couldn't cause him any harm. The two of you are really persistent. I've been in the Sword Immortal tomb for 15 minutes. You guys have actually waited for me here for 15 minutes? Ling Xiao looked at the two of them and smiled. Humph, as long as I can kill you, let alone a quarter of an hour, even if I have to wait for 6 hours, it will be worth it. The purgatory blood battle would only last for 6 hours, which was what Lawless had said himself. Xianxia and Zhunan hated Ling Xiao so much that they would rather waste time to kill Ling Xiao than look for new opportunities. Speaking of which, Xianxia originally planned to kill Ling Xiao alone, but Zhunan happened to pass by and was called down by him. After the two of them discussed for a while, they decided to ambush Ling Xiao. However, they didn't expect that their 2 consecutive attacks wouldn't hurt Ling Xiao. This surprised them a little. Fortunately, they didn't find that Ling Xiao had a new move, nor did his cultivation increase. Xianxia was certain that Ling Xiao didn't obtain anything in the Sword Immortal tomb, so he was still very confident that he could kill him. Hee, you guys think highly of me. In that case, let's continue. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't intend to talk nonsense. Although it was a little difficult to deal with the two of them at the same time, he had a sword skill that Xianxia and Zhunan didn't know about. As long as he could kill Xianxia first, Zhunan would be given away for free. To think that you can still smile. Are you stupid? You're about to die, yet you're still in such a good mood. So what if you enter the Sword Immortal tomb? Are you depressed that you didn't get anything? Ha 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 ha. Xianxia hated Ling Xiao's smile the most. In his opinion, Ling Xiao should be showing a terrified expression or even kneeling down and begging for mercy, instead of such a relaxed smile. That's right, Xianxia obtained 2 sword skills and I obtained a powerful secret technique. Although I don't know how a trash like you cultivated to the 9th level of the martial vein realm, in front of the two of us, you have no chance of survival. Zhunan also spoke up. He seemed to be very heroic, as if Ling Xiao's head was already in their pockets. Pathetic. Ling Xiao shook his head and pulled out the Fury of Ice. If he used the Ox Demon art, he wouldn't be a match for Xianxia. However, if he used the sword skill he had comprehended before, he was confident that even if his cultivation was inferior to Xianxia's, he would still be able to win. Kill. Xianxia did not waste any more words. The sword in his hand trembled and there seemed to be a thunderous sound. He was using the second sword skill he had obtained from the Sword Immortal tomb. However, with Xianxia's talent, it seemed that he had only comprehended the surface of this sword skill. He hadn't even reached the small success level and was completely unable to unleash the true essence of this sword skill. The only feeling it gave was that it was fast. In terms of talent and comprehension, I, Ling Xiao, am confident that I won't lose to anyone. You want to kill me in Blackwind Canyon? Dream on. Seeing Xianxia's sword move coming at him, Ling Xiao slowly brandished the Fury of Ice and stabbed out. His movements were extremely slow, like a turtle, moving like a snail. Furthermore, it didn't seem like he had any moves to speak of. Xianxia sneered, I'll be taking your Blackwind inscription. Then, his sword became even faster, as though it had suddenly accelerated. In an instant, it was in front of Ling Xiao. Indeed, by cultivating the power of Black Wind, one would possess the Black Wind inscription. I guessed right. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. The originally slow Fury of Ice suddenly accelerated and was even accompanied by the blinding light of the scarlet sun. This sword caused Xianxia's eyes to close instantly. The sword in his hand also deviated by an inch. It was this inch that allowed Xianxia's sword to pierce Ling Xiao's clothes. As for Ling Xiao's sword, it had already pierced deeply into Xianxia's heart. It had even pierced through Xianxia's body. Even the boulder behind Xianxia was blasted apart. Both of their speeds were extremely fast. At that moment, Zhunan's attack had yet to touch Ling Xiao. Seeing that Xianxia had been killed, Zhunan hurriedly withdrew his move. He was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body. Who is the real trash? Such a brilliant sword art, yet you managed. To comprehend it into trash. This sword move is really a waste in your hands. Ling Xiao didn't even look at Junan behind him. He withdrew the fury of ice and coldly spoke to Xianxi's corpse. In the end, Xianxi's eyes did not close. He died with his eyes wide open. There was only one set of sword moves in the Sword Immortal tomb. He had already learned it. Where did Ling Xiao learn it from? What Xianxi couldn't accept the most was that Ling Xiao's sword had a terrifying power that he couldn't resist at all. Ling Xiao is a piece of trash. In fact, I'm the real piece of trash. Pitiful guy, you 4 ferocious beasts of the Tianhai Sacred Academy could have lived a good life, but you had to provoke me. Do you really think that cultivators of the Dragon Phoenix continent are easy to bully? He suddenly looked at the thousand-eyed insect in the sky and said coldly, people outside, you should be able to see the battle here. If you want to see, I'll let you see as much as you want. But remember, I am the Celestial Emperor Ling Xiao. I'm not here to be cannon fodder for anyone. Those who attack me will die. This guy is too similar to me back then. The Liquor Demon Sword shook his head and smiled bitterly. I was also this confident back then, but the Black Tortoise Temple caused me to suffer heavy injuries. Until now, I can only rely on strong wine to expel the terrifying cold chi in my body. Do you think he'll be targeted by the Black Tortoise Temple like you? Hongqi asked the Liquor Demon Sword. The Liquor Demon Sword pondered for a moment and shook his head. No, his talent and perception are both stronger than mine. Perhaps the Black Tortoise Temple that even I can't challenge can't stop him. What a coincidence, I think so too. Hongqi had watched Ling Xiao grow up step by step. He had never doubted Ling Xiao's confidence. After Ling Xiao killed Xianxi, 2 black lights suddenly flew out from Xianxi's body and entered his body. Black Wind Inscription. Without needing anyone to explain, Ling Xiao, who had entered the Sword Immortal tomb, naturally knew that these were the Black Wind Inscription. And things weren't over yet. After the Black Wind Inscription entered Ling Xiao's body, there was no warning sign. Ling Xiao's cultivation directly rose to the 2nd level of the Transcendent Realm. This kind of increase was completely brought about by the Black Wind Inscription. So that's how it is. I knew it, Amir Xianxi's talent and perception are inferior to mine, so how could his cultivation be stronger than mine? It seemed that the Black Wind Inscription could not only unlock all kinds of martial arts, but also improve one's cultivation. Other than the Black Wind Inscription, Ling Xiao had also obtained 2 sets of quarter martial arts memories from Xianxi. Ling Xiao owned half of it. After the fusion, a complete Jade intermediate martial art was born. Black Wind Escape. After absorbing the memories within the memory metal, Ling Xiao discovered that this was a powerful secret technique, Black Wind Escape. This secret technique had both offensive and movement abilities. Although it wasn't very attractive to Ling Xiao, who possessed the Light Shadow Profound, it wouldn't be a problem to use it in Black Wind Canyon. What's more, this Jade-grade martial art is incomparably precious. In the future, it will become an important addition to the Heavenly Empire's martial arts secret vault. One must know that although the Heavenly Dynasty Empire has many martial arts, but they don't even have a set of Jade-grade martial arts. This is a big obstacle for those martial artists to increase their strength. As the strength of the Heavenly Empire's cultivators increased, Ling Xiao's profound world body would also become stronger. So for him, this is still very beneficial. These things may sound very long, but in fact, it was only a matter of 1 or 2 minutes. Junan had just recovered from the shock, but found that he was already powerless. He didn't even have the courage to escape. Ling Xiao, this terrifying guy, he thought that he could take the opportunity to kill him in Black Wind Canyon. But in the end, the one who died was not Ling Xiao, but them. This was simply unacceptable to him. Could it be that this guy is actually a genius? Ling Xiao suddenly turned his head to look at Junan. Smiling slightly, he said, "Is it not good to be alive? When I first came to the Heavenly Sea City, you 4 beasts wanted to kill me to show your strength. Unfortunately, at that time, not only did you not succeed, but you were also seriously injured by me and my friends. I thought that this would teach you a lesson and make you restrain yourself. But I didn't expect that I was wrong. You really don't learn from your mistakes. In this Black Wind Canyon, you still want to kill me. Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish today." Ling Xiao lifted his foot and walked towards Junan. Although this Junan was a piece of trash that could be casually killed in front of him, he would definitely not be lenient. This kind of person, if he could kill you once, he would kill you a second time. Even if he could not kill you, he would ruthlessly trample on you when you were unlucky. Junan kept crawling backward. His limbs were powerless, but the thought of survival made him crawl very quickly. He wanted to escape into the sword immortal tomb to hide. The current him was extremely fearful of Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao came to the White Tiger continent, practically no one paid attention to him. A mere martial artist from the backward Divine Phoenix continent came to the White Tiger continent. He was simply an existence that stepped on others' feet. But the Junan at that time was already one of the 7 small saints of Heavenly Sea City. He could easily kill Ling Xiao with just a little finger. So when he went to the Outstanding Heroes Pavilion to seek revenge, he was simply there to play. But he did not expect that that was the turning point of his life. After a crushing defeat, he might even lose his life now. You should understand that I am a martial artist from the Tianhai Sacred Academy. They can see it. If you kill me, the Tianhai Sacred Academy will not let you off. Junan knew that it was impossible for him to escape, so he hoped to use the reputation of the Tianhai Sacred Academy to intimidate Ling Xiao. Tianhai Sacred Academy? I never intended to find trouble with the Tianhai Sacred Academy, but they were not strict enough to raise scum like you. So what if I offend them? I have already killed Xianxia, and I still have to kill the Wind Devil's sacred sword. Then what's wrong with killing you? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. To him, the Tianhai Sacred Academy was already like fire and water. There was no need to be afraid. Above the Black Wind Canyon, the martial artists of the Tianhai Sacred Academy gnashed their teeth in anger. But what was the use of that? Ling Xiao killed Xianxia in front of them, and then chopped off Junan's head with a sword. They were helpless, only angry. He killed our people. Why can't we kill his people? Who is a martial artist from the Celestial Empire? Come out if you have the guts. A martial artist from the Tianhai Sacred Academy roared angrily. As a 14th level Yinyang realm martial artist, he had long surpassed the qualifications to participate in the White Tiger meet. But he was still very angry that someone from the Sacred Academy had been killed. That's right. Come out. Where are you cowards hiding? Behind him, more than a dozen martial artists from the Tianhai Sacred Academy shouted at the same time, and their words became more and more unpleasant. In the end, they even scolded the ancestors of the Celestial Empire martial artists. They even said some unpleasant obscenities. Are you looking for me? A black figure appeared in the middle of these people. No one could see how he got there. They only saw that he was holding a wine gourd with a gloomy expression. The Wine Devil's sacred sword did not care about these people, but these people's words were too unpleasant. It involved the woman he loved the most, Ji Lingyue, and his dead parents. He could not tolerate it. The Wine Demon sword wasn't in the mood to curse back at the cultivators of the Tianhai Holy Academy, he just killed them. A black sword light exploded in the crowd. Then, more than 20 cultivators of the Tianhai Holy Academy died on the spot. These were all people who spoke rudely. The Wine Demon sword didn't give them any face and was very decisive. After killing them, he returned to his original position. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and even their voices became much quieter. Even if there were people who slandered Ling Xiao and the Heavenly Empire, they only dared to whisper and didn't dare to be unscrupulous. After killing Junan, Ling Xiao obtained the 4th Black Wind inscription. At the same time, his cultivation also improved a little, but he didn't break through. The main reason was that Junan's cultivation was too low. Even after absorbing it, he still couldn't break through and was still in the 2nd layer of the Transcendent Realm. He had already used one of the 4 Black Wind inscriptions. There were still 3 unused inscriptions left. At this time, after opening the Tai Chi Eye, he could see that there were 4 shining inscriptions in his body, which were very conspicuous. Interesting, in this case, killing cultivators who have more Black Wind inscriptions will give me more inscriptions. And I won't feel guilty because this kind of person must have killed more than one person. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and decided on his next plan. Instead of foolishly cultivating, it was better to seize the Black Wind inscriptions. As long as he could comprehend the meaning of the Black Wind inscription, he could absorb the power of the black wind contained in it and turn it into his own cultivation. This was a test of comprehension. Unfortunately, even the people who planned this challenge didn't expect Ling Xiao to have the Tai Chi eye. In an instant, he could comprehend the black wind inscription without wasting any time. However, if he wanted to obtain more inscriptions, he would need stronger combat strength. In order to obtain stronger combat strength, Ling Xiao used 2 inscriptions to activate the second style of the Red Sun Sword Art. The first style of the Red Sun Sword Art required one to comprehend the sword intent of speed. It seemed slow but was actually extremely fast. The second style of the Red Sun Sword Art was a pure sword intent of speed, which was even harder to master than the first style. It pursued extreme speed, like a meteor falling. Coupled with the Divine Radiance Sword, the moment the enemy saw the light, their heads would have already fallen to the ground. When Ling Xiao re-entered the Sword Immortal Tomb, the black bear was nowhere to be seen. Therefore, he spent another 15 minutes to completely comprehend the second move of the Crimson Sun Sword Art and sparred with his Gemini martial spirits. Once he reached the small success stage, he would leave. At this moment, the black bear appeared once again. It seemed that he could not stay in a certain ancient remnant for more than 15 minutes. Once he did, the black bear would definitely charge over. After entering the transportation array, Ling Xiao's position changed. He looked around with the Taiji eye and discovered several cultivators with multiple black wind inscriptions. The black wind inscription was rather interesting. Even if someone else used it, he could still use it after snatching it back. It seemed like the Black Wind Canyon was once a burial ground for immortals. Only a worldly immortal could create such a magical place. After mastering the 2 styles of the Red Sun Sword Art and breaking through to the second level of the Transcendent Realm, Ling Xiao's strength could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. At the same time, he could also see the black wind inscriptions in other people's bodies because he snatched them. This was definitely a huge advantage for him. According to his experience, the more black wind inscriptions a cultivator had, the stronger their current strength. Because every time a black wind inscription was absorbed, his cultivation would increase. The stronger the cultivator he killed, the higher his cultivation would increase. In order to be safe, Ling Xiao observed for a while and then fixed his eyes on a cultivator with 2 black wind inscriptions. He activated the black wind escape and chased after him. Using the black wind escape in the Black Wind Canyon was simply amazing. As expected of the Black Tortoise Temple's intermediate Jade grade martial arts. In a moment, he had already arrived near the cultivator with 2 black wind inscriptions. Isn't that MOU? He hid in the dark and saw that MOU was fighting with someone in front of an ancient remnant. Another cultivator was hiding behind a boulder, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. This cultivator who was waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack was the one Ling Xiao was targeting because he had 2 black wind inscriptions. What a coincidence, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Boy, you're out of luck. Ling Xiao secretly smiled, suddenly pulling out Ice's fury and rushing towards the other party. The other party's reaction wasn't slow, actually noticing Ling Xiao's sneak attack at the first moment. Not only did he not retreat, he instead turned around and rushed towards Ling Xiao with a long spear in his hand. Sneak attacking me? Courting death. The other party shouted, his long spear trembling. Sure enough, it was another intermediate Jade grade martial art. Obviously, this person had also obtained some kind of opportunity. Spear images flashed and turned into thousands of spear images, all of which flew towards Ling Xiao, making it impossible to distinguish which was the real one. Good spear art, unfortunately your comprehension is not thorough enough. Ling Xiao sneered, directly using the second form of the Scarlet Sun Sword Art. At that moment, the other party only saw a dazzling light and subconsciously blinked. Poochie, in the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao's sword had already pierced through the other party's throat. The battle ended very quickly. Because the second form of the Scarlet Sun Sword Art required one to comprehend the fast sword intent. Return. The other party's 2 black wind inscriptions instantly flew into his body. At this time, he had 6 black wind inscriptions, 3 of which he had already used. At the same time, his cultivation broke through again, directly breaking through from the second layer to the 4th layer of the Transcendent Realm. The reason why he broke through 2 layers in a row was because his opponent's cultivation was higher than his, reaching the 3rd layer of the transcendent realm. After inheriting the Black Wind inscriptions, his cultivation naturally broke through. This Ling Xiao is simply shameless. How can he sneak attack others like this? Some people who were unhappy with Ling Xiao gnashed their teeth and said, "Are you an idiot? This purgatory blood battle is about killing each other. What's more, that person obviously wanted to sneak attack Mou, who is Ling Xiao's friend and a cultivator from the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. What do you think is wrong with Ling Xiao's actions?" A person next to him ridiculed disdainfully. He was not from the Heavenly Dynasty Empire, but because of Ling Xiao's brilliant performance, he had become a fan of Ling Xiao. Especially that sword strike just now, it was simply as fast as the sun. When the sun arrived, the sword had already arrived. Xianxia had also comprehended these 2 sword arts, but compared to Ling Xiao, they were simply not on the same level. This was the gap between talent and perception. Moreover, the fact that Ling Xiao could instantly comprehend the Black Wind inscription that he had seized and greatly improve his cultivation also surprised everyone. Even the 6 powerhouses in the sky were paying attention to him. This kid is a little strange. Could he have entered Black Wind Canyon before? Impossible. Our Black Tortoise Temple oversees the Myriad Lightning Extreme Place. If someone entered Black Wind Canyon, even if we couldn't stop them, we would definitely know. Lawless shook his head and said, "I'm afraid this person has some secret." "Thank you." At this moment, Mou had finished off his opponent. If anyone underestimated Mou, they would be at a disadvantage. Mou was ranked in the top 10 of the Dragon Phoenix list in the Divine Phoenix continent. His talent was not bad at all. At the very least, he was at the same level as the 7 small saints of the Heavenly Ocean. Among the 155 martial artists, there were many who were less talented than the 7 small saints of the Heavenly Ocean. Go in and comprehend it. I'll wait for you outside. Ling Xiao now had 3 brand new Black Wind inscriptions. He could comprehend the 3rd style of the Red Sun Sword technique. At the same time, he could keep a lookout for Mou outside. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Mou did not waste any time and immediately entered the ruins to look for opportunities. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged outside the ruins and began to comprehend the 3rd style of the Red Sun Sword technique. The 3rd style was just as he had guessed. It was a pure slow sword intent. For this style, the slower the better. However, being slow did not mean that it was not threatening. When Ling Xiao was comprehending this sword technique, he visualized a person holding a long sword. His movements were extremely slow. If it were not for the Tai Chi eye, he would not even be able to see his sword move. At this moment, another person was holding a sword and attacking him. The speed was extremely fast, but when it got close to the person, it suddenly slowed down. The sword was even attracted by the person's long sword. It was as if it was stuck in a quagmire and could not be pulled out. At this moment, a red sun rose. Terrifying flames engulfed the attacker and turned him into ashes. I understand now. The slow sword intent not only slows you down, but it can also slow down the opponent's sword. It can even make them fall into your slow sword intent and be unable to extricate themselves. Ling Xiao opened his eyes, indescribably excited. However, he discovered that a huge wild boar was standing in front of him, saliva dripping from its mouth. It was obvious that it was treating him as a delicious meal and wanted to swallow him whole. Sigh, I can't stay outside for too long. It's time to run. Ling Xiao sighed. He used the Black Wind escape and escaped into the Black Wind, causing the wild boar to lose its target. The time limit in the ruins was 15 minutes. It was the same outside the ruins. When the wild boar saw Ling Xiao running away, it chased after him. At this time, Mou just happened to come out of the ruins. Seeing that Ling Xiao was gone, he stepped onto the teleportation array and continued to look for new opportunities. Although he did not know exactly what the Black Wind energy was, he believed that the benefits obtained in the Black Wind Canyon would definitely be brought to the outside world in some form. Therefore, it was definitely not a bad thing to work hard to raise one's cultivation and fight hard. In fact, Ling Xiao had stepped onto the teleportation array before him. Another relic. Ling Xiao looked up. The entrance to the ruins was clearly protected by a light membrane. Someone must have entered. The words Sir God Qianzu were written on the ruins. Ling Xiao didn't know who Sir God Qianzu was, but he didn't want to leave just like that. He wanted to go in and take a look. If there was something suitable for him, he had to get it. In this purgatory blood battle, he could not show any mercy. Anyone who tried to stop him from getting stronger would die. Ling Xiao stepped into Sir God Qianzu's ruins. Just as he entered, he saw someone walking out. Hundred-eyed Demon Lord. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not like the Hundred-eyed Demon Lord because he had threatened to kill him outside. The Hundred-eyed Demon Lord disliked Ling Xiao even more because Ling Xiao had caused him to lose the bet to Jun Mo Qing. Through the Tai Chi eye, he could see that there were 6 black wind inscriptions on the Hundred-eyed Demon Lord. This number was the same as his. However, the Hundred-eyed Demon Lord's cultivation was slightly higher than his, at Transcendent Realm level 6. It seemed that the Hundred-eyed Demon Lord had killed cultivators with higher cultivation, so he had obtained more cultivation. The Hundred-eyed Demon Lord looked at Ling Xiao and suddenly revealed a cruel smile. Interesting. Could it be that the heavens are helping me, Wu Long, by allowing me to kill you in the Black Wind Canyon? The Hundred-eyed Demon Lord smiled coldly and released a terrifying killing intent towards Ling Xiao. Outside the Black Wind Canyon, the spectators suddenly became nervous. Ling Xiao's performance in Black Wind Canyon had been outstanding. But he still hadn't met the 13 top geniuses. The Hundred-eyed Demon Lord was the second-ranked genius of Xingyi School, second only to Feng Fei. Could Ling Xiao's miracles continue if he met him? Those who hated Ling Xiao hoped that Ling Xiao would be killed by the Hundred-eyed Demon Lord. As for those who liked Ling Xiao, they hoped that Ling Xiao would have a greater breakthrough and successfully kill the Hundred-eyed Demon Monarch, Wu Long, to become even stronger. At the same time, a few more cultivators were sent over from the transportation array. Among them was Dan Feng, a martial artist from the Celestial Empire. Dan Feng had obviously gained many benefits as well. Although his aptitude wasn't as top-notch as Ling Xiao's, he was ranked first on the Dragon Phoenix rankings of the Divine Phoenix continent. He was definitely at the level of the 4 heroes of Tianhai continent. Now he was like a fish in water in Black Wind Canyon. As long as he didn't meet the 13 top geniuses, no one could stop him. Rumble, with a loud bang, the ruins in front of them suddenly exploded, and 2 figures rushed out from inside. One was Ling Xiao, the other was the Hundred-eyed Demon Lord. Everyone knew that in the Black Wind Canyon, a martial artist's inner strength and soul power would be sealed, and their martial skills would become unusable. But the reputation of the Hundred-eyed Demon Lord was still resounding. Many of the cultivators trembled at the sight of him. They didn't dare to do anything but watch from afar in fear. As for Dan Feng, he was naturally happy to see Ling Xiao. But it wasn't a good thing for Ling Xiao to meet the Hundred-eyed Demon Lord. It was very troublesome to meet these top geniuses too early. He had already decided to leave, but now he stayed. He was worried that he wouldn't be a good friend if he wasn't there when Ling Xiao needed help. You and I are equal in strength. Are you sure you want to fight? Ling Xiao looked at the Hundred-eyed Demon Lord. If possible, he didn't want to meet the 13 people too early. After all, it would take a lot of effort and he might even get injured. It wouldn't be good to let others take advantage of him. But his words were seen as weak and easy to bully by the Hundred-eyed Demon Lord. So what if I want to kill you? Wu Long grinned and said, you made me lose the bet, and to that Jun Moqing who is weaker than me. You've lost a lot of face. You must die. After saying that, he didn't waste any more words and suddenly attacked with a palm. This terrifying palm wind tore through the gale in Black Wind Canyon. And wanted to smash Ling Xiao into pieces. It's quite powerful. Looks like you also used the Black Wind inscription to unseal some martial arts from the ruins. Ling Xiao looked at the terrifying palm wind coming at him, but he did not retreat. Not willing to fight didn't mean that he didn't dare to. A martial artist who retreated in the face of battle couldn't be unwavering on the path of martial arts. So here, even if both sides suffered, Ling Xiao wouldn't retreat. Facing the terrifying palm wind, Ling Xiao took out Ice's fury. The long sword moved slowly, as if it weighed hundreds of thousands of jin and couldn't be moved. No matter what tricks you are playing, it's useless. Hundred-eyed Demon Lord Wu Long sneered. Hundreds and thousands of horrifying insect legs appeared behind him. Wu Long, who had 6 black wind inscriptions, had unsealed an outstanding martial skill. Although Ling Xiao did not know what kind of skill it was, he was sure that it was unsealed from Sir God Qianzu's relic. Thousands of insect legs suddenly extended and stabbed toward Ling Xiao at the same time. It was as if thousands of arrows were piercing his heart. Countless cracks appeared in the void. It was obvious that the skill was extremely powerful. However, just as the 1,000 feet were about to reach Ling Xiao, they suddenly slowed down. They were like crawling snails and could not move at all. Third move of Red Sun Sword Technique, Red Sun Vortex. Ling Xiao looked at hundred-eyed demon Lord Wu Long coldly. With him as the center, a sea of fire with red suns intertwined was formed. The horrifying red flame instantly spread a few meters long and burned the insect legs one by one. When Wu Long saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He immediately laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, good boy, it seems that you have also obtained a lot of good things. If I kill you, I should be able to obtain more black wind inscriptions." Originally, he was just unhappy with Ling Xiao because Ling Xiao had made him lose the bet. But now, greed appeared in his heart. Ling Xiao's cultivation was on par with his, and he had also obtained a magical skill. It was enough to show that Ling Xiao had many black wind inscriptions. If he killed Ling Xiao, his cultivation would definitely increase by a large margin, and the black wind inscriptions he would obtain would also be more. Go to hell. Wu Long was not discouraged when his attack failed. With a loud shout, he opened his mouth and inhaled. Behind him, a gigantic 1,000-legged worm appeared. The 1,000-feet worm was also known as the String of Money. It was faster than a centipede and its poison was not weak. It seemed that Sir God Qianzu was the 1,000-feet worm that had become a human immortal. He didn't expect Wu Long to comprehend his martial arts. Wu Long was indeed worthy of being one of the 13 top geniuses. His talent and comprehension ability were not inferior to Ling Xiao's at all. When he opened his mouth and inhaled, the 1,000-legged worm behind him also opened its mouth and inhaled. In that instant, Ling Xiao felt his body involuntarily fly towards Wu Long. It was as if he was being torn apart by an invisible force. His body was about to go out of control. Petty tricks. Break for me. Ling Xiao's face turned cold. Ice's fury suddenly stabbed into the ground, and tyrannical sword chi flew in all directions. Rumble, after a series of explosions, the powerful suction force was finally shattered. Even the hundred-eyed demon monarch, Wu Long, took a few steps back. Wu Long, I might not be a match for you outside, but if you provoke me here, you're courting death. Black wind escape, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly turned into a cloud of black gas and charged towards Wu Long. Even a person made of clay would have a temper. Moreover, Ling Xiao's temper was not small to begin with. Since the hundred-eyed demon monarch wanted to die, he would fulfill his wish. He had to admit that he was not a match for this guy outside. However, in here, the hundred-eyed demon monarch's strength was on par with his. He was not afraid at all. Even if he did not use the power of the royal heaven-earth, he was 50% confident that he could kill Wu Long. So fast. Wu Long was even more furious when he saw Ling Xiao charging towards him. Ling Xiao did not lie down obediently and let him kill him. Instead, he dared to counterattack. How could he not be furious? 1,000 feet shadow fist. Wu Long roared and punched with both his fists. They actually turned into tens of thousands of fist shadows, completely enveloping the area in front of him, leaving no gaps. The fist shadows were extremely powerful. Just the fist wind alone shattered the nearby rocks and turned them into dust. The scene was a mess. In the black wind, Ling Xiao's face revealed a sinister smile. The sword in his hand was still slow. However, it was much faster than the third form of the Red Sun Sword technique. The first form of the Red Sun Sword technique, daybreak in the horizon. The sun rose from the east. Its speed was not fast. However, the moment it rose, the light reached the mystic world. This was the terror of daybreak in the horizon. Ling Xiao raised his sword slightly. It was like the sun rising from the east. It looked so slow. However, in the blink of an eye, the sword light seemed to have transcended the limits of time and space and suddenly appeared in front of Wu Long's heart. This was not fast. It was strange, an extremely strange sword technique, the fast and slow sword intent was extremely profound. Once one mastered this sword intent, not to mention the red sun sword technique, they could even use other moves with this intent. It would definitely catch the opponent off guard. Because the sword technique was too strange, and because the sword light arrived in an instant. Even if it was the hundred-eyed demon lord, it was impossible for him to avoid such a terrifying attack in an instant. All he could do was to tilt his body slightly and use his synthesized intermediate jade-grade martial art to dodge. However, even though he managed to avoid being hit in the vitals, the sword still pierced through Wulong's body, leaving behind a clearly visible bloody hole. This sword strike infuriated Wulong to the extreme. His face was covered in a layer of frost. His murderous intent gushed out from his body, blowing away the black wind in the vicinity. Ling Xiao's sword was too strange. This included the extremely slow sword strike from before, which made him feel at a loss for what to do. This guy was too scary. If he allowed this fellow to continue living, then with this fellow's talent and comprehension, surpassing him would be something that would happen very soon. Bang bang bang, in order to assassinate the hundred-eyed demon monarch, Ling Xiao took a few punches. He pulled out the fury of ice and dodged in an instant. Wulong's comprehension of martial arts was much better than Changxi's. Even with the protection of the mystic world body, he could still feel his blood surging. If he did not have the mystic world body, he would definitely be injured. Although his injuries were definitely lighter than Wulong's. However, the situation where both sides were injured could not be changed. Bah! What a hundred-eyed demon monarch! You're indeed powerful. That sword actually did not kill you. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. He looked at Wulong and said with a smile, however, this sword is not easy for you either. Why don't you stop here? If you continue to stand here, I'm afraid others will benefit from it. He believed that with his ability, he could kill Wulong. However, the price of killing Wulong would probably not be small. That was definitely not what he wanted to see. There was still a long time before the purgatory blood battle ended. It was equally important to maintain sufficient combat strength. Finding such a powerful opponent to fight from the start was not a wise thing to do. It could even be said that it was foolish. You actually want to live after injuring me? Unfortunately, Wulong could no longer control his anger even though he had such thoughts. Go to hell. A terrifying evil aura burst out from Wulong's body. Then, this guy's figure flashed and pounced towards Ling Xiao. He did not choose to retreat. Instead, he pounced forward. It was as if he was going to fight with his life on the line. Perhaps the arrogant aura and anger had confused the mind of this top genius. Do you think you're still the hundred-eyed demon lord outside? Idiot. Ling Xiao did not back off, but stabbed out with his sword. Crimson Sun Sword Technique, Second Form, Crimson Sun Flash. This was the pinnacle of speed, the essence of the swift sword intent. The hundred-eyed demon lord, Wulong, who was flying in the air, was shocked when he saw this sword. He was used to fighting high and mighty, used to crushing his opponents, so he had never thought of being suppressed by his opponent. However, today, he tasted the pain of being suppressed for the first time. Facing the glaring sword light, the only thing he could do was to block it with his hands. After all, he was not the hundred-eyed demon lord outside. In Blackwind Canyon, his strength was greatly weakened, which made him unable to use his strength. Pucci, the terrifying sword light mercilessly pierced through the hundred-eyed demon lord's fists. Not only did it not stop, but it continued to shoot out at an extremely fast speed, blinding the hundred-eyed demon lord's right eye. Blood flowed out from Wulong's eye socket. This made Wulong feel like an injured ferocious beast. He was furious to the extreme. Die. Die. You must die. Ignoring his injuries, he charged forward again. Unfortunately, a ferocious beast that had completely lost its mind was not a threat to Ling Xiao at all. I thought I only had a 50% chance of killing you, but now, if no one helps you, you're dead meat. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and stabbed out with his sword again. This time, it was still the Crimson Sun Flash. The Crimson Sun Flash was extremely fast, and it was the most suitable move to kill the enemy. Stop. Suddenly, a delicate voice was heard. Ling Xiao could feel a terrifying aura being sent out from the teleportation array, and it was charging toward him. This person was extremely fast. If he wanted to kill Wu Long, he would definitely be attacked by her. Helpless, he suddenly turned around and stabbed the crimson sun flash toward the person. Boom, the terrifying sword light collided with the incoming person's palm, causing a resounding boom to erupt. Rocks flew everywhere, and the ground caved in. Ling Xiao used the black wind escape to a safe spot to avoid being attacked from both sides. Only then did he see the person clearly. It was Zui Linglong, the girl who had helped him before. "Junior sister, help me kill him," Wu Long shouted when he saw Zui Linglong. At this moment, he was extremely depressed and angry. Because he was in Black Wind Canyon, he could not unleash his full strength, which led to him almost being killed by Ling Xiao. He felt that this kind of thing was simply impossible outside. Ling Xiao looked at Zui Linglong warily. This woman's current strength was not inferior to Wu Long's at all. Furthermore, she was clearly more rational than Wu Long. It would definitely not be as easy to deal with as before. Moreover, his three-sword moves had already been exposed, so it was impossible for them to have such a sudden and miraculous effect. "I can't kill him." Zui Linglong glanced at Wu Long and said, "But he can forget about killing you." Ling Xiao could tell that Zui Linglong was unwilling to fight him because neither of them had a chance of winning. Although he was unable to kill Wu Long, such an outcome was not a bad thing. Otherwise, he would not be a match for Zui Linglong, and Wu Long. Ling Xiao had noticed Dan Feng long ago. In fact, when Zui Linglong attacked his hand, Dan Feng also reacted. Unfortunately, Dan Feng's attack was completely ignored by Zui Linglong. She easily dodged his attack. "Ah. You're pissing me off. If I see you again, I'll kill you." Seeing Ling Xiao and Dan Feng step into the teleportation array, Wu Long roared angrily. He was like an injured beast watching its prey escape. "Senior brother, your cultivation is so much higher than his. Isn't it easy to kill him? Why are you asking for trouble?" Zui Linglong said indifferently. "What do you know? No, I need more Black Wind inscriptions. I need to increase my strength." Wu Long suddenly looked at the martial artists who were watching the show near the teleportation array and revealed a sinister smile. "Kill." He suddenly jumped up. Although he was injured and blinded in one eye, his strength was still terrifying. The martial artists near the teleportation array fled in panic. But there were still two martial artists who were slower. They were hit by Wu Long's terrifying fist shadows and died on the spot. Wu Long also obtained the Black Wind inscriptions. However, after Wu Long obtained the Black Wind inscription, he didn't immediately increase his cultivation. It could be seen that although his comprehension ability was very high, it was still inferior to Ling Zhao's. He needed to spend some time to comprehend it. "Junior sister, you go. I'll go and comprehend the Black Wind inscriptions." Wu Long glanced at Zui Linglong. He was actually suspicious of this junior sister who came to save him and was afraid of being sneak attacked. Zui Linglong did not say anything and turned to leave. As a disciple of the Jingyi school, Zui Linglong knew Wu Long too well. He was suspicious and cruel. If they were not from the same sect, she would not have bothered to save him. Naturally, she had to leave quickly. On the other side, Ling Xiao and Dan Feng had arrived at a safe place. It was not near the ruins, so there were no other martial artists. "Thank you for what happened just now." Ling Xiao glanced at Dan Feng and smiled. Even though Dan Feng's intervention did not help him in any way, he accepted Dan Feng's kind intentions. "Your Majesty, you must be joking." Dan Feng shook his head and said, "If your Majesty sees me in danger, he will naturally help. There's no need to mention this again." "Ha ha ha, let's not mention it. Let's part ways here. Be careful. It's been less than 2 hours, and there's still a long time before the Purgatory Blood Battle. I estimate that when the Purgatory Blood Battle is over, there will only be about 100 martial artists who can survive. Try to improve your strength as much as possible so that you can survive," Ling Xiao said with a smile. Because the Black Wind inscriptions could be transferred and reborn, if one was lucky, he could get several Black Wind inscriptions by killing one person. Therefore, although there were many geniuses, there might not be many people who would die. As time passed, everyone would probably see the rules of the Purgatory Blood Battle. Those who were weak would try their best to avoid it, while those who were strong would be difficult to kill. If he wanted to eliminate a lot of people, it would not be easy. He calculated that if 50 or 60 martial artists died in the end, it would be about enough. Therefore, if he wanted to get more Black Wind inscriptions, he would have to work harder in the first 2 hours. As time went on, the difficulty would naturally increase. Understood. Dan Feng cupped his hands and turned to leave. Although he did not have Ling Xiao's ability, it was not a problem for him to protect himself. After Dan Feng left, Ling Xiao continued to look for his next target. His Red Sun Sword technique still had 2 moves that he had not activated. At the very least, he had to activate these 2 sword moves to be considered complete. To be able to obtain 2 sets of middle jade grade martial arts. In the Purgatory Blood Battle, and one of them could be perfectly matched with the Divine Light Sword. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Ling Xiao wanted to smoothly advance to the next battle, but he also needed to obtain some benefits. Therefore, he still had to hunt down other cultivators. The Tianhai Sacred Institute still has the Wind Demon Sacred Sword and Wang Xiang. Since the Tianhai Sacred Institute and I are already like fire and water, there's no need to be polite. I'll go find those 2 and kill them now. Ling Xiao made up his mind and opened his Tai Chi eye to scout around. Because of his cultivation and the black wind, he could not see very far, but he could still see about 1 li. Although Black Wind Canyon was large, 1 li was not small. If a cultivator really entered his surveillance range, he would not miss it. Interesting, it seems like many people are rushing towards me. Ling Xiao discovered something strange. Logically speaking, in Black Wind Canyon, other than him who had the Tai Chi eye, it would be very difficult for others to discover his location. However, these people seemed to be able to see him. They stared at him and sped up to chase after him. There were quite a number of people, as many as 7 or 8. He raised his head and looked at the 1,000-eyed bug. Could someone have tipped them off? He could not help but suspect because he had almost annihilated the Songjing family, and the Songjing family was a loyal lackey of the Black Tortoise Temple. Who could guarantee that the Black Tortoise Temple would not secretly take revenge? Perhaps they could not deal with him openly. After all, the Black Tortoise Temple also cared about their reputation. However, it was completely possible for them to use these little tricks to inform other cultivators of his location. Moreover, it was done secretly. I'll find out after I catch a guy and ask him. After all, a guess was just a guess. Ling Xiao did not want to use his own guess to convict others. Whether his guess was accurate or not, he just needed to catch a captive and ask him to find out. Since someone is here to die, I'll just wait here. You think you're here to kill me, but you don't know that I'm the real hunter. Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi eye, so he could clearly see the strength of the 7 or 8 people. Only one of them had 3 Black Wind inscriptions, while the other 6 only had 1. With such a lineup, as long as he was careful, he could completely wipe them out without any losses. Not long after, all 7 of them arrived near Ling Xiao. They saw Ling Xiao sitting there, calmly looking at them. You guys are so slow. Ling Xiao yawned and said with a smile, but that's also true. He knew that he was going to die, yet he still came. Naturally, he couldn't be too fast. He sneered. His figure flickered and circled around the 7 people. Then, he threw down a refining array stone. Myriad Gate Formation. The reason he set up the 10,000 gate formation was not to make it easier to kill the 7 of them, but to prevent them from escaping. After all, there were too many teleportation arrays in the vicinity. If any of the 7 people entered the teleportation array directly, it would be impossible for him to find them. The other party would definitely hide in a secluded place and wait for time to run out. Don't be afraid of him. There are 7 of us and only 1 of him. Everyone has been affected by Hei Feng. How much stronger can he be compared to us? He is not one of the top 13 geniuses. The leader hurriedly shouted when he saw that everyone was panicking. Everyone agreed when they heard that. 7 against 1, was there really a need to be afraid? It was not like they were outside. Ling Xiao, when you see us, you'd better wait for your death. Otherwise, we will make sure that you die without a complete corpse. The leader shouted sternly. Let's not fight. I don't seem to know you guys. Why do you want to kill me? Is it for the Heifeng inscription? Ling Xiao needed to figure out the reason why these people wanted to kill him. Was there someone behind them? Do you think we will tell you? Do you want to rely on this nonsense to wait for rescue, guys? Let's go together. The leader waved his hand directly. Then, the 7 of them charged at Ling Xiao together. Ling Xiao shook his head gently and pointed the fury of ice at the 7 of them. You will tell me. The first move of the red sun sword technique, dawn on the horizon, the fury of ice was waved slowly, but the power of Heifeng was more abundant. When the 7 people were less than 4 or 5 meters away from Ling Xiao, suddenly, a thunderous sound burst out from the tip of Ling Xiao's tongue. 7 figures were sent flying at the same time. 6 of them were decapitated on the spot and died tragically in Blackwind Canyon. 6 Heifeng inscriptions flew into Ling Xiao's body and Ling Xiao's cultivation suddenly soared, reaching the 7th layer of the transcendent realm. You can't even see through each other's strength yet still dared to try and kill me. Stupid to such an extent, none of you can compare. Ling Xiao flicked the fury of ice and stared indifferently at the fallen cultivator. This man was the leader of the 7 cultivators and had 3 Heifeng inscriptions. The reason he was still alive was not because he was strong, but rather because Ling Xiao did not intend to kill him. Because Ling Xiao needed to leave one alive to interrogate him. Didn't you just say you wanted to kill me? Why aren't you attacking? Ling Xiao looked at the cultivator with a smile and asked mockingly. The man did not seem to realize that Ling Xiao had been merciful just now and actually went berserk, brandishing a long saber in his hand. As he swung it, the sound of wind and thunder rang out. Lightning danced on the saber's blade, filling it with a sharp killing intent. His saber slashed directly at Ling Xiao. Since he could not escape, he could only attack. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's attack did not kill him, making him feel that Ling Xiao was not that strong. Ding, however, reality was cruel. His saber strike was not weak, and it had cost him 3 Heifeng inscriptions to unseal it, so it could be said to be very powerful. It was a pity that Ling Xiao was even stronger. With just 2 fingers, he easily caught the saber. Even the saber chi was sealed by Ling Xiao's fingers. I didn't kill you just now because I wanted to ask you a few questions. Do you really think you're that strong? Ling Xiao glanced at the man disdainfully, a cold smile flashing across his face. If I don't want to die, you won't be able to kill me. The man suddenly laughed wildly, and his body was covered in a layer of strange black armor, enveloping him tightly. The black armor secret skill was a set of martial arts that he had obtained from the memory medal that Lawless had given him. He had already tested its strong defense, and even the 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong, who had 6 Heifeng inscriptions, could not hurt him, so he believed that Ling Xiao could not hurt him either. Pathetic. Ling Xiao shook the ice fury in his hand. He did not use any moves, but just an ordinary stab. The power of the black wind instantly condensed at a point and drilled into the black armor. Although he could not use the light shadow profound now, he could always learn something from the martial arts that he had practiced before. For example, this stab was based on the same principle as the Crimson Sun drill and the Shadow drill. It relied on condensed inner force to accelerate the rotation to increase the attack power. Although it was not as strong as the Crimson Sun drill and the Shadow drill, it should not be a problem to break the opponent's black armor. Wang, the sound of the ice fury drilling through the black armor was heard. The warrior's throat was bleeding, but it was not yet fatal. Tell me what I want to know. Otherwise, you can just bleed to death. It will be very painful. Ling Xiao gently patted the cultivator's shoulder and said with a smile. I beg you, please give me a quick death. We were commissioned by Water Spirit Temple and the White Horse Kingdom to kill you. That person exclaimed. Sometimes, death was not so scary. The scariest thing was that you had to watch yourself die and suffer a fate worse than death. This Ling Xiao was simply a demon, a terrifying madman. How did you find me? Ling Xiao asked again. However, just as he asked this question, a black shadow suddenly rushed out of the black wind. It was so fast that Ling Xiao could not react at all. The scariest thing was that this black shadow could actually enter the 10,000 gate array, kill the cultivator, and then leave. What was strange was that after the black shadow killed the cultivator, the 3 black wind inscriptions of the cultivator entered Ling Xiao's body. Ling Zhao's cultivation broke through again and reached the peak of the transcendent realm. However, this did not make him happy. The black shadow just now had the ability to kill him, but instead of doing so, it killed the cultivator. This meant that the information that the cultivator might reveal would have a great impact. Black Tortoise Temple. You guys are really good. Ling Xiao already had his own judgment in his heart. These people were able to find him because of Black Tortoise Temple, but because of the Thousand Night Insects live broadcast, Black Tortoise Temple could not allow this person to leak information. Therefore, they killed him to silence him. Some people might ask, wouldn't it be easier to just drive away the Thousand Night Insect here? Obviously, Black Tortoise Temple was more cautious. They were afraid that if Ling Xiao took control of one of the Thousand Night Insect, their actions would be meaningless. In fact, Ling Xiao did exactly that. One of the Thousand Night Insect was caught by Ling Xiao and trapped in his storage ring, but it could still record everything in front of it. If you're not strong enough, let's not pursue this matter for now. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and temporarily suppressed his anger toward the Black Tortoise Temple. Even the demon wine sword couldn't do anything to the Black Tortoise Temple. He definitely couldn't casually provoke such a huge existence. Only after becoming stronger would it be a wise choice to seek trouble with these fellows. Just like how he killed Feng Ming Qishan. He killed 7 people in an instant and obtained 9 black wind inscriptions. And Ling Zhao's cultivation had also finally advanced to the first level of the celestial realm. At this moment, less than 2 hours had passed in the purgatory blood battle. He had already advanced from the martial vein realm to the celestial realm. With this level of cultivation, even if he were to encounter the 13 top geniuses, he would not be afraid. What Ling Xiao needed to consider now was how to use the 9 black wind inscriptions. Should he unseal the last 2 moves of the Crimson Sun Sword art, or should he find a more powerful martial art and unseal it? After all, although the 9 black wind inscriptions seemed easy to obtain, such an opportunity was rare. As time went on, there would be fewer and fewer idiots who would come to die like this. Let's keep it first. Ling Xiao finally made a decision. After several fierce battles, his comprehension of the first 3 moves of the Crimson Sun Sword art had all reached the proficient realm from the small success realm. Although the moves had not changed, the power had increased a lot. Coupled with the breakthrough in cultivation, it should not be a problem to use it to deal with the next battle. The Black Wind Canyon was huge, and he wanted to find something stronger. If he guessed correctly, the strongest inheritance in the Black Wind Canyon should not have appeared yet. Even the people of the Black Tortoise Temple had not found it. Moreover, to unlock this kind of inheritance, the number of Black Wind inscriptions needed would definitely not be small. He was worried that 9 would not be enough, so how could he be willing to waste them? Anyway, the memory metal of the 2 moves are in my storage ring. If it's really not possible, I can learn it immediately. Now, I'll go look for the strongest inheritance in the Black Wind Canyon. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao leaped and left. He would advance according to the requirements of the Black Tortoise Temple. However, there were some things that the Black Tortoise Temple did not require, but he had requirements for himself. Originally, he planned to get a few more Black Wind inscriptions on the way, but as he expected, after 2 hours, many martial artists with weaker cultivations chose to hide. The Black Wind Canyon was huge, and even if they hid, no one would be able to find them in a short time. As long as they hid well, it would be safer than running around randomly. Ling Xiao did not encounter any enemies on the way, but he did encounter Zhu Xiaozong. Zhu Xiaozong seemed to be seriously injured, but at least he was not dead. Ling Xiao simply brought him along to recuperate while looking for the strongest inheritance. What was a friend, what was a comrade? It meant that at the most crucial moment, they would sacrifice themselves for each other. How could Ling Xiao abandon Zhu Xiaozong? Brother Ling, I encountered the Crown Prince consort in the depths of the canyon and was severely injured by her. On the way, Zhu Xiaozong said to Ling Xiao, she injured me because we have a grudge against each other, and because of a strange underground palace. You went in? Ling Xiao asked. No, but the aura of the underground palace is similar to yours. I think it might be useful to you. Zhu Xiaozong replied. Take me there. Zhu Xiaozong might not be talking about the strongest inheritance in the Black Wind Canyon, or maybe there was no strongest inheritance in the Black Wind Canyon. However, Ling Xiao definitely wanted to try his luck. There was no strongest inheritance, but he might encounter the most suitable one. According to Zhu Xiaozong, since the aura there was similar to his, then it was probably related to some kind of martial arts he cultivated. Light and shadow, profound meaning, mystic world physique, or soul judgment, no matter what it was, it might be an opportunity. Could the place that the crown prince consort took a fancy to be bad? When Ling Xiao and Zhu Xiaozong arrived at the underground palace, the crown prince consort was nowhere to be seen. There is no light barrier at the entrance of the underground palace. The crown prince consort probably didn't go in, or she went in and came out. Let's go in and take a look. Without the crown prince consort here, they could avoid a difficult battle. That woman was very troublesome. She was no easier to deal with than the hundred-eyed demon Lord Wulong. When Ling Xiao and Zhu Xiaozong stepped into the underground palace, a powerful sacred aura surged towards them. Zhu Xiaozong almost couldn't withstand it and was almost blasted out. However, Ling Xiao blocked the power for him. Ling Xiao was very excited, because he could clearly feel that this powerful and sacred aura was very similar to his mystic world physique. Zhu Xiaozong's feeling was right. Brother Zhu, you've helped me a lot. Ling Xiao stood at the entrance and closed his eyes to feel the powerful sacred aura. He seemed to see two statues. One was very domineering. He had a crown on his head and was standing on a divine dragon. His body flickered with azure light, like the color of the sky. The other was calm, reserved, dignified, and graceful. He was standing on an earth dragon, and his body flickered with yellow light, like the color of the earth. Looking at the two statues, Ling Xiao was reminded of the records he had read in the ancient books. Heaven and earth were not separated, but mixed into one. Yin and yang were first determined, and yin and yang were located. Clear qi was the yang heaven, and turbid qi was the yin earth. The yang heaven was passed down from the 5 grands, and the 5 heavens were located above. The yin earth was multiplied by the 5 yellows, and the 5 qi were condensed, supporting the mountains, forests, and houses. Heaven yang and earth yin, and heaven empress earth. Without a doubt, the domineering one of the two statues was the heaven emperor, also known as heaven duke. The noble one was the earth empress, also known as Mother Earth. Thus, yin and yang were separated. The core of Ling Xiao's mystic world body was the heaven empress earth cells. The more cells there were, the stronger his mystic world body would be. What he had obtained in the everlasting joy immortal island's secret realm might not be the whole thing. It might even be the tip of the iceberg. Compared to the Scarlet Sun sword art, Ling Xiao valued the mystic world body more. The reason was simple. The Scarlet Sun sword art was just a sword skill, a method to kill enemies. Less wouldn't have much of an effect, and more would only increase the number of attack methods. However, the mystic world body was different. After becoming stronger, the body itself would become stronger, and the benefits would accompany it for life. Thus, he chose to enter the underground palace to comprehend the power of the Heaven Empress Earth. It was more urgent than unsealing the sword skill. After all, he only had 4 hours left. He had to use every minute at the most crucial point. After Ling Xiao and Zhu Xiaozong entered the underground palace, the crown princess led Tianhai Tyranny, Shangguan Qinger, and the other Tianhai Empire cultivators to the underground palace. Crown princess, you're talking about this underground palace? I'm afraid someone has already entered. Tianhai Tyranny looked at the light barrier around the underground palace and said indifferently. Impossible. I just killed Zhu Xiaozong and tried to enter the underground palace, but I was blasted out by a terrifying force. I'm at the 2nd level of the heaven realm. The crown princess shook her head. She couldn't believe that someone had entered the underground palace while she was away. However, the appearance of the light barrier proved it. Even if she didn't want to believe it, there was nothing she could do. Fine, let this crown prince go in and take a look. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean was also very interested. What kind of underground palace could actually stop the crown princess? However, the moment it penetrated the light film, the powerful force attacked again. He was only able to hold on for a short while before he was forcefully blasted out. His expression was very ugly. I understand now. Those who are fated will obtain it. I'm afraid that the one who entered is a fated person. Even though Heavenly Ocean Tyranny was tyrannical, they weren't stupid. They understood the reason. Crown Princess, don't waste your time here. Let's go somewhere else. Perhaps there's a place of inheritance that's suitable for us. When Tyranny Heavenly Ocean saw that he couldn't enter this place, he decided to leave. He didn't want to waste time on pointless matters. Alright, but we have to leave someone here to keep an eye on it. If the person inside comes out, we can't let him leave. The Crown Princess gritted her teeth. Sacred Sword of the Wind Demon, stay here with the others. Anyway, what you've obtained is already enough for you to comprehend. You won't be able to digest any more. Just stay here and cultivate. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean glanced at Sacred Sword of the Wind Demon and then left with the Crown Princess. Even though Sacred Sword of the Wind Demon was annoyed that he was being ordered around like a dog, he didn't dare to disobey Tyranny Heavenly Ocean's orders. If he offended Tyranny Heavenly Ocean, he knew what would happen to him. He would definitely die a miserable death. What's more, Sacred Sword of the Wind Demon was very interested in the people who entered this underground palace. He led practically all of the Heavenly Ocean Empire's martial artists except for the 4 prodigies and the Crown Princess to guard this place. No matter who it was, he wasn't afraid. Even if he encountered those 13 peak geniuses, he still had the strength to fight them. This was the advantage of having more people. At this moment, Ling Xiao and Zhu Xiaozong had already entered the depths of the underground palace. The deeper they went, the more powerful the terrifying aura became. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't have been able to continue, but Ling Xiao had cultivated the mystic world body. Not only did he not fear this aura, he even felt it was very familiar. As for Zhu Xiaozong, following behind Ling Xiao, he also basked in a lot of glory. After that strange energy was filtered through Ling Xiao's body, it could actually accelerate the healing of his injuries. It was simply mysterious. After being heavily injured by the Crown Princess, he originally thought that he wouldn't be able to participate in the next battle. Who would have thought that his recovery speed would be so fast that he felt that his injuries would be completely healed in less than 2 hours? In the depths of the underground palace, there were no 5 doors, only 2 statues. They were exactly the same as the statues in Ling Xiao's mind. They were the Imperial Heaven-Earth Empress, the legendary 2 great gods of the mystic world who controlled yin and yang and heaven and earth. The history of the Imperial Heaven-Earth Empress was much longer than that of the human king. When they were born, the mystic world was still in chaos. It was unknown who had actually used the Imperial Heaven-Earth Empress to create such a miraculous body-refining technique like the mystic world body. Brother Zhu, just sit there and heal. With me here, this energy shouldn't be able to harm you. Ling Xiao stood in front of the 2 statues, his eyes reluctant to leave them. His heart was filled with shock and excitement. The Imperial Heaven-Earth Empress's cells in his body were jumping crazily as if they were all going to rush out. Without a doubt, these 2 statues were the fortuitous opportunities in this underground palace. Because when he saw these 2 statues, he discovered the inscriptions below the statues. Unsealing each statue required 6 black wind inscriptions. In other words, unsealing 2 statues at the same time would require 12 black wind inscriptions. However, Ling Xiao only had 9 black wind inscriptions that he could use now. He was still short of 3. Coincidentally, Zhu Xiaozong had 3 black wind inscriptions. Brother Ling needs black wind inscriptions? Zhu Xiaozong asked. I still need 3. Ling Xiao nodded, feeling some regret in his heart. He really should have killed a few more martial artists. I just happen to have 3 black wind inscriptions here. I can transfer them to you. Anyway, even if I can pass the first stage, I can't pass the second stage. Zhu Xiaozong suddenly said. Transfer them to me? Ling Xiao stared blankly for a moment and asked. That's right. I personally saw Heavenly Sea Tyranny force the Heavenly Sea Empire's martial artists to transfer the Black Wind inscriptions to him. Those martial artists didn't die, but the power of the Black Wind was completely gone. What Zhu Xiaozong didn't say was that those martial artists who had their Black Wind inscriptions transferred looked like cripples, almost unable to move. He was afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't accept it. Because Zhu Xiaozong was too clear about his own skill level. As long as Ling Xiao was alive, he would have a chance to live. If Ling Xiao became stronger, he would have a chance to become stronger. No. Ling Xiao directly rejected Zhu Xiaozong's idea. If he didn't try something, who knew if there would be repercussions, What if it caused Zhu Xiaozong to become a cripple? Although Ling Xiao wasn't a saint, he couldn't treat his friends like this. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and looked outside. Suddenly, he smiled. Haha, someone sent me the Black Wind inscriptions. Brother Zhu, wait here first. I'll be back soon. Ling Xiao saw the Wind Demon's sacred sword and one of the 4 ferocious beasts, Wang Xiang. The Wind Demon's sacred sword had 4 Black Wind inscriptions, and there were people protecting it. It was not easy to kill. Wang Xiang had 3 Black Wind inscriptions, and there was almost no one protecting him. Thus, Wang Xiang became his target. He set up a barrier formed by his heaven-earth power around Zhu Xiaozong. Then, he turned and left. Outside the underground palace, Wang Xiang was chatting with his junior brother from the Tianhai Sacred Academy. I heard that Xianxia and Junan were killed. I don't know which bastard did it. If I find out, I'll kill him. The 4 ferocious beasts of the Tianhai Sacred Academy had a good relationship. Although they all had their own thoughts, they often hung out together. It was normal for Wang Xiang to have such words. Senior brother, I seem to have heard that it was Ling Xiao who did it. The junior brother lowered his voice and said, someone saw it. Ling Xiao? That celestial emperor? How is that possible? He may be very powerful outside, but in this Black Wind Canyon, everything starts from scratch. I don't believe that he can kill Xianxia and Junan at the same time. Wang Xiang shook his head and said, if he really did it, I'll crush his head. Unfortunately, you won't have that chance. A ghostly voice suddenly sounded in Wang Xiang's ears. He was so frightened that his hair stood on end. He was extremely frightened. Ling Xiao. He was too familiar with this voice. He tried his best to find Ling Xiao. However, a gust of black wind blew. He immediately felt his throat turn cold and intense pain attacked him. He wanted to scream, but his throat was leaking and he couldn't make any sound. He could only stare at the familiar face in front of him and reveal an extremely frightened and desperate expression. You guys are so close. Go down and accompany the 3 of them. Pucci, after pulling out the long sword from Wang Xiang's throat, Ling Xiao didn't stop at all. With the 3 Black Wind inscriptions in hand, he turned around and headed towards the underground palace. It was only when Ling Xiao stepped into the underground palace that the rest of the people suddenly woke up. Especially the sacred sword of Wind Demon, how could he not recognize that figure? Stop. The sacred sword of Wind Demon tore through the air and turned into a white sword radiance. It pierced through the light barrier in an attempt to kill Ling Xiao. He didn't dare to do that outside. However, in this Black Wind Canyon, he had received the help of Tianhai Tyranny and the Crown Princess, and his current cultivation had reached the 2nd level of the Heaven Realm. Of course, it was also the sacrifice of several Tianhai Empire martial artists that contributed to his success. Just as Xianxia had thought before, he also believed that this was the best opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Rumble, however, at the instant he charged into the underground palace, the violent power of the royal Heaven Queen Earth came crashing out, sending him flying out. Even Tianhai Tyranny couldn't resist the power, so how could he? Damn it, go inform the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess, tell them that Ling Xiao is in the underground palace. The sacred sword of Wind Demon stood there with a ferocious expression and suddenly turned around to shout at a martial artist. In the end, he was still afraid. If Ling Xiao obtained some powerful martial arts in this underground palace, then he might not be able to kill him. Thus, it was necessary to find Tianhai Tyranny and the Crown Princess. That person flew through the air. Unexpectedly, less than 1 li away, he was attacked by a terrifying chill, freezing him on the spot and turning him into ice fragments. How can I let you ruin Big Brother's good fortune? The one who attacked was actually Blue Snow. After separating from Ling Xiao, Blue Snow relied on her outstanding talent to obtain many opportunities. Now, her ability was probably not inferior to those 13 top geniuses. Ling Xiao had always thought that Long Chen, Blue Snow, and Crimson Moon were more talented than him. Of course, his comprehension was better, and with the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, he was able to slightly surpass these 3. As for those 13 top geniuses, their talent was at most on par with these 3. In fact, as the 3 of them unearthed more of the dragon race's potential, those 13 geniuses might not be able to compare to these 3 little fellows. Now, in this Black Wind Canyon, the safest people were Long Chen, Blue Snow, Crimson Moon, Ling Xiao, and the 13 top geniuses. They had the highest chance of survival. On the other side, Ling Xiao stepped into the underground palace again. "You're back?" Zhu Xiaozong saw that Ling Xiao had returned safely and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. "Yes, I killed Tianhai Holy Institution's Wang Xiang and obtained 3 Black Wind inscriptions. Now, I can finally comprehend the Heavenly Queen of Earth's inheritance." Ling Xiao nodded. "Then, Brother Ling, go ahead. I'll protect you." Although Zhu Xiaozong wasn't very strong now, it wouldn't be easy for ordinary martial artists to kill him. At the very least, he could buy some time for Ling Xiao. Pay attention to this underground palace. After 15 minutes, there might be a huge black bear appearing. Just remind me. Ling Xiao instructed Zhu Xiaozong and then used the same trick to kill all the 1,000-eyed insects in this underground palace. He couldn't let so many people see his cultivation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any secrets. "Brother Ling, don't you know? After 2 hours have passed, these monsters will appear for 2 hours instead of the previous 15 minutes. Zhu Xiaozong said. "Who did you listen to?" Ling Xiao asked happily. "Crown Princess. She seems to have obtained some unspoken secrets from somewhere else." Zhu Xiaozong replied. "That's great. Thank you for telling me." Ling Xiao was very clear that an inheritance that required 12 Black Wind inscriptions would definitely be extremely powerful. One had to know that the most powerful move of the Crimson Sun sword art only required 5 Black Wind inscriptions. If he wanted to completely comprehend it, it would probably take some time. He wasn't afraid of anything else, but he was afraid of the sudden appearance of the huge black bear. At this moment, he had no other thoughts. He sat cross-legged in front of the 2 divine statues, and 12 Black Wind inscriptions flew out. The Black Wind inscriptions in mid-air flashed with 12 different colors of light and entered the 2 divine statues. Boom! At that moment, Ling Xiao felt as if his spirit ocean was like a tsunami, letting out a loud rumble. Then, an inheritance memory with a terrifying ancient aura poured into his spirit ocean like a tide. Pooh! Because he couldn't control it, Ling Xiao actually spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face became much paler. "Brother Ling, are you all right?" Zhu Xiaozong asked in shock. "I'm fine. It's just a small injury. This guy is very strong." Although he was injured, Ling Xiao's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and suddenly shouted. He actually took a step forward. Although this inheritance memory was incomparably domineering and terrifying, he, Ling Xiao, was naturally not an easy person to deal with. He, Ling Xiao, would definitely not back down because of this. Little difficulty. To Ling Xiao, such a powerful and domineering legacy memory must have recorded even more domineering and terrifying content. If he was afraid, he would have to give up. How could he be willing to do that? The moment he stepped out, the entire world seemed to have changed. Universe of Tyrants? Ling Xiao was shocked to realize that he was in the familiar universe of Tyrants. The majestic space of the martial soul of Tyrants. The Taotai beast was lying in the void with a planet in its mouth. It seemed to like it a lot. On the other side, there was a huge shadow of the Golden Crow. It spanned across the vast universe, causing the entire place to be covered in gold. On the other side, in an even darker and colder place, there was a huge shadow floating there. It was the primordial divine demon. This was something that Ling Xiao already had. He was very familiar with it. Hence, he didn't take a second look and continued moving forward. Finally, after stepping out of countless stars, he finally saw the Imperial Heaven Queen 2 that he had been looking forward to. At that moment, Imperial Heaven was wearing the firmament armor and holding a huge sword. He stood proudly in the sky and looked into the distance. Empress 2 was wearing the firmament armor and holding the firmament staff. She stood beside Imperial Heaven leisurely and looked in the same direction. That place was filled with darkness. Terrifying dark aura kept coming. It was mysterious and horrifying. He didn't know where that place was. Suddenly, a huge tentacle reached out from the darkness and charged toward the mountain river world behind Empress Tuesday. The mountain river world was a small world in the universe of Tyrants. It was also the martial soul space that Xiao had first formed. If the mountain river world was destroyed, his foundation would definitely be destroyed. To be honest, Xiao was shocked when he saw that. However, at that moment, Imperial Heaven slashed with his sword. The terrifying sword light that could tear apart the universe instantly sliced the tentacle into countless pieces and disappeared. However, just as Imperial Heaven attacked, more tentacles charged toward the mountain river world. Empress Tu was chanting and the firmament staff in her hand gave off a golden glow. A huge firmament shield appeared in front of those tentacles. Countless tentacles hit the firmament shield and couldn't move an inch. Imperial Sky took the opportunity to attack. With a series of slashes from his greatsword, those tentacles were all torn apart. The two great gods stood there, facing the attack from the darkness, unwilling to take a step back. The terrifying and shocking scenes kept changing. The attacks coming from the darkness were getting stronger and stronger. The Imperial Heaven Empress kept fighting, but the wounds on her body kept increasing. Xiao stood there, extremely nervous. He did not know if this was real or an illusion. In short, he knew that once the Imperial Earth Empress was defeated, his mountain river world would definitely crumble and it might even implicate the universe of Tyrant. This was the worst possible outcome. The scene continued to change. Xiao's frown deepened. Under the attack of the dark space, the two great gods finally fell to the ground. Although they didn't die in battle, they were all seriously injured. Xiao's heart was beating violently. In the dark space, a figure stepped out. His appearance could not be seen clearly, but one could tell that he was incomparably powerful. It was much more powerful than any of the previous attacks. Xiao really wanted to rush up and fight on behalf of the Imperial Heaven Empress. However, he knew that he was too weak. In such a battlefield, he had no right to interfere at all. Ha 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 ha. Why are you guys so stubborn? He's not anyone to you. He only cultivated a little bit of your martial arts. The black figure let out a strange laugh, which actually spread wantonly in the universe. Countless stars exploded because of this laughter. Xiao was extremely shocked. Just as laughter alone was enough to destroy a star. What sort of terrifying existence was this? The huge black figure stretched out a huge hand, and a terrifying power poured down, wanting to smash the mountain river world into pieces in front of the Imperial Heaven Empress. Who dares to destroy my mountain river world? Die. Xiao finally broke through his fear and cowardice and charged out. If the mountain river world was destroyed, he would die. If he was killed, he would also die. Although he didn't know if this was real or fake, he believed that only he could save himself at this moment. The moment he rushed out, the Imperial Heaven Empress and Empress Tu stood up, turning into two streaks of light, one green and one yellow, and fusing into Xiao's body. Xiao felt a powerful force pouring into his body, and a shocking sound came from his throat. This terrifying sound spread out, and the stars that were originally shattered in the vicinity actually exploded again, turning into countless ashes. He held a giant sword in his left hand and an earth scepter in his right. He wore light shadow battle armor, and the phantoms of two great gods appeared behind him. Then, he stabbed out with his sword, and that huge palm was actually torn into pieces by his sword. Kill. The giant sword danced, and the scepter spewed out a powerful power of Empress Tuesday. Xiao was like the fusion of the Imperial Heaven Empress and charged into the dark space. That huge black figure actually retreated in defeat. Could this be the true power of the mystic world body? Xiao was incomparably shocked and excited. He could feel that the power he used to charge at that huge black figure was all the power of the Imperial Heaven Empress. The power of the Imperial Heaven was even stronger, the power of Empress Tu was even stronger in defense. The combination of the two, what was it if not the mystic world body? The last time in the Eternal Joy Celestial Island's secret realm, he obtained the cultivation method of the mystic world body. But that was just a method, and it was concise to the extreme. He needed to comprehend and ponder on his own before he could comprehend something. But no matter how high his comprehension ability was, it was very easy to go astray, and cultivate the original true mystic world body into something neither fish nor fowl. No, that's not right, Xiao shook his head. This assumption was unreasonable. To be more precise, it should be the cultivation method of the mystic world body that came from the comprehension of the two divine statues in this underground palace, and then created it. One had to admit that the guy who created the mystic world body cultivation method was also an extremely terrifying person. Ling Xiao had seen him before. However, that person's strength was ultimately still inferior to the two great gods of Imperial Heaven and Empress Tuesday. After all, such a powerful cultivation method was obtained from comprehending these two divine statues. It was not something of origin. But who exactly could create such powerful two divine statues for people to comprehend? This place was the 10,000 lightning extreme place. Could it be done by a human king? Or perhaps, these two divine statues were Imperial Heaven and Empress Tu in the first place? Ling Xiao thought a lot, but in the end, he could not figure it out. But at this time, his thoughts were no longer limited to the mystic world. What was that dark power that could make Imperial Heaven and Empress Tu feel an immense threat? In this mystic world, apart from the myriad races martial artists, was there really still such things as gods? Imperial Heaven and Empress Tu was not imagined by the mystic world's martial artists, but truly existed before. Then with Imperial Heaven and Empress Tu, could there be other gods? Not only were there unknown gods, but there were also heavenly demons that came from outside the mystic world but were clearly low-level heavenly demons. Even an existence like the Night Devil King was someone to be hunted down. What kind of world was this? What kind of world was it outside the heaven's chosen door? These questions kept appearing in Ling Xiao's mind. The battle was still ongoing in the Heaven Tyrant universe, and Ling Xiao's thoughts were also constantly turning. Zhu Xiaozong, who was outside, could clearly feel the sacred, vast, and majestic power that emerged from Ling Xiao's body. At this time, Ling Xiao was completely enveloped by a greenish-yellow light. The power of the Imperial Heaven Earth Queen actually didn't need the help of a cultivation technique and circulated in Ling Xiao's body on its own. In addition to tempering his physical body and forging his muscles and bones, it also awakened the cells of the Imperial Heaven Earth Queen. With every tempering, not only did Ling Xiao's body become much stronger, but the power of the Imperial Heaven Earth Queen in his body also became stronger. Such an aura appeared on his body before, but seeing it today, it seems to be even stronger, more sacred, and vast. It has a feeling that makes people want to prostrate themselves in worship. What kind of cultivation technique is this, to actually be so magical? Zhu Xiaozong looked at Ling Xiao as he healed his injuries. Ling Xiao stood there like a god, majestic and solemn, making people not dare to look at him directly. There was a greenish-yellow light twining around his body, and occasionally, a pitch-black light would appear. That greenish-yellow light revealed a vast righteous aura, the aura of heaven and earth. And that pitch-black light was incomparably evil and overbearing, making people's hearts tremble. This brother Ling probably has secrets that we don't know about. It seems that what father said back then was right. This person could definitely grow into a giant, a top powerhouse in the mystic world. He was also the rumored Heaven's chosen child. Heaven's chosen child not only had outstanding talent and extremely high comprehension, but most importantly, they had extremely good luck. Not only were they difficult to kill, but they often had many more chances to encounter fortuitous encounters and opportunities than ordinary people. Those 13 top geniuses were all people with extremely high talent and comprehension, but they might not be Heaven's chosen child. Whoever could survive in the end and become a giant of the profound world would be the true chosen one. Zhu Xiaozong and Ling Xiao hadn't known each other for long. When he met Ling Xiao had not yet entered the Dragon Phoenix list. At that time, he only saw Ling Xiao as a genius with potential. He didn't understand why his father had to stand on Ling Xiao's side. However, after experiencing so many things, he could be said to have seen through it all. This Ling Xiao was truly the chosen one. Not only was his talent outstanding, his comprehension was shocking, and it would not be easy for anyone to kill him. Otherwise, Ling Xiao, who had so many enemies, would have died long ago. He was a rising star, and he would definitely become this year's White Tiger Storm Gathering's greatest dark horse. 13 top geniuses, perhaps they would all become stepping stones for this dark horse to take off. The power of the Royal Heaven Queen of Earth circulated automatically in Ling Xiao's body. While Ling Xiao was fighting bravely in the tyrannical universe, that giant black shadow was very terrifying. Even if he had the advantage, it was actually hard to kill. Terrifying power poured in from the pitch-black space endlessly, becoming the energy source of that black shadow. However, Ling Xiao was not discouraged. He still advanced step by step, wanting to completely eliminate this black shadow. Thoroughly behead, as the battle progressed, some of the inherited memories were naturally displayed in his hands. Cultivating like this was much faster than any pure comprehension speed. In the tyrannical universe, stars were destroyed, galaxies shattered. This vast and terrifying battle was something that Xianxia had never imagined before. He could not even step out of the profound world, let alone destroy stars. However, this battle had indeed made him extremely excited, and he had also benefited greatly from it. What he did not know was that while he was fighting, something astonishing started to happen. In the underground palace, two god statues suddenly shot out two rays of light, one green and one yellow. This light actually completely dispelled the black wind in the entire Blackwind Canyon. The originally dark canyon suddenly brightened up. Between heaven and earth, something seemed to be changing. Above Blackwind Canyon, Lawless's eyebrows twitched, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Heaven and earth are changing? How could such a vision happen in Blackwind Canyon? He looked at Blackwind Canyon below in shock. A large number of beasts that were attacking the martial artists were suddenly hit by the two green and yellow rays of light, and their bodies immediately fell apart. Many of the participating martial artists were saved by the two green and yellow rays of light. Among them were Ji Luoyu and Fengming Lian. These two girls were not very lucky. They did not encounter Xianxia but were attacked by the beasts. They had no choice but to flee in a hurry. When their lives were in danger, they were saved by the two green and yellow rays of light. In fact, it was not just them. There were dozens of martial artists who were saved by the two green and yellow rays of light. If it were not for these two rays of light, the death toll in this first battle would have risen to nearly 100 people. This was also the number of people that Black Tortoise Temple originally planned to eliminate. Lawless stared at Blackwind Canyon below his feet, and his entire body seemed to be trembling. Although he was powerful and looked down on everything, even Black Tortoise Temple could not have such a shocking effect on Blackwind Canyon. Who on earth could have done this? Heaven and earth are changing. Imperial Heaven Hutu has awakened. The black wind in Blackwind Canyon was completely dispersed, the beasts were killed, and the martial artists were saved. This phenomenon had never happened before. It seemed that Blackwind Canyon was going to disappear from the land of infinite thunders. The disappearance of a mystic realm could only mean one thing, and that was that the core item of the mystic realm had been obtained by someone. Who was it? Was it one of the 13 top geniuses? Or was it Sun Lingchan, Mu Wanshuang, or Ling Xiao? Or was it some guy who pretended to be weak? Lawless did not understand, but this phenomenon was not something he could stop. He could only let it develop. The only trouble was that the number of people in the next battle was a little too high. However, there was still 2 hours. It was still hard to determine what would happen. Roar. Boom. The blood-curdling cries of beasts filled the air as thunder rumbled throughout Blackwind Canyon. It was like the wrath of heaven had descended, leaving many of the martial artists trembling with fear. They had no idea what was going on. They could only deal with the changes by remaining cautious while keeping a close eye on their surroundings. At the very least, the green-yellow rays of light had not harmed any of the martial artists. Instead, they had only killed the terrifying beasts. Somewhere in Blackwind Canyon, Feng Fei stood there, looking mildly at the beast that had been severely injured by the green-yellow rays of light. Then his figure suddenly flashed as he killed the beast with a single, precise strike. At that moment, a terrifying black wind power was released from the beast's body and poured into her body. Although there were no black wind inscriptions, the powerful energy still caused Feng Fei's cultivation to soar. At the same time, similar things were happening all over Blackwind Canyon. The more courageous, resourceful, and talented a martial artist was, the easier it was for them to gain benefits from the dead beasts. The 13 top geniuses, plus Long Chen, Blue Snow, and Hong Yu all began to increase their strength. Sun Lingchan, Mu Wanshuang, and the rest didn't stop their attempts either, but were a bit slower. Ha ha ha, this feels great. After being weakened by the green-yellow light, these beasts aren't as strong as before, but they still have the power of black wind. It's a great help to our cultivation. Such carefree laughter could be heard from many places. Some martial artists who were hiding in the dark also came out, unwilling to be left out. Now that they had a chance to increase their cultivation, they didn't want to be cowards. More importantly, even if they were cowards, they still wouldn't be able to escape death when the time came. They might as well use this chance to increase their cultivation and save their lives. The slaughter lasted for an hour. During this period, a Yinyang realm martial artist was finally born. In other words, some of them had recovered their original cultivation levels. Moreover, the difference in strength between the martial artists grew wider and wider, creating a clear divide. Some were still pitiful martial vein cultivators, while others were already in the Yinyang realm. The source of all these changes was the two strange rays of green-yellow light. However, Ling Xiao, who was the main culprit behind this huge commotion, was completely unaware of this. The giant shadow was slain by him, and everything around him suddenly disappeared. The green-yellow light on Ling Xiao's body quickly receded. But his eyes were still closed, as if he was experiencing something. By his side, Zhu Xiaozong was fighting a giant black bear. This black bear was much weaker than the one Ling Xiao had seen before and had been injured by the green-yellow light. Zhu Xiaozong dealt with it with ease. Outside the underground palace, Sacred Sword Wind Devil was in a good mood. Although His Highness Crown Prince and Crown Princess hadn't come, he'd killed 2 beasts by accident and raised his cultivation level from the Celestial Realm to the Grotto Heaven Realm. This kind of improvement made him extremely confident that he could kill Ling Xiao. He stared fixedly at the entrance to the underground palace, waiting for Ling Xiao to appear. "Hurry up and come out. I can't wait to harvest your head." He stroked the sacred sword in his hands, his heart filled with excitement. The rest of the Tianhai Empire martial artists surrounded the entrance to the palace, waiting for Ling Xiao to appear so they could capture him and hand him over to the crown princess. She wanted him by name. That person. It was best to capture him alive so they could torture. Rumble, at the entrance of the underground palace, a terrifying aura suddenly rushed out. Then, a person walked out. He looked so normal. So ordinary. However, just by standing there, he exuded a powerful and imposing aura. This caused many people's heartbeats to accelerate. They did not understand what caused this discordant feeling. But the person before them gave it all they were. Was he? Sorry to keep you all waiting. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled and looked at the martial artists surrounding the underground palace. It was as if he saw a bunch of black wind inscriptions waving at him. Although he had obtained the inheritance of the Imperial Heaven-Earth Queen's memories, he still wanted to completely unlock the Red Sun Sword technique. In this way, he would need at least 9 more black wind inscriptions. "Lord Wind Demon, Ling Xiao is out!" someone shouted. His voice was loud but trembling, as if he was trying to hide the fear in his heart. Everyone stared at the figure with a complicated look in their eyes. Vigilance, fear, but more than that, they were jealous and confused. Zhu Xiaozong didn't come out. He leaned against the cave wall at the entrance of the underground palace. His face was still full of shock. He had seen an unforgettable scene in the underground palace. He still hadn't fully digested it. He didn't intend to help at all. Because there was no need. The dozen or so people here would probably die at Ling Xiao's hands today. What are you afraid of? He's only at the Celestial Realm now. Wind Demon's sacred sword stood out, looked at Ling Xiao coldly, and said loudly. In Black Wind Canyon, everyone's cultivation was completely transparent and couldn't be hidden at all. Because they all cultivated the same power of black wind and had black wind inscriptions in their bodies, there was a special connection between them. The 4 of you, go and kill that Zhu Xiaozong first, so that guy won't delay things. Wind Demon's sacred sword pointed at the 4 martial artists standing at the front. The 4 of them had reached the 5th level of the Celestial Realm because they killed the beasts. They were much stronger than Ling Xiao. The reason why the 4 of them were asked to kill Zhu Xiaozong was that Zhu Xiaozong's cultivation was now at the 5th level of the Celestial Realm. He had only killed a black bear monster, but his cultivation had increased so much. Just as the 4 of them were eager to try, Ling Xiao took a step forward and completely blocked Zhu Xiaozong behind him. He even looked at the 4 of them with a greedy gaze. The black wind inscriptions of the 4 of you are mine. Although the 4 of them only had 1 black wind inscription each, it was still extremely precious to Ling Xiao. He needed more black wind inscriptions if he wanted to activate all the moves of the Red Sun Sword technique. You're courting death. When the four of them saw this, they all showed a hideous smile. A martial artist with a cultivation of the second level of the celestial realm wanted to face the four of them at the same time? Ling Xiao, do you think we're outside? This is Blackwind Canyon. You're no match for the four of us. If they were outside, the four of them definitely wouldn't dare to touch Ling Xiao. Because they knew that they were no match for Ling Xiao. But inside Blackwind Canyon, they were not afraid of Ling Xiao at all. Kill. The four of them gave up attacking Zhu Xiaozong and attacked Ling Xiao from different directions, respectively attacking the four vital parts of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there, motionless. There was no movement of the power of the black wind. There was only a barely visible greenish-yellow light circulating around his body. It was a pity that this light was covered by his clothes and outsiders couldn't see it. Idiot, you're actually not moving. Then your black wind inscriptions are mine. The first to arrive in front of Ling Xiao was the martial artist with the best movement technique. He fantasized that he could kill Ling Xiao and obtain all the black wind inscriptions that Ling Xiao possessed. Maybe he could even suppress the sacred sword of Wind Fiend. Boom. This person stabbed Ling Xiao with his sword. Crack. A crisp breaking sound rang out. The mortal-grade sword in his hand actually broke into several pieces on the spot. That person looked at this scene in horror and couldn't recover for a long time. What kind of defense is this? Even a spiritual weapon can't penetrate it? After all, his cultivation was 3 whole realms higher than Ling Zhao's. Not only that, but the sword in his hand was a spiritual weapon. Although it was only an ordinary weapon, it was easily broken. He didn't even feel the slightest power of the black wind coming from his opponent's body. What the hell was this? Was he still human? In horror, he turned around and tried to escape. However, it was a pity that Ling Xiao wouldn't give him the chance. A hand stretched out and directly grabbed his foot, and then slammed him to the ground. The poor warrior's head was smashed on the spot. The black wind inscription rushed into Ling Xiao's body. At this moment, another person's fist imprinted on Ling Xiao's temple. The terrifying power of the black wind was completely released, as if it was going to blow Ling Xiao's head into pieces. The terrifying black gas almost wrapped Ling Xiao's head. However, the result of such a horrifying scene really made people speechless. The terrifying black gas blasted on Ling Xiao's head, but it was directly bounced off. Ling Xiao stood there, and even his head didn't move, nor was it deformed in the slightest. No. Impossible. What on earth is this guy made of? The attacker exclaimed in horror. The previous attack could be attributed to a part of Ling Xiao's body that was relatively strong in defense, or he was wearing some magic weapon. However, there was clearly nothing on his temple. Yet, his fist was still unable to smash it apart. This was a punch that surpassed the opponent's cultivation by 3 realms. Not to mention killing the opponent, even a trace was left. How could he not be frightened by such a shocking scene? He turned around and wanted to escape, but his fist seemed to be stuck to Ling Xiao's temple, and he couldn't break free. 2 black wind inscriptions in my hand. At this time, Ling Xiao stretched out his hand and grabbed the opponent's head. There was a faint greenish-yellow light on his hand. Crack. The sound of skull shattering rang out. Ling Xiao didn't use any martial techniques, nor did he use any weapons. He just used his hand to crush the opponent's head. Ah! A shrill and scalp-numbing scream rang out. All the Tianhai Empire martial artists surrounding Ling Xiao took several steps back, as if afraid that they would become the next sacrifice. Powerful indeed. Zhu Xiaozong saw this scene and shook his head with a wry smile. He had already seen Ling Xiao's power in the underground palace just now, but that was only his subjective feeling was. Now that he saw the truth, he was even more certain of his thoughts. The martial arts Ling Xiao cultivated in the palace was most likely extremely powerful. Otherwise, he couldn't of course, of the Ling Xiao, who stood there, was truly like the heavenly deity statue in the underground palace, making people have no choice but to look up and revere him. And those 2 martial artists who were pouncing towards Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in midair. Because of this, his attacking movements became stiff. They rejoiced, but were also terrified. They rejoiced that they didn't attack Ling Xiao first, so they didn't have to die so early and so miserably. But they were terrified because death was still very close to them. Ling Xiao was too powerful. This kind of power was completely illogical, but it was so real. What in the world did this guy obtain in the underground palace? How did he become so strong? They didn't know that after Ling Xiao came out of the underground palace, he didn't have any thoughts of suppressing his mystic world body. The purgatory blood battle was about to end, so he needed to rely on his mystic world body to obtain more black wind inscriptions and obtain more benefits. Moreover, the combat style he comprehended in the underground palace was also the combat style of his mystic world body. There was nothing wrong with familiarizing himself with it and strengthening it now. Therefore, although Ling Zhao's cultivation seemed to be only at the second level of the heaven realm, his imperial heaven-earth power was already comparable to a 13th level yin-yang realm expert. How could a mere Deva realm martial artist possibly get on top of him? You want to kill me? Why don't you make a move? Ling Xiao walked forward and quickly approached the two hesitant martial artists. Their hearts trembled violently. They screamed and turned to flee in a sorry state at the same time. Faced with such a terrifying Ling Xiao, they didn't have any will to fight. They were already very lucky to not die, and they still wanted to obtain the black wind inscriptions on Ling Xiao. What a joke. Do you think you can escape? Ling Xiao smiled coldly and waved his right hand lightly. A huge hand that blotted out the sky actually descended from the firmament. The hand was surrounded by a green light and was filled with the power of the heavens. Even Qi Yang had to retreat. When the sky-covering hand fell, the terrifying pressure actually crushed the nearby boulders into powder. The two martial artists' legs seemed to be filled with lead. They couldn't escape at all. No. The two of them held in horror, and then made a final struggle. At the same time, they threw out a punch at the giant hand, trying to tear it into pieces. Rumble, there was no suspense. The terrifying green hand was not hindered at all, and it slammed down with a palm. Two streaks of black wind inscriptions flew out from under the huge hand and entered Ling Zhao's body. Ling Zhao's black wind cultivation improved a lot again, reaching the 6th level of the heaven realm. Those two pitiful guys were actually directly smashed into meat paste by this terrifying huge hand. Even their bones could not be found. What kind of power is this? How can it be so terrifying, as if the heavens fell? Wind Fiend's sacred sword watched this scene nervously. The powerful aura released from the huge hand made him feel tremendous pressure too. The current Ling Xiao did not look like a human at all, but like the legendary heaven god. Wearing the heaven battle armor, mighty and extraordinary. Want to know? I can tell you. Because the one to die next will be you. Ling Zhao's voice sounded coldly in Wind Fiend's sacred sword's ears. Heaven Emperor power, Heaven Fist. The moment the voice sounded, Wind Fiend's sacred sword's heart suddenly tightened. Then, he saw that terrifying Heaven Fist blasting towards him again. It was just that it was a palm before. This time, it was a fist. That huge fist was like a falling meteor. Block him together, or we'll all die. Wind Fiend's sacred sword had long lost his previous confidence. Facing Ling Xiao, who displayed terrifying strength the moment he came out, he roared loudly. For a moment, more than a dozen streaks of black wind inscriptions scurried towards the sky, colliding with that heaven fist. But at this time, Wind Fiend's sacred sword turned into a streak of sword light, fleeing into the distance. He actually abandoned his comrades, letting these people become his cannon fodder. Rumble, the fist fell, like a mountain crushing down. More than a dozen Tianhai Empire martial artists were actually not lucky enough to escape. They were all smashed into meat paste by this fist. A total of 12 streaks of black wind inscriptions flew into Ling Zhao's body. Ling Zhao's black wind cultivation broke through rapidly due to the 12 black wind inscriptions, rising from the 6th level of the sky realm to the 3rd level of the grotto heaven realm. This punch had killed many people, and all of them were martial artists of the Xianxia Empire. Ling Zhao's eyes showed no sympathy. These people had stayed here to kill him. If he was weaker, he would have been a corpse by now. Damned Ling Xiao. Above Blackwind Canyon, Prince Wu was furious. He clearly represents the Xianxia Empire, but he only kills martial artists of the Xianxia Empire. This is unreasonable. Seeing this scene, Prince Yun's heart trembled. He once had the thought of betraying Ling Xiao, but at this moment, this thought instantly vanished into thin air. What kind of joke was this? This person's tyranny was not inferior to tyranny of the heavenly seas. Sacred sword of the wind devil, do you think you can escape? Ling Xiao took a step forward, turned into a black wind, and pounced on the escaping sacred sword of the wind devil. Although his speed was not at its peak, it was still much faster than sacred sword of the wind devil. It was only 2 or 3 steps, but it covered a distance of several miles, instantly blocking sacred sword of the wind devil's path. Let me go, and I will never be your enemy again. Sacred sword of the wind devil looked at Ling Xiao and made a very shameful request. I can even be your slave and agree to all your conditions. You dare to betray tyranny of the heavenly seas? Ling Xiao looked coldly at sacred sword of the wind devil and said indifferently, I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. You were destined to die at my hands from the moment we were on the airship. His voice was filled with determination and ruthlessness, not planning to give sacred sword of the wind devil any chance. Sacred sword of the wind devil was in despair. He should have known that Ling Xiao would not let him go. Tyranny of the heavenly seas protected him before, so he did not have to die. But now, tyranny of the heavenly seas and the crown princess were not by his side. What could he use to fight Ling Xiao? I don't want to die. Sacred sword of the wind devil held the sacred sword in his hand and exploded with the most brilliant attack of his life. The entire world instantly turned white. The light of the sacred sword enveloped the entire space. In the air, there was a holy aura being generated continuously. Kill. A voice filled with anger rang out from within the holy aura. Then, the holy aura instantly turned into a shocking killing intent that pierced towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there, motionless. He coldly looked at the shocking sword of the sacred sword of wind demon. If you don't provoke me, you might have a place in the White Tiger continent in the future. But now, you will forever fall into the darkness of the underworld. Firmament's fist, kill. As the sword light approached, Ling Xiao's right hand slowly blasted out. The terrifying green light condensed into a huge fist and tore apart the terrifying sword light, destroying the final glory of the sacred wind devil sword. Who would have thought that I wouldn't be able to harm a single hair on your head even when I'm about to die? The sacred sword of wind fiend could feel his life force slipping away rapidly. His fate was coming to an end at this moment. Before he died, what he couldn't accept the most was that he didn't manage to injure Ling Xiao. How could he kill him? Boom! A terrifying explosion finally rang out as the body of the sacred sword of wind demon exploded in the void. In an instant, 5 inscriptions of the black wind entered Ling Xiao's body at the same time. Ling Xiao's cultivation once again broke through to the 10th grotto heaven realm. And the number of inscriptions of the black wind that he could use in his body had reached 21. Damn it! Above the Black Wind Canyon, the powerhouse of the Tianhai Sacred Academy let out a tragic roar. Previously, because of the demonic liquor sword's attack, he suppressed his anger towards Ling Xiao. But at this moment, he finally couldn't control his emotions anymore. The Tianhai Sacred Academy was completely annihilated. The 4 beasts were dead, and so was the sacred sword of wind demon. Such a tragic blow was simply a disaster for them. The most powerful sect of the Tianhai Empire couldn't even get a single person into the top 10 of the White Tiger meet. This meant that the Tianhai Sacred Academy was doomed to decline. The next time would be 10 years later. Ling Xiao, the Tianhai Sacred Academy will kill you. Even if we fall into the abyss of hell, we will swallow you alive. This voice was so mournful that it made one's scalp tingle. It was simply a cry of blood. Old master, do you think you will succeed? The demonic liquor sword asked with a smile. No, not in the past, not now, and not in the future. Hong Qi shook his head. When Ling Xiao was weak, the Tianhai Sacred Academy couldn't kill him. Now that Ling Xiao's strength was increasing step by step with the help of the White Tiger meat, would the Tianhai Sacred Academy really have a way to kill him? What a coincidence, I think so too. The demonic liquor sword's trust in Ling Xiao had reached its peak at this time. Others didn't know who caused the greenish-yellow light, but he firmly believed that it was Ling Xiao's good deed. Because he had once felt the same aura from Ling Xiao. What do you think he got in the Black Wind Canyon? Hong Qi suddenly asked. I don't know, maybe it's just the inheritance of some ancient almighty, but this thing is definitely beyond the Black Tortoise Sacred Palace's expectations. the demonic liquor sword answered. His guess was simply too accurate. What Ling Xiao obtained in the underground palace was the inheritance memories of the two great gods, Imperial Heaven and Empress Tuesday. It wasn't any cultivation technique, but the battle memories of Imperial Heaven and Empress Tuesday. Only martial artists with extremely high perception would be able to comprehend their own cultivation methods and martial arts from these memories. Moreover, 1,000 cultivators could comprehend 1,000 different martial arts. For example, the profound world body was one of them. Without the profound world body as a foundation, Ling Xiao's comprehension would be limited no matter how high his comprehension was. But with this foundation, it was equivalent to standing on the shoulders of giants. He had a deeper understanding of this inheritance and then matched it with his own path of martial arts. He comprehended a profound world body that solely belonged to him. Although the name was the same as the previous profound world body, the cultivation method was more complete and more suitable for him. Together with the Sky Tyrant martial soul, it gave the profound world body a new direction of development. Perhaps one day in the future, the profound world body could truly advance to the Sky Tyrant body. That would be the true meaning of power. Of course, even now, he could easily block the attack of a 14th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist with just the profound world body. He could completely remain unharmed. If he unleashed the power of all the Imperial Heaven and Empress Tu's cells, even a 15th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist would not be able to hurt him easily. Moreover, he could easily hurt his opponent with a punch. Of course, that was not all. Ling Xiao's brand new profound world body comprehended the great inheritance of Imperial Heaven and Empress Tuesday. He comprehended the 13 transformations. They happened to be the incarnations of the 13 continents in the profound world. However, due to the restrictions of the territory, he could only use the Heavenly Dragon incarnation and the Divine Phoenix incarnation. These were all powers that belonged to Imperial Heaven and Empress Tuesday. The ultimate transformation of these incarnations was when Ling Xiao fought with the Black Shadow in the Sky Tyrant universe. The ultimate transformation of the mystic world body was to wield a gigantic sword in his left hand and the staff of the earth in his right hand. He would be covered in light and shadow armor and would have the support of the Royal Heaven Earth Queen. He had not reached that level yet. He could only use the power of the Royal Heaven Earth Queen to execute the Firmament Fist and Shield of the Earth. Once Ling Xiao entered the clone, his mystic world body would be strengthened even further. He would not even need to use his inner strength to kill a 16th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. He would only need to use the power of the Royal Heaven Earth Queen to kill them. It could be said that although Ling Xiao's cultivation did not seem to have increased, his combat strength had made a shocking leap. Those who underestimated him would definitely suffer a great loss. However, this was not enough to satisfy Ling Xiao. This was because he still had 21 Black Wind inscriptions that he could use. He wanted to unseal the last 2 moves of the Red Sun Sword technique and then look around to see if there were any other good things in this Black Wind Canyon that he could use to cultivate. After all, skills were not a burden. Even if he did not need to use them immediately, they would still be effective in the future. He had so many enemies. If he encountered an opponent who could restrain him, he would not be helpless. Xiaocong, go find your own opportunities first. The Purgatory Blood battle is not over yet. Don't waste time. I will find a safe place to unlock the sword technique. The place Ling Xiao was thinking of was the Sword Immortal Tomb. The Scarlet Sun Sword technique was comprehended from the Sword Immortal Tomb. Then, there must be something in the Sword Immortal Tomb that was not inferior to the Royal Heaven Earth Queen's inheritance memories. Perhaps, he might even obtain some incredible treasures. Okay. Zhu Xiaocong nodded. Now that his injuries had healed and his cultivation had increased greatly, his survivability was much stronger than before. As long as he was careful and did not encounter any strong opponents, it should not be a problem for him to survive. After seeing Zhu Xiaocong leave, Ling Xiao also headed towards the Sword Immortal Tomb. The martial artists outside had more or less killed some ferocious beasts because of the greenish-yellow light. This caused the cultivation of most of the martial artists to be closer to the state they were in when they entered Black Wind Canyon. The equilibrium caused by the Black Wind was beginning to be broken. They seemed to be in danger. Before arriving at the Sword Immortal Tomb, Ling Xiao saw Ji Luoyu, Feng Minglian, Mou, and Dan Feng in trouble with his Taiji eye. There's no rush to go to the Sword Immortal Mound. Let's deal with these people first. He would risk his life for his friend. Only friends would die for you. This was something that Ling Xiao had always believed in. Ever since he stepped into the world of martial artists, he had always done so. Moreover, he had also received the help of countless friends. Ling Yihong and Ling Wuhan of Tianfeng City's Ling family, as well as Ling Yishui whom he still could not forget. Cold Plum, Dai Yuling, and that General Lin Zhe whom they met in Sky Cloud City. The Moon Lady, Lan Yuer, Wu Xiang, Yuan Venerate, and the others that he had met at Yuehua School. He had befriended Hai Miankeo and Princess Xianxia in the Holy City. The Wine Demon Sword, Dan Feng, Mou, Zhu Xiaocong, Ji Luoyu, Feng Minglian, Shangguan Lei, and so on. It was said that Ling Xiao had many enemies. In fact, he had many friends as well. And every friend was exchanged with his blood and sincerity. The current him naturally would not forget his roots. Moreover, he felt that although 21 Black Wind inscriptions was not a small number, it was not a lot either. Excluding the 9 Black Wind inscriptions used to unlock the Red Sun Sword art, there were only 12 left. If it was not enough, he would have to come out and look for more. How troublesome would that be? Therefore, it was better to have more of such things than less of them. Ha ha ha, Heavenly Dynasty Empire's trash, you don't deserve to survive this battle. A person holding a long sword looked coldly at Mou. His expression was cold and ruthless. Don't expect that Ling Xiao to come and save you. He has already been targeted by Heavenly Ocean Tyranny and Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord. There's no possibility of him surviving. Is that so? If you really think so, then I'll have to disappoint you. A voice suddenly came from afar. Then, a black wind swept over and Ling Xiao's figure appeared in front of Mou. You've worked hard, Brother Mo, Ling Xiao said with a smile. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Mou clenched his teeth and felt a little guilty. Then you'll have to help me solve more problems in the future. This White Tiger continent will belong to me, Ling Xiao, sooner or later. I can't do without people like you guarding it for me. Ling Xiao smiled. My, Mou's, life is yours. Mou nodded solemnly. For him, before this, he only treated Ling Xiao as a friend. But after this, he looked at Ling Xiao with another identity. That was His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. You talk too much nonsense. You think you can save him? The person holding the long sword suddenly shouted. The long sword in his hand trembled and a cold light flashed. The sword light instantly attacked Ling Xiao. There was absolutely no sign of this sword. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao while Ling Xiao was talking to Mou. Mysterious World Body, Sky Dragon Incarnation, Ling Xiao comprehended a new move. Naturally, he wanted to try it. This time, he didn't use the Firmament Fist. Instead, he transformed into the Sky Dragon and stood proudly in front of Mou. The terrifying lightning instantly dominated his surroundings. That pitiful swordsman didn't even touch Ling Xiao's clothes and was instantly blasted into pieces by the violent lightning. 22 Black Wind inscriptions. Brother Mo, recuperate well. I'll take my leave first. After dealing with that martial artist, Ling Xiao left a sentence and broke through the air. Feng Minglian and Ji Luoyu stayed together. Their situation was worse than Mou's. Although Mou encountered trouble, it was still a one-on-one battle. He might not really be in trouble. But Ji Luoyu and Feng Minglian were surrounded by many people. They couldn't even escape and could only fight to the death. After exhausting their strength, they would definitely die. However, the two didn't give up because of this. They were still fighting to the death. Even if they died, it was better than giving up. In the sky, a ball of lightning suddenly struck and a sky dragon descended from the sky. Many people saw the Sky Dragon bathed in lightning. This guy actually has so many Black Wind inscriptions. Killing him is more worth it than killing those two women. Someone saw several dozen rainbow-colored lights flickering on Ling Xiao's body. That was the total number of Black Wind inscriptions Ling Xiao had. Anyone who saw such a number would be extremely excited. If they could obtain it, they would be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Kill him. Don't worry about those two women. Someone angrily roared. Ling Xiao looked down at the ground, coldly looking at those tiny black dots on the ground. He didn't have the ability to kill all these people, but killing the chicken to warn the monkey and intimidate this group was definitely doable. The martial artist of the heavenly demon cult is you. Ling Xiao's gaze suddenly locked onto a martial artist of the heavenly demon cult. This person was participating in the white tiger meet as a martial artist of the Tianhai Empire. No matter which identity it was, it made Ling Xiao very unhappy. Moreover, this person was the most cunning and cruel in the process of attacking Feng Minglian and Ji Luoyu. He left the most scars on the two women. If he didn't kill him, who would he kill? This fellow is too arrogant. He actually dares to casually control the heavenly dragon's body and look down on us. That's right. What an arrogant fellow. Everyone, kill him. The heavenly demon cult martial practitioner did not notice that Ling Xiao's gaze was fixed on him. He was still inciting the other martial practitioners to attack Ling Xiao together. This was because he had never forgotten the heavenly demon cult's orders. If he saw Ling Xiao, he had to kill him. A cold smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. This person had 2 black wind inscriptions, but his cultivation wasn't weak. It seemed like he was good at scheming. He probably killed many black wind beasts to raise his cultivation to the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. This was not easy. Kill. Ling Xiao shouted coldly in his heart. The heavenly dragon in the sky let out a loud roar and charged at the heavenly demon cult martial practitioner. It was getting closer to the end of the blood battle of purgatory. Although Ling Xiao still had plenty of time, he could not afford to waste it. Since he had decided on what he wanted to do, he would do it without hesitation. The heavenly demon cult martial practitioner saw the heavenly dragon fly down from the sky. He narrowed his eyes and tried to trick everyone into attacking together. Immediately, dozens of gusts of wind attacked Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was not afraid at all. The dragon's roar resounded, and thunder descended. All the attacks instantly dissipated. The heavenly demon cult martial practitioner had already taken the opportunity to leap into the sky. He stabbed a sharp dagger at the heavenly dragon's vitals. Die, idiot! It turned out that he had expected Ling Xiao's strength, so he used the other's strength to distract Ling Xiao. Then, he used his specialty to launch a surprise attack. He wanted to take all of Ling Xiao's black wind inscriptions for himself. Everything that's yours is mine, including your woman. The heavenly demon cult martial practitioner revealed a sinister smile. He felt extremely carefree. What a laughable sneak attack. However, the moment he stabbed at Ling Xiao, he heard a clear and cold voice. His dagger was blocked by the huge dragon claw. The terrifying dragon claws covered his entire body, and then he was smashed to the ground. He was intimidated by this terrifying aura and wanted to escape, but he couldn't move. It was as if he was sucked in by the dragon claw. This aura simply made him unable to breathe. His entire body felt like it was about to be compressed into a large pancake. What a terrifying guy. How could he be so powerful? The heavenly demon cult martial artist circulated the power of the black wind in his body in an attempt to break free from the dragon claw. However, all of this was futile. His seemingly powerful black wind energy was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of the gigantic dragon claw. Die. Ling Xiao's voice rang beside his ear, and the heavenly demon cult martial artist felt his organs and even his bones begin to disintegrate. The fear of death completely enveloped him. The heavenly demon cult martial artist's body finally crumbled. Blood splattered all over the ground before being incinerated by the terrifying lightning. 24 black wind inscriptions. Ling Xiao stood proudly in the void, with the heavenly dragon circling around him. Feng Minglian and Ji Luoyu saw that the heavenly dragon was actually him, and they both breathed a deep sigh of relief. And those martial artists who were still clamoring to attack Ling Xiao earlier also fled in all directions one after another. Ling Xiao did not give chase because he did not have so much time to waste now. You guys find a safe place to hide and recuperate first. I'll go help others. Ling Xiao greeted Ji Luoyu and Feng Minglian, then stepped into the air and left. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Feng Minglian and Ji Luoyu also quickly left, hiding in a safer place. In any case, it was already very close to the end of the purgatory blood battle. Even those 13 top geniuses did not have much time to come out and hunt other martial artists. They were probably comprehending their own opportunities. The probability of a crisis like just now happening again was not too high. The next person Ling Xiao was going to rescue was Dan Feng. This would also be the most dangerous battle before he left the Purgatory Blood Battle. Because the one launching a fierce attack on Dan Feng was none other than the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord Wulong previously. The Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord Wulong was injured by Ling Xiao. However, because of the changes in the world and the changes in Black Wind Canyon, his cultivation had been greatly improved. Now, he had almost recovered to 90% of his original level. He was confident that such strength was enough to kill Ling Xiao. It was just that Ling Xiao this guy hid too well, and he could not find him after searching for a long time. But he just had to run into Dan Feng. Originally, with his strength, it would not take long to kill Dan Feng, but he deliberately tortured Dan Feng to lure out Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao really came. Ha ha ha, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you just have to barge in. Ling Xiao, you idiot, let's see how you're going to escape now. Seeing Ling Xiao rescue Dan Feng, the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord did not even blink. He only looked at Ling Xiao coldly. He really did not care about Dan Feng's life at all. He only cared about Ling Xiao, the guy who dared to injure him. His face was full of ridicule, and his eyes were filled with a terrifying killing intent. Escape? Did I say I was going to escape? Ling Xiao looked at the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord Wulong indifferently and said sarcastically, "You couldn't beat me before, so you were saved by Zui Linglong. Who are you going to ask for help this time? Ha 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 ha, you got lucky this time. Do you really think you can ride on my head and shit?" Although the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord laughed, it was a laugh of anger, a laugh of displeasure, and a laugh of killing intent. Shit? I don't have that kind of interest. It's too uncivilized. I just want to kill you now, so that you won't be haunting me. Ling Xiao looked at Wulong coldly. Since they were already like fire and water, it was better to use the opportunity in Black Wind Canyon to eliminate this person first. Otherwise, he would definitely be a great enemy when he went out. You want to kill me? Wulong's killing intent became even more intense. So what if I kill you? Can't you kill me? Ling Xiao looked at Wulong with disdain and said indifferently, "You're a so-called top genius. You just started cultivating earlier than me and have more resources than me. Do you really think your talent and comprehension are higher than mine? In Black Wind Canyon, you'll never be my opponent. If you improve by 1 step, I'll be able to improve by 2 steps. Your defeat has been decided from the start. You have a sharp tongue. The rumors are true. Those who are hiding in the dark, listen up. For today's battle, watch carefully. Whoever runs away will be the #1 coward in the world." The Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord Wulong roared loudly. Indeed, there were many martial artists hiding in the dark. They didn't dare to show themselves because they knew that both Ling Xiao and the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord were not to be trifled with. However, they didn't want to miss this exciting battle, so they hid in the dark and observed. They might even be able to take advantage of the battle between the two tigers. That would be even better. Greed was an emotion that no one could resist. Who wouldn't want more benefits? You sure have the guts to say that. What if you run away later? That would be really embarrassing. After hearing the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord Wulong's oath, Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Whoever ran away was the #1 coward in the world. Although this sounded like an angry child's oath, there were so many witnesses and countless spectators watching him through the thousand-eyed bug. If he really said that, Wulong would be cutting off his escape route. That's impossible. Wulong waved his hand. His confidence came from his powerful strength. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could be his match. Even if his cultivation in Black Wind Canyon was only 90% of the outside world, even if he still had some trump cards that he couldn't use. But he still believed that Ling Xiao couldn't possibly be his match. If he didn't kill this person, he wouldn't be able to get rid of the hatred in his heart. There's nothing impossible in this world. Ling Xiao looked back at Dan Feng and said, "You just stay behind me and heal. With me here, no one can hurt you." Understood. Dan Feng didn't say anything. At this moment, he was tortured badly enough by the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord Wulong and was almost at his last breath. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had given him a healing elixir long ago, so he didn't die. However, before he healed, he still had something to remind Ling Xiao. "Brother Ling, be careful of that guy's eyes. They're very evil." "Understood." Ling Xiao nodded. He believed that since Wu Long was called the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord, it naturally wasn't a casual title. It must have something to do with this person's ability. Could it be that this guy had 100 eyes? He chuckled and didn't continue thinking about it. He would know in the battle. However, before the battle, he realized that those martial artists who were secretly watching seemed to be plotting something against Dan Feng. Dan Feng was seriously injured and had 10 black wind inscriptions. This kind of temptation wasn't low. "Whoever dares to make a move against him, don't blame me for being ruthless." Ling Xiao's voice wasn't loud, but his chilling killing intent had already spread out. Many cultivators shuddered when they heard his voice and quickly gave up on their original plans. However, this was not the case for everyone. Some people didn't even put Ling Xiao in their eyes. They even felt that if the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord Wu Long wasn't here, they would definitely kill Ling Xiao and Dan Feng. How could they allow Ling Xiao to be so arrogant? Very well, it seems like some people are really looking for death. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. Greed was indeed an emotion that could easily drag people into hell. Not only did these martial practitioners look down on Ling Xiao, but they were also greedy by nature. They wanted to obtain more benefits at the last moment before the purgatory blood battle closed. As long as they could kill Dan Feng, they could at least try their luck in the ruins. "You're planning to kill them right in front of me? Are you really looking down on me?" The Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord could feel Ling Xiao's killing intent. However, this killing intent was locked onto the few martial artists who didn't put Ling Xiao in their eyes. This made the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord extremely displeased, because he felt that he was being looked down upon. However, Ling Xiao didn't care about him at all. In his body, a gush of green energy spiraled up and broke through the sky. In the sky, the green energy grew larger and larger and eventually condensed into a giant palm. "Royal Heaven Power, Firmament Fist, kill." Without any hesitation, the terrifying giant palm fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye. The entire process only took an instant. A green light flashed past and the giant palm slapped down. Rumble, the terrifying power was released in an instant. The warriors who were clamoring the most fiercely and wanted to kill Ling Xiao and Dan Feng were turned into corpses in a blink of an eye. This scene terrified the martial artists who were watching in the dark. They completely gave up the idea of sneaking an attack on Dan Feng. This guy was too powerful. They didn't know what kind of move the giant green palm was. It was so terrifying. On the other hand, the Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord Wu Long was extremely furious. Ling Xiao didn't take him seriously and actually attacked others in front of him. "You have to pay the price for looking down on me." As Wu Long spoke, his fist was already in front of Ling Xiao's face. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao not only because of his anger, but also because of the dozens of black wind inscriptions in Ling Xiao's body. Once he got those inscriptions, he could take advantage of this last chance to gain even more benefits. Then it might even be possible for him to surpass Feng Fei. "Are you in such a hurry to die?" Ling Xiao's cold voice rang out. The firmament fist came crashing down again, startling Wu Long into retreating. Rumble, a terrifying power exploded between the two of them. Smoke and dust filled the air, and rocks flew everywhere. The scene was chaotic. "This is the move you got from the underground palace, right? It's very strong, but it's meaningless if it can't hit its target." Wu Long's cold voice rang out again. But now that he knew how strong Ling Xiao was, he didn't dare to underestimate him anymore. Suddenly, 2 giant insects appeared behind him. The 2 insects looked very similar, but there were some differences. One of them was a gigantic centipede with 100 terrifying eyes. The other was a 1,000-legged insect commonly known as a string of money. Its countless legs swayed in the wind. The Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord Wu Long originally had the centipede martial spirit. This time, he'd received God Lord Qianzu's inheritance in Black Wind Canyon and gained the 1,000-legged insect martial spirit. The combination of the two was terrifying to the extreme. Hundred-Eyed Demon Formation. Wu Long gave a cold snort. The 100 eyes on the centipede martial spirit all shot out a resplendent light at the same time. Then the scene before Ling Zhao's eyes changed in an instant. The heaven and earth he saw was no longer the real heaven and earth. Instead, it had become countless eyes. Those eyes stared fixedly at him, locking him in this space. Chance. Take the chance to kill that Dan Feng. Seeing Ling Xiao trapped, the martial artists hiding in the shadows grew restless again. Greed always made people lose their minds. For the sake of benefits, they forgot the fear Ling Xiao had brought them. 4 of them charged at Dan Feng at the same time, wanting to take the chance to kill him. Brother Ling, let's be brothers again in our next life. Dan Feng looked at the trapped Ling Xiao with determination in his eyes. He touched his storage ring. There were 10 thunderbolt bullets in his storage ring. Each thunderbolt bullet could easily kill a low-level Yin-Yang realm martial practitioner. Even if 10 thunderbolt bullets couldn't kill the 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong, it should be enough to create a chance for Ling Xiao to escape. Ling Xiao knew how powerful Wulong was, but he still came to save him. Just because of this, Dan Feng would definitely not hesitate to use his life to help Ling Xiao. Madman. The 4 martial artists who were approaching Dan Feng were shocked when they saw the situation. They didn't want to die. However, Wulong didn't seem to care about Dan Feng's actions. A weakling like you doesn't even have the right to die with me. He looked at Dan Feng coldly with disdain. Brother Dan Feng, don't die in vain. Ling Xiao's voice suddenly rang in Dan Feng's ears. Although he didn't know what Ling Xiao meant, based on his trust in Ling Xiao, he took out 4 thunderbolt bombs and threw them at the 4 martial practitioners who were trying to kill him. The rest were all thrown at the 100-eyed demon lord, Wulong. After 4 loud explosions, the 4 martial artists who had tried to sneak attack him were blown to smithereens on the spot. The Black Wind inscription drilled into his body and actually healed his injuries. This was probably the uniqueness of the Black Wind Canyon. As for the 6 thunderbolt bombs that were thrown at Wulong, they didn't make any noise and were directly crushed by Wulong mere thunderbolt bombs, boring things. You want to hurt me? Wulong looked at Dan Feng coldly and said, I wanted to let you live for a while and witness Ling Zhao's tragic death. But you're too annoying, so I'll let you die now. He suddenly snorted and 2 tentacle-like insect legs flew out from his back and attacked Dan Feng. Dan Feng was seriously injured and couldn't block this attack. Just as he was about to be killed, the ground suddenly trembled. Countless pieces of soil and stones flew up and formed an impenetrable shield around Dan Feng. Bang, pa, the tentacle-like insect legs hit the shield and couldn't penetrate it. My shield of earth isn't that easy to break. Your opponent is me, not him. Ling Zhao's voice sounded. Then, the green palm tore a gap in the 100-eyed demon formation, revealing Ling Zhao's cold eyes. Good boy, you're not even afraid of my 100-eyed demon formation. Looks like you've got something good. The 100-eyed demon lord sneered. Ling Zhao's strength was indeed beyond his expectations. But to him, it wasn't a bad thing. Only by killing such a person could he show his value. Kill. Wulong roared and flew into the 100-eyed demon formation. Countless tentacles came out from his back and attacked Ling Xiao. Each of the tentacles carried an incomparably sharp aura, as if they were going to cut Ling Xiao's body into pieces. At the same time, all the eyes in the 100 Eyes demonic array shot out a bright light. Each light was as sharp as a sword, causing people to shudder. Profound World Body, Inferno Divine Phoenix. At this moment, Ling Xiao had transformed into a Raging Flames Divine Phoenix. His entire body had turned into scarlet flames. Regardless of whether it was the tentacles or the sword-like rays of light, they were all useless against his body. All the attacks penetrated his body, but it was like penetrating a flame. The flame instantly returned to its original state. The Sky Dragon of the Sky Dragon continent had transformed into the ruler of lightning. The Divine Phoenix continent's Divine Phoenix transformed into the ruler of blazing flames and profound ice. It could switch forms according to its needs. Ling Xiao was currently using the Inferno Divine Phoenix incarnation. He also had the mysterious Ice Divine Phoenix incarnation that he had not used yet. Interesting. The 100 Eyes Demon Lord, Wulong, said that it was interesting, but he was very unhappy. At this moment, in Black Wind Canyon, he could only use the power of the Black Wind. Although his cultivation had reached 90% of the outside world, he could not use many of the martial skills that he was good at. After all, the attribute of the power of the Black Wind was far from his inner strength. Otherwise, he could have killed Ling Xiao right now. However, he had already bragged earlier. If he could not kill Ling Xiao, he would really lose face. 100 Eyes Demonic Array, Illusion. Since the sharp rays of light could not kill Ling Xiao, he had to use other moves. His title as the 100 Eyes Demon Lord, Wu Long, was not for nothing. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt dizzy. Then, he saw that the entire world seemed to be shaking. It was so unreal and so strange. It was as if he was standing on a constantly shaking sponge. His feet were unstable and he could not exert any strength at all. The 100 Eyes Demon Lord is really powerful. He can perform such a terrifying move without using his full strength. If he were to use his full strength, I would definitely be no match for him. Ling Xiao rejoiced in his heart. This Black Wind Canyon had helped him greatly. Power of Earth, Immovable Mountain. Ling Xiao suddenly sat on the ground with his legs crossed. His voice was like a thunderclap. After that, his entire body seemed to have transformed into a cliff, and the terrifying illusion could no longer move him in the slightest. It could not cause any damage to his soul. Power of Heaven, Firmament Fist. Defense was not a habit of Ling Xiao. After stabilizing his body, Ling Xiao performed the Power of Heaven and threw a punch at the 100 Eyes Demon Lord. Sir God Qianzu, Thousand Shadows Fist. The 100 Eyes Demon Lord snorted. The tentacles on his back turned into fists and threw them at the Firmament Fist. Countless fists continued to collide and actually managed to block the Firmament Fist in midair. Then, countless tentacles flew out again and wrapped around the fists tightly. The Firmament Fist could not move at all. You can't trap the Emperor Sky. Ling Xiao's cold voice was heard. Green radiance shone on the Firmament Fist and it became more and more dazzling. Bam, piak, under the terrifying power of the Firmament Fist, the tentacles were torn apart one by one. What? Wu Long's gaze froze. How can Ling Xiao be so powerful? What kind of power is he using? There is a suppression from the firmament that almost suffocates him. He even had the thought of running away. No, I am the 100 Eyes Demon Lord. How can I be defeated? Wu Long roared to the sky. The centipede martial soul and the 1,000 feet martial soul entered his body at the same time. At that moment, his body started to change tremendously. His original humanoid body had become incomparably ugly. 2 heads poked out from each of his shoulders and continued to elongate. At a closer look, they were the heads of the centipede martial soul and the 1,000 feet martial soul. Not only that, but Wu Long's body had also become a lot bigger. He was about 4 to 5 meters tall, and countless densely packed tentacles had actually grown out of his back. He looked extremely terrifying. Die, the infuriated 100-eyed demon lord Wu Long roared furiously. Countless tentacles shot towards Ling Xiao. The power of each tentacle was several times stronger than before. After all, the tentacles from before were just illusions. But now, it was something that truly existed. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. This guy did not care about his ugliness and turned into such a weird monster in his rage. But ugly as it was, this monster was indeed stronger than before. Do you think you are the only one with a martial soul? Ling Xiao's expression did not change. He raised his hands to the sky and shouted, "Strength of the Emperor Sky, to my body. With my body, I shall suppress all evil." At that moment, a huge green radiance fell into his body. His body also grew several meters in size, taking on the appearance of the Imperial Sky Great God. Only his face was different from that of the sculpture. He held the giant sword in his hand and slashed at the 100 Eyes Demon Lord. Although Ling Xiao couldn't transform into his ultimate form and use both the Imperial Sky and Empress Earth's divine powers, he could still borrow their powers. Flee! The 100-eyed demon monarch Wu Long felt an incomparably terrifying killing intent as he looked at the enormous sword that seemed to be pouring down from the sky. At this moment, he seemed to have seen his own death. He no longer cared about his face and turned to flee. His words of "whoever flees is the world's greatest coward" had long been thrown to the back of his mind. Can you escape? Since he'd already used the giant sword, how could Ling Xiao allow 100-eyed demon lord Wu Long to escape? the terrifying sword glint tore through the sky and chased after Wu Long. Before it even reached him, Wu Long could already feel his countless tentacles breaking apart. "Block it, ah!" he roared as the two heads on his shoulders flew off. The giant centipede and thousand-legged worms simultaneously gave him time to escape. But in the blink of an eye, the two heads shattered as the shadow of the giant sword descended upon his head. "Aye!" Suddenly, a sigh was heard. Then, a hand as delicate as white jade appeared and gently blocked the huge sword that was slashing down. The person who'd sighed hovered in midair and looked mildly at the wretched Wu Long. "I told you long ago that it's enough to deal with the weak in Blackwind Canyon. There's no need to find troublesome fellows, but you didn't listen. Now look, you've been killed by someone weaker than you." Feng Fei. Ling Xiao stared fixedly at the owner of the white, jade-like hand. Feng Fei really was a frightening fellow. This was still within Blackwind Canyon, where the other party couldn't even use their full strength. Yet she could block his giant sword so easily. Just how terrifying was this woman's strength? "Junior sister, I know my wrongs." Wu Long lowered his head. Before Feng Fei, he looked like a child who'd made a mistake. "It's good that you know your wrongs. Come with me. Once we're out, use your true strength to make him pay the price." From start to finish, Feng Fei didn't spare Ling Xiao a glance. Even though Ling Xiao's performance wasn't bad, she only had two opponents. One was Heavenly Ocean Tyranny, and the other was White Tiger Empire's Lei Lai. As for the others, although they were all part of the top 13 geniuses, she really didn't care about them. It was like how Tyranny Heavenly Ocean didn't put Sun Lingquan, Mu Wanshuang, or Sacred Sword in their eyes. Ling Xiao naturally had to be killed. However, his life belonged to Wu Long. Got it? Wu Long nodded and glared fiercely at Ling Xiao. "I, Wu Long, will definitely avenge today's humiliation." Only then did Feng Fei raise his head to glance at Ling Xiao. Still, his eyes were slightly shut, as if he disdained to look at the man. "Keep your life for now. I will not kill you because your life belongs to my senior brother." Wu Long, in the eyes of the surrounding martial artists and spectators, his arrogant attitude didn't seem to be inappropriate at all. Feng Fei was one of the top geniuses of the entire White Tiger continent. She had the right to look down on Ling Xiao and look down on Ling Xiao. "If you don't kill me today, you'll definitely regret it." Ling Xiao looked at Feng Fei as he spoke. "Regret it?" Feng Fei laughed softly. "You really don't deserve to make me regret it." So speaking, Feng Fei left with the 100-eyed demon lord. Ling Xiao didn't chase after them. He knew that he wasn't Feng Fei's match. This woman had used some unknown method to maintain the same level of strength as him outside. Without the restrictions of Blackwind Canyon, Ling Xiao was definitely no match for Feng Fei. Although he was confident and brave, he wasn't stupid. If he couldn't win, he couldn't win. There was no need to throw his life away. After all, Feng Fei wasn't Wu Long. No matter what, today's battle had made him famous. Meanwhile, the 100-eyed demon lord Wu Long would have to bear the title of world's #1 coward for a very long time. "Dan Feng, let's go." Because Dan Feng was heavily injured, Ling Xiao didn't dare to leave him here. Thus, he planned to take Dan Feng with him to the Sword Immortal Tomb, just like when he saved Zhu Xiaozong last time. "Brother Ling, you don't need to be discouraged. Your talent and comprehension are the most outstanding I've ever seen. Although you can't compare to Feng Fei now, you'll definitely surpass him in the future." Dan Feng seemed to sense that Ling Xiao was a little quiet, so he spoke up to comfort him. "Ha ha ha ha, brother Dan Feng's words are very true." Ling Xiao laughed heartily. His thoughts were the same as Dan Feng's. As long as he cultivated his profound world body to a certain level, even if it wasn't the best, it'd be easy to kill Feng Fei. "Just you wait, Feng Fei. You'll definitely pay for your contempt. Moreover, it won't take long." Ling Xiao had a principle of revenge. If he could take revenge today, he'd never delay it until tomorrow. When he had the ability to take revenge, he'd definitely beat Feng Fei until he was looking for his teeth on the ground and kneeling in front of him. "Halt! Are you the trash who dared to be disrespectful to senior brother Wu Long?" Just as Ling Xiao and Dan Feng were about to head to the Sword Immortal Tomb, they suddenly discovered a person standing in front of the tomb. It seemed that he'd been waiting there for a long time. This person was a disciple of the Jingyi school, the hundred-eyed demon Lord Wulong's best friend. He was also one of the 7 disciples of the Jingyi school and ranked 6th, one place higher than Jun Macho. He'd met Wulong before, so he knew that Ling Xiao had injured him. He'd decided to wait here to kill Ling Xiao. He believed that since Ling Xiao had come to the Sword Immortal tomb, there was a high chance that he'd come back. Originally, he was about to be disappointed when the Purgatory blood battle was nearing its end. Who knew that Ling Xiao would actually appear? He was inexplicably excited. He jumped into the sky and directly attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes were indifferent. He was still looking at the door of the Sword Immortal tomb. He didn't even look at that person before he casually punched out. Imperial Heaven Power, Tyrant Fist of the Heavens, a terrifying fist shadow whistled towards that martial artist. That person was instantly terrified to the extreme. His eyes were filled with that huge fist and a terrified expression. He was one of the 7 disciples of the Jingyi school. Was he going to die in the hands of such an unknown person? Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, that person's body was messed up in the wind. Then it shattered. In the end, only 10 black wind inscriptions were left. They drifted with the wind and entered Ling Xiao's body. At this point, Ling Xiao already had 34 black wind inscriptions that he could use. That would be a huge fortune. He believed that no matter what he encountered in the Sword Immortal tomb, it would be enough. This scene was also seen by many martial artists who had just come out of the teleportation array. They stood there and suddenly didn't dare to move. It was as if their bodies had been immobilized. They had originally planned to go to the Sword Immortal tomb, but when they found such a tyrannical guy coming over, no one expected that he would be killed in the end. Ling Xiao killed the 6th son of the Jingyi school as if he had killed an insignificant mosquito. He didn't even look at the martial artists who had rushed over from the teleportation array and directly entered the Sword Immortal tomb. Ling Xiao stepped into the Sword Immortal tomb. There was less than half an hour left before the end of the first Purgatory blood battle. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not dare to delay. He immediately used the 9 black wind inscriptions to unseal the 4th and 5th moves of the Red Sun Sword technique. After unsealing them, Ling Xiao did not try to comprehend them. Anyway, even if he left the Black Wind Canyon, he would still have the chance to comprehend them. He still had 35 Black Wind inscriptions left. He needed to get more things. He could not let these Black Wind inscriptions go to waste. Rumble, just as he was about to leave the Sword Immortal tomb to look for other opportunities, the 5 doors of the Sword Immortal tomb suddenly merged into one and became a huge bronze door. On it were written the words "Place of the Killing God Burial." And under the big words, there were small words. Ling Xiao took a look. It meant that the Killing God by Ren was ordered to hunt down the human immortals who had defected. Although he was one of the 12 human immortals under the Human King and was extremely powerful, there were 6 of them. All of them were top human immortals. Black Wind King, Qing Meng King, Boulder King, War Dragon King, Red Sword General, Sir God Qianzu. These 6 people, led by the Black Wind King, set up a trap and fought with the Killing God by Ren for 7 days and 7 nights. In the end, Byron killed 6 people and was seriously injured. Even so, he had completed the Human King's mission. However, when Byron was about to leave, he was ambushed by his subordinate and his life was in danger. His subordinate had actually been subdued by the heavenly demon and became a spy. Unfortunately, Byron was brave but not smart enough. That was why he did not see through it and died. However, before he died, he left his 3 Origin Divine Swords in the Sword Immortal tomb. He hoped that someone could get them so that they would not be lost. The so-called Origin Divine Sword was a divine sword condensed from the warrior's most essential energy. Not only was it an energy sword, but it was also a sword that recorded the warrior's lifetime of memories. Mastering one of them would allow one to master one of Byron's ultimate moves. After reading all this, Ling Xiao was truly shocked. The legends of the later generations were fragmented and the recorded history was not complete at all. There were many things that couldn't be found in books. If he hadn't unlocked the 5 movements of the Red Sun Sword technique by luck, he wouldn't have been able to activate Byron's burial ground. It seemed like there were some things that really required luck. If he didn't come back, how could he have such luck? Brother Danfeng, you stay here and recuperate. I'll be right back. Ling Xiao reached out and pushed open the huge bronze door, then stepped through it. Since the text said that the killing god White Blade had left 3 origin swords here, then it was definitely not a lie. Inside the giant bronze door, Ling Xiao saw a shocking scene. There was a blood-red skeleton sitting there. Although the flesh had long since rotted away, the skeleton was still intact. Moreover, it was not white or gray. Instead, it was blood-red with a blood-red glow. The horrible killing intent made people shudder. On the other side, there was another skeleton that had been stabbed by 3 swords. It also emitted a powerful aura. It was also the skeleton of a human immortal, but it looked much weaker than Byren's. The one who was killed should be the one who betrayed Byren. I didn't expect that he also left behind an inheritance. It seems that before he died, the demonic power of the heavenly demon in his body dissipated, and he finally repented. Ling Xiao observed the situation inside and made a judgment. Under Byren's skeleton, there was a small line of words: to obtain Byren's inheritance, you need the killing god White Blade martial spirit and 10 inscriptions. To obtain Byren's skeleton and 10 inscriptions. To obtain 3 origin swords and 12 inscriptions. A total of 32 inscriptions. Ling Xiao was delighted. He still had 35 inscriptions of Black Wind left. He could get all of Byren's things. Next to the skeleton of the traitor, there were also words: although he was not a human immortal, he betrayed Byren. He committed a grave sin. Before he died, he suddenly repented and left his inheritance for the fated person to comprehend. 8 inscriptions of Black Wind are required. Seeing this, Ling Xiao walked out of the giant bronze gate again and called Dan Feng in. At this time, Dan Feng was beside him, and Dan Feng also had enough inscriptions of Black Wind to comprehend this person's inheritance. Both of them were quite lucky. Although Ling Xiao might waste 3 inscriptions of Black Wind, nothing could be so perfect. 26 minutes left. Hurry up and comprehend it. This kind of inheritance couldn't be taken away like memory metal. He could only comprehend it on the spot. How much he could get depended entirely on his luck. Ling Xiao first took Byren's skeleton and put it into the mountain river world. Although he didn't know what the skeleton was used for, since it required 10 inscriptions of Black Wind, it must be something extraordinary. After that, he took the 3 origin swords. The moment the origin swords entered the mountain river world, terrifying sword light shot up to the sky and tore apart the remaining Black Wind in the sky above Black Wind Canyon. Some warriors who were closest to the canyon were injured by the terrifying sword chi and broke out in a cold sweat. I didn't expect that someone would get a new inheritance in the end. Lawless looked in the direction of Black Wind Canyon. According to the investigation of the Black Tortoise Temple, there should be 6 great inheritances in Black Wind Canyon. They were Black Wind, Qing Meng, Zhu Yan, Zhanlong, Qi Jian, and Qianzhu. However, it was very clear that 3 completely different legacies had appeared out of nowhere in the Purgatory Blood battle this time. Moreover, every single one of them was extremely powerful. As for what they were, even Lawless didn't know. There was no record in the Black Tortoise Temple's information. It seemed that he had to wait until the end of the White Tiger meet to get in touch with these talented warriors. He wanted to know what kind of inheritance memories they had. After suppressing the origin swords, Ling Xiao began to comprehend Byren's inheritance. The killing god's White Blade martial soul appeared behind his back. Then, 10 Black Wind inscriptions flew out and flashed in the air. Surprisingly, it was connected to Byren's skeleton in the mountain river world. At that moment, Ling Xiao saw Universe Tyrant once again. In the vast universe, apart from what he had seen before, there was nothing else. Another figure appeared. It was a man wearing a black iron helmet and black battle armor, with 3 long swords floating behind his back. White Blade of the Killing God, Ling Xiao stared fixedly at this figure. He could feel a terrifying murderous aura that was thousands of times stronger than his own. Byren was surrounded by countless black shadows, and the black shadows still came from the dark space that had attacked the Imperial Heaven Queen Earth. Ling Xiao didn't know why this space existed in his universe of tyrants, but he was sure that the things that came out of it were very powerful. Kill. Byren was brimming with killing intent. Wielding 2 origin swords, Byren charged into the enemy ranks. Her killing intent surged to the sky. This murderous aura seemed to have completely materialized. Many of the black shadows that came into contact with it were torn into pieces on the spot. The battle did not only leave Bai Ren with scars, but it also increased his combat power. This guy was different from Imperial Heaven Hutu. The more enemies he killed, the stronger his murderous aura became. It was as though he was an immortal. His body was covered with various weapons and blood was gushing out. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he became even more terrifying. His black armor turned red, and the 3 origin swords were also dyed red. His battle continued. Rumble, in the outside world, Lawless was even more shocked. Although the 3 terrifying sword auras were terrifying, they were only sword auras after all. They did not have a consciousness. However, this time, the murderous aura that rushed out of Black Wind Canyon seemed to be alive, causing every martial artist's soul to tremble violently. Even Lawless could feel the trembling in the depths of his heart. Who is it? What kind of terrifying inheritance did they unlock? He stared at Black Wind Canyon in disbelief. However, Black Wind Canyon was currently covered in blood. All the 1,000-eyed winged insects had died an unnatural death. None of them were still alive, and none of them could continue to play the scene inside. Looks like I can only investigate after the White Tiger meet ends. Fortunately, the Purgatory Blood battle will end in a few minutes. The 6 great inheritances have become 9. No, it should be 10. I wonder which 10 people have become the lucky ones this time. Lawless looked at the time. He suddenly extended his right hand and announced loudly, "The first battle of the White Tiger meet, the Purgatory Blood battle, has ended." As his voice fell, a huge array diagram fell into Black Wind Canyon. Then, all the martial artists who entered Black Wind Canyon were forcefully teleported out. Including the corpses. Of course, the corpses were not complete. Some of the martial artists were directly eaten by beasts, while others were killed without leaving a trace. The Black Tortoise Temple is indeed powerful. They actually mastered such a magical array. When the crowd saw the martial artists who were teleported out, they were all shocked and even horrified. Very few of them had heard of the Black Tortoise Temple, let alone experienced how terrifying it was. However, this magical teleportation array told them that the Black Tortoise Temple deserved its reputation. So many people died. Everyone's attention was focused on the martial artists who were still alive. About 70 or 80 people died. It was truly tragic. The 70 to 80 people who had died were also outstanding geniuses of the 4 great empires and the Jingyi school. Although it wasn't the best, it was still a pity. These people came to the extreme place of myriad thunders with boundless hope. They wanted to be like carps leaping over the dragon's gate, for a brighter future for themselves. They all felt that they could succeed and that they wouldn't die. However, death was fair. Regardless of whether you were competent or not, you still had to die. Son. Big brother. Sister. Suddenly, all kinds of mournful screams rang out one after another. After all, 70 to 80 people had died. These people had family and friends. Now that they were dead, their family and friends would naturally be grieving. They would be in so much pain that they wished they were dead. Many people's faces were ashen. Some were incomparably furious, while others were filled with murderous intent. What they had lost was not only their family and friends, but also the hopes of many people. Perhaps if a genius were to fall, their entire family or sect would decline and become pitiful creatures that could be bullied by anyone. For example, the Tianhai Sacred Academy. There were many warriors who had participated in the White Tiger meet. In addition to the 4 ferocious beasts and the sacred sword of the Wind Demon, there were a few others. However, these people were all killed by Ling Xiao. The higher-ups of the Tianhai Sacred Academy stared at the crowd. They weren't looking for the bodies of their disciples, but for Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao was still alive, the Tianhai Sacred Academy would definitely torture Ling Xiao to death with the most painful punishment in the world. There he was. They soon found Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao was talking and laughing with Dan Feng, who was beside him. He looked very happy. However, Ling Xiao's smile was so hateful and intolerable in their eyes. Old Master Hong, not only did your good grandson survive, but he also ensured that those people weren't killed. His performance this time wasn't bad, right? The sacred sword of the wine demon? Asked Hongqi with a smile. Hongqi stroked his beard and smiled very happily. He was naturally overjoyed that his grandson didn't die. Sigh, the dignified Tianhai Sacred Academy has fallen to such a state. If it were me, I would go and kill that Ling Xiao right now. A strange voice sounded in the ears of the higher-ups of the Tianhai Sacred Academy. They turned their heads to look. It was a guy wearing a pitch-black cloak and a mask on his face. The voice was like a woman's, but also like a man's. It was very harsh to listen to. Although they were very angry at these words, they had to admit that this person was right. Ling Xiao had almost cut off all hope of the Tianhai Sacred Academy. How could they not hate him? In fact, there was another person who was even angrier than the higher-ups of the Tianhai Sacred Academy. That was Wu Qinhuang. Wu Qinhuang was the leader of the Tianhai Empire's team this time. However, he had witnessed Ling Xiao kill more than a dozen martial artists of the Tianhai Empire with his own eyes. Now, in the Tianhai Empire, besides the martial artists of the Heavenly Empire led by Ling Xiao, there were only 6 people left: Tianhai Tyranny, Sun Lingchuan, Mu Wanshuang, Lu Lian, Xiao Budian, and Ko Xiling. Most of the rest were killed by Ling Xiao, and some were killed by other martial artists. This directly led to the Tianhai Empire suffering the heaviest losses in this purgatory blood battle. As the person directly in charge, how could he not be angry? The number of participants in this purgatory blood battle reached 155, but now there were only 78 people left. The death toll was as high as 77 people, which was almost half of the total. The 4 great empires and the Jingyi school had suffered great losses. However, most of the losses of the Tianhai Empire were on Ling Xiao's head. This was something that Wu Qinhuang couldn't accept. Of course, none of the 13 top geniuses had died, and it was obvious that they had all benefited. Ling Xiao suddenly turned to look at the 100-eyed demon lord of the Jingyi school, Wu Long, and revealed a mocking smile. As one of the 13 top geniuses, Wu Long had nearly died twice in Black Wind Canyon at the hands of Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Zui Linglong and Feng Fei had come to his rescue and saved his life. He looked at Wu Long, and Wu Long stared back at him with an extremely cold gaze. In his heart, Wu Long hated Ling Xiao to the bone. This time, he had received Divine Lord Qianzu's legacy, one of the 6 great inheritances. This would allow his strength to break through even more quickly. Because of the limited conditions in Black Wind Canyon, he couldn't kill Ling Xiao. Instead, he was humiliated by Ling Xiao. But now that he was out, he would never let Ling Xiao and the people by Ling Xiao's side off. Wu Long swore that he would let those insignificant fellows know the terrible consequences of offending him. If he didn't kill Ling Xiao and all his friends, he would never be able to quench the hatred in his heart. Ling Xiao! Get out here! Suddenly, a shout came from the crowd. Prince Wu and Prince Yun walked out. The shout came from none other than Prince Wu. He felt that as the leader of the Sky Sea Empire, he had to at least do something to stop Ling Xiao from being too arrogant. If possible, he hoped that Heavenly Sea Tyranny could act and kill Ling Xiao. Take him seriously, 100-eyed demon lord Wu Long heard Prince Wu's shout and smiled. He hadn't expected Ling Xiao to have offended so many people. He hadn't even made a move yet, but there were already people who couldn't hold themselves back. Ling Xiao ignored Prince Wu. He didn't even glance at him. Instead, he continued to discuss something with Dan Feng. This made Prince Wu feel like he had lost face. Your Highness Crown Prince, you must know that Ling Xiao has brutally killed more than 10 of Sky Sea Empire's martial artists. If he isn't properly punished, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the public. Prince Wu was embarrassed to see Ling Xiao ignore him. However, he wasn't as strong as Ling Xiao, and he didn't dare to rashly attack. He could only ask for Heavenly Sea Tyranny's help. Heavenly Sea Tyranny closed his eyes, as if comprehending something. The Crown Princess said coldly, just do as you wish. If he dares to act, we will naturally stand up for you. Many thanks to your Highness Crown Prince, Crown Princess. After receiving the Crown Princess's promise, Prince Wu's attitude became even more arrogant. He pointed at Ling Xiao and roared, Ling Xiao, if you're a man, stand up. Don't be a coward. Ling Xiao, get the hell out here. Sky Sea Holy Court's higher-ups also roared. Execute Ling Xiao on the spot. Water God Temple Sect Master Tianhai Mingyue shouted. This child's crimes are unforgivable. White Horse's king roared. If this thief isn't eliminated, Xianxia Empire can forget about getting any results at the White Tiger gathering. The people of the Heavenly Demon cult were also jeering. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, weren't you arrogant? Why are you like a mouse with its tail between its legs, not daring to make a sound? The hundred-eyed demon monarch Wu Long laughed heartily. Seeing that Ling Xiao was being ridiculed by the crowd, he naturally wanted to join in. Hee, that's still better than you, the #1 coward in the world. What face do you have to mock me? Ling Xiao slowly stood up and looked disdainfully at the hundred-eyed demon lord Wu Long. Brat, I dare you to say that. Again. Don't forget, this isn't Blackwind Gorge anymore. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Hundred-eyed demon monarch Wu Long roared fiercely. You've said the same thing twice before, and both times you ran away with your tail between your legs. Hee, I wonder what will happen this time. Ling Xiao calmly looked at the hundred-eyed demon monarch Wu Long, completely fearless. Enough. Participants are not allowed to kill each other outside of the competition. Otherwise, they will be disqualified. Lawless harumphed coldly. These words were very interesting. In other words, those who weren't participants were allowed to kill each other. This was obviously a hint to someone. Brat, I'll spare you now, but you'll die in the second battle. Wu Long harumphed coldly and sat back down. A coward will always be a coward. It's the same no matter when. Ling Xiao sneered and turned to look at the martial prince, ignoring the hundred-eyed demon monarch Wu Long. Wu Long was so angry that his face turned pale. However, he really didn't dare to attack Ling Xiao under lawless eyes. How do you want to punish me? Ling Xiao asked the martial prince. The martial prince was stunned. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to ask such a question. He thought that Ling Xiao would argue. After a while, he clenched his teeth and said, killing a participant from the same country should be executed. Executed, right? Tianhai tyranny and the crown princess killed participants from the same country in order to increase their cultivation. Do you dare to execute them? Ling Xiao asked disdainfully. This question stumped Wu Qinhuang. Brat, you're just a commoner. How can you be compared to the honorable crown prince and the crown princess? Even if those people died, they did it willingly. One of the higher-ups of Tianhai Holy Institution said. That's right, that's the reason. The martial prince agreed. Hee, such a shameless reason. But it doesn't matter. Martial prince, if you want to kill me, then come. I'll give you 3 moves. I won't attack. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled and said. Are you serious? The martial prince thought. Although he wasn't Ling Xiao's opponent, if he just stood there and let him attack, even if he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, he could at least injure him. This way, he wouldn't lose face. If the emperor asked him in the future, it would be easier to answer. Of course I'm serious. Do you think I'm like your royal family, going back on my words? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Ling Xiao, speak clearly. How can we, the royal family's martial artists, go back on our words? The crown princess asked coldly. Do you need me to say it? You promised to protect the wind demon's sacred sword. But he was still killed by me. If this isn't going back on your words, then what is? Or perhaps, what the crown prince said before was just a lie. Ling Xiao glanced at the crown princess. Without waiting for her to refute, he looked at the martial prince and said, do it. If you don't want to, then forget it. But after that, shut your stinky mouth. You asked for it. The martial prince sneered and slowly approached Ling Xiao. He was slow because he needed to accumulate internal energy to give Ling Xiao his strongest attack. He had wanted to kill Ling Xiao for a long time. He wanted to kill him when he returned from the underground world. But because he couldn't kill the martial artists at that time, he held back. But now, he had a reason and opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Naturally, he wouldn't give up. Moreover, he clearly felt that Ling Xiao's strength had a breakthrough. If this guy continued to improve, the crown prince and the crown princess wouldn't be able to suppress him in the future. So, he had to get rid of him as soon as possible. When he was 3 to 4 meters away from Ling Xiao, the martial prince's body had completely transformed into the crocodile god form. The huge claws shone with a shocking cold light and killing intent. Die. You will definitely regret what you did today. The huge crocodile god brandished its terrifying claws. The yin and yang origin power boiled and roared. The powerful aura had not even touched Ling Xiao, but it had already exploded with a shocking power. Many martial artists in the vicinity dodged, afraid that they would be affected by this attack. Brother Ling. Dan Feng didn't leave and called out. Go away first. I will play with him. Ling Xiao waved his hand, indicating that Dan Feng didn't need to care about this. He had his own reasons for taking the martial prince's 3 attacks head-on. The first reason was that he wanted to test how strong his evolved mystic world body was in the outside world. The second reason was that he could openly kill this Wu Qinwang. Just like how Wu Qinwang wanted to kill Ling Xiao had wanted to kill Wu Qinwang a long time ago too. Wu Qinwang kept provoking him and causing trouble for him. He could not take it anymore. If he did not kill this troublesome fellow, he would feel like there were bugs buzzing in his ears all day. That being said, killing the martial prince was also a warning to the rest of the factions that were hostile toward him, to let them know that they would have to bear a great risk if they were to attack him, which could result in their deaths. Wu Long looked at this scene coldly and revealed an interested smile. He wanted to see how long this arrogant Ling Xiao could last under Wu Qinwang's fist. Wu Qinwang was a 12th level yin-yang martial artist after all. He must have a Dharma treasure on him. Ling Xiao was asking for trouble since he dared to boast that he would not attack. Everyone stared at Wu Qinwang's huge crocodile claw. They wanted to know how big of an effect this attack would have. Boom, the terrifying claw slapped Ling Xiao's head. The huge impact created a huge crater where Ling Xiao was standing. However, Ling Xiao stood there and levitated. He even had a mocking smile on his face. What? Wu Qinwang was shocked. He could not believe what he was seeing. He had attacked in his crocodile form. Even a 13th level yin-yang martial artist would not dare to take this attack head-on, let alone stand there and let him hit him. Ling Xiao was only at the 7th level yin-yang martial artist. How could he be so terrifying? Also, his claw did not feel like it was hitting a person. It felt more like it was hitting diamond meteoric iron. Not only was there no effect, but it also caused him great pain. He was not the only one who was stunned. Everyone else who saw this was stunned too. What was going on with Ling Xiao's defense? Are you tickling me? Ling Xiao looked at Wu Qinwang with a mocking expression. Impossible. The martial prince simply could not believe the scene before his eyes. In his rage, he actually opened his bloody mouth and bit towards Ling Xiao's head. Crack. Such an attack was met with a mouth full of broken teeth. It's already been 2 moves. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Ling Xiao still looked at Wu Qinwang with disdain, unmoving like a mountain. Prince Wu, calm down. Don't waste this opportunity. Use all the magic treasures you have. Just as Prince Wu's mind was in such a mess that he didn't know what to do, the crown princess voice rang out. He had to admit that this woman was really amazing. At this moment, Wu Qinwang really needed these words. After calming down, Prince Wu nodded and returned to his half-crocodile state. Only in this state and human form could he use magic treasures. A strange weapon flew out from his storage ring. It was like a sword, but also like a knife. However, it looked more like the teeth of some kind of monster. This is a magic treasure made from our ancestors' teeth. It's already a fine spirit weapon. With the crocodile god's power, even a 16th level yin-yang martial artist would definitely die in one hit. Prince Wu looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, Fear, Ling Xiao. You don't have a chance to regret. This is my strongest attack and also my greatest trump card. He really wanted to see fear on Ling Xiao's face. This was because watching Ling Xiao being killed in fear would definitely be more exciting than this. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Ling Xiao picked his ears and blew away the earwax on his fingers. He said impatiently, so much nonsense. Are you going to fight or not? At that moment, everyone saw Prince Wu's embarrassed expression. To cover up this embarrassment, Prince Wu finally attacked. He mobilized all the yin-yang energy in his body and injected it into the crocodile god's teeth. Then, he stabbed it towards Ling Xiao's throat. Even though the weapon in his hand was extremely powerful, he still planned to attack Ling Xiao's weakest point for safety's sake. Kill. The cold crocodile god's teeth pierced Ling Xiao's throat. Finally, blood dripped out. This scene made Ling Xiao's friends nervous. However, it made Ling Xiao's enemies excited. They wanted to see Ling Xiao being killed the most. Unfortunately, they were disappointed once again. Your attack is not bad. Unfortunately, you only managed to injure my skin. Ling Xiao reached out calmly and gently grabbed the crocodile god's teeth. 3 moves have passed. You've wasted your chance. Now, it's my turn. What? You didn't say anything like that just now. Prince Wu panicked. He thought Ling Xiao gave him 3 moves because he was afraid and did not dare to go against so many people. But now, he understood. Ling Xiao gave him 3 moves to give him a reason to be killed. I didn't say it just now. But I did say it before. Whoever wants to kill me, I will kill them regardless of the reason. Ling Xiao looked at Wu Qinhuang with a hint of contempt. What a fool. He actually thought that he could hit him 3 times for no reason? Ling Xiao, do you know the consequences of killing Prince Wu? The crown princess coldly looked at Ling Xiao and questioned. Ling Xiao, will do what I want to do. How can I allow others to tell me what to do? Consequences? That's something you should think about, not me. He coldly glanced at the crown princess and suddenly looked at Prince Wu. In that instant, a suffocating killing intent shot out from his body. This killing intent was like a poisonous insect that entered Prince Wu's body. It planted the seed of fear deep into Prince Wu's soul realm. What's going on? This guy's killing intent, why does it seem to have gotten stronger? Those who were familiar with Ling Xiao knew that Ling Xiao's killing intent was extremely terrifying. However, the murderous aura he felt today was even more terrifying than before. Could it be that he got the last inheritance? Lawless frowned and looked at Ling Xiao with a serious expression. If this guy got the inheritance, it would be hard to control him. Die. Ling Xiao looked at Prince Wu with disdain. He did not even make a move. His terrifying killing intent turned into a huge sword and pierced Prince Wu's body. No. I don't want to. I don't want to die. Prince Wu felt the killing intent enter his body and his whole body spasmed. The shadow of death had completely shrouded him. If you don't want to die, it's not up to you. Boom, in that instant, the terrifying killing intent caused Prince Wu's body to explode. Blood rained down from the sky, but not a single drop fell on Ling Xiao. Withdrawing his killing intent, Ling Xiao sat back down as if nothing had happened. I've troubled everyone to watch a boring trick. Let's continue. Boring trick? Everyone felt that it was ridiculous. After all, they had witnessed the shocking scene earlier with their very own eyes. If that scene was not shocking enough, they could not think of anything else that would be. A 12th level Yinyang realm martial artist had used a weapon that could kill a 16th level Yinyang realm martial artist, but he had only scratched this guy's skin a little. On the other hand, Ling Xiao did not even use any techniques. He merely relied on his killing intent to kill this 12th level Yinyang martial artist. If this was not shocking enough, what else could be more shocking? Ling Xiao must have obtained some benefits in Blackwind Canyon. Everyone thought of this at the same time. After all, they were not stupid. They could not think of anything else other than the inherited memories in Blackwind Canyon that allowed Ling Xiao to display greater strength than before. This little guy is getting more and more powerful. It seems like he will surpass me soon. Hongqi said with a smile. He could not hide the joy on his face. In that case, you can be at ease and reincarnate into the world, right? The Geomo sword looked at Hongqi and asked. Yes, the rebirth realm is more special than any other realm. It's the beginning of rebirth. It's a leap from a mortal to an immortal. I really have to prepare to reincarnate into the world. Hongqi smiled. His cultivation had recovered very smoothly. He estimated that he would be able to reach the rebirth realm soon. At that time, he would not be able to take care of Ling Xiao for a while. This was also the reason why he did not want to see Ling Xiao before. Now that he saw his grandson's cultivation improve so quickly, he did not have to worry about Ling Xiao being bullied in the future. They were happy, but the Tianhai Saint Institution's higher-ups and the Crown Princess did not look so happy. Not only did Ling Xiao kill the Tianhai Saint Institution's people, but he also killed Wu Qinwang in front of him. This person was truly audacious, and his strength had risen so quickly. Would they really be able to control him in the future? Lawless also narrowed his eyes and looked at Ling Xiao for a while. He felt very conflicted. After a long time, he raised his hand and signaled for everyone to stop talking. He said loudly, "The remaining 78 people in the Purgatory Blood Battle are the participants in the second round of the treasure hunt. Those who didn't benefit from the first battle would still have a chance in the second battle. Therefore, those with bad luck need not feel discouraged. You will be given 1 day and 1 night to rest. Make sure to recover your energy and gather in front of the Myriad Lightning Desolate Ground, the Myriad Devil Graveyard. That was where the second battle would take place. Disperse." Lawless waved his hand and a spinning halo appeared in the air. He stepped into it and disappeared. Now that he was in a hurry to return to the Black Tortoise Temple to report the situation of the Purgatory Blood Battle, he had to mention Ling Xiao again. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura soared into the sky. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean slowly opened his eyes. The terrifying aura on his body became even more intense. One could even feel the aura of the Black Wind Canyon mixed in. He obtained the Black Wind King's inherited memories? Ling Xiao was all too familiar with this aura. Because he had inherited the legacy memories of the God of Slaughter White Blade, he was naturally familiar with the aura of the 6 traitorous human immortals. "Your Highness Crown Prince, Ling Xiao killed Wu Qinwang." The Crown Princess looked at Tyranny Tianhai and said excitedly, "I got it." Tyranny Tianhai glanced at the Liquor Demon sword in the distance. If the Liquor Demon sword wasn't here, he would have attacked Ling Xiao at all costs. It wasn't because Ling Xiao didn't give him face and killed the sacred sword. It wasn't because Ling Xiao killed Wu Qinwang. It was because he felt the pressure from Ling Xiao. If he didn't get rid of this person, there would be endless trouble in the future. "Let's go." He didn't look back and flew into the sky. Killing Ling Xiao could be done in the white tiger meat. There was no need to do it now. "Ling Xiao, you better not let me meet you in the treasure hunt, or you'll definitely die." The Crown Princess stomped her feet and chased after him. Hundred-eyed demon monarch Wulong also glanced at Ling Xiao and said coldly, "Even if the Crown Princess can't kill you, I will. Just wait and see." With that, he also turned and left. It wasn't easy to get a day and night's rest. He had to seize the opportunity to comprehend Divine Lord Qianzu's legacy in Blackwind Canyon. Feng Fei didn't spare Ling Xiao a glance. She seemed to be even more arrogant than Tyranny Tianhai. Even though Ling Xiao had displayed such powerful strength, such terrifying talent, and such comprehension ability, she was still very indifferent. This woman might be even scarier than Tyranny Tianhai. The others left as well. There was no need to stay here any longer. Returning to their residences and resting would be better than staying here. He watched Feng Fei's departing figure. Ling Xiao clenched his fists. With fewer people in the second battle, his situation would be even more dangerous. He had to seize the time to increase his strength. He still hadn't comprehended the last 2 moves of the Scarlet Sun Sword art. He had only scratched the surface of the Death God White Blade and Imperial Heaven Hudu's legacy memories. These were all things that could increase his strength in the shortest amount of time. "How are you guys? Is everyone alright?" Ling Xiao looked at his comrades. These people had different opportunities. Mou, Zhu Xiaozong, Ji Luoyu, and Feng Minglian didn't have high innate talent and comprehension. They only received a few minor inheritances that increased their strength. Still, it was good enough that they survived. Cold Plum's situation was better than the other 4. She received a few mid-level inheritances, which was acceptable. Thanks to Ling Zhao's help, Dan Feng received the Judgment Immortal's legacy. Although it didn't belong to any of the 6 legacy memories, it wasn't inferior. It was estimated that as long as Dan Feng worked hard, he would be able to improve quickly. The ones who benefited the most were Long Chen, Blue Snow, and Hong Yu. All 3 of them received the War Dragon King's legacy and were clearly stronger than before. Besides the Death God White Blade's legacy, the rest of the inheritances in Black Wind Canyon could be studied repeatedly. It wasn't strange that the three of them received them at the same time. Lu Lian received the Scarlet Sword General's legacy, which was Ling Zhao's Scarlet Sun sword art. However, what she comprehended was naturally different. Her innate talent and comprehension weren't inferior to Sun Lingqian and Mu Wanshuang. Hence, the benefits she received in Black Wind Canyon weren't inferior to those two. All in all, Ling Zhao's people were quite lucky this time. As for the 13 top geniuses, each of them received 1 or 2 high-level inheritances, which were the 6 major inheritances. Only Ling Xiao received 2 of the top inheritances in Black Wind Canyon. Others couldn't compare with him. Hee, congratulations, Brother Ling. Seeing how that Wu Long is gnashing his teeth in hatred towards you, I know that you must have obtained a great benefit. Sun Lingqian walked over with a smile. She was very close to Ling Xiao, so she didn't care about others' opinions. It's SOSO. How about you, Miss Sun? Ling Xiao asked. Not bad. I received the Boulder King's legacy, which is also one of the 6 major inheritances. Sun Lingqian didn't hide anything from Ling Xiao. In fact, Ling Xiao had already predicted that Sun Lingqian would obtain one of the 6 great inheritances. Before entering Black Wind Canyon, all the warriors in the 16 caves had a chance to obtain one of the high-level inheritances. Of course, it was also possible for someone to stumble and fail miserably. However, it seemed that this time, there really wasn't such a case. In that case, none of the geniuses in this year's competition were weak. Congratulations, Miss Sun. Whether or not Tianhai Empire can achieve good results will depend on you, Mu Wanshuang, Lu Lian, Xiao Budian, and that Tianhai tyranny. Although I don't like Tianhai tyranny, I have to admit that they are strong. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Why is there no crown princess? Sun Lingqian asked in confusion. Because she's going to die soon. Ling Zhao's expression suddenly turned cold. He had given the crown princess a chance, but she didn't cherish it. He absolutely could not tolerate a person who wanted to kill him at every moment to continue living. He probably couldn't kill Tianhai tyranny yet. However, he still had some confidence in dealing with the crown princess. Sun Lingqian froze for a moment, then smiled. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll definitely help. Thank you. Then, goodbye. Sun Lingqian also stepped into the air and left. Almost everyone who obtained the inheritances had only scratched the surface in Black Wind Canyon. At most, they had only achieved a small success. Now that they had a day and night, they probably wanted to quickly comprehend more and improve their strength. You guys should return to Songjing Temple first. Senior Liquor Demon Sword and my grandfather are guarding there. It's safer to cultivate there. Ling Xiao looked at Dan Feng and the others and said. What about you, Master? Cold Plum asked. Me? I'm going to stay in Myriad Thunder Extreme Ground. Because the memories I obtained are a bit special, I have to stay near Black Wind Canyon to get more benefits. Ling Xiao replied. Although he had been teleported out of Black Wind Canyon, it didn't mean that he couldn't go back in. He believed that if he returned to Black Wind Canyon to cultivate, the effects would be better. Big Brother Ling, you have to be careful. Those people have been watching you. Longchen pointed at the martial artists of the Tianhai Sacred Academy and said, I just heard that during the Purgatory Blood Battle, they actually tried to kill Old Master Hong and Senior Wine Demon Sword. They even cursed a lot of unpleasant words. In the end, Senior Liquor Demon Sword killed many people. Ling Xiao looked at the people of the Tianhai Sacred Institute and said coldly, seeing that you guys are pitiful, I don't plan to kill you all, but I hope that you guys can take care of yourselves. Otherwise, the Tianhai Sacred Institute will be removed from the White Tiger continent from now on. Bastard, aren't you just relying on the might of the demonic liquor sword to intimidate others? How dare you look down on our Tianhai Academy? The vice-headmaster of the Tianhai Sacred Academy, Heretical Wind Demon, glared at Ling Xiao and roared in anger. So what if you're trying to intimidate others? If you don't have the ability, then just cower. Ling Xiao looked at Heretical Wind Demon with contempt and sneered, if you have the ability, then come and kill me. If you don't, then don't try to scare me. Heretical Wind Demon's cultivation wasn't weak. He was a half-step rebirth realm expert. Ling Xiao still had some difficulties facing him now. However, Heretical Wind Demon would probably stop here for the rest of his life. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, still had a chance to continue improving his cultivation. This was his advantage. At the very least, even without the help of the demonic liquor sword, he wouldn't be killed by Heretical Wind Demon. Therefore, he had the confidence to face this old man. Heretical Wind Demon was so angry that his face turned red. However, with the demonic liquor sword, he didn't dare to attack. Even if he had endless anger in his heart, he had to hold it in. Ling Xiao entered Black Wind Canyon first. The demonic liquor sword and Hong Qi escorted the others back to the Songjing temple to cultivate. Ling Xiao was actually the least worried about himself. Even if he couldn't deal with the enemy now, as long as the opponent wasn't a Rebirth Realm expert, he would have a chance to survive. Moreover, the probability of this was very high. Especially after comprehending the inheritance. Memories of the Imperial Heaven Hutu, his mystic world body had become extremely powerful. It was really not that easy for anyone to injure him. At this time, the sky had yet to turn completely dark. However, Black Wind Canyon was once again enveloped by black wind. But what was interesting was that Ling Xiao was actually no longer restricted by the black wind when he stepped into this Black Wind Canyon. The way he saw it, that black wind was likely an opportunity left behind by the human king. Even the 6 great inheritances and the 2 great hidden peak inheritances were likely deliberately left behind by the human king. Otherwise, who could set it up so exquisitely? After all, this myriad lightning extreme place was the masterpiece of the human king. He already obtained 2 great peak inheritances now, fulfilling the human king's expectations. The black wind naturally no longer had any effect. He even suspected that the Purgatory Blood battle might not be able to be carried out here in the future. However, this had nothing to do with him. After entering Black Wind Canyon, Ling Xiao found the Sword Immortal Tomb and started comprehending the General Scarlet Sword's inheritance. To be precise, after the 5 moves of the Scarlet Sun Sword art merged, it would be the complete General Scarlet Sword's inheritance. Lu Lian was the same as him, obtaining the same 5 memory medals and also comprehending the General Scarlet Sword's inheritance. It was just that the same person, the things comprehended were naturally different. From Ling Xiao's point of view, General Scarlet Sword had 2 great ultimate skills. One was the Fast and Slow Sword Intent, the other was the Scarlet Sun Sword Intent. The Fast and Slow Sword Intent was the essence of the first 3 moves of the Scarlet Sun Sword art. Dawn on the Horizon, Fast and Slow Combination. Scarlet Sun Flash, Fast to the Limit. Scarlet Sun Vortex, Slow to the Limit. The last 2 moves were the essence of the Scarlet Sun Sword Intent. The 4th move was a Scarlet Red Long Sword, which was also General Scarlet Sword's origin sword, Scarlet Blood Sword. The Scarlet Long Sword was born in the blood pool. Once released, it would be like a scarlet sun, able to instantly roast the enemy dry up. All the blood energy would be absorbed into the Scarlet Blood Sword. This was also the origin of the Scarlet Long Sword. The 5th move was General Scarlet Sword's strongest ultimate skill. It merged the Scarlet Sun Sword Intent and the Fast and Slow Sword Intent, as well as his lifelong ultimate skill. It was also a sword, the Scarlet Sun Sword. Once the sword appeared, heaven and earth would change color, turning the sky into a blood-red color. The enemy might not even be able to detect anything and would have already died under the terrifying Scarlet Sun Sword chi. General Scarlet Sword practiced the sword all his life, and was extremely powerful, second only to the immemorial 12 human immortals. In terms of sword arts and sword intent, he only lost to 2 people. One was the killing god by Ren, and the other was the human king. The 6 great inheritances were very powerful. Ling Xiao didn't touch the killing god by Ren's inherited memories for the time being, because he felt that by Ren's blood bone was forming a strange connection with his martial soul. Although he didn't know whether this connection was good or bad, he didn't want to stop it. Anyway, General Scarlet Sword's inheritance alone was enough for him to study for a long time. The first 3 moves focused on comprehending the Fast and Slow Sword Intent. Ling Xiao had already grasped the essence, and if he wanted to increase his proficiency, he could only do it in real combat. As for the last 2 moves, they were more difficult to comprehend than the first 2. Because the last 2 moves not only merged the Fast and Slow Sword Intent, but also the Scarlet Sun Sword Intent. These were the 2 origin swords that General Scarlet Sword had comprehended, and he needed to study them carefully. It was already late at night and Ling Xiao was still sitting cross-legged in the sword immortal tomb. Above his head, there was a scarlet-red sword. A terrifying sword chi enveloped his entire body. The surrounding rocks were actually completely flattened by this invisible sword chi. At this moment, Ling Xiao was immersed in the scarlet blood sword of General Scarlet Sword. The comprehension of the fourth move of the Scarlet Sun Sword art had already lasted for almost 2 hours. However, the deeper he comprehended, the more he discovered its mystical aspects. In his world, it was as if there was only him and the scarlet-red sword left. Return. Abruptly, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. The crimson longsword pierced into his body and then disappeared. The origin sword was not a real sword. It was a sword-shaped attack condensed from the origin energy. The energy and the sword intent completely merged into one. It would only appear when using a move. At that moment, Ling Xiao's divine radiance sword would transform into the scarlet blood sword and then produce an unbelievable effect. The comprehension of the scarlet blood sword has ended. Next, it should be the blood sun sword. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and closed his eyes again. The blood sun sword was stronger than the scarlet blood sword and also harder to comprehend. Therefore, Ling Xiao was not willing to waste time. The blood sun sword was General Scarlet Sword's strongest skill in his life. Ling Xiao was very clear that with his current strength, it would be difficult to cultivate it to the highest level. However, as long as he could comprehend a little, it would be able to greatly increase his battle strength. With his eyes closed, his body seemed to float in the universe. In this universe, there was nothing else. There was only a blood sun sword that was shining with a scarlet light hanging upside down there. The sword did not move, but a powerful sword intent was released. Ling Xiao was able to comprehend General Scarlet Sword's life from the sword intent. Although this was a judgment immortal, his martial arts path was very powerful. Inside the sword immortal tomb, a scarlet light flashed around Ling Xiao's body. A strange sword intent began to spread in all directions. This sword intent was blazing hot and murderous. The surrounding rocks and plants were not cut off, but directly melted. The essence of the red sun sword essence was heat. This was similar to the divine radiance sword. However, the blood sun sword was definitely not just hot. Within its heat was an extremely powerful killing intent. There was even a strong smell of blood. Sometimes, light did not mean holiness. Perhaps it was even bloodier than darkness. Ling Xiao felt as if he could see the battle between General Scarlet Sword and the ancient beasts on the primordial battlefield. He roared furiously, and a blood sun sword appeared above his head. In that instant, the blood sun sword released a blood-red light that illuminated the entire land. Then, his enemies all fell into a pool of blood. The terrifying smell of blood didn't leave. Instead, it fused with the bloody sun sword and was absorbed by it, causing the bloody sun sword to become even more powerful. I'm afraid that General Scarlet Sword has long been in cahoots with the heavenly demon. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to cultivate such an evil sword technique. Ling Xiao thought to himself. However, he did not care if the sword technique was evil or not. To him, there was no clear dividing line between good and evil. Just like light and shadow, they would always seep into each other. Only when there was light would there be shadow. Only when there was shadow could the magic of light be reflected. Of course, such an evil sword technique was not elegant. To Ling Xiao, it was just a means to increase his strength. It was not his main cultivation direction. His cultivation direction had always followed the guidance of the human king, which was to first complete the 15 stages of the light and shadow profound meaning. Now, he had only completed the 12th stage. He was still 3 steps away from completing it, but they were also the most difficult 3 steps. If not for the fact that it was too difficult, he would not have diverted his attention to other martial arts. Now that he needed a powerful battle strength, he had to increase his own battle techniques. The Red Sun Sword technique was a great supplement to the Divine Radiance Sword. The inheritance of the Imperial Heaven-Earth Hutta could increase his body's battle strength to the greatest extent. As for the inheritance of the Killing God White Blade, he was prepared to fuse it into the light and shadow profound meaning to prepare for the next step. The night was silent, but it was not quiet. In the dark Blackwind Canyon, there were countless figures scurrying around. The purgatory blood battle assessment had already ended. Therefore, as long as one met the requirements, they could enter to search for opportunities. However, these figures seemed to have something in common. All of them wore pitch-black cloaks with a ferocious heavenly demon pattern on them. If someone saw it, they would definitely recognize that it was the symbol of the heavenly demon cult. The heavenly demon cult had always acted strangely. It was one of the most mysterious sects on the White Tiger mainland. Their strength had never been known to outsiders. Even Ling Xiao only knew that the headquarters of the heavenly demon cult was located at the Demon Mountain. To put it bluntly, he was lucky to be able to escape that time because the heavenly demon cult did not treat him as a real threat. Otherwise, the people who went to kill him would be even stronger. He heard from Prince Yun that a martial artist at the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm did not have a high status in the heavenly demon cult. It could even be said that they were only outer disciples. As for the heavenly demon cult leader, it was very likely that he was in the midst of reincarnation. Others did not dare to provoke the Black Tortoise Temple, but the heavenly demon cult did not seem to be afraid. Tonight, they came to Black Wind Canyon for two purposes. One was to steal all the inheritances in Black Wind Canyon. The other was to kill Ling Xiao. This was because someone had personally witnessed Ling Xiao entering Black Wind Canyon to cultivate. The short figure was the chief commander of the operation this time. At that moment, he was looking coldly at the temple where Sir God Qianzu's inheritance was. He waved his hand lightly, and immediately, a few figures scuttled out. After a while, these people used some unknown method and carried out a gigantic thousand-legged insect fossil from the temple. The thousand-legged insect fossil was Sir God Qianzu's inheritance. If one wanted to obtain his inheritance and memory, they could only do so through the fossil. The short figure glanced at the thousand-legged insect fossil and waved his hand. A tiny insect flew out from his hand and entered the fossil. After a while, the insect flew out again. There were strange inscriptions on it. "Ha ha ha, I will take all the inheritances that all of you fought so hard for." The short figure sneered and kept the insect in his body. At that moment, his abilities obviously increased by a level. Who is it? Suddenly, he looked into the distance. It was a graceful figure that was currently flying over. As expected, the heavenly demon cult's methods are all evil. But I'm very curious. How did you manage to raise such a terrifying insect in such a small body? The newcomer didn't seem to mind the heavenly demon cult members looking at her. Instead, she began to talk to herself. The heavenly demon cult members were about to attack when the short figure stopped them. That person stared at the woman and said, "Feng Fei, you want to stop me?" The newcomer was the most outstanding of the 13 top geniuses, Feng Fei. "Are you going to stop me?" The short figure asked coldly. "I'm not interested in that. A legacy like yours won't be able to reach the level of elegance. It's not as good as my eyes." Feng Fei said mildly, "Actually, I'm more interested in your true identity." "My true identity? Haven't you always known? I'm the Sky Devil cult Xiao Budian, one of the 7 little saints of the Tianhai Empire." The short figure chuckled. "You're not." Feng Fei smiled, then continued to walk forward. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in what you're doing. I only came here to find something." So speaking, her figure had already disappeared into the distance. Xiao Budian stared fixedly at Feng Fei's departing figure and suddenly exhaled. "This woman is truly frightening. But once I obtain all 6 inheritances, even if you want to stop me from taking first place, don't think you'll have an easy time. Keep moving. You'll split into teams and steal the remaining 5 inheritances. My little ones will help you." He turned and waved his hand, and the 5 blood-red insects followed the sky demon cultists towards the 5 great legacies. Then he flew towards the underground palace where Ling Xiao had obtained the Imperial Heaven Hudu's inheritance. That underground palace was a new discovery. None of the 6 great inheritances had been here before. But judging from the strength Ling Xiao had displayed, there might be something worth paying attention to within the palace. There might even be inheritances stronger than the 6 great inheritances. At the same time, the Sky Devil cult members had already begun to move. The Boulder King, Black Wind King, Green Mane King, War Dragon King, and General Scarlet Sword's inheritances were all visited by these thieves. Aside from the Sword Immortal tomb where General Scarlet Sword was, the Sky Devil cult members moved smoothly in the other places. With the help of the blood-red insects and the fact that no one was cultivating in those 4 places, there were no obstacles. Naturally, they wouldn't encounter any trouble. However, in the Sword Immortal tomb, they encountered unexpected trouble. The members of the Heavenly Demon cult knew that Ling Xiao was cultivating in Blackwind Canyon, but they did not know where exactly Ling Xiao was. A Heavenly Demon cult martial artist entered the Sword Immortal tomb to investigate the situation. Suddenly, he saw Ling Xiao sitting there with his eyes closed. A ferocious sneer appeared on his face. He naturally knew Ling Xiao since he was an enemy of the Heavenly Demon cult. He believed that if he could kill Ling Xiao here, or even capture Ling Xiao alive, his position in the Sky Demon cult would definitely rise as a result. He cautiously approached Ling Xiao, and a pitch-black dagger appeared in his hand. He then stabbed it towards Ling Xiao's back. The dagger was black, not because it was cool, but because this color was more suitable for hiding in the dark. Just like how they were all dressed in black. Ah! However, this stab was exchanged with a shrill scream. The Heavenly Demon cult martial artist looked at his right hand that was bleeding profusely, unable to believe the reality before his eyes. He was still 3 meters away from Ling Xiao, but he was attacked by an unknown sword aura. The sword chi was so powerful that it cut off his palm in an instant. The Heavenly Demon cult martial artist clutched at his heart, feeling extremely terrified. He turned and fled outside, hoping that his teammates could come in to deal with Ling Xiao. However, the moment he turned, Ling Xiao's closed eyes slowly opened a slit. At that moment, a terrifying sword aura was released from his body, directly enveloping the Heavenly Demon cult martial artist. The blood-red light instantly destroyed the Heavenly Demon cult martial artist. There was only a strong smell of blood left in the air. The smell of blood was absorbed by the bloody sun sword above Ling Xiao's head, and all of it was poured into it. The bloody sun sword was clearly stronger. Ling Xiao closed his eyes again, as if nothing had happened. Perhaps to him, the attack just now was just a subconscious defense, as if he had killed a mosquito that had accidentally entered a spider's web. The Sword Immortal mound instantly returned to normal, and the bloody sun sword returned to Ling Xiao's body. Only a faint red light continued to flicker on his body, emitting a strange and evil aura. The Heavenly Demon cult martial artists guarding outside the Sword Immortal mound were stunned. "Did you hear the scream just now?" The other 3 nodded. "Let's go in and take a look, but don't split up. If I'm not wrong, Ling Xiao should be cultivating in the Sword Immortal mound." The leader of the group analyzed. "Should we send a signal to the little guy?" One of them asked. "Are you stupid? The little guy is comprehending the inheritance in the underground palace, where would he have the time to come here? Let's not rely on him for everything. Ling Xiao is just one person, are the 4 of us not a match for him?" The leader scolded. Yes. The other 3 thought about it and agreed. The 3 of them were 15th level Yin Yang realm experts. Although Ling Xiao could kill the 12th level Yin Yang realm martial prince, he could also kill their 14th level Yin Yang realm companion. However, he might not be a match for the 3 of them. Sometimes, greed could really cost one's life. This saying was not false at all. The leader's words sounded nice, as he did not want to disturb the little guy, but deep down, he wanted to take the opportunity to take Ling Xiao's life and contribute greatly to the Heavenly Demon cult. That way, his position in the Heavenly Demon cult might not be inferior to the little guy. The little guy had not joined the Heavenly Demon cult for long, but his talent was shocking. He did not want to be ordered around by a child like that. The 4 of them reached a consensus and stepped into the Sword Immortal mound at the same time. Soon, they saw Ling Xiao cultivating there. Ling Xiao was still sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, as if he did not notice the 4 of them at all. The corpses of their companions were nowhere to be seen. There was not even the slightest smell of blood in the air, which made them wonder if someone had really died here before. Ling Xiao's body released a faint red light. However, martial artists with good eyesight would notice that there was a protective shield formed by invisible sword chi within 3 meters of him. The person who ambushed him did not notice the sword chi shield and had his hand cut off. In the end, he was killed by Ling Xiao. "Don't get close to him first. Let me try." The leading cultivator took out a thunderbolt bomb from his storage ring. The heavenly demon cult really had a lot of thunderbolt bullets. The ones that Dan Feng had were all obtained by Ling Xiao from the heavenly demon cult members and given to Dan Feng. This thunderbolt bullet was really good. Not only was it powerful in attack, it could also be used to test the enemy's traps. However, the cost of making it was not low. The heavenly demon cult used it like this, who knew how many experts they had raised to make thunderbolt bullets. The thunderbolt bullet shot through the air and entered within 3 meters of Ling Xiao. Puchi! The terrifying sword chi instantly sliced the thunderbolt bullet into several pieces before it completely melted. The thunderbolt bullet did not even have the chance to explode. Seeing this scene, the 4 heavenly demon cult martial artists' faces turned ugly. Even the thunderbolt bullet was ineffective. It was enough to show how powerful Ling Xiao was. However, it was really hard for them to accept the fact that they couldn't kill such a prey that was just sitting there with their eyes wide open. This beast is powerful. You go find Xiao Budian. We'll stay here and watch. The leading martial artist said. Although he wanted to make a contribution and suppress Xiao Budian, he had to admit that he was definitely not Ling Xiao's opponent. Only Xiao Budian could deal with this guy. Since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? The person who was cultivating was still there. However, at the entrance, another figure stepped in. It looked exactly like the person who was cultivating. One was Ling Xiao's original body. The other was the Gemini martial soul. Ling Xiao did not move and was still cultivating. For him, comprehending the blood sun sword was the key. The Gemini martial soul was enough to deal with these 3 people. The Gemini martial soul was exactly the same as Ling Xiao in terms of appearance, character, and even every action. The only thing that was different was their strength. After all, it was only a martial soul and could not reach Ling Xiao's strength. Ling Xiao, Xiao Budian is nearby. If you dare to kill us, he will immediately rush over. Why don't you let us go and pretend that nothing happened today? The leading martial artist looked at Ling Xiao who was cultivating and said while gritting his teeth. Although they were afraid of Ling Xiao, they would still risk their lives if they had to fight to the death. No one wanted to die. Pretend that nothing happened? The one who spoke was the Gemini martial soul. You tried to attack me. I can't pretend that nothing happened unless you tell me why you came to Blackwind Canyon. Ling Xiao did not have to kill these 4 people. Anyway, they were not a threat to him. It would be better if he could find out some secrets from them. The 4 of them had ugly expressions. The leader shook his head and said, "That's impossible. You don't understand the heavenly demon cult at all. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't seek death if you're not dead. Everyone in Blackwind Canyon is from the heavenly demon cult. Even if you attack us, you won't be able to instantly kill us. As long as we have the slightest chance, we can summon a large number of reinforcements. Back then on the Demon Mountain, the Sky Demon cult had encircled me and almost killed me. I haven't forgotten that grudge even to this day. Now that you've delivered yourselves to my doorstep, you dare to threaten me with the Sky Demon cult? Do you have a death wish?" The Gemini martial spirit's face was incomparably gloomy. A terrifying murderous aura was released, causing the 4 people's faces to change greatly. "Boss, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. I don't believe that the 4 of us together can't kill him." The people of the heavenly demon cult were used to being arrogant and domineering. When had they ever suffered such grievances and were actually looked down upon by Ling Xiao? Thus, one of them was immediately enraged. "Haha, that's more like the people of the Sky Demon cult." The Gemini martial spirit was still standing there blocking the exit. However, Ling Xiao finally opened his eyes and stood up. An even more terrifying sword chi shot out from his body, causing everyone to feel a clear cutting sensation on their skin. One of the Sky Demon cult martial artists even specially looked at his hands, thinking that he had been cut by the sword chi. "The 4 of you will become the first batch of sacrifices under my blood sun sword." Ling Xiao had successfully comprehended the bloody sun sword, so it was time to test its power. The 4 people in front of him were not weak. They were all martial artists at the 15th level of the Yin-Yang realm. They were definitely qualified to be used to test the move. After saying that, a bloody sun sword floated above Ling Xiao's head. However, before the sword completely appeared, only the tip of the sword was revealed. A terrifying blood-red sword chi shot out like a scarlet sun. The four people's faces instantly changed. They circulated their inner strength at almost the same time in an attempt to block the terrifying sword chi. However, the sword light was too fast. The bloody sun sword appeared slowly, but the sword light was extraordinarily fast. It corresponded with the essence of the fast and slow sword essence. Before the four people finished accumulating their inner strength, they were penetrated by the blood-red sword light before they could attack. Then, they quickly melted and evaporated. Only the thick smell of blood flowed into the bloody sun sword, which only revealed its tip, causing the bloody sun sword's power to increase once again. Ling Xiao withdrew the bloody sun sword. His eyes were filled with shock. The inheritance of General Scarlet Sword was already so terrifying. How terrifying would Bai Ren, who was several times stronger than General Scarlet Sword, be? It was a pity that there was not enough time. Otherwise, he would really want to practice properly. It's early in the morning. Let's go back and rest. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and glanced at the depths of the Sword Immortal tomb. Then, he walked out. Dozens of Sky Demon cult members had already gathered outside the Sword Immortal tomb. The weakest among them was at the 14th level of the Yin Yang realm, while the strongest was at the 16th level of the Yin Yang realm. Ling Xiao was shocked. The Sky Demon cult was so powerful, they were much more powerful than the 70-odd people who surrounded him on Demon Mountain. Fortunately, there was only one 16th level Yin Yang realm martial artist. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with them. Evil demonic chi spread outside the Sword Immortal tomb. The Sky Demon cult martial artists had completely sealed off the area. It seemed like they did not intend to give Ling Xiao a chance to escape. Back then in the Devil Mountain, I allowed you to escape. Today, I want to see where you can run to. The Sky Demon cult martial artist leading the group was at the 16th level of the Yin Yang realm. The demonic chi in his body was extremely terrifying. An ordinary 16th level Yin Yang realm martial artist was probably no match for him. However, Ling Xiao only glanced at them indifferently. Then, his figure suddenly flashed and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Don't let that guy escape. The Sky Demon cult martial artists did not expect that they could not stop Ling Xiao even after sealing off the area with demonic chi. When everyone wanted to chase after him, they realized that Ling Xiao had appeared from another location. Ha ha ha, you can't escape. The seal of demonic chi is not something you can resist. The Sky Demon cult martial artists laughed loudly. Can't escape? I just set up a formation on the way so that all of you monsters will die here. Ling Xiao shrugged. The other party did not want him to escape, but he did not want them to escape either. You don't even know how to brag. The Sky Demon cult martial artist leading the group said in disdain. Haha, then you can try. See if you can get out. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Go and try. Although the Sky Demon cult martial artist leading the group did not believe Ling Xiao, he still ordered his subordinate to try. Yes, sir. The person received the order and rushed outside. However, he had only taken a dozen steps when a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared and blasted him into pieces. Even his corpse could not be found. What? Seeing their fellow sect members being blasted into pieces by the raging lightning, the dozens of heavenly demon cult martial artists were terrified. What kind of array was this? It was so powerful. Seeing how shocked you are, I'll do a good deed and tell you. This is called Myriad Lightning Immortal Slaying Array, Replica. It was created from the array of the Myriad Lightning Desolate Grounds. Although its power is not even 1/10,000th of the Myriad Lightning Immortal Slaying Array laid down by a human king, it's enough to kill you all. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Good. Very good. Your array is not bad, but do you really think you can kill all 33 of us by yourself? The heavenly demon cult martial artists were not afraid. Since they could not leave, they would kill Ling Xiao and the array would naturally be broken. After all, arrays laid down by array refining stones all had such a flaw. As long as the person who laid the array died, the array would break by itself. Killing you all is as easy as slaughtering dogs and chickens. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he raised his hand and a divine light sword appeared in his right hand. These people were good targets for him to use to increase the proficiency of the Red Sun sword art. With the divine light sword in hand, Ling Xiao waved at them. Come, your lives are in your own hands. If you want to live, fight for it. Go to hell. One of them roared, and a terrifying demonic aura soared into the sky. A heavenly demon phantom appeared behind him. After that, the gigantic demonic claw grabbed towards Ling Xiao. If it were anyone else, they would have already lost their will to fight due to fear. However, Ling Xiao had the immemorial heavenly demon fighting spirit. How could he be afraid of a mere heavenly demon phantom? This phantom was probably a new martial soul created by the heavenly demon cult. The level of technology was quite impressive, but it was a pity that it was unorthodox. Scram! Ling Xiao sneered. He waved the divine light sword in his hand, and a scarlet sun appeared behind him. Third form of the Red Sun sword art, Scarlet Sun Vortex. The divine light sword slowly moved around Ling Xiao's body. That person seemed to be sucked in by the terrifying vortex. His body was completely out of his control and crashed into the sword. Whoosh! The moment his body touched the divine sword of light, the flames ignited and quickly spread throughout his body. The heavenly fiend cult warriors attempted to circulate their inner strength to escape the vortex's devouring, but it was useless. He was horrified to find that he had completely lost control of his own body. No! The heavenly demon cult martial artist screamed miserably. The rest of the people stared at this scene, not daring to make any movements. They could only watch as their fellow disciples were burned alive by the raging flames, leaving not even a trace behind. I've finally reached the proficiency level for the third style. Ling Xiao didn't even glance at those heavenly demon cult martial artists who wanted nothing more than to swallow him whole. He only felt his own powerful sword move and smiled faintly. He had mastered the first 3 moves of the Crimson Sun sword art. Generally speaking, martial arts had 5 stages of progression. The first stage was called Small Success, which meant that one could unleash 30% of the martial arts power. The second stage was called Proficiency, which meant that one could display 60% of the martial arts power. The third stage was called Large Success, which meant that one could display 90% of the martial arts power. The fourth stage was called Great Perfection, which meant that one could perfectly display the martial arts power. The fifth stage was Perfection, which meant that the martial art at this stage had no flaws and was flawless. Its power could even be increased by several times, which was extremely terrifying. Of course, if one had to say that there was still a stage before Small Success, it would be superficial understanding. Ling Xiao's current understanding of the last 2 moves of the Crimson Sun sword art was only superficial. After all, this was the life's ultimate skill of the Crimson Sword General, which was at the worldly immortal realm. How could it be so easy to learn? Just a superficial understanding was enough to stand out among martial artists of the same level. The 33 Heavenly Demon Cult martial artists had yet to cause any harm to Ling Xiao, but one of them had already died under Ling Xiao's sword. This made them incomparably angry. Brat! Today, we will definitely suck your soul realm dry and refine you into our puppet. The leader of the Heavenly Demon Cult martial artists let out a sinister voice, then waved his hand and said, "There's no need to give him a chance. Everyone, attack together. Use your demonic chi to extract his soul and turn him into a living corpse." As soon as his voice fell, the 31 Heavenly Demon Cult martial artists charged at Ling Xiao at the same time. Each of them released a terrifying demonic chi, and a heavenly demon phantom appeared behind each of them. The terrifying demonic chi formed a gigantic heavenly demon phantom in the sky. It opened its mouth and wanted to devour Ling Xiao's soul. Your heavenly demon cult is really sad. You're destined to become nourishment for my primordial heavenly demon fighting intent. Ling Xiao looked at the gigantic heavenly demon phantom and lightly smiled. To him, the primordial heavenly demon fighting intent wasn't strong enough. He wanted to condense this fighting intent into the primordial heavenly demon martial soul. Only the martial soul could be perfectly compatible with the martial artist. It was the peak form of the fighting intent. And to evolve the primordial heavenly demon fighting intent into the primordial heavenly demon martial soul, he needed to constantly absorb demonic chi. The fastest way was naturally to absorb it from the bodies of these heavenly demon cult martial artists. His divine radiance sword gradually turned scarlet red. The terrifying blood-red light dyed the space around Ling Xiao blood red. A strong smell of blood spread in the air. Ling Xiao lightly smiled and said, "Thank you for helping me test this move. This is a sword skill that I comprehended from the inherited memories of General Scarlet's sword. Whoever can survive this sword skill, I guarantee that I won't kill them." Although he was smiling, his smile was somewhat sinister, causing people to shudder. The fourth move of the Scarlet Sun Sword art, Scarlet Blood Sword. This was a sword that could absorb blood and could turn a person into a dried corpse. It had to be said that it was very evil, but Ling Xiao didn't feel that there was anything wrong with using it to deal with enemies. The terrifying smell of blood had already completely covered the demonic chi of the heavenly demon cult martial artists. The entire inside of the myriad lightning immortal punishing array had practically become a sea of blood. Just smelling the air was enough to make people's scalps numb and their backs turn cold. They were terrified. This was the terrifying part of the Scarlet Blood Sword. Even though Ling Xiao's cultivation didn't have an obvious breakthrough after the Purgatory Blood battle, because he comprehended the inherited memories of Imperial Heaven Earth Hutu, Killing God by Ren, and General Scarlet Sword, his soul force became incomparably powerful. And the most direct manifestation of soul force in sword skills was sword intent. The terrifying sword intent was released as if it was real. Many people even saw illusions because of it. They saw the scene before they died. No. Finally, someone broke down because of this terrifying sword intent. He turned around and fled outside. The terrifying lightning became the funeral that ended his life. The originally huge heavenly demon phantom kept shaking because of one less person. Even more people felt uneasy and lost their heads out of fear. Don't be afraid. The leading heavenly demon cult martial artist originally planned to sneak an attack on Ling Xiao, but when he saw the situation, he had no choice but to join in the formation of the heavenly demon apparition. At least he managed to maintain the gigantic heavenly demon apparition. However, after a short while, the heavenly demon apparition was destroyed by the terrifying sword essence storm. Not a single trace of it was left behind. The ground was a mess. The heavenly demon cult martial artists all fell to the ground, their faces deathly pale. They had lost in the battle of soul power, and they had lost completely. 31 of them were not as strong as one person's willpower. How can this guy have such terrifying sword essence? What cultivation realm is he at? What level is he at? Everyone was confused. Although Ling Xiao looked like he was only at the 7th level of Yin Yang realm, no one believed it. Ling Xiao was able to kill the Wu King in an instant, which proved that his cultivation was at least at the 12th level of Yin Yang realm. Even so, this guy should not be so powerful. Since you want to trap and kill me, I'll send you to your deaths. The thick smell of blood surged towards the heavenly demon cult martial artists like a tsunami. The divine sword of light in Ling Xiao's hand had completely transformed into the crimson blood sword. All the heavenly demon cult martial artists could feel their chi and blood leaving their bodies, being torn apart and pulled by something, surging towards the sword. Just the terrifying aura alone was enough to take their lives. Not to mention the terrifying sword essence and sword gleam. Crimson blood sword, kill. Ling Xiao spat out a word coldly, as though he was announcing the death penalty for the 31 heavenly demon cult martial artists. Then, Ling Xiao's body disappeared from the spot and transformed into a brilliant crimson sword gleam. Ah! The first scream was heard. The heavenly demon cult martial artist who was touched by the crimson blood sword immediately withered and lost all his blood. A martial artist's blood was the foundation and the most important thing. Without blood, one was a dead person, a living corpse. The heavenly demon cult martial artists wanted to turn Ling Xiao into a living corpse, but they never expected that they would be turned into living corpses by Ling Xiao first. The terrifying sword light was as fast as lightning. Combined with Ling Xiao's astonishing, swift light god traversal, it was simply like a blood-red lightning bolt. In an instant, 7 or 8 heavenly demon cult martial artists had already been slaughtered. The rest of the people looked at the terrifying blood-red lightning in horror, their hearts filled with despair and fear. Death was actually so close to them. This was something they had never imagined. They were from the heavenly demon cult. They had come here to kill Ling Xiao, but instead of killing Ling Xiao, they had been killed. A few of the heavenly demon cult martial artists who were relatively strong forgot about the existence of the myriad thunderbolts immortal slaughtering array and turned to flee outside. Perhaps in their opinion, dying under the lightning and turning into ashes was better than being struck by this terrifying blood-red lightning. But they were too slow. In other words, Ling Xiao's sword was simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, the 31 people had all died under the blood-red lightning sword light. Ling Xiao stood there with the scarlet blood sword in hand, watching as all the heavenly demon cult martial artists began to wither and pour their blood into the scarlet blood sword. This scarlet blood sword was like a vicious beast that had developed some kind of consciousness. But this consciousness was completely suppressed by Ling Xiao's soul strength. It did not dare resist and could only obey. No. Devil. You are the true devil. Terrified screams rang out in the pitch-black night. The heavenly demon cult martial artists had always been proud of being strange, vicious, and evil. They felt that they were cruel enough and terrifying enough. When martial artists saw them, they would turn pale with fright. But after encountering Ling Xiao today, they realized what true terror was. The person in front of them was not a human. He was a devil, a true evil path cultivator. Perhaps an instant death was a kind of happiness to them. But now, they had to face death, the pain and torment of having their blood sucked dry. They thought of the martial artists they had tortured to death. Did those people feel the same? Perhaps this was retribution. What was going on? There were still many martial artists cultivating around Blackwind Canyon. They all heard the mournful screams and the evil aura that soared into the sky. This aura made their scalps go numb and their bodies tremble. They did not know what had happened in Blackwind Canyon, nor did they dare to go down to see. Only the heavenly demon cult martial artists hurried to the scene of the incident. Because they could tell that the screams came from their fellow disciples. Someone actually dared to attack their fellow disciples in Blackwind Canyon. This was simply unforgivable. Outside the underground palace, Xiao Budian had already been blasted out by that strange power more than once. He was preparing to break in again when he suddenly heard the mournful screams. His expression turned cold as he looked at the palace with unwillingness. Then he flew in the direction of the Sword Immortal's mound. No matter who it was, he would never let anyone who dared to hurt the heavenly demon cult martial artists go. Even if that person was Feng Fei, Ling Xiao looked at the dried corpses on the ground and suddenly knitted his brows. Xiao Budian's aura was getting closer and closer. He did not want to fight with this person right now, just like how he did not want to fight with Tianhai Tyranny, Feng Fei, or Lei Lai. It's time to go. He put away scarlet blood and turned into a black shadow that disappeared into the endless darkness of Blackwind Canyon. Ling Xiao had just left when Xiao Budian arrived with his men. Seeing the 30 or so dried corpses, even the self-proclaimed evil heavenly demon cult members felt a chill run down their spines. A bone-chilling cold rose from their hearts. These deaths were truly too miserable. It looked like the work of someone from the evil Tao. Just who was it that dared to make an enemy of their heavenly demon cult? Do you know who did it? Xiao Budian's voice was somewhat cold. These people were death soldiers that he had raised to serve him. Moreover, they were all elites. They had done many things for him, but now more than 30 of them had died. How could he have a good expression? Ling Xiao. There was a dried corpse on the ground that was still alive. He held his breath so that he could tell Xiao Budian this person's name so that Xiao Budian could take revenge for him. After speaking, he lost all signs of life. Ling Xiao. Xiao Budian furrowed his brows. Very good, very good. Between you and me, there was an old grudge to begin with. Now, let's settle it all together. No one knew what kind of old grudge Xiao Budian had with Ling Xiao. But they knew that Ling Xiao was dead for sure now that Xiao Budian had set his sights on him. Xiao Budian was a peerless genius of the heavenly demon cult. Aside from that cult leader, his innate talent and perception were second to none. Although he hadn't joined the heavenly demon cult for long, he was being groomed as the next successor. Now that so many of his death soldiers had died, if he couldn't give the sect a good explanation, his position in the sect would be bleak in the future. Thus, he had to kill Ling Xiao. A day and night of rest was simply too short. For many cultivators, it would be difficult for them to even recover from their injuries. However, the geniuses participating in the White Tiger meet all had powerful backing. For the second treasure hunt that was about to begin, all of them looked as lively as dragons and tigers. They had clearly gone through special treatment. This also made the second battle even more suspenseful. After all, if there were too many injuries, it would affect the excitement of the battle. The Myriad Demon Graveyard was located in the evilest and darkest region of the Myriad Lightning Extreme Ground. Back then, the heavenly demons lured the adjudicators to join them, thus triggering a great war between the heavenly demons and the sacred dynasty. The adjudicators tangled with tens of thousands of heavenly demons and the army led by the human king to fight to the death. In the end, tens of thousands of heavenly demons were buried here, forming the terrifying Myriad Demon Graveyard. The Myriad Demon Graveyard had undergone some changes over the years, and it was filled with danger. However, like Black Wind Canyon, it was also filled with opportunities. However, Black Wind Canyon was filled with inherited memories, while the Myriad Demon Graveyard was filled with large amounts of magic treasures, heavenly treasures, and miraculous elixirs. In the Myriad Demon Graveyard, there were many tombs and secret passages, and the terrain was intricate and complicated. Here, you could better avoid enemies, but you could also accidentally meet the person you didn't want to meet the most. Compared to the first battle, perhaps this treasure hunt would be even more brutal. Like the Purgatory Blood Battle, the duration of the treasure hunt was set to 6 hours. During this process, the participating cultivators had to search for as many treasures as possible. When the time was up, all the participating cultivators would be directly teleported to the Thunder Shocking City's battle stage to prepare for the final battle. Of course, the prerequisite was that you were still alive. At this moment, the vicinity of the Myriad Demon Graveyard was already bustling with people coming and going. Many spectators had come here last night to wait, so that they could enjoy the more exciting battle. In the first battle, they had witnessed the bravery and talent of many genius cultivators. In this battle, not only could they see more of the genius's performance, but they could also see more treasures. It could be considered a feast for the eyes. Who would be able to enter the final battle of kings? It was really something to look forward to. From 155 people to 78 people now, how many of them would be able to enter the final battle, who would become the top and most dazzling genius of the 3 continents in the past 10 years? This was also very interesting. There were too many questions, and the more he wanted to know, the more interested he became. When it was almost time, the participating martial artists began to arrive one after another. Last night, Tyranny Tianhai had been cultivating outside Myriad Devil Graveyard, so he and the Crown Princess were the first 2 to arrive. Even though the outside world was bustling with noise, the 2 of them didn't seem to notice it at all. They still closed their eyes tightly and focused on cultivating. If they weren't enemies, Ling Xiao would really admire these 2 people's dedication to martial arts. Perhaps it was this persistence that allowed these 2 to become the most outstanding geniuses of the Tianhai Empire, or even the entire White Tiger continent. The little guy and the people of the Heavenly Demon cult had also arrived early. The current Xiao Budian's aura was completely different from yesterday. After a night of action, he had obtained 5 of the 6 great inheritances in Black Wind Canyon. He became incomparably powerful, causing people to tremble. However, at this moment, the most eye-catching thing about the little guy wasn't his powerful aura, but his anger. Even unrelated people could clearly feel the terrifying killing intent emitted by Xiao Budian. He was searching for Ling Xiao's whereabouts. New grudges and old grudges would be thoroughly settled in the treasure hunt. Ling Xiao definitely couldn't be forgiven. In the crowd, he finally saw Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was still with his friends. He wasn't cultivating, but was chatting and laughing. He seemed to be in an extremely good mood. This made the little guy's expression turn even uglier. However, Ling Xiao didn't care whether he was in a good mood or not. At this moment, he didn't have the terrifying evil and baleful aura from last night. His slightly delicate face was brimming with a sunny smile as he discussed the treasure hunt with his friends. It was said that the treasure hunt could lead to a large amount of heavenly treasures, martial souls, and bloodlines. Although there was no way to prove it, since there was such a rumor, it couldn't be false. For everyone, this was a very good opportunity. Of course, since the Purgatory Blood Battle was so dangerous, this treasure hunt naturally wouldn't be easy. However, for the 78 surviving participants, none of them had any intention of giving up. Those who survived all felt that they had the qualifications to continue living. In any case, the second battle didn't require them to kill each other. Without something like the Black Wind inscription, there was no objective requirement to kill the opponent. Although there was no guarantee that someone would kill inside, at the very least, the chances of surviving were much higher than in the first battle. In the second battle, the participants not only had to fight to pass the trial, but also for their ranking. This was because the results of the second battle would determine the opponents in the king's battle. The strongest against the weakest, and the second against the second last. In fact, everyone understood that as long as they could find a way to avoid the 13 top geniuses, they would have a chance of passing the White Tiger Meets assessment. Even if they couldn't obtain a ranking, they could still obtain a lot of benefits, and even be accepted as a disciple by the Black Warrior Temple. In any case, according to the previous rules, the Black Warrior Temple only recruited disciples once every 10 years from the White Tiger Meet. Of course, the Black Warrior Temple also had a selection process, but the conditions were much harsher, and the chances of entering the White Tiger Meet were much lower. Those who wanted to enter the White Tiger Meet would definitely put in their utmost effort to stay in the end. Ling Xiao. Suddenly, Xiao Budian shouted. Seeing that Ling Xiao was ignoring him, Xiao Budian directly shouted. His voice was like rolling thunder, causing the noisy crowd to instantly quieten down. Everyone turned to look at Xiao Budian. This child, who seemed to be only 7 or 8 years old, was releasing a terrifying demonic aura that was completely unimaginable to them. This devilish aura turned into a terrifying black wind, swirling towards Ling Xiao. Everyone was too familiar with this black wind. It was the same black wind from the Black Wind Canyon, but it seemed to be even stronger. Do you need something? Ling Xiao glanced at Xiao Budian indifferently and asked. You already know the answer. Xiao Budian's cold voice sounded. Within that thick devilish aura, there was a strong murderous aura. You can feign ignorance now, but in the treasure hunt, you'd better not run into me, or I'll kill you without mercy. As the word kill fell, the terrifying devilish aura actually squeezed the air around Ling Xiao, distorting it. Several people sitting near Ling Xiao were blown away. Fortunately, the demon wine sword appeared, protecting them. Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Budian indifferently, then suddenly chuckled, I understand. Last night, I killed a few annoying bedbugs and angered you, the king of bedbugs. However, can you kill me? Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of the 100-eyed demon lord. He wasn't afraid of the little guy either. As he saw it, there were only 3 people who posed the greatest threat to him in this competition, Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, and Lei Lai. At the very least, he couldn't think of a way to defeat them no matter how he thought about it. Of course, that was only for now. The second match hadn't started yet. Once it was over, his strength might increase even more. Then he might be able to defeat those 3. He wasn't afraid, but the crowd was still crying out in alarm. This Ling Xiao really knew how to make enemies. First, he'd angered Tianhai Tyranny and the Crown Prince consort. Then he'd provoked the 100-eyed demon lord. Now even the little guy wanted to kill him. Could this guy still survive? They really didn't know where his guts came from. His cultivation was at most at the 13th level of the Yin-Yang realm, but his heart was really big. But they only knew that Ling Xiao was making enemies, not why Ling Xiao was making enemies. If he didn't make enemies with these people, he would either become their slave or be killed. Ling Xiao was very clear on which choice to choose. Can't kill you? Do you really think you're strong? The little guy said with a cold expression. Strong or not, that's not for you to say. I'll let you know soon enough. Ling Xiao glanced at the little guy and suddenly said, there seems to be an aura on your body that I'm very familiar with. Although I don't know who it is, I really hate it. But we have no enmity, so I won't kill indiscriminately. But now that you want to kill me, you've given me a reason to kill you. You're dead for sure. A killing intent even more terrifying than the little guy's erupted from Ling Xiao's body, turning into a bloody mist that surrounded the celestial devil sect stands. Kill. His killing intent had turned into a demon. You dare. The little guy shouted, but it was too late. The 4 celestial devil sect martial artists behind him had been killed by Ling Xiao right in front of his eyes. why wouldn't I dare? Ling Xiao looked at the little guy with contempt. I dare to kill your people, but do you dare to kill mine? Right now. Xiao Budian's expression was unsettled. Of course, he knew that Ling Xiao was mocking him, but he really didn't dare to make a move. This was because he was not a match for the demonic liquor sword, nor was he a match for Hong Qi. These two backers of Ling Xiao simply made him go crazy with jealousy. You'd better protect them during the treasure hunt. Otherwise, they're dead for sure. The little guy could only use this sentence to give himself a way out. In the end, you're just a coward. If you don't dare to make a move, then shut your mouth. Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Budian with disdain and mocked. Xiao Budian's face was ashen, but in the end, he still shut his mouth. He really didn't dare to make a move. No matter what the reason was, this was the truth. You really don't know how to spell the word death. Not far away, a person in the crowd of the Jingyi school looked at Ling Xiao and mocked him. That person was the fifth son of the Jingyi school's 7 sons. He was also a friend of the 100-eyed demon Lord Wu Long. Because Ling Xiao had offended Wu Long, he naturally didn't like Ling Xiao. How could he not take advantage of this opportunity to mock him? Ling Xiao glanced at the fifth son indifferently and chuckled coldly. I've long heard that the 7 sons of the Jingyi school are all outstanding geniuses, but today I see that besides the first-ranked Feng Fei, the third-ranked Zui Linglong, the fourth-ranked Jun Maching, and the seventh-ranked Jun Macho. They're all trash. Your 6th son has already been killed. Which piece of trash is next? He said several names in a row, but ignored the second-ranked 100-eyed demon Lord Wu Long, the 5th son, and the 6th son. Even a fool could tell who he was scolding. Ling Xiao's words made the 5th son and Wu Long's expressions very ugly. In Blackwind Canyon, the 6th son was killed by Ling Xiao. The audience outside had all seen that scene. Although killing people in Blackwind Canyon was normal and the rules were set, Ling Xiao naturally had a rift with the Jingyi school. But Ling Xiao didn't care about this, because he had already regarded the Jingyi school as an enemy back in the Divine Phoenix continent. At that time, the Jingyi school had actually cooperated with Phoenix Kraiqishan to secretly deal with him. He didn't even know how he had offended the number 1 sect of the White Tiger continent. So it was impossible for him to get along with the Jingyi school. If they became enemies, then so be it. He wasn't afraid at all. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? The 10,000 Fiends graveyard isn't Blackwind Canyon. Don't think you can take any advantage. This old man will kill you soon. The 100-eyed demon Lord Wu Long stared at Ling Xiao and gnashed his teeth as he spoke. No matter how insignificant he thought Ling Xiao was, everyone now knew that Ling Xiao had beaten him twice in Blackwind Canyon. Twice, he had almost killed him. He had also been cursed as the number 1 coward in the world. If Ling Xiao didn't die, he wouldn't be able to wash away this infamy. Many people said that they wanted to kill me, but in the end, they were the ones who died. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and ignored Wu Long. It was better to have an enemy in the open than in the dark. That young man is so arrogant. He's only at the 13th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Ling Xiao didn't need to hide his cultivation now. Because his cultivation couldn't represent his true strength, it didn't matter if others knew. I'm afraid he won't live for long. Even if he survives, his ranking won't be good. Those people will definitely cause him all kinds of trouble in the second battle. In this way, he can only face the strong in the final battle. It's hopeless. Such thoughts represented the views of the majority of the people present. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Sun Lingchan. They all think that it's your misfortune to have offended those people, but they don't know that it's their misfortune to have offended you. Sun Lingchan smiled as she approached Ling Xiao and said, "You seem to be stronger than yesterday. Even I don't have the confidence to win against you. Don't praise me. Aren't you the same?" Ling Xiao looked at Sun Lingchan. Compared to yesterday, this woman's strength had obviously improved greatly. He even suspected that among the 13 geniuses, some of them would give up their positions for her. You guys are chatting happily. Why don't I join in? It was Lu Lian. She didn't return to the Cangjing Divine Palace with the Heavenly Empire's martial artists yesterday. Instead, she cultivated alone in the land of absolute thunders. Lu Lian, how do you feel? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Not bad. However, I must obtain more valuable treasures in the second battle. Only then can I avoid you monsters in the final battle. Lu Lian smiled. I don't care. It's the same no matter who I meet. Anyway, I'm here for the first place this time. It's meaningless if I don't get first place. Ling Xiao shook his head. He really didn't have much thoughts about his opponents in the final battle. In a sense, he even hoped to meet the 13 top geniuses. This kind of battle would allow him to gain even more benefits. You lunatic. Who can compete with you? Sun Lingchan shook his head and smiled bitterly. It doesn't matter if I'm a lunatic or not. In short, everyone work hard in the second battle. Try to avoid the powerhouses as much as possible. At the very least, you'll get more benefits this way. Ling Xiao was crazy himself, but he would not force others to be crazy with him. As for the rest, it was better to try to get a ranking. Hence, avoiding those 13 top geniuses was a must. Otherwise, they might be eliminated in the first round. Long Chen, how is it? Do you have the confidence to enter the next battle? He looked at his most valued underling and asked. Blue Snow and Scarlet Moon's bloodline was actually not considered pure. The two of them had more than 90% dragon bloodline. However, Long Chen was a pure dragon. Hence, in terms of talent, Long Chen still had the advantage. If there was anyone around him who could keep following in his footsteps, it was probably only Long Chen. Long Chen, this brat, was just a little weaker than him from beginning to end. This degree was basically never pulled apart. Hee, big brother Ling, what about you? Long Chen asked back with a chuckle, are you confident in getting top 20, or even top 10? Getting top 10 in the second battle isn't a problem. However, I don't have that wish. Anyway, no matter who I encounter in the third battle, it doesn't matter to me. Ling Xiao shrugged and said, what about you? Me? As long as I can pass the second battle and stand on the top stage of the Battle of Kings, it'll be enough. Then, Big Brother's nurturing of me won't be in vain. To be honest, Long Chen really could not use gratitude to express his gratitude to Ling Xiao. This was because Ling Xiao was like a second parent to him, a beacon of light that guided the way. Without Ling Xiao, he, Long Chen, would absolutely not be where he was today. That won't do. I don't have any requirements for others. But for you, if you can't get top 13 in the second battle, you don't have to participate in the final battle. Ling Xiao said solemnly. He was very clear about Long Chen's strength. Previously, before he obtained the War Dragon King's inheritance, his talent and comprehension were much higher than those 13 top geniuses. After obtaining the inheritance, it was only possible to become even stronger. The cultivation talent of the dragon race had long been proven in the immemorial era. The human king had even left behind a sigh. Since Big Brother has said so, I will do my best to fulfill your request. Long Chen grinned and said, but Big Brother, if I meet that Wulong or the fifth son, should I help you eliminate them? You're not Wulong's match for now, but you can kill the fifth son if you want to. You don't have to ask me for permission. You just have to walk down your own path. Ling Xiao nodded. All right. Just as Long Chen finished speaking, everyone wanted to continue chatting. Suddenly, the air in the sky trembled. Space was torn apart, and a huge vortex appeared. Lawless appeared again. Without a doubt, his appearance signified the start of the second treasure hunt. This caused everyone to become excited. The rules of the second round are very simple. Within 6 hours, the number of treasures obtained will be the highest. After that, all of you will be teleported to Thunderclap City, where you will be ranked based on your results. If the number of deaths in the second battle is lower, then the people at the back may be directly eliminated. Lawless said, also, don't listen to the rules of the final battle that some people said. They can't be taken seriously. It might have been like that in the past, but this time, it will be different. However, I can tell you one thing. The higher the rank, the more advantageous it will be. This will not change. As soon as he said that, everyone was excited. In other words, the rumor about the first and last battle was not true. There was another set of rules. However, one thing was for sure. The higher the rank, the more advantageous it would be. This was no different from the rumor. Ling Xiao couldn't help but scratch his head. He originally wanted to get a lower rank and deliberately fight against the 13 top geniuses. However, it sounded like his idea couldn't be realized. In order to get a better result in the final battle, he could only try his best to get a higher rank. After all, he had the absolute advantage in treasure hunting. He had the Tai Chi eye after all. As for the rules of the final battle, he didn't care. After all, Lawless wouldn't lie. Otherwise, he would become a laughingstock. Therefore, it was definitely true that the higher the rank, the more advantageous it would be. Everyone else had the same idea. Without knowing the rules of the final battle, getting a higher rank was naturally the most advantageous choice. Therefore, everyone gritted their teeth and clenched their fists, eager to give it a try. Even if they didn't care about the methods, they had to get a higher rank. Today, there are 78 people participating in the competition. It can be seen that all of you are determined and courageous. However, the second round of the treasure hunt requires not only determination and courage, but also wisdom. Treasures don't depend on quantity, but how precious they are. Remember my words. Now, prepare to enter the Myriad Devil Graveyard. You have 10 minutes to hesitate. If you are ready, you may enter. If you are not, you may give up, or you may continue preparing. If you have not entered the Myriad Devil Graveyard after 10 minutes, you will be considered to have forfeited. As soon as Lawless words fell, the 78 participants all rushed to the entrance of the Myriad Devil Graveyard. Unexpectedly, not a single one was willing to stay behind. After the test of the Purgatory Blood Battle, the remaining 78 participants weren't easy to deal with. No one was willing to admit defeat so easily. Although some people claimed to be afraid of 13 apex geniuses, they weren't necessarily afraid when they actually encountered them. After all, 13 apex geniuses was a common saying. Almost every white tiger storm meet would give birth to a dark horse. 10 minutes begin. Lawless loudly announced. In an instant, several dozen figures entered the Myriad Devil Graveyard. There were only a few people left outside. After all, this was a treasure hunting battle. Whoever entered first had a chance of obtaining the treasure first. However, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. He remained outside, opening his taiji eye and looking at the Myriad Devil Graveyard. Since it was called a place even more terrifying than Blackwind Canyon, it meant that the Myriad Devil Graveyard wasn't simple. If he went in rashly, he would only be making things difficult for himself. This was in line with his character. While brave, there was also a hint of caution. No thousand-eyed winged insects? Ling Xiao noticed that the thousand-eyed winged insects that had appeared in the first battle were nowhere to be seen in the second battle. It seems that the Myriad Devil Graveyard is truly dangerous. Even the thousand-eyed winged insects would find it hard to survive. This was Ling Xiao's deduction. In fact, his deduction was spot on. Some people in the audience had also mentioned this point, which was why Lawless specifically explained it to them. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to explain it to these people. No matter what, these people had spent money to watch the competition. Their Black Tortoise Temple was a high and mighty existence, they had to consider public opinion. In the end, Ling Xiao stepped into the abyssal graveyard as well. There were no longer any competitors at the entrance. The spectators chose to leave Thunderclap City as well. When the time came, all of the martial artists inside would appear on the giant stage above the city. All they had to do was wait there. Who do you think will emerge as the best in the second round and obtain the highest ranking? Because there were no thousand-eyed flying insects, no one could see what was happening in the abyssal graveyard. They could only rely on chatter to fill the emptiness in their hearts. It has to be one of the top 13 geniuses. Someone said. After all, the top 13 geniuses would always be the most dazzling 13. Some said it had to be Feng Fei, the strongest genius of Xingyi school. Others said it would be Tianhai Tyranny, the crown prince of Tianhai Empire, who was unstoppable on the battlefield. Of course, there were also those who thought it would be Lei Lai. As a competitor from White Tiger Continent's oldest empire, Lei Lai shouldered the heavy burden of protecting its dignity. Moreover, he was the only one who hadn't lost to Feng Fei and Tianhai Tyranny. This was enough to put him on the same level as the first two geniuses. I heard that you can come out early in the second round. If you think you've obtained enough treasures, you can choose to leave the abyssal graveyard early. Or if there's danger and you think you'll die, you can come out early. Unless you die in the second round, there's no elimination rules. You'll only be eliminated in the final rankings. I heard that too. That's true. We'll find out soon enough whether it's true or not. Although many rumors might not be taken seriously, it didn't matter. The treasure hunt had already begun, so they'd soon find out whether the rumors were true or not. While the crowd was discussing outside, Xianxia had already stepped into the abyssal graveyard. The moment he stepped into the cemetery, Xianxia felt incomparably pleased. While others might find the devilish qi unbearable, it was like a nourishing breath to him, making him feel much better. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the location of the treasures as soon as he entered the abyssal graveyard. The value of the treasures in the myriad devil graveyard was determined by the Black Tortoise Temple. Therefore, Xianxia planned to take all the treasures he saw. Before entering the graveyard, he had locked onto the whereabouts of a treasure with his Tai Chi eye. There were no other ancient martial art practitioners here, but that did not mean that there was no danger. This was a swamp. The pitch-black swamp was filled with an unsettling aura. In the middle of the swamp was a blooming flower. Xianxia knew that this was the famous swamp beauty flower. The name sounded a little tacky, but it was very appropriate. Because this flower could be used to refine a pill, regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, after consuming it, their skin would become smooth and delicate, and their appearance would become much younger. In the past, this kind of flower was the favorite of women. Regardless of their cultivation level, women's pursuit of beauty had never changed. Nowadays, some men have also started to pursue beauty. The aesthetics of the profound world was also quietly evolving. The swamp beauty flower gradually became a hot commodity. Xianxia naturally had to get his hands on it. He tore through the air and reached out to grab the swamp beauty flower. However, at this moment, several black shadows suddenly protruded from the swamp. These shadows were originally mud in the swamp, but after a while, they gradually transformed into human figures. These people actually looked 70% similar to Xianxia. As for their cultivation level, they were exactly the same, the peak of the 13th level of the yin-yang realm. I've long heard that heavenly demons are good at imitating humans. Now, it seems that it's true. These should be swamp monsters condensed from the remnant souls of heavenly demons after their deaths. They can actually transform into existences with the same cultivation level as me. What a pity. Xianxia smiled disdainfully. Then, without using his inner strength, he directly punched out. The imperial heaven power circulated, and the green fist carried the ferocious domineering aura of a king. The punch directly shattered the swamp mud men. The most terrifying thing was that the domineering aura of the imperial heaven power directly shattered the remnant souls of the heavenly demons in the swamp mud men. The swamp mud men could no longer recover. So what if they had the same cultivation level, facing cultivators of the same cultivation level? Xianxia had never been at a disadvantage. In fact, he had a huge advantage every time. After killing a few swamp mud men, Xianxia grabbed the swamp beauty flower. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a ball of charming light suddenly flashed under the swamp. Then, not knowing if it was an illusion or real, Xianxia actually saw another version of himself. Compared to the swamp mud men from before, which only had a form and no spirit, this human figure was almost a complete copy of Xianxia. I seem to have encountered something like this before. This is the most common replication formation in the mystic realm. The formation itself was not powerful, but as long as a cultivator stepped into it, it would automatically form another shadow that was exactly the same as himself. It seems that this graveyard of 10,000 demons has also been modified by someone. I just don't know if it was done by the human king or the Black Tortoise Temple. Xianxia frowned, then laughed. No matter who it is, no matter what kind of data I have, there is one thing that can't be replicated. Naturally, he was talking about the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. It was an upgraded version of the Mountain River martial spirit that he had comprehended. It was more unique than the human king's Mountain River martial spirit. However, this is enough. Even if the Sky Tyrant martial spirit is not replicated, this replica can become the best research object for the Black Tortoise Temple. I can't let it live. Ling Xiao was not worried about how powerful the replica in front of him was. After all, replicated things were just mechanical things. The most terrifying thing about Ling Xiao was his wisdom in battle. This was something that could not be replicated no matter what. Coupled with the advantage of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, it was easy for him to deal with this replica. He was now worried that the Black Tortoise Temple would use this replica to study him. That would not be fun. Let's give it a try first. Ling Xiao put the Swamp Beauty flower into his storage ring. The treasures obtained from the Graveyard of 10,000 Demons all had the aura of the Graveyard of 10,000 Demons, so they could not be faked. Even if there were other treasures in the storage ring, they would not be mixed together. Otherwise, the test would be a mess. Because there was no thousand-eyed winged insect, Ling Xiao immediately released the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. What was different from before was that other than the terrifying Sky Tyrant universe behind him, there was also a black shadow floating in the universe. He could not see the appearance clearly, but he was sure that it was a human figure. What was certain was that this human figure was the one that had helped Ling Xiao intimidate the Night Devil King and the first Heaven Devil King. Perhaps it could be said that it was the origin of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. When Ling Xiao displayed the Sky Tyrant martial soul, the replica did not react at all. Ling Xiao could not help but smile. As expected, the Sky Tyrant martial soul is too special. Even with this kind of array, it can't be replicated. He waved his fist and punched the replica. Just as he was about to kill it, he suddenly stopped. What's the point of killing it? Why don't I toy with the Black Tortoise Temple? Ling Xiao was almost certain that the replicas were used by the Black Tortoise Temple to obtain data. Even if he killed it, it might not be completely destroyed. Even if the other party could not replicate his Sky Tyrant martial soul, he still did not want to expose too much. Anyway, he had a way. 9 Demons Divine Art, Yin Yang Demon King. Ling Xiao smiled and his body began to change rapidly. Not only his appearance, but even his aura and martial arts completely changed. As his body changed, the replica began to change as well. Hee, this will do. Ling Xiao smiled and punched the replica to death. Similar to Ling Xiao, there were other martial artists participating in the competition. However, everyone's choice was different. Only a few people noticed the Black Tortoise Temple's conspiracy and made some ingenious plans. Just like Ling Xiao, although the methods were different, they had the same effect. The rest of the participants struggled to fight the replicas. Ling Xiao now had a feeling. The most prosperous white tiger meet on the White Tiger continent was more like an assessment for the Black Tortoise Temple to select disciples. The first round tested talent and comprehension. The second round tested wisdom and the details of the participants at the same time. The third round was a real ranking battle. Although he had no interest in joining the Black Tortoise Temple, he could not help but admire the 3 rounds of assessment of the Black Tortoise Temple. In the first round, one could pass by relying on talent and comprehension. In the second round, one had to rely on wisdom. Pure combat power might not be effective. Very well, then I, Ling Xiao, will compete with the Black Tortoise Temple in a battle of wits and strengthen myself under your rules. Ling Xiao smiled and turned to leave, heading to the location of the next treasure. Sure enough, good things are hard to get. The second treasure was a magic weapon. It was a fine-grade spirit tool saber. Although he couldn't use it, he could sell it or give it away. The key was that the treasured saber was a fine-grade spiritual tool, so he reckoned that he would gain a lot of points. In this second round, he might really be able to get into the top few places. That said, in order to obtain the fine-grade spiritual saber, he had to pass through the terrifying underworld underground river. Corpses were everywhere in the Yellow Springs underground river. These skeletons were yellowed, and their skin and flesh had long been corroded. Within the Yellow Springs, terrifying black shadows appeared one after another, exuding a powerful consciousness and fighting spirit. Yixia's ghost shadow at the 14th level of the Yin Yang realm? Although they are not real heavenly demon Yixias, these ghostly shadows are not easy to deal with. Furthermore, there are so many of them. Ling Xiao muttered to himself, but there was no sign of embarrassment on his face. This was because the Yellow Springs underground river might be difficult for others, but it wasn't difficult for him at all. The corners of his mouth curled into a confident smile, and then he stepped into the Yellow Springs underground river. The fine-grade spiritual tool saber was at the bottom of the river. It was difficult to get it without entering the water. The moment he stepped into the river, a bone-piercing chill spread throughout his body. A terrifying evil aura entered his body, trying to take control of his body and corrode his skin and flesh. It's just the Yellow Springs evil chi and Xianxia ghostly shadows. Do you think you can hurt me? Xianxia sneered and instantly entered the primordial heavenly demon incarnation. The primordial heavenly demon incarnation released its fighting spirit, and the Xianxia ghostly shadows trembled as if they had met their superior. Xianxia sneered, and the demonic chi of the primordial heavenly demon incarnation began to circulate. The demonic chi in the Yellow Springs underground river surged into his body and molded his body. At this moment, Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to get the saber. He was more interested in the enormous energy hidden in the Yellow Springs underground river. Cultivating here was very beneficial for him to condense the primordial heavenly demon martial soul. At the same time, it could greatly increase his cultivation. He might even break through to the 14th level of the yin-yang realm. He didn't care about the ranking anyway, as long as he wasn't eliminated. Devour! Xianxia roared coldly, and the primordial heavenly demon incarnation opened its mouth and sucked. The energy in the Yellow Springs underground river surged into the huge mouth and started to be converted, refined, and integrated into his body and meridians. How dare you! A terrifying voice came from the Yellow Springs underground river. Xianxia ghostly shadow king. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge body. It was one size bigger than all the Xianxia ghostly shadows, and its strength was estimated to be around the 16th level of the yin-yang realm. Under the Xianxia ghostly shadow king's lead, the frightened Xianxias regained their courage and pounced on Xianxia in an attempt to kill him. They wouldn't allow him to continue devouring the energy in the Yellow Springs underground river. Kill! Xianxia smiled coldly. The Xianxia ghostly shadow king was at the 16th level of the yin-yang realm, and there was nothing to be afraid of in front of him. After all, it was just a ghostly shadow. Moreover, it was restrained by his heavenly demon battle intent, and it was even weaker than an ordinary 16th level yin-yang realm martial artist. It couldn't be compared to a genius 16th level yin-yang realm martial artist. The primordial heavenly demon incarnation swung its claws. Heavenly demon claw, boom boom. The Xianxia ghostly shadow king tried its best to block the heavenly demon claw, but it was still flattened by the huge claw. Dragon talisman, hell dragon fire. Then, a blood soul talisman flew out from above Xiao's head and spat out purplish-black flames. It burned the Xianxia ghostly shadow king to ashes. 18 hell talisman, hell of tongue ripping. Then, another blood soul talisman flew out. Countless ghostly hands reached out and grabbed the rest of the Xianxia ghostly shadows. The dragon talisman was of the dragon attribute, and it was destined to grow into the most powerful dragon clan blood soul talisman. The 18 hell talisman was refined by Xiao based on the yin-yang realm's 18 levels of hell. It was destined to become the most evil and terrifying dark blood soul talisman in the world. The Xianxia ghostly shadows were extremely useful in increasing the 18 hell talisman's power. The terrified Xianxia ghostly shadows began to flee in all directions. However, the 18 hell talisman grew in the wind and instantly covered the entire Yellow Springs underground river. The Xianxia ghostly shadows that were supposed to be guarding the exquisite spirit saber became Xiao's nourishment. He could feel that the bottleneck of his cultivation had been lifted again. It was clear that he was about to break through. I'll continue to cultivate in peace. As for the treasures, whoever wants to take them can take them. Xiao had two choices now. He could either continue to search for treasures or stay here to cultivate and integrate the entire Yellow Springs underground river into his body. However, he made the right choice. If he chose to continue searching for treasures, he might be able to get a higher ranking, but it was meaningless. If he chose to stay and cultivate, his cultivation level would definitely break through. Not only that, but the primordial heavenly demon would also become stronger. His choice was decisive and simple. He really did not care about the ranking. As long as he could get a few more treasures after he finished cultivating, it would be fine. Since he had made his choice, he did not care about anything else. At the same time, the other martial artists were fighting fiercely in the fierce competition. Mou and Zhu Shaotsung's abilities were limited after all. In order to save their lives, they were forced to withdraw from the assessment. They appeared in Thunder City's arena. However, they were not disqualified. Lawless only asked them to rest there. As for whether they were disqualified or not, it would depend on the final ranking. There were many other martial artists who were disqualified like the two of them. Due to the conditions set in the second battle, the number of deaths was greatly reduced. However, there were still deaths. Some people were too confident in themselves. They could have chosen to escape, but they insisted on fighting and were killed in the end. They were either killed by other martial artists or by the monsters guarding the treasures. Of course, there were not many people like that. So far, there were only 2. There were a total of 26 people who were disqualified like Mou and Zhu Xiaozong. Including the 2 who died, there were 28 people who had no hope of being in the top 10. 2 hours passed, 4 hours passed, Ling Xiao still did not open his eyes. However, the entire underworld underground river was almost dried up. The Yiksha shadows in the underground river had all disappeared. As for the fine-grade spirit treasure saber, it was still stuck at the bottom of the river. After such a long time, no one came to disturb Ling Xiao. He did not know if he was lucky or unlucky. Actually, he did not know that many martial artists had passed by this place. However, they did not dare to stop after seeing such a terrifying scene. If he was lucky, it would be that none of the 13 top geniuses had been here. When there was an hour left before the end of the second battle, Ling Xiao finally opened his eyes. The entire underworld underground river had dried up. Ling Xiao's cultivation level had finally broken through to the 14th level of Yin Yang realm. Cultivation level was not the most important thing. His primordial heavenly demon battle intent had finally entered the second stage, mastery. It was the same as the proficiency of a martial skill. His battle will had also improved, but in addition to initial success, expert, great success, perfection, and transcendent, there were also master and grandmaster levels. The sword intent was the same. This was also the reason why some people had lower bonuses while others had higher bonuses despite having the same sword intent. At every stage, there was a 100% improvement. Previously, during the primordial heavenly demon battle, he had achieved small accomplishment of 100%. Now, he was at master of 10%. As long as it reached the grandmaster level, it would be possible to transform it into a martial soul. Furthermore, it would be a high-grade martial soul that could be tempered by lightning directly. If it was successfully tempered, it could be promoted to a divine soul. However, the divine soul was the legendary level that a martial soul could reach. Even the sovereign personages of the past had not been able to do so. Therefore, it was still a legend. There's still an hour left. I wonder how many people are left in the myriad demon necropolis? Ling Xiao looked at the time and decided to walk around. As his cultivation and strength increased, his ability to protect himself also became stronger. Even if he ran into Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, or Lei Lai, it didn't matter. Even if he wasn't a match for them right now, he wouldn't lose so easily. Just as Ling Xiao stepped out of the dried-up Yellow Springs underground river and prepared to head for the next treasure location, a giant fissure appeared in the depths of the myriad demon necropolis. Terrifying energy spewed out from the black fissure as if an upside-down eye was slowly opening. In the middle of the fissure was a terrifying energy vortex. The moment the whirlpool appeared, a large amount of energy seemed to be swept away and rushed into the whirlpool. For a moment, both the participants in the myriad demon graveyard and the martial artists outside were dumbfounded. What's going on? Ling Xiao's taiji eye had been open this entire time. The terrifying black vortex in the distance gave him a great sense of pressure. It was as if it wanted to tear his gaze apart. Plane vortex? Spatial fissure? Ling Xiao had heard of such things before, but he'd only seen them once before. That was when he met the Night Devil King in the underground world. That spatial fissure was connected to the world of the celestial devils. Then where did the spatial fissure in the myriad demon necropolis lead to? Let's go take a look. Not only was Ling Xiao curious, but he was also extremely interested in the spatial fissure that had suddenly appeared. He absolutely believed that the spatial fissure hadn't appeared for no reason. There had to be something good inside. In fact, it wasn't just Ling Xiao. In fact, all the competitors still in the myriad demon Necropolis had either seen or felt the spatial fissure's existence and were all rushing in its direction. To a certain extent, human curiosity was really very similar. At this time, outside the myriad demon necropolis, Lawless and the other 5 referees were also shocked. Venerable Lawless, this fissure shouldn't be part of the test, right? The vice-sect master of the righteous sect asked. Lawless nodded and said, rumor has it that a similar fissure appeared 1,000 years ago, but it disappeared in a short period of time. That fissure seems to be a battlefield. 1,000 years ago, the fissure spat out extremely precious treasures. There was even a divine-grade spirit artifact. A divine-grade spirit artifact. Hearing these words, everyone was dumbfounded. On the White Tiger continent, being able to obtain a rare-grade spirit artifact was already quite amazing. One had to know that a rare-grade spirit artifact was used by a rebirth realm cultivator. Even a yin-yang realm cultivator couldn't display its true power. Common grade, fine grade, rare grade, immortal grade, divine grade, among the spirit artifacts, divine grade was the highest. If such a thing really appeared, the entire White Tiger continent would be shaken. Then why haven't you reported to the Black Tortoise Temple and immediately stopped the treasure hunt? That spatial fissure is more important than the White Tiger meat. The Tianhai Empire's imperial preceptor said loudly. Impossible. Do you think we don't want to? Do you think we casually arranged this treasure hunt? These are the rules and restrictions left behind by the human monarch. Once the treasure hunt begins, no one will be able to enter the myriad demon necropolis. Lawless smiled bitterly and said, unless someone's strength is comparable to the human monarch. Don't tell me we have to place our hopes of obtaining the divine-grade spirit artifact on the participating cultivators? Although they are all geniuses and elites, their cultivation is still too weak. Everyone was speechless. That's the only thing we can do now. If someone brings out a divine-grade spirit artifact, except for the first one, which must belong to the Black Tortoise Temple, the rest will belong to whoever brings them out. How about it? Lawless suggested that the first divine-grade spirit artifact should belong to the Black Tortoise Temple, while the rest would go to whichever force brought it out. The others had no objections. Because this was the best arrangement. After all, the Black Tortoise Temple was the most powerful force on the White Tiger continent, so they had the right to do so. However, they couldn't contact the martial artists in the Myriad Demon Graveyard, so it would depend on luck as to who would get the divine-grade spirit artifact. There are 28 people left in the Myriad Demon Graveyard, and they are evenly distributed. Any side has a chance. Lawless looked at the huge and terrifying crack in the Myriad Demon Graveyard, but he couldn't see the movements of the martial artists inside. At this time, he could only wait anxiously. The black spatial crack was huge, as if a terrifying hole had been torn in the earth. The black vortex in the middle was like a bottomless pit, making people afraid to approach it. However, the remaining 28 people in the Myriad Demon Graveyard had all rushed over. It seemed that curiosity could easily drive a person to do something. There's really a lot of people. Ling Xiao looked around. Even though the number of contestants had decreased by a lot, there were still 28 people. This number wasn't considered small. In addition to the participants, there were also many black ghostly figures nearby. These ghostly figures were probably condensed from the remnant souls of the heavenly demons, and were somewhat similar to the Xianxia ghostly figure. They had probably come here because they were attracted by the spatial crack. Ling Xiao lowered his head to take a look. The size of this black spatial crack was actually dozens of miles long and dozens of miles wide. Its surface area could not be considered small. The black vortex was filled with extremely pure dark power, as well as a heart-palpitating demonic aura. Master, you're here too? A person appeared beside Ling Xiao. It was Cold Plum. Ling Xiao was surprised that she hadn't left the second round yet. Along with Cold Plum were Long Chen, Dan Feng, Sun Lingchan, and Lu Lian. Where are the others? Ling Xiao asked. They should have been teleported out. Anyway, I saw Feng Minglian encounter the fifth disciple of the Jingyi school. In order to save her life, she had to leave. She probably didn't get a single treasure. Longchen said unhappily. It's the same for Ji Luoyu. She encountered Wu Long. If I didn't help her, she would have been in danger. She had no choice but to leave. Sun Lingchan sighed and said. The Heavenly Wolf young master wants to snatch Mou and Zhu Xiaocong's treasures. Those two also withdrew. Dan Feng answered. A wise decision. Did no one see Blue Snow and Scarlet Moon? Ling Xiao asked. Master, I saw it. The two of them were being chased by the Crown Princess. Fortunately, Jun Macho of the Jingyi school helped them escape. Cold Plum replied. The Crown Princess, Wu Long, the fifth prince, and even the Heavenly Wolf young master. Very good, very good. For Ling Xiao, although it was a pity that his friends were forced to withdraw, as long as they were not dead, he could accept it. After all, as his cultivation continued to increase, the enemies he would encounter in the future would also be stronger. Among friends, there would always be people who would fall behind. He would not abandon his friends, but he would not allow them to take risks easily. Otherwise, why would he conquer this country? Wasn't it to let his people have a good home? Master, look. Something seems to be spurting out from the vortex. At this moment, Cold Plum suddenly shouted and pointed at the black vortex. Indeed, a cold light flew out from the vortex. It was so fast that it was almost impossible to see it with the naked eye. However, after a while, its speed gradually decreased, and many martial artists saw what it looked like. It was a sword, a pitch-black demonic sword. Its terrifying power instantly split open a tomb near the crack. This powerful energy undulation made everyone involuntarily startled. A treasure-grade spiritual weapon. It's actually a treasure-grade spiritual weapon. That's mine. Precious things could always arouse people's greed. A divine-grade demon sword was enough to make most of the martial artists present go crazy. At that moment, countless shadows rushed out, including the martial artists and the heavenly demon ghost shadows. The originally peaceful area around the crack was instantly plunged into chaos. Don't fight yet. Let's see the situation first. Ling Xiao, Long Chen, Dan Feng, Cold Plum, Lu Lian, and Sun Lingchan didn't move, but the others didn't have so many misgivings. A treasure-grade spiritual weapon was a treasure that only Rebirth Realm martial artists could use to their fullest potential. For Yin-Yang Realm martial artists, it was an absolute treasure. All of you, scram. This is mine. Amidst his furious roar, the heavenly thunder tiger Lei Lai's entire body released an astonishing power of thunder and lightning. The warriors surrounding him and pouncing towards the black longsword were all delayed in their movements, including Tianhai Tyranny and Feng Fei. Of course, that was because those two weren't very interested in the black sword. They didn't want to risk their lives against him. Otherwise, he might not be able to get the sword. Ha ha ha, good sword, truly a good sword. With this item, I should be ranked first in this treasure hunt, right? Lei Lai was still rejoicing when something suddenly shot out from within. Everyone looked and saw that it was another weapon. However, it wasn't a sword, but a strange weapon. It was a guzheng. A strange killing intent emanated from the guzheng. As the music rang out, the surrounding sand and stones flew into the air. Trees broke apart, creating a shocking scene. It's actually an immortal-grade spiritual weapon. It's even stronger than the previous one. Seeing this, the crowd fought even harder. But Feng Fei had helped Zui Linglong steal it. Everyone, this guzheng treasure isn't easy for you to use. Why don't you give it to my junior sister? Feng Fei's smile was indifferent, but everyone could sense the terrifying killing intent hidden behind it. This was definitely a woman who killed without batting an eye. But her killing intent wouldn't be easily exposed. It was hidden very well. No one was willing to fight with her, including Tianhai Tyranny. In any case, it looked like the crack wasn't closing up yet, so there was still a chance. As expected, the next crack in space was like a treasure trove that kept spitting out treasures. Every once in a while, it would spit out a treasure. Of these treasures, there were treasure-grade spiritual weapons, immortal-grade spiritual weapons, and even the worst were high-quality spiritual weapons. Basically, all 13 of the top geniuses had a spiritual weapon each. Of course, the best 3 were still taken by Feng Fei, Zui Linglong, and Tianhai Tyranny. Ling Xiao didn't move from beginning to end. He was waiting. He believed that there was something even stronger than the treasure-grade and immortal-grade spiritual qi in this crack. Moreover, he noticed a pattern. Every time a spiritual weapon spat out, it would shoot in the direction of those who didn't get it. It's coming again. Someone suddenly cried out in alarm. This fluctuation. Heavens, it's fiercer than any of the previous ones. Could it be a divine-grade spirit artifact? Whoosh, as expected, another item flew out. What flew out was a colored glaze armor. This was a defensive treasure, and its value was twice that of an offensive treasure. After all, a defensive treasure could save one's life at a critical moment. The colored glass armor could release a colored glass light that covered a martial artist's entire body. It was much stronger than defensive elemental energy. Even if a yin-yang realm martial artist couldn't activate its effects, it still had powerful defensive properties. This was different from offensive treasures. Thus, the appearance of the colored glass armor attracted the attention of many martial artists. All of you scram for this crown prince. This colored glass armor is mine. Although Tianhai tyranny was strong, they still coveted the colored glass armor. My apologies, but I want this colored glass armor. Feng Fei moved at the same time. She had no reason to let go of such a treasure. Only the Heavenly Devil sect is worthy of such a treasure. Xiao Budian pounced as well. In that instant, 13 peak geniuses pounced at the colored glass armor, none of them willing to give up. However, the moment the 13 people approached the colored glaze armor released a colored glaze light, and the 13 people were all sent flying. Blood trickled from the corners of their mouths. A divine-grade spirit artifact was indeed a divine-grade spirit artifact. Its power was simply terrifying. After the colored glaze armor sent everyone flying, it actually shot straight towards Ling Xiao. Of the 28 people, everyone else had taken the treasures inside. The only difference was the quality of their treasures. Only Ling Xiao hadn't made a move. Thus, the colored glass armor flew straight for him and covered his body. He couldn't even break free. Ling Xiao, hand it over, or else you'll die today. This time, Ling Xiao became the target of public criticism. All 13 peak geniuses charged at him. If you make a move, I'll leave immediately. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. What was he afraid of? Although he couldn't fight all 13 of them at once, he could choose to withdraw. To be able to obtain such a top-notch defensive treasure in the second battle, he was absolutely satisfied. Besides, the treasure hunt was about to end. Even if they left now, they wouldn't lose much. Master, the spatial rift seems to be closing. At this moment, Cold Plum reminded him in a low voice. I can feel that there's something good in that crack. Wait outside, I'll go in and take a look. Ling Xiao was bold. Furthermore, he had already used the Taiji eye to observe. As long as he came out before the crack closed, he wouldn't be in too much danger. Therefore, he changed his mind about retreating in an instant. After dodging the sneak attack of the 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong, he plunged straight into the whirlpool. Everyone was dumbfounded. Junior sister, since that whirlpool is able to spit out so many magic treasures, it must be a treasure trove. Could it be that we're just going to watch that kid take all the treasures? The 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong's eyes turned red as he shouted at Feng Fei. So speaking, he ignored the danger and chased after him. The pitch-black whirlpool swallowed him whole. No one knew whether he was dead or alive, so many people began to hesitate. I'll be going first. Feng Fei followed Wulong into the whirlpool. Meanwhile, Tyranny of the Celestial Sea, the Crown Prince Consort, Zui Linglong, and the rest all entered one by one. Of the 13 top geniuses, only the Heavenly Wolf Gentleman, the Silver Wolf Princess, Xiao Budian, and Lei Lai didn't enter. Perhaps they were cautious, or perhaps they were timid. In any case, they wouldn't risk stepping into such a deep unknown territory. A bunch of idiots. Your greed will make you die a tragic death sooner or later, Xiao Budian cursed. The little guy cursed and suddenly looked towards Sun Lingchan and the others. Since Ling Xiao had left, he naturally wanted to vent his anger on them. The treasure hunt's about to end. Let's withdraw as well, lest we catch that guy's eye. Sun Lingchan had already gotten most of the treasures. With the second battle ending, there was less than 15 minutes left. She didn't want to take any risks. Afterwards, she called for the martial artists who were friends with Ling Xiao to leave together. The rest of the people did as she said. Only Cold Plum plunged headfirst into the whirlpool. Ling Xiao had always said that in this world, even if the woman he loved the most would betray him, Lin Mei would not. That was because Cold Plum's loyalty was engraved in her bones. In the end, more than 10 of the 28 people entered the black whirlpool. This was a gamble with their lives. If they lost, they'd lose their little lives. But if they won, they'd reap great rewards. By now, Ling Xiao had already stepped into the black whirlpool. It looked more like a tunnel protected by black energy that led to the depths of the spatial rift. According to ancient records, the reason why spatial cracks would appear was because a certain plane had exploded, and then the spatial fragments collided with the profound world and embedded themselves, forming such cracks. Some rifts were long-lasting and became a special space in the mystic world. Some would shatter after a period of time due to the instability of the energy. Of course, there was also a special kind of spatial rift that appeared periodically. Every once in a while, it would appear in the mystic world. The spatial rift in front of Ling Xiao was such a case. Passing through the pitch-black tunnel, Ling Xiao finally saw the truth of this space. This was a terrifying graveyard. Or rather, it was a tragic battlefield. There were no longer any survivors on the battlefield. What was left behind were huge skeletons. These skeletons were similar to the human figures in the mystic world, but much larger. The shortest one was 4 or 5 meters tall. Huge rusty weapons were inserted into the ground. There were also countless collapsed war chariots. The entire sky and earth were blood red, like purgatory. It was very uncomfortable. Even the air was filled with the thick smell of blood. It seems that besides the mystic world, other planes also have wars. It's basically impossible for such a tragic battlefield to form without hundreds of thousands of people fighting. As Ling Xiao watched, he made an analysis in surprise. The magic weapons that flew out before had all absorbed the smell of blood on the battlefield and flew out after gaining spirituality. Presumably, no spirit weapon was willing to be sealed in this fragmented space that was gradually decaying. As Ling Xiao walked, he released the scarlet blood sword and began to madly absorb the smell of blood on the battlefield. This smell of blood might be extremely unpleasant to others, and it would make them feel very uncomfortable. But for him, it was a very good tonic. At the very least, it could make his scarlet blood sword and blood sun sword stronger. After walking a few steps, Ling Xiao found that the types of skeletons gradually increased. In addition to the huge human skeletons, there were also some strange humans with bones on their backs that looked like wing bones. There were also huge beast skeletons. The entire battlefield was very chaotic. However, it was basically confirmed that it was a battle between huge humans and winged humans. No one knew who won or lost, but this battle was really tragic. There were so many skeletons left behind. It looked like there were hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Ling Xiao walked on the road, and there was always the sound of bones being crushed under his feet. This made him feel a little strange. On another battlefield, Cold Plum walked forward cautiously. She came in to look for Ling Xiao, but as soon as she entered, she was blown away by a gust of wind and lost sight of Ling Xiao's shadow. What's that sound? Cold Plum was very confused. After stepping into the spatial crack, a strange sound suddenly sounded in her mind. This sound was clearly speaking, but she couldn't understand it because it wasn't any language in the mystic world. However, this sound seemed to be guiding her forward, causing her body to involuntarily rush in a direction. Ha 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 ha, looks like this daddy's luck isn't bad. I actually met Ling Xiao's woman. Suddenly, there was a burst of laughter. The 100-eyed demon lord, Wu Long, appeared in front of Cold Plum. However, Cold Plum didn't pay attention to him at all. There was a strange black light in her cold eyes, causing Wu Long's heart to tremble. Damn it, why am I afraid of her? The 100-eyed demon lord, Wu Long, felt that this was simply a disgrace. He suddenly jumped up and charged toward Cold Plum. Unexpectedly, Cold Plum didn't slow down and continued to rush forward. She didn't make a move, but her body was wrapped in a layer of pitch-black light. She directly crashed into the 100-eyed demon lord, Wu Long. Boom. With this collision, the 100-eyed demon lord, Wu Long, immediately spat out blood and retreated. How is this possible? Wu Long was terrified. If he had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Ling Xiao, he would feel a little better. But now, he had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood by a maidservant by Ling Xiao's side. How could he accept this? This was simply a great humiliation. When he took a closer look, he found that Cold Plum was wrapped in pitch-black energy, as if she was being protected by some kind of power. So that's how it is. Could it be that this woman is going to have some good luck? Wulong's face was gloomy and uncertain. Just as he was thinking about whether or not he should give chase, a black gust of wind suddenly came from the sky. Without even looking, he threw a punch at him. However, just as the two energies were about to collide, Wulong's expression changed drastically. The most formidable aspect of the strong was that they could clearly see danger. In that instant, Wulong made a smart choice and threw out a magic treasure that he had just obtained. The magic treasure that blocked the black wind was instantly corroded. Wulong took advantage of this precious moment to teleport out. As long as the spatial rift did not close, the teleportation ability would not disappear. Unfortunately, he originally wanted to get more benefits. Now, not only did he not get any benefits, but he also had to leave early. There were still 13 minutes left before the end of the treasure hunt. Ling Xiao did not know that Cold Plum was looking for him. He was the first to arrive at the spatial rift. In the blink of an eye, he had already traveled more than 10 miles, and no one had caught up to him. There were more and more strange skeletons that he saw. The most shocking thing was that he found thousands of skeletons of rebirth state experts in a small valley. Some of them were also tall giants. Some of them were humans with wings. Divine-grade spiritual weapon? Ling Xiao's eyes were sharp. He instantly found a pitch-black sword in the chest of one of the giant skeletons. This black sword was actually a divine-grade spiritual weapon. Moreover, it was a divine-grade spiritual weapon that only high-ranking rebirth state experts were qualified to possess. He dashed over and with a wave of his hand, the black sword was caught in his hand. After so many years, the divine-grade spiritual weapon had absorbed a large amount of blood aura. It was no longer as effective as it used to be. The moment he grabbed it, the sword instantly shattered. What a pity. A divine-grade spiritual weapon has turned into trash. It seems that not all magic weapons are suitable for blood aura. Ling Xiao shook his head and was slightly disappointed. He originally thought that he could get another divine-grade spiritual weapon. Who knew that it would turn out to be a delusion? Continue to search. Maybe there are even better magic weapons that have survived. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao dashed forward. However, at this moment, the ground suddenly shook. On the ground, a giant skeleton that was about 10 meters tall stood up shakily. Roar, a terrifying and shocking roar exploded from its mouth. Then, the giant skeleton actually swung its fist at Ling Xiao. Its aura was rather terrifying. Could it be that I pulled out the black sword just now, so the skeleton revived? Ling Xiao was puzzled. He did not understand why only the skeleton here could revive after seeing so many skeletons. However, there was not much time for him to let his imagination run wild. The enemy in front of him was a high-level rebirth state expert when he was alive. If he was alive, he would probably be able to crush Ling Xiao into pieces with a pinky finger. Even if he was only a skeleton now, he would definitely not be easy to deal with. Mystic world body, flaming godly phoenix. Fire was the nemesis of all immortal things. Therefore, Ling Xiao transformed into a flaming godly phoenix and turned into a fierce flame that attacked the giant skeleton. The flame directly penetrated the skeleton, causing the giant skeleton to burst into flames. With a crackling sound, it finally fell apart and fell to the ground one by one. It did not shatter or burn. Instead, it glowed with a golden light. Good heavens! As expected of the skeleton of a rebirth state expert, this skeleton can be considered a magic weapon. It just so happens that my skeleton general's body is not strong enough. Why don't I use it to strengthen it? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao immediately opened the door of the tomb of the god of sin and threw the scattered bones inside. The skeleton general had its own intelligence. He would make his own decisions on how to strengthen his body. There was no need for Ling Xiao to interfere. He only needed to provide the materials. Although the skeleton was very powerful when he was alive, it was only because he had a murderous aura after death. Therefore, it was normal for Ling Xiao to kill him. Ling Xiao was thinking about whether there were any other skeletons that suddenly revived. He had to be careful when he suddenly saw a golden object falling from the sky. Reincarnation seed. Ling Xiao grabbed the golden seed in his hand. He could not hide his excitement. Every rebirth state expert would produce a reincarnation seed in their body. This was also the key to maintaining the rebirth state expert's body. If the reincarnation seed was lost, the expert who entered the rebirth state would lose all their memories and abilities. This was not something that any expert would want to encounter. Of course, Ling Xiao was not particularly clear about this. He had only vaguely heard some rumors. This reincarnation seed contains all the memories and martial techniques of a rebirth realm powerhouse. If you obtain it, you will have the opportunity to cultivate a body more suitable for reincarnation. Once you enter the rebirth realm in the future, your chances of survival will greatly increase. The Yuan Venerate suddenly spoke. If a rebirth realm martialist wants to maintain his appearance, the strength of his physical body, and his memories after reincarnation, the requirements are very high. You have to search for more reincarnation seeds. I believe that others will be searching for them as well. This is an opportunity. Understood. Ling Xiao still didn't completely understand what the Yuan Venerate meant. After all, he wasn't a rebirth realm martialist. However, the Yuan Venerate's words couldn't be wrong. There was no need for him to figure it out now. It wouldn't be too late to figure it out slowly in the future. Thus, Ling Xiao began the process of frantically searching for reincarnation seeds. Even though there were many rebirth realm martialists, not every corpse of a rebirth realm martialist contained a reincarnation seed. Searching for one wasn't that easy. Furthermore, Ling Xiao wasn't the only one in the spatial rift. It's actually a reincarnation seed. I never imagined that there would be such a thing in the spatial rift. Ha ha ha. The heavens have treated Tyranny Tianhai well. Somewhere, Tyranny Tianhai laughed heartily. This wasn't the only scene in the spatial rift. Almost all the martialists who had entered the spatial rift and hadn't exited had discovered the reincarnation seed. For martialists who were determined to reach the rebirth realm, the reincarnation seed was too important. This was the cultivation experience and foundation of their predecessors. With it, many difficult problems could be easily solved and one wouldn't have to feel the stones to cross the river. More importantly, the reincarnation seed could strengthen a martialist's soul and body, allowing them to obtain more benefits in the rebirth realm. However, there was a limit to the reincarnation seed, so the martialists also began to fight over it. The martialists who had originally maintained a tacit understanding and weren't willing to fight each other also began to fight. More and more martialists were sent out of the spatial rift ahead of time. The sixth reincarnation seed. Ling Xiao once again destroyed the corpse of a rebirth realm martialist and obtained a reincarnation seed. These seeds were really hard to come by. Xiaochen was the first to discover it. After that, he did not stop. Relying on the Taiji Eye, he only managed to find 6 cycle seeds. It was unlikely that the others could do better than him. There are only 5 minutes left before the treasure hunt ends. There is still a rebirth state king's corpse over there. Hurry up. Ling Xiao circulated his soul power, and the Tai Chi Eye released a strange light. Instantly, he could see tens of li away. His figure flickered as he sped up. A few dozen kilometers was nothing to a Yinyang realm martial artist, but Ling Xiao still had to hurry. Even if he found the corpse of a rebirth realm martial artist, he might not be able to obtain the reincarnation seed. Arriving at the scene, Ling Xiao did not hesitate at all. Taking advantage of the fact that the skeleton had yet to stand up, he directly punched out. A terrifying scarlet sun force gushed out from his fist, instantly smashing the skeleton into pieces. Good luck, this is the 7th one. A golden seed flew out and landed in Ling Xiao's hand, causing him to smile in relief. After running such a long distance, it would be a waste if he did not obtain anything. When Ling Xiao took out the seed of reincarnation, a pair of gloomy eyes stared at him from about a mile away. Ling Xiao, since you met me today, just wait for your death. Moreover, this fellow has already obtained 7 cycle seeds. I only managed to obtain 1 after so much effort. The figure revealed a jealous and unhappy expression. Then, he disappeared into the darkness and sped up towards Ling Xiao. Trying to sneak attack me? The instant that person moved, Ling Xiao's soul power accurately captured him. His earth vision and heaven hearing was still effective, and its range was even larger. A huge circle enveloped everything within half a li of him. If there was any movement within this range, he would immediately know. The person was extremely fast. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth cracked into a smile. I was wondering who it was. So it is the White Tiger Empire's violent tiger, Lei Meng. Ling Xiao looked at the newcomer. It was one of the 13 peak geniuses, Lei Meng. This White Tiger Empire was really interesting. The strongest Lei Lai did not enter, but Lei Meng and Lei Tun did. That Lei Lai was really cautious. Brat, you actually dared to not run after meeting me, violent tiger, Lei Meng. Seems like you are very confident in yourself. Lei Meng looked like a brainless person. He was relatively simple and straightforward. Give me your cycle seed and I will not kill you. In any case, I have no enmity with you. Ling Xiao stood there and smiled. Then why don't you give me your cycle seed? Lei Meng was stunned for a moment, as if he did not expect Ling Xiao to have such an attitude towards him. He was instantly annoyed. He did not waste any more words. Raising his hands, he suddenly took out 2 octagonal purple golden hammers and smashed them towards Ling Xiao. Originally, we had no enmity and wanted to let you live. Now, it seems like you really like to court death. The twin hammers emitted a terrifying aura. It was as if 2 mountains were pressing down, smashing through the sky. Ling Xiao's face turned cold. He suddenly raised his hand and used Blood Sun Sword. He did not dare to be careless against Lei Meng. Boom, the ground began to tremble, and terrifying fissures spread across the ground. Ling Xiao and Lei Meng were forced to retreat. This exchange actually ended in a draw. How is this possible? I am a Yinyang Realm level 18 expert. How can you, a mere Yinyang Realm level 13 expert, fight against me? Lei Meng naturally did not understand. Ling Xiao was currently at the Yinyang Realm level 14, and he happened to be Lei Meng's nemesis. Lei Meng's forte was brute force, and he also cultivated the body refining technique. However, in terms of body refining technique, Ling Xiao's mystic world body was much better than his. Ling Xiao was not afraid of him in a physical fight. Good boy, I underestimated you. No wonder you dared to challenge Tianhai tyranny. You do have some strength, but it all ends here. Lei Meng's body suddenly emitted a terrifying power. His body began to transform, gradually turning into a huge monster with a tiger head and a human body. He still held 2 octagonal purple golden hammers in his hands. Countless cracks appeared on the ground under his feet due to his terrifying power. It looked extremely strange. You think you're the only one who can transform? Ling Xiao sneered, and his body began to transform. Mystic World Body, Thunder Dragon. Boom, lightning fell from the sky. Ling Xiao's body completely transformed into a dragon, and his huge claws clawed at Lei Meng. Roar! Lei Meng roared like a tiger, and his twin hammers collided with the dragon claws. The ground was blasted open by the terrifying explosion, and a large number of skeletons appeared. One of the skeletons was blood red, and it was very similar to Bai Ren's skeletons. The skeletons suddenly exploded, and 2 blood-red rays of light shot towards Ling Xiao and Lei Meng at the same time. Ling Xiao's reaction was extremely fast. His body moved instantly as if he had moved in an instant. However, Lei Meng's choice was a little strange. He was too confident in himself. He actually swung his hammers at the blood-red skeletons. Puff, the terrifying power sent Lei Meng flying. In midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood contained fragments of his internal organs, and he seemed to be seriously injured. Of course, the blood-red skeletons were not completely fine. After being hit by the hammers, the skeletons caved in and froze there for a long time without moving. Ling Xiao saw the opportunity and suddenly exerted his strength. The terrifying sky dragon claw slammed down and completely shattered the blood-red skeletons. Then, a reincarnation seed flew into his hand. This reincarnation seed was slightly larger than the others, and it was golden red. After using it, the effects would definitely be better. Run! Although Lei Meng was not very smart, he was not stupid to the extreme. He was now seriously injured, but Ling Xiao was unharmed. If it were him, he would definitely be afraid that Ling Xiao would suddenly attack and kill him. It would be better for him to teleport out. Although he was unwilling, it was better than dying here. Ling Xiao did not chase after Lei Ming. Anyway, he could not catch up to him unless he teleported out too. There were still 3 minutes before the treasure hunt ended. He still had some things to do. Under the ground that had been blasted open, there were many skeletons of Rebirth Realm martial artists. Perhaps he could find more reincarnation seeds or spirit weapons. He thought that nothing would happen in the next 3 minutes. However, he was wrong. It was unknown who had triggered some kind of mechanism, but within the spatial rift, 10 terrifying shadows suddenly descended. These 10 black shadows were all at the 18th level of the Yin-Yang realm. They actually started to chase after the martial artists in the spatial crack. At this moment, there were still 11 people left in the spatial crack. Ling Xiao, Tianhai Tyranny, the Crown Princess, Feng Fei, Zui Linglong, Jun Macho, Mu Wanchuang, Lei Tun, Fairy Qingqiu, Qingqiu Lihua, and Cold Plum. Among the 11 people, except for Cold Plum, this terrifying expert had appeared in front of everyone. In an instant, Jun Macho and Mu Wanchuang were sent out of the treasure hunt. The rest of the people began to fight with the black shadows. The White Tiger Continent's 13 top geniuses, no matter which one it was, all lived up to their reputations. However, these shadows were extremely strange. Even they were defeated within a minute due to the strange energy restriction within the spatial rift, and had to leave. In the last 2 minutes, only Ling Xiao and Cold Plum were left in the space crack. Of course, Ling Xiao was no match for the black shadow, but he had too many ways to escape. In an instant, the black shadow lost its target and headed in the direction of Cold Plum. He couldn't abandon Cold Plum and leave alone. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Cold Plum's shadow. Currently, Cold Plum was surrounded by a ball of black energy. He didn't know what was going on, but he couldn't just stand by and watch. 2 minutes might not be enough for a normal person, but for him, it was enough for many things. On the road to Cold Plum's location, there were 4 figures standing there. They had transparent wings on their backs, and their bodies were like phantoms. The first figure was at the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm. When Ling Xiao tried to go past him to find Cold Plum, the other party suddenly attacked and blocked Ling Xiao's path. Scram! I don't have time to play with you. Ling Xiao roared. He didn't even attack. His terrifying voice contained powerful sword intent that penetrated the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm martial artist's soul ocean. The martial artist instantly turned into black smoke and disappeared. However, after killing one person, another person attacked almost at the same time. Ling Xiao's expression didn't change. He suddenly punched, and a firmament fist descended from the sky and turned the second person into black smoke. The second person's cultivation was at the 15th level of the Yin-Yang realm. However, after defeating this person, Ling Xiao's expression didn't look too good. It was obvious that each of the 4 figures was stronger than the last. After defeating the 15th level of the Yin-Yang realm Black Shadow, the next one was at the 16th level of the Yin-Yang realm. However, Ling Xiao was still expressionless in the face of this Black Shadow. He waved his hand, and the Divine Light Sword appeared in his hand. The first form of the Crimson Sun Sword technique, Dawn in the Horizon. The moment the Divine Light Sword appeared, it seemed extremely slow, but the light had already pierced the third Black Shadow's body. The flames burned, and the Black Shadow gradually turned into ashes. What surprised Ling Xiao was that the moment the Black Shadow was burned, he actually saw the fear in the other party's eyes. These fellows actually had consciousness. However, to him, he couldn't care less. Cold Plum's safety was the most important. These Black Shadows wanted to stop him, so he had to kill them. The fourth Black Shadow was at the 17th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Although it was slightly difficult to deal with, it wasn't too difficult for Ling Xiao. He only used 3 seconds to kill the first 3 Black Shadows. Almost every second, Ling Xiao killed an opponent. Even the fourth shadow was surprised by this. He actually spoke. It's rare that you can actually break through the obstruction of the first 3 people. Moreover, you're so young. It's a pity that you're too young. If you had a few more years, you would have been able to successfully pass through the 5-shadow formation of the space crack and reach the core of the space crack. When you reach there, you'll benefit even more. What a pity, what a pity. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Either get out of my way or die. The girl inside is my friend. If I want to leave, I have to take her with me. Xiao said coldly to the other party as he accumulated his strength. Since she's your friend, I can make things easier for you. If you can get past me, I'll let you take her with you. The Black Shadow said calmly. There's no need for that. If I ask you to get out of my way, then get out of my way. Don't make me angry. Xiao's voice became even colder. He was about to release the power he had accumulated. What an arrogant brat. Since that's the case, unless you kill me, don't even think about getting past me. I've already given you a chance. It's you who doesn't understand how precious it is. The Black Shadow seemed to be a little angry. He felt that Xiao looked down on him. This time, Xiao didn't waste any time. He had already finished accumulating power. A dazzling light suddenly flashed in the sky. Red Sun Sword Technique, Second Style, Red Sun Flash. Kill. What? The Black Shadow only had that dazzling light in his eyes. The speed was too fast, the only thing he could do was to put his hands in front of him to protect his vital parts. Swish, the terrifying sword intent was both sharp and powerful. A ferocious killing intent surged out of Xiao's body and poured into the sword light. The sharp sword intent became even sharper. The black figure's hands were pierced through and a small cut appeared on its throat. You really are arrogant. But there's a reason for your arrogance. It's because I'm not as good as you. But you still can't reach that woman because you can't get past the 5th person. The black figure slowly fell to the ground and turned into a wisp of green smoke. The 5th person, Xiao gave a start. He didn't see the 5th person. Could it be? He thought of the 10 figures at the 18th level of Yin Yang realm. Could this 5th person be one of them? If so, then it'd be terrible. The 18th level of the Yin Yang realm was the peak of the Yin Yang realm. Aside from those at the half-step rebirth realm, they were almost invincible. With Xiao's current cultivation, it was too difficult to defeat an opponent of this level. But he had to try. He knew that Tianhai Tyranny, Feng Fei, and even Lei Lai were all at the 18th level of the Yin Yang realm. His Taiji I couldn't see through their cultivation levels, but he could guess that they were stronger than that. They couldn't be weaker than the 18th level of the Yin Yang realm. Since no one's watching, I might as well use my full strength. It's been a long time since I've used all my trump cards. Xiao saw the Black Shadow that had already appeared. Just as he predicted, it was at the peak of the 18th level of the Yin Yang realm. Less than 10 seconds had passed since the last 2 minutes. Xiao still had 1 minute and 50 seconds to defeat the black figure and save Cold Plum. At the same time, a huge uproar was happening outside Thunderclap City. Everyone was looking at the stage. Even Tianhai Tyranny, Feng Fei, and Lei Lai had been sent out. Lei Lai hadn't entered the spatial crack, but he was sent out as well. That was because the people outside were being chased by the black figure. If the people outside could enter the spatial crack, the black figure inside could come out as well. What's going on? It wasn't time yet, so why had everyone come out? Could it be that something happened inside? That shouldn't be the case. Maybe these people all think that victory is already in their grasp, so it's fine if they don't continue for the last 2 minutes. What you said seems to make some sense. Then guess who exactly will become the top 3 geniuses? If you ask me, Feng Fei counts as one, Tianhai Tyranny counts as another, and then there's Lei Lai. Don't look down on the other geniuses. Drunken Linglong is unfathomable, and the little guy is strange and unpredictable. They could all be the strongest contenders for the top 3. Anyway, it can't be that arrogant Xiao, right? Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha, that's right. That person is only good at talking. Although he has some strength, against 13 top geniuses, not to mention getting into the top 3, I reckon he won't even be able to keep his life. That's right, that's right. We've seen plenty of people like him. He didn't come out. Could he be dead? He's definitely dead. Otherwise, how could he still be alive when the others have all come out? Could he be stronger than the 13 top geniuses? While the crowd was praising the 13 top geniuses, they didn't forget to mock Ling Xiao as well. It was as if Ling Xiao was the clown of the white tiger meat. But they didn't know that clowns were sometimes the scariest of existences. Lawless and the other 5 judges stood in the air, anxiously waiting for the results to be tallied up. As they saw it, the second round of the white tiger meat, the treasure hunt, had already ended early. There was no need to wait any longer. Ling Xiao must have died inside. In the end, he'd be teleported out with the other dead cultivators. Right now, he was more concerned about who had the highest score and whether or not anyone had gotten a divine-grade spirit weapon. Just as the spectators had predicted, the 3 strongest geniuses in his eyes were Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, and Lei Lai. But even if a dark horse appeared, it couldn't be the 16 geniuses from the first round. Of course it couldn't be Ling Xiao, because that guy was already dead. The results are out. Suddenly, Lawless received a report. Announce it immediately, Lawless said excitedly. He wanted to know who the top 3 geniuses were as well. After all, they might have divine-grade spirit weapons in their hands. There's still a minute left. Are we really going to end it early? The martial artist who came to report asked hesitantly. What are you hesitating for? Those who haven't come out yet are all trash. Do you think they're stronger than the 13 top geniuses? Lawless looked coldly at the newcomer and shouted. Supreme Divinity's words are correct. This subordinate will announce the results now. After all, Lawless was his superior and he was only a subordinate. He didn't dare speak too much, lest he offend the other and lose his life. Hearing that the results were about to be announced, everyone grew excited. But there were still some discordant voices. Judge, we don't accept this. The ones who spoke were those who were on good terms with Ling Xiao. Why don't you accept this? Lawless looked coldly at these people. A bunch of ants dared to raise objections to his way of doing things. The treasure hunt isn't over yet. Isn't it too hasty to announce the results now? How do you know that Ling Xiao can't be stronger than them? The one who spoke was Dan Feng. As the strongest and most stable martial artist in the Heavenly Empire, Ling Xiao wasn't here for the time being, so of course he had to speak. Are you questioning my judgment? Lawless looked coldly at Dan Feng, his eyes revealing a cold murderous intent. I wouldn't dare. I'm just speaking the truth. Dan Feng said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Ants should just sit there obediently and not spout nonsense. Does Ling Xiao think he can surpass us with just his strength? I'm not afraid to tell you that I saw him killed with my own eyes, and he died under my hands. Hundred-eyed demon Lord Wulong sneered. Yes, we saw it too. Ling Xiao is indeed dead. He died under the sword of a black shadow. As for who killed him, it's not clear. Lei Tun also spoke out. Humph, that kid is extremely arrogant. Others will choose to run when they encounter danger, but he wants to pretend to be a fatty when he encounters danger. He deserves to be killed. Because he suffered a loss at the hands of Ling Xiao, Lei Meng naturally slandered and despised Ling Xiao. You say that my big brother is dead, so he's dead? What bullshit, top genius, you're all just a bunch of rascals, shooting your mouth off and talking nonsense. Longchen stood up in rage, and a dragon roar actually sounded out. The current him has already become the second strongest in the Heavenly Empire, stronger than Dan Feng and second only to Ling Xiao. Although he can be very impulsive at times, when he fights, it's very reassuring. Impudent. In the Jingyi school, the 5th son suddenly exploded and wanted to teach Longchen a lesson. Lawless didn't stop him, but allowed him to attack Longchen. Hongqi wanted to stop him, but was blocked by the demon liquor sword. Don't worry, that boy is more powerful than you think. Hongqi froze for a moment and didn't move. At this moment, there was a loud noise in the sky. The 5th son flew over and then flew back. But this time, he was sent flying by a direct hit. A terrifying dragon's roar resounded through the entire arena. Longchen looked coldly at the 5th son, who was vomiting blood on the ground, and said loudly, Do you really think the martial artists of our celestial empire are easy to bully? Trash. The dignified 5th son of the Jingyi school was actually called trash, This made the faces of the Jingyi school people ugly. But what could they do? The fifth son was no match for Long Chen. Unless Feng Fei, Wu Long, Zui Linglong, and Jun Moqing made a move, they would also be humiliated. Boy, you're courting death. Hundred-eyed demon Lord Wu Long had almost been killed twice by Ling Xiao. Previously, he had been injured by Cold Plum in the spatial rift, so he had no choice but to withdraw midway. He had long wanted to find someone from the Celestial Empire. This time, when he saw Wu Long injure the fifth son, he felt that his chance had come. With a roar, he struck out with both palms, and the terrifying palm shadows completely enveloped Long Chen. The Battle of the Kings hasn't started yet. Why are you in such a hurry, hundred-eyed demon lord? Do you want me to accompany you in a fight? The one who suddenly appeared between Long Chen and Wu Long was Sun Lingchan. She had received many favors from Ling Xiao and was entrusted by Ling Xiao to take care of the Celestial Empire's martial artists. Seeing Wu Long make a move now, she naturally wouldn't stand idly by. Hundreds of silver needles emitted a strange cold light in front of her, startling hundred-eyed demon Lord Wu Long and forcing him to stop. This woman isn't simple. Hundred-eyed demon Lord Wu Long's face was gloomy. Sun Lingchan's strength didn't seem to be inferior to that crown prince's consort at all. Had this woman been pretending all along? That's enough. Just as Wu Long was caught between a rock and a hard place, Lawless' voice came again. The referee for the second match is me. If I say that I will announce the results now, then I will announce it now. If that Ling Xiao is really still alive, and even obtained better results, this sovereign is willing to apologize to him in front of everyone. I'm afraid an apology alone won't be enough, right? How about something more substantial and ensure that the martial artists of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire can safely leave the Myriad Thunder Extreme place? The Liquor Demon Sword said with a smile. Lawless frowned. He could call Long Chen and Dan Feng ants, but he dared not underestimate the Wine Demon Sword. But how could he agree to this condition? He knew that someone wanted Ling Zhao's life after the White Tiger Storm meet ended. Don't dare? Or are you not confident in your own words? Since you are not confident, just stay there and don't make a fuss. It won't be too late to announce the results after the treasure hunt. The demonic Liquor Sword's voice was filled with cold mockery. Lawless, with such a domineering name, was the kind of person who refused to admit defeat. How could he not react to the Wine Demon Sword's mockery? If that Ling Xiao is still alive and ranked in the top 3, then this sovereign swears that anyone who wants to kill him will have to step over this sovereign's corpse first. Lawless said loudly. Hee, very good. Then you can announce the results. The Liquor Demon Sword smiled. Actually, there was no difference whether the results were announced earlier or later for those with high scores. Kiran knew that Lawless would be arrogant, that was why he had proposed such a condition in exchange for some benefits. First place goes to Feng Fei. As expected, it's him. Jingyi School's #1 genius, he lives up to his name. The audience quickly forgot about Ling Xiao and began to pay attention to the announcement of the results. Tianhai Tyranny couldn't help but furrow his brows when he heard the results. He was unhappy that Feng Fei had surpassed him. At the same time the results were announced, the crystal screens around the arena also displayed the details of her points, including what treasures she had obtained. It was all very clear. This way, everyone could compare and see if there was anything fishy about the results. Second place goes to Tianhai Tyranny. Tianhai Empire's crown prince is still strong enough. That's right. I think the final battle between the kings will be between him and Feng Fei. Third place goes to Lei Lai. Most people's guesses were right. These 3 were the most outstanding of the 13 top geniuses. The second battle's rankings also showed the problem. Fourth place goes to Sun Lingchan. What, it's actually her, she's a dark horse, an absolute dark horse. Fourth place surprised many people. It was actually Sun Lingchan, not one of the 13 top geniuses. Haha, my daughter really didn't disappoint me. Pale King Sunbeard stroked his beard, looking very proud. Lawless added, looks like this time's dark horse is Sun Lingchan. I wonder if there's any other dark horse. Fifth place, the person announcing the results suddenly furrowed his brows, as if he couldn't continue. What's going on? Lawless asked sternly. "Honored sir, something doesn't seem right." That person said. "It's not up to you to decide whether it's right or not. These results were compiled by Black Tortoise Temple and the Five Great Powers. Don't speak carelessly. In any case, there's a detailed list. What's there to be afraid of?" Lawless said coldly. "Yes, 5th place, Long Chen." Long Chen, how could it be him? Once again, the crowd was in an uproar. A dark horse had just appeared, and now another dark horse had appeared. Moreover, this dark horse seemed to be even darker. After all, no matter how bad Sun Lingchan was, she was still the second of the Tianhai Four Greats, second only to Tianhai Tyranny. But what was up with this Long Chen? What did he have? However, no matter how many people were unconvinced or couldn't understand, the points on the crystal screen were very clear. They could see how the points were obtained, and they couldn't find any problems. What a stroke of dog luck! Wu Long cursed indignantly. He really couldn't accept that such an unknown guy was ranked in front of him. Could it be that this Long Chen is the strongest in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire, and that Ling Xiao is just a distraction? That's possible. Ling Xiao is being so arrogant on purpose. Isn't it to cover for this Long Chen? I also heard that this Long Chen is a real dragon. People like to find reasons that they could accept. Therefore, they very naturally believed that Long Chen was the strongest person in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire, and Ling Xiao was just cannon fodder that had been thrown out. Only then could they feel a little better and feel that this was a relatively normal situation. A bunch of idiots. Long Chen looked at these self-righteous fellows with disdain. Only those who didn't understand his big brother Ling would say such stupid things. Long Chen wasn't afraid of any of the 13 top geniuses. Even Feng Fei and Tianhai Tyranny couldn't give him the idea that he couldn't win. Ling Xiao was the only one who made him unable to even think of resisting. He was too familiar with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's strength made it impossible for him to resist. Even he couldn't see through his big brother completely. Ling Xiao had too many secrets. While the results were being announced outside, Ling Xiao's divine radiant sword had already turned into scarlet blood within the spatial rift. The blood-red sword shone with a strange luster that made people shudder. The black figure at the 18th level of the Yin-Yang realm looked coldly at the youth before him. "I didn't expect you to have such a trump card. I'm very surprised." "Cut the crap. Get out of the way and I'll spare your life." Ling Xiao had already sensed that the shadow in the space crack could rely on the demonic aura to suppress martial artists of the same level. However, if the opponent wasn't affected by the demonic aura, then they would become much weaker. They might even be weaker than their opponents. In other words, this black figure might be at the peak of the 18th level of the Yin-Yang realm, but he relied on his devilish qi to support his strength. If he was outside, he wouldn't be a match for Tianhai Tyranny or Feng Fei. It just so happened that not only would Ling Xiao not be negatively affected by the demonic qi, he could even absorb the demonic qi to make himself stronger. Thus, even though there seemed to be a great disparity in strength, Ling Xiao might not necessarily lose. Not only was there devilish qi in the air, but there was also blood energy. After all, this was a place where many strong cultivators had died. Devilish qi continuously poured into Ling Xiao's body, making him feel incomparably comfortable. His body gradually turned into a half-demon. It wasn't a complete celestial demon, but more like a half-human half-demon. This was beneficial for absorbing devilish qi without affecting the use of scarlet blood. As scarlet blood absorbed the blood energy, the evil aura grew thicker. There was also that terrifying slaughter sword intent. "Make your move, I won't step aside." The black silhouette said calmly, seemingly indifferent to everything Ling Xiao had displayed. "Very good." Ling Xiao suddenly stabbed out with his sword, and the power of blood burst out. Within the sword qi, there was actually the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling. This sword, fused with the fast sword intent, instantly arrived in front of the black figure. The black shadow glanced at it coldly and stretched out 2 fingers, easily catching the scarlet blood sword. The powerful blood energy actually began to dissipate rapidly. "If that's all you've got, you'd better scram. She won't go back with you. She'll stay in this spatial crack forever. She won't come out until 100 years later." The black shadow looked coldly at Ling Xiao, seemingly disdainful. Ling Xiao's expression did not change. This was because he didn't think that he would be able to defeat his opponent with this move. After all, his opponent was a martial artist at the 18th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Even without the advantage of the spatial crack, he was still not easy to deal with. Third move of the Scarlet Sun Sword technique, Scarlet Sun Vortex. Ling Xiao did not retreat. The scarlet blood sword in his hand suddenly released a strange blood-red vortex, which actually pulled his opponent towards him. The Black Shadow was slightly stunned. Obviously, he was surprised by this strange move. However, it was just a surprise. A powerful demonic aura burst out of his body. His body directly broke free from the control of the Scarlet Sun Vortex, and he still stood there steadily. Obviously, he did not intend to attack Ling Xiao. His goal was to defend. He blocked Ling Xiao and did not let him pass. In fact, such an opponent was even more difficult to deal with. This was because if the Black Shadow attacked, Ling Xiao's Tai Chi I would be able to see through his flaws. However, if the Black Shadow did not attack, there would be very few flaws, and he would not be able to grasp them. However, Ling Xiao did not give up. The scarlet blood sword in his hand suddenly turned into a long line. It wriggled in the air like a blood vessel. It pierced towards the Black Shadow's throat at an extremely strange angle. This attack was too sudden. Moreover, it was extremely fast. Ling Xiao did not believe that the Black Shadow could completely dodge it. Just as he expected, the sword directly pierced into the Black Shadow's shoulder. It was originally aimed at the Black Shadow's throat, but the Black Shadow shifted at the crucial moment to avoid the fatal point, so the sword pierced into the shoulder. Good sword technique. The Black Shadow took a step back and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Your cultivation should be at the early stage of the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm, right? It's really rare that you can actually stab me. However, everything ends here. After he was injured, he was clearly enraged and did not want to be careless anymore. Suddenly, a terrifying aura burst out and charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao only felt a terrifying demonic aura coming towards him. He had no choice but to use the flash godly travel, and his figure instantly moved dozens of meters away. You won't be able to save her if you keep dodging like this. The Black Shadow looked at Ling Xiao and mocked him. At this moment, there was only 1 minute left. However, there was still no progress in the battle. Ling Xiao was extremely anxious, but he knew very well that he had to remain calm and not fall into the Black Shadow's trap. Otherwise, everything would be over. Cold Plum had been with him since General Lindsay. He had once said that he would protect Cold Plum from death. If he could not do it today, it would be a slap to his own face, and he would be extremely useless. He definitely did not want to be a useless person. Is that so? Don't regret it. Ling Xiao's expression returned to calmness. This was because he knew that no matter how anxious he was, he had to get rid of the Black Shadow in front of him first. The Crimson Blood Sword in his hand changed again into the Blood Sun Sword. The moment the Blood Sun Sword was released, the Black Shadow's expression changed drastically. His figure kept flashing. However, in the end, he still could not avoid all the attacks. Countless terrifying wounds appeared on his body. These wounds pierced his originally somewhat transparent body to the point that it was almost torn to shreds. Did you just say that I can't hurt you anymore? Ling Xiao's face was full of mockery, but he did not stop attacking. The Blood Sun Sword condensed the profound meaning of light, the Crimson Sun Sword essence, the Fast and Slow Sword essence, and the Blood Force. It was more magnificent than the Crimson Sword General's moves at his peak. Although it was not that powerful, it was only because Ling Xiao's cultivation was relatively low. It did not affect the terrifying power of the sword. Kill. The blood-red sword light flashed again, and the whole world seemed to have turned red. The Blood Sun Sword in his hand stabbed at the Black Shadow at an astonishing speed, causing the Black Shadow to keep retreating. It was getting closer and closer to Cold Plum. Blood Sun Sword, Change of the Rising Sun. Ling Xiao practiced the Crimson Sun Sword technique to combine it with the Crimson Sun 9 changes. The Crimson Sun 9 changes did not have any moves, but it could increase the power of the moves. When combined with the Crimson Sun Sword technique, the effect was even more terrifying. The blood-red sword suddenly lit up with a dazzling light, and a rising sun unexpectedly appeared in this lifeless space crack. This terrifying sword strike directly pierced through the Black Shadow's body, leaving a huge hole where the Black Shadow's heart was. However, the black figure was obviously not human. There was nothing at his heart. Although the sword caused him immense pain, it did not take his life. Scram! The black figure seemed to have been angered. He actually let out a humiliated roar. Terrifying yin-yang energy instantly erupted and surged forward. He wanted to completely destroy Ling Xiao and his sword shadows. He was a yin-yang realm space ghost at the 18th level. He even had some memories of his past. However, he was forced into such a passive state by a kid at the 14th level of the yin-yang realm. How could he not be angry? All the Crimson Sun sword shadows instantly disappeared. Ling Xiao also retreated dozens of meters away. However, what he wanted to do was to advance by retreating. Before the black figure could even prepare to attack, Ling Xiao's even stronger move came again. Crimson Sun Sword, Scorching Sun Change. An even more terrifying attack came. The black figure could only block. From the Scorching Sun Change to the Violent Sun Change, and then to the True Sun Change. Ling Xiao continuously attacked 3 times. Although the black figure blocked all of them, he kept retreating. Ling Xiao could already see Cold Plum's appearance. Cold Plum's current situation was a little strange. A pair of strange black horns grew out of her head. Not only that, but a pair of black wings also grew out of her back. She looked even colder than usual. Even Ling Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. What was going on? Was Cold Plum not in trouble, or was his body taken over by something? Ling Xiao did not dare to let his imagination run wild. Another sword slashed towards the Black Shadow. Seeing that there was no way out, the black figure finally stopped retreating. The terrifying demonic chi in the surroundings kept surging into his body. A pitch-black cloud surrounded him. His aura was also rapidly growing stronger. A martial artist at the 18th level of the yin-yang realm is indeed difficult to deal with. Looks like I have to use my trump card. Ling Xiao didn't have time to think. This series of attacks had already taken more than half a minute, and the treasure hunt was about to end. He suddenly stopped attacking, and the pitch-black universe of Tyrant appeared behind him, enveloping the entire space. In the space, a black shadow was faintly discernible. Sky Tyrant, Blood Sun Sword, Pure Yang Change. In the vast universe, a blood-red star suddenly lit up. Then, the star cracked open, and a blood-red sword flew out from it. The long sword accelerated its descent and instantly reached the top of the black shadow's head. The black figure looked at the huge blood sun sword in the sky in horror and finally gave up resisting. Is this your true strength? How terrifying. At such a young age, I'm afraid no one in the yin-yang realm is a match for you except half-step rebirth realm cultivators. Boom, the terrifying blood sun sword finally landed, and the black shadow was directly slashed apart. His entire body disappeared. Ling Xiao naturally knew how powerful he would be after using the Sky Tyrant martial soul. However, this was his secret, and he wouldn't use it unless he had no other choice. Therefore, when calculating his strength, he would never include the Sky Tyrant martial soul. Rank 6, boom. The announcement of the ranking on the arena stopped for a long time. That was because some people suspected that there was something fishy about Long Chen, who was ranked 5th, and they suggested that the ranking should be recalculated. In the end, there was no problem, but it wasted a lot of time. When the ranking was announced, the treasure hunt had already ended. 2 figures fell from the sky, interrupting the announcement of the results. Who is it? Someone actually dares to cause trouble in the white tiger meat? Is he courting death? Could it be that someone made it out alive? Everyone's attention was attracted by the terrifying tremors. Even Lawless and the others were staring at the 2 figures in the ring. They wanted to know who they were. Ling Xiao. And who's that woman? I think she's Ling Xiao's maid, but I didn't pay much attention to her name. Astonishment, incomparable astonishment. The 2 figures that appeared on the arena were actually Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. How was this possible? They actually didn't die. Ha ha ha, big brother, you really didn't die. Those bastards all said that you died. Ha 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 ha, that's great. Long Chen was so excited that he was crying and laughing at the same time. He simply didn't know how to express his emotions. The Heavenly Dynasty Empire's people all rushed over, surrounding Ling Xiao and Cold Plum in the center. They were all extremely excited. However, among the crowd, Tianhai Tyranny, Crown Princess, Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord Wu Long, Xiao Budian, and the 3 tigers of the White Tiger Empire didn't look too good. They were hoping that Ling Xiao would be killed, hoping that they wouldn't see Ling Xiao's figure again. But now, Ling Xiao appeared in front of them, perfectly fine. He didn't even have the slightest injury. Wu Long, aren't you ashamed? Didn't you say that you killed Ling Xiao? How is he still alive? Long Chen wiped his tears and looked at Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord Wu Long and mocked. Wu Long lowered his head, his expression unsettled. Although Long Chen mocked and scolded him, he couldn't retort because Ling Xiao really didn't die, and he really did become a complete joke. Ling Xiao is still alive. I didn't expect that woman to also be alive. She's not that strong, right? If Ling Xiao coming out alive was a miracle, then Cold Plum coming out alive was a miracle among miracles. It was simply unbelievable. Cold Plum, are you okay? When Ling Xiao brought Cold Plum out, he didn't even have the time to ask about Cold Plum's situation. At this moment, he didn't care about the discussions around him at all. He just smiled at his friends as a greeting, then looked at Cold Plum and asked. Cold Plum had already returned to her original appearance, but the aura in her body was countless times stronger. This made him feel a little incredulous. He kept worrying that Cold Plum might have been possessed by something. However, the situation observed by the Tai Chi was very normal. Master, I'm fine. Trust me, when we have time, I'll explain. Cold Plum looked at Ling Xiao and said very sincerely. It's good that you're fine. Whether you want to explain or not, you decide. When Ling Xiao heard Cold Plum's normal voice, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He gently patted the spiritual medium's head and smiled. Cold Plum naturally had to explain because she felt that Ling Xiao was her only family in this world. She wanted Ling Xiao to completely trust her without the slightest doubt. Alright, don't affect the announcement of the results. Stand aside and wait. Lawless's voice came out of nowhere. It was obvious that Ling Xiao was still alive. This made Lawless uncomfortable, because he'd already made a bet with the Liquor Demon Sword. If he lost, he'd have to guarantee the safety of Ling Xiao and the rest. That was the same as being a bodyguard for free. Of course, he could go back on his word, but he couldn't bear the consequences. Naturally, he hated Ling Xiao and felt that it was Ling Xiao who'd put him in such a difficult situation. Announce the results? Ling Xiao raised his head to look at Lawless. Esteemed head judge, have you made a mistake? The treasure hunt hasn't ended yet, but you dare announce the results? So what if you're alive? Can your existence affect the top 5 rankings? Lawless gave a cold snort. Although he'd seen Ling Xiao come out alive, he still didn't believe that Ling Xiao could change the rankings. As for Lung Mei, it was even more impossible. You're a big shot. Many people listen to your every word. Don't dig your own grave and lose face. That'd be bad. Ling Xiao said mildly. Impudent. Do you think your results are better than Feng Fei and the rest? Lawless had been insulted multiple times today, so he was in a bad mood. His attitude was unyielding. It doesn't matter if my results are better than theirs. If Black Tortoise Temple can't even abide by the most basic rules, won't they become the laughingstock of the world? Ling Xiao's every word laid out the rules and principles in front of everyone. Although these things weren't worth much, they were still useful when there were many people around. Moreover, what if I really get first place? Are you going to kneel down and apologize to me, Lawless? If Black Tortoise Temple's reputation is damaged because of you, how can you make up for it? Ling Xiao looked at Lawless, his attitude cold and arrogant. Lawless was furious. Brat, you're too savage. If you really can get first place and surpass Feng Fei, what's wrong with me kneeling down to you? How would I dare to accept that? It wasn't that Ling Xiao didn't dare to accept it, but he felt that this condition was meaningless. He smiled and said, as long as the Black Tortoise Temple agrees to one condition of mine after this matter is settled. You're too arrogant. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with the Black Tortoise Temple? Lala scolded loudly. So that's the case. The Black Tortoise Divine Palace disregarded the rules and destroyed the White Tiger gathering. A minor character like me is not qualified to negotiate with you. In that case, let's not talk about it. When this matter spreads outside, I would like to see how the Black Tortoise Divine Palace will deal with itself. Ling Xiao had always believed that the Black Tortoise Temple might be the strongest force in the White Tiger mainland, but it was absolutely impossible for it to completely suppress all the other forces. Therefore, they also needed to win over talents. At the very least, they had to be fair on the surface. As expected, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky and a person stepped out. His cultivation level was on par with Lawless's. Junior brother, the sect head has decreed that you agree to Ling Zhao's conditions. After all, you broke the rules first. If Ling Zhao's results are better than Feng Fei's, then let him raise a condition. Of course, this condition can't be targeted at the Black Tortoise Temple. As soon as the person finished speaking, he stepped back into the crack and disappeared. Lawless's expression was extremely ugly, but he had no choice but to obey the sect head's orders right now. He was well aware of how powerful the Black Tortoise Temple sovereign was. Many thanks to the Black Tortoise Temple for your wise decision. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and began to quietly wait for the results to be announced. That brat really doesn't know life from death. If he doesn't get first place, he'll probably be destroyed for pestering others endlessly. Most of the people in the crowd looked down on Ling Xiao and thought that he was only using this occasion to put on airs. Because there were only 2 people's results, they were quickly tallied up and presented to the person announcing the results. That person looked at the results with an ugly expression. It was even uglier than when he saw Long Chen get 5th place. He couldn't decide whether to read it or not. Read it. In front of so many people, Lawless didn't dare to do anything. In the end, he was just an honored elder from the 13 halls of the Black Tortoise Temple. He wasn't a top figure. He had to listen to the sect head's words. Under the sect master were 2 sacred hall protectors and a vice sect master. What could he do? He could only admit defeat. There's a new result, so the previous rankings have been changed. Hearing the divine emissary's words, the audience gasped in surprise. The meaning behind his words was clear. He was clearly saying that Ling Zhao's results had changed the rankings. First place, phew. The divine emissary exhaled deeply, as if he was very nervous. This time, his breathing eased his nerves. Ling Xiao. Hearing the name, Lawless' eyes suddenly glazed over. He looked at the ordinary-looking young man in the ring in disbelief. This kid was only 17 years old. Although he was going to be 18 soon, at his age, he had actually gotten first place in the treasure hunt battle. It was simply unbelievable. He wasn't the only one who was surprised. Everyone was shocked, including Ling Zhao's friends. Even though they knew that Ling Xiao would be able to achieve very good results, they did not expect him to do so well. It was really too surprising. Ha 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 ha, this time Lawless has really embarrassed himself. Jiama Sword laughed happily. Ling Xiao had once again surprised him and refreshed his expectations. He used to be afraid that his expectations of Ling Xiao were too high, but now, he felt that his expectations of Ling Xiao were a little too low. This young man, this scary young man, was much more powerful than he had imagined. Ha ha ha, big brother, you are too awesome. You actually got first place. You have really made us proud. Long Chen slapped Ling Zhao's back hard and laughed loudly. Indeed, this is too surprising. Although I thought you might be a dark horse, I didn't expect you to be even darker than me. Sun Lingchan shook her head and smiled bitterly. Ling Zhao's results had really surprised her. I was lucky. Ling Xiao smiled. He said it was lucky, but in his heart, he thought it was inevitable. From the very beginning, he had made a completely different choice from the others. Moreover, he had obtained the only divine-grade spiritual weapon from the space crack. If he was not first place, who else could be first? However, this was only the first place in the treasure hunt battle, not the first place in the white tiger meet, so he was not too excited. However, at this moment, a very discordant voice sounded. What are you excited about? It's not like you got first place in the white tiger meet. The voice came from the 100-eyed demon lord, Wulong Ling Xiao looked at him with a smile and said, "That's right, it's not the first place in the white tiger meet, but it's still better than someone being beaten out by my little girl, right?" He had heard this from Cold Plum. Anyway, it was just one sentence, so it was convenient to talk about it. "You're talking nonsense." The hundred-eyed demon lord would never admit to such a thing. It was obvious that the crowd didn't believe Ling Xiao's words either. "I'm talking nonsense?" In any case, the Battle of Kings is about to begin. Soon enough, everyone will know who's talking nonsense. Ling Xiao was now very sure that Cold Plum was stronger than the hundred-eyed demon lord Wulong. She was even slightly stronger than him when he didn't use his tyrant martial soul. This was also why he thought that Cold Plum had been possessed. Besides him, there shouldn't be any changes to the rest of the rankings. Then, let's continue with the 7th place announcement. Lawless didn't want to continue watching Ling Xiao gloat, so he took the opportunity to speak. But the divine emissary had a strange expression. "What's going on?" The crowd looked at the divine emissary in confusion. "Is there a change?" Lawless asked in confusion. The divine emissary nodded. "Second place goes to Cold Plum." "What?" This time, the cries of surprise were even louder than before. If Ling Xiao had been lucky enough to take first place, the crowd could still accept it. After all, he had displayed some formidable strength. But what was Cold Plum? She was just one of Ling Xiao's maidservants. What right did she have to take second place? "Are you sure you didn't see wrong?" Lawless was so excited that he rushed over and snatched the report from the divine emissary's hands. He looked at it carefully for a long time before he could confirm that he hadn't seen wrong. He really couldn't understand what had happened in the necropolis of myriad demons for this woman's results to be so high. Although the crystal screen showed the detailed scores, it didn't show what the martial artists had obtained. This was driving him crazy. The Tian High Holy Court, Water God Temple, Heavenly Demon Cult, and all the other martial artists who hated Ling Xiao had ugly expressions. Ling Xiao had taken first place. Cold Plum had taken second place. Although he didn't know what special benefits would come from being first and second in this treasure-hunting battle, it still made him feel a little unhappy. "Lord Referee, please don't be surprised. You said before that the ranking will have a special effect. The higher the ranking, the more benefits you will get, right? What are the benefits?" Ling Xiao looked at Lawless and asked. What he was most concerned about now was not the Battle of the Kings. If he joined the Battle of the Kings now, he wouldn't be a match for Feng Fei, Tian Hai Tyranny, or Lei Lai without using his Tyrant Sky Martial Spirit. Even if he encountered other top geniuses, it would be difficult for him to win. Therefore, during the gap between the second and third battles, he had to increase his strength as much as possible. If there were any benefits that could increase his strength by ranking higher in the second battle, of course he wouldn't want to miss it. That's right. I did say that I can tell you now. After the second battle, the top 10 martial artists will have the right to choose who to fight and who not to fight. Of course, this only refers to the first few rounds of the competition. In the end, when facing an expert, it is still unavoidable. Lawless explained. TCH, that's it? Ling Xiao was thoroughly disappointed. If that was the case, why did he have to fight so hard? That's not it. After the treasure hunt, the top 10 martial artists will each receive a Rubik's Cube. If you're lucky, you'll get a great opportunity from the Rubik's Cube. Lawless didn't want to let Ling Xiao be so smug. However, he had to say something like this because it was a rule. Otherwise, the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall would naturally change the head referee. Interesting. Ling Xiao nodded, and only then did he leave in satisfaction. He really didn't care who his opponent was in the final battle. He only cared about what benefits he could get if he took first place in the second battle. Master, that spatial crack is actually related to my origins. I'm not someone from the profound world. Sitting in the middle of the crowd, surrounded by their own people, Cold Plum lowered her voice to speak to Ling Xiao. Oh? Ling Xiao didn't stop Cold Plum from continuing. Since Cold Plum wanted to tell him everything, he wouldn't reject. The place I used to live in is called the Feather World. It's the same as the Profound World, a separate plane. Later on, a strong army barged into the Feather World and started massacring the Feathermen. They were all burly giants and called themselves the Sky Clan. They came from the Heaven Realm and had strong fighting power. Since then, the Feather World started a war that lasted for tens of thousands of years. I'm the princess of a small country in the Feather World. It's called the Black Feather Nation and there are only about 100,000 citizens. In order to protect the Feathermen of the Black Feather Nation, Feather King thought of a way, which was to separate the Black Feather Nation from the Feather World. Failed? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. If it wasn't for the failure, he believed that Cold Plum wouldn't have been sold as a slave and the situation in the spatial crack wouldn't have been so miserable. A traitor appeared in the Black Feather Nation. In the end, Feather King, who was my father, resisted with all his might with the army and sent away tens of thousands of Feathermen. Unfortunately, most of them were normal people and children who got separated in the spatial crack. When I came to the Profound World, I was quickly captured as a slave. Cold Plum nodded. While Cold Plum was talking, Lawless had already finished telling them about the events after the treasure hunt and continued to announce the rankings. Ling Xiao is first, Cold Plum is second, Feng Fei is third, Tianhai Tyranny is fourth, Lei Lai is fifth, Sun Lingchan is sixth, Long Chen is seventh. These were the results of the previous announcements, plus the two dark horses, Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. You obtained these memories from the crack, didn't you? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. In that space, I not only got these memories, but also the inheritance that my father left me. It allowed my strength to increase by leaps and bounds, so I definitely wasn't possessed. Cold Plum emphasized. I believe you. Whether you're a black feather man or a human, it doesn't change anything to me. Speaking of which, there are still changes. At the very least, you can help me more. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Cold Plum smiled, revealing a bright smile that had never been seen before. She was most afraid that Ling Xiao would dislike her after finding out her true identity, but now it seemed that her worries were unnecessary. Ranked 8th, Zui Linglong. At this moment, the divine emissary finally announced the 8th-ranked martial artist, Zui Linglong of the Jingyi school. So far, the Heavenly Dynasty Empire had occupied 3 of the top 8 spots, which was even more than the Jingyi school. Even Ling Xiao hadn't expected this result. Originally, he thought that it would be good enough to have him in the top 10. But Long Chen and Cold Plum's performances had completely exceeded his expectations, making him feel gratified. But the following rankings were a little boring, with almost no suspense. Starting from Zui Linglong, it was Xiao Budian, Heavenly Wolf Gentleman, Silver Wolf Princess, Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord Wu Long, Qingqiu Fairy, Qingqiu Lihua, Crown Princess, Lei Tun, Lei Meng, and so on. In the rankings, apart from the 4 dark horses, Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, Sun Lingchan, and Long Chen, the rest of the rankings were dominated by 13 top geniuses. However, this also showed that the famous people weren't just for show. It really wasn't easy for Ling Xiao and the other dark horses. Kid, the ranking in the treasure hunting battle doesn't mean anything. Maybe your luck is better, but your strength still isn't enough. In the Battle of the Kings, just wait to be crushed. Hundred-Eyed Demon Lord Wu Long had suffered too much at the hands of Ling Xiao and had always wanted revenge. However, in the Battle of the Kings, Ling Xiao had the right to choose his opponent. Even if he wanted to fight, he might not be able to meet him. This made him very angry. As for the others who hated Ling Xiao, they all had the same thoughts. Originally, Tyranny Heavenly Seas had planned to send Ling Xiao to the afterlife in the Battle of the Kings, but now it seemed that this time would have to be pushed back. Sun Lingchan, you're very good. Mu Wanchuang seemed to have always regarded Sun Lingchan as her opponent. This time, she was ranked 20th, so she wasn't in a good mood. However, she didn't feel that she was any worse than Sun Lingchan. She was just unlucky. I've been waiting for you. It's time for us to decide who's the number 1 female genius of the Heavenly Seas Empire. Sun Lingchan laughed. I say, Miss Sun, you're too unambitious. Is Tyranny Heavenly Seas really that hard to beat? Ling Xiao teased. You're wrong. It's not that he's hard to beat, it's you. Sun Lingchan laughed. With you here, I can only settle for second place. You really dare to praise me. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly. I dare to praise you, but you don't dare to admit it? Sun Lingchan asked. why wouldn't I dare? Tyranny heavenly seas will soon be defeated by me. Ling Xiao revealed a cold smile. That's more like the Ling Xiao I know, haha. Sun Lingchan looked at Ling Xiao. She actually had some different thoughts, causing her cheeks to blush. Soon, all the results were announced. In this treasure-hunting battle, although they had the ability to teleport out of danger at any time, there were still 8 people who died in battle. 78 people, and the remaining 70. And because of their poor results, the last 4 were also eliminated. Therefore, only 66 martial artists were left to participate in the final battle. At this time, all the participating cultivators were divided into small groups. They were either sitting down to rest or discussing something. Ling Zhao's side was the most lively. Even though Mou and Zhu Xiaocong came out very early, they were still lucky enough to get a place in the final battle. One was ranked 66th, and the other was ranked 65th. Many people secretly scolded them for being so lucky. As for the others, they also successfully advanced to the next battle. Looking carefully, the Celestial Empire that was originally looked down upon by everyone was actually filled with talents. Not only were there 3 martial artists in the top 10, but Blue Snow and Dan Feng were also ranked pretty well. In addition to Sun Lingchan, who was on good terms with Ling Xiao, this force was really hard to ignore. These people burst into laughter from time to time. It seemed that everyone was so relaxed and didn't feel any pressure at all. It was unknown whether it was ignorance or self-confidence. In the final battle, you will know what cruelty is. Lala snorted coldly in his heart as he looked at Ling Xiao and the others, who were full of smiles. He was a dignified rebirth realm powerhouse, but he actually suffered in front of these people. This enmity was probably formed. Congratulations to the 66 people who have remained, 66 geniuses, you will successfully advance to the next battle, the Battle of the Kings. Lawless's voice sounded again, and it was very loud, as if he wanted to suppress the laughter of Ling Xiao and the others. As his voice rang out, the originally noisy crowd immediately stopped. The entire stage became silent. This was because all the cultivators knew that the Battle of the Kings was the main event of the White Tiger meet. It was also the direct confrontation that would determine the final victor. Whoever had the last laugh would laugh the best. No matter what happened in the first 2 battles, the final battle would be the focus of attention. Like before, you will have 1 day and 1 night to rest. Go back and rest now. Tomorrow morning, this place will be the final battle. I hope you will not be afraid. After Lawless finished his announcement, he turned and left. There were many things that he needed to report to the higher-ups. This time, Ling Xiao arranged for the Liquor Demon Sword and Hong Qi to protect Dan Feng and the others as they headed to the Cangjing Shrine to rest and cultivate. As for himself, he once again headed to the Myriad Demon Graveyard. He liked that place very much and planned to spend the day and night there. He didn't know if he could raise his cultivation base, but he had to learn to work hard. However, just as he was about to enter the Myriad Demon Graveyard, the Liquor Demon Sword sent a soul message. Something has happened. Come back immediately. If the Liquor Demon Sword was so anxious, it must be something big. Ling Xiao didn't dare delay and hurried back to the Cangjing Shrine. However, he found that the place was already in ruins. Hong Qi was protecting Dan Feng and the others as they fought a bloody battle with a group of black-clothed men. This group of black-clothed men was extremely powerful, and there was nothing special about them. However, the Liquor Demon Sword was nowhere to be found, and so was Cold Plum. I'm here. Go after them. They kidnapped Cold Plum. Hong Qi shouted as he slapped a black-clothed man to death. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and saw a person carrying the unconscious Cold Plum a dozen miles away and speeding away. Cold Plum's cultivation base had just broken through, but she hadn't gotten used to her new abilities, so she wasn't very strong in actual combat. The martial artist who was holding her hostage was only at the 17th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Ling Xiao didn't know what had happened, so he sped up and chased after them. Along the way, he received the Liquor Demon Sword's soul message. I'm being held back. These guys are from the Black Tortoise Shrine. They work for someone called Aoi Only. I don't know anything else. Aoi Only? They seem to be from the Aoi clan. These guys actually dared to kidnap a martial artist participating in the White Tiger Gathering during the White Tiger Gathering. Their background was very strong. He didn't believe that Aoi only was the mastermind. This person should be a genius from the Aoi clan, but his cultivation base was at most at the 18th level of the Yin-Yang realm, which was on par with Aoi Fan. Even Lawless didn't dare to make a move during the break, so how could a mere Aoi only dare? There must be something else behind this. Ling Xiao didn't know how many dangers there were ahead, but he couldn't just ignore Cold Plum's situation. Moreover, this matter was very likely targeted at him. If he didn't save her, how could he, Ling Xiao, talk about conquering the world? He would simply become a piece of trash. He chased with all his might and arrived in front of a floating shrine. He watched as that person entered. Just as he was about to barge in, he saw a person appear outside the shrine. "You are Ling Xiao?" "That's right." "You are Aoi only?" "That's right. Our young master wants you to go in. He has something to say to you." Aoi only said indifferently, "As an enemy, I want to remind you not to be stupid. I don't want you to die in the hands of our young master. I want to personally skin you alive." "Where's Cold Plum?" Ling Xiao asked. He didn't care about Sora Aoi's threat. He only cared about how Cold Plum was doing right now. "You'll know when you see our young master." Sora Aoi turned and walked inside, no longer speaking to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and followed him inside. Stepping into the shrine, it was as if he had arrived in another dimension. Their auras were both mysterious and holy. This place wasn't simple at all. But Ling Xiao wasn't in the mood to care about this. He followed Sora Aoi to a magnificent hall. Inside the hall, there were all sorts of strange flowers and plants. The air was especially fresh and enchanting. 2 large snow lions were lying there, yawning. After Ling Xiao entered, he opened his eyes and glanced at them. Then he closed his eyes again. Leaning against the snow lions was a young man in his early 30s. His aura was similar to Fanruahai's, but he was obviously more domineering. His gaze was filled with the aura of a tyrant who wanted to tame the world. In comparison, Fanruahai hid his aura better. "Young master, I brought the person." Aoi Yugo respectfully kneeled towards the young man and said, You can stand to the side first. I have a few words to say to this Mr. Ling Xiao." The young man didn't stand up. His eyes were closed the entire time, as if he didn't feel the need to look at the person in front of him. "As you command." Sora Aoi stood to the side and stared at Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao did anything improper, he would act. "Ling Xiao, I didn't call you here for anything else. I just wanted to inform you that your servant girl Cold Plum, I want her." The young man didn't open his eyes, but spoke casually as if he was talking about an ordinary matter. "You want her?" Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. Although he could feel a strong aura from this young man, his strength shouldn't be comparable to Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, or Lei Lai. What was it that made this young man so arrogant? "That's right, this young master wants it. Also, you should have obtained a divine-grade spirit weapon in the Myriad Devil Graveyard, right? Hand it over as well. This will be beneficial to you." The young man continued. "What benefits can I get if I hand over the divine-grade spiritual artifact?" Ling Xiao asked. "Benefits? Since when did you have the misconception that you can negotiate with this young master? This young master won't kill you. Letting you obediently hand over the item is already the best thing I can do for you." The young man said indifferently. "Really? What if I refuse?" Ling Xiao knew that there was nothing to talk about with this person. If he wanted to save Cold Plum, he could only subdue this person first. As he spoke, he walked forward. Aoi Yui also walked over vigilantly, attempting to block him from the young man's side. Although he knew the young man's strength, this Ling Xiao was not someone to be trifled with. He absolutely did not dare to underestimate him. However, Ling Xiao did not even look at him. His eyes were fixed on the young man. The young man's strength was very strong. The 2 snow lions beside him were not weak either. It was impossible to take him down in one strike. It seemed that he had to use the tyrant martial spirit. Even if his secret was exposed, he, Ling Xiao, could not allow anything to happen to Cold Plum. A man who could not even protect his own woman was too useless. Impudent. When Aoi Yui saw that Ling Xiao was ignoring him, he could not help but fly into a rage. He waved his fists and directly smashed them towards Ling Xiao's body. If you refuse, only death awaits you. Aoi Yui, don't hold back. Kill him. The young man did not seem to be interested in talking nonsense with Ling Xiao. After killing Ling Xiao, as long as he could obtain Ling Xiao's storage ring, he would naturally be able to obtain the divine-grade spirit weapon. Yes. Hearing the young man's order, Aoi Yui's killing intent became even stronger. He already had enmity with Ling Xiao. Not only did Ling Xiao kill his little sister, he even snatched away his Aoi family's Aoi shrine, causing his father to be humiliated. Using this opportunity, he naturally wanted to take revenge. Boom. The terrifying fists directly smashed onto Ling Xiao's body. However, in the next moment, Aoi Yui's expression changed. Idiot. You clearly know that I have a divine-grade spirit weapon and you still dare to approach me? Ling Xiao's body was originally incomparably tough. Relying on his mystic world physique, even if he were to receive Aoi Yui's fist head-on, he would at most be injured. Right now, he was still wearing the divine-grade spirit weapon, colored glass armor. When Aoi Yui's fist landed on his body, it did not have any effect. Kill. Taking advantage of Aoi Yui's shock, Ling Xiao suddenly punched out with his fists. His fist had already accumulated strength. The reason why he ignored Aoi Yui was because he wanted to wait for him to fall into his trap. Crack. The sound of bones shattering could be heard. Ling Xiao directly unleashed 1,500 Imperial Heaven-Earth power. This power was comparable to the full power attack of a 17th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Aoi Yui had just finished his attack and did not have time to form a defense. After being hit by this fist, how could he not die? All the bones in his body shattered as he was sent flying. He crashed heavily into the wall and slid to the ground, becoming a pile of meat paste. After struggling for a moment, he completely lost all signs of life. Aoi! The young man also exclaimed. It was obvious that he did not expect this result. It was too fast. A martial artist at the peak of the 17th level of the Yin-Yang realm was killed in a single blow. Even if it was him, he still felt a little scared. Ling Xiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Actually, this attack had a lot to do with luck. He was more fortunate that he had misjudged Aoi Yui's cultivation level. He previously thought that Aoi Yui was probably at the same cultivation level as Aoi Fan, the 18th level Yin-Yang realm. Therefore, when he attacked, he used a power that could injure an 18th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. However, when he truly attacked Aoi Yui, he realized that he was only at the peak of the 17th level Yin-Yang realm. He was still far from the 18th level Yin-Yang realm. Therefore, the punch that was supposed to injure him became a killing blow. After killing Aoi Yui, only the young man and the two snow lions were left in the hall. One of the snow lions stood up and bared its teeth at Ling Xiao. It looked very ferocious. However, Ling Xiao did not look at it. Instead, he stared at the young man and said, "Let go of Cold Plum, and I can pretend that nothing happened today. Otherwise, even if I have to destroy this place, I will take her away." Ling Xiao knew that he was not strong enough to fight against the Rebirth Realm martial artists in the temple. However, he had his own advantage, which was that he was proficient in formations and arrays. The various subhalls of the Black Tortoise Temple were connected by arrays. If he interfered, the Black Tortoise Temple would suffer great losses. Moreover, he would be completely exposed to those opponents. He had the ability to do so. Moreover, he stored a large amount of formation refining stones and materials for setting up arrays in his storage ring. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen. Hee, you're really confident. Do you know where this place is? Do you really think that you can show off here after killing a trash? The young man smiled disdainfully and said, "Remember, my name is Xian Feng. I'm from the Black Tortoise continent. I'm not afraid to tell you that the Black Tortoise Temple is just an outpost of the Black Tortoise Continent's Deep Earth sect in the White Tiger continent. And I'm a disciple of the Deep Earth sect. You can't afford to provoke me. Not to mention that you can't kill me, Even if you really kill me, you'll definitely be hunted down by the Black Tortoise Temple and even the entire Deep Earth sect. Can you survive? The name is not bad, but the person is too trashy. Ling Xiao certainly knew what kind of enemy he was facing. He didn't expect that behind the Black Tortoise Temple was actually the Deep Earth sect. Although he hadn't seen anyone from the Black Tortoise continent, the overall strength of the Black Tortoise continent's martial artists was obviously higher than the White Tiger continent's martial artists. Most of the White Tiger continent's top martial artists were just ordinary people when they arrived at the Black Tortoise continent. Of course, there were exceptions, but very few. But so what, for Cold Plum, not to mention the Deep Earth sect, he really dared to become enemies with the entire Black Tortoise continent. Hand over Cold Plum, or I'll make sure you never return to the Black Tortoise continent. Ling Xiao's voice became cold. Since he came, he didn't plan to go back empty-handed. I really don't know if you're naive or stupid. You can't even defeat my pet, how can you fight me? What's more, although this temple exists alone, as long as I'm willing, I can immediately ask for help from other temples. All the temples are connected by teleportation arrays. Do you think you can survive? As Xianfeng spoke, he actually picked up a goblet from the table and drank a cup of wine happily, as if he didn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes at all. However, Xianfeng didn't notice that a black shadow poured some powdery things into the wine. Although Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of death, he wasn't a reckless person. The strength of the Xianfeng in front of him was too strong. Even if he used the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, he might not be able to defeat him. Plus, his main purpose was to save people. There was no need to keep fighting with this guy. That was a complete waste of time. Moreover, just as Xianfeng said, the divine palaces were all connected by teleportation arrays. If the commotion was too big, then it would surely attract a large number of reinforcements. If it was an ordinary cultivator, then it would be fine. However, if it was a rebirth realm cultivator, then Ling Xiao would really die. Therefore, he chose a special method. It was more sinister, but it was very effective. The powdery powder was a type of poison he had obtained from Sun Lingchan. It was called Yin-Yang powder. This was a poison that even Yin-Yang realm cultivators could not resist. Once they drank it, even if they did not die, their cultivation would collapse. Ling Xiao did not expect the Yin-Yang powder to completely cripple Xianfeng, but as long as it could weaken Xianfeng, he would have a chance. The effects of the drug were gradually taking effect, so Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to act. Even though he was burning with anxiety at this moment, he also understood that there were some things that couldn't be rushed. If he was too anxious, it would instead spoil things. Snow Lion, kill him. Xianfeng did not notice the existence of the Yin-Yang powder. This was because the poison was colorless and tasteless. Even if one consumed it, they would not feel anything. Only when one was preparing to circulate their internal energy to fight, would they notice that they were poisoned. At that time, it would be too late. Xianfeng's 2 snow lions were stronger than Sora Aoi. Although they were also at the 17th level of the Yin-Yang realm, their bodies were stronger than Sora Aoi's. Their strength was also more terrifying than Sora Aoi's. Therefore, he felt that Sora Aoi might not be able to kill Ling Xiao, but his snow lions could definitely do it. Roar! One of the snow lions roared, then opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Ling Xiao. Even a beast dares to act rashly. Scram! Ling Xiao was instantly enraged. His body instantly transformed into the raging thunder heavenly dragon form. The power of the Imperial Heaven Queen of Earth circulated on his dragon claws as he struck towards the snow lion. Kacha! At the same time, terrifying thunder and lightning resounded. Ling Xiao did not defend at all. He actually used all his strength to attack and exchanged a claw with the snow lion. The snow lion's claw clawed his head, while his dragon claw clawed the snow lion's neck. This was a battle where one's life was on the line. Not to mention Xianfeng's expression, even the snow lion was astonished. It did not understand why a mere human dared to fight it head-on. Swish! A terrifying sound resounded. Ling Xiao's heavenly dragon claw tore the snow lion's head off. However, the snow lion's attack did not leave any scars on his body. Too powerful. With this colored glazed treasure armor, even warriors below the 18th level of the Yin-Yang realm would not be able to hurt me. As expected of a divine-grade spiritual artifact, Ling Xiao was really glad that he obtained such a treasure from the Thousand Devils graveyard. Otherwise, when facing the terrifying snow lion, even if he did not die, there would be many scars on his head. How unsightly would that be? Bastard, how dare you hurt my snow lion? I'll kill you. Xianfeng was not even that agitated when Oe Weiwa died. However, when he saw that the snow lion was killed, he was enraged. He immediately stood up and circulated his inner force, wanting to kill Ling Xiao. However, at that moment, his face turned pale and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. A horrified expression appeared on his face. Is your body weak and unable to circulate the yin-yang force? Ling Xiao looked at Xianfeng with a smile. He felt that the current him was more like a villain. That evil smile caused Xianfeng to be extremely terrified. What did you do to me? Xianfeng sat back down and asked in shock. Hee, I can tell that you're trash from the Black Tortoise continent. You must be used to being a tyrant and have never participated in a real life and death battle. You don't even know that I put the yin-yang powder in your wine? Ling Xiao walked towards Xianfeng with a smile. The other snow lion actually turned around and fled. Come back. Xianfeng looked at the escaping snow lion in despair. His face was extremely ugly. Tell me, where is Cold Plum? Why do you want to capture her? If you can't explain it clearly, I'll kill you. Ling Xiao said fiercely. He was not interested in killing Xianfeng. His main goal now was to find Cold Plum. As long as he could save Cold Plum, he did not care about anything else. You're delusional. I don't believe that you dare to make a move in this shrine. As long as you dare to make a move, your country, your friends, and you will all die. Xianfeng looked at Ling Xiao fiercely. His face was extremely sinister. Many people have said this to me before. However, they always died earlier than me. Ling Xiao said indifferently, but don't worry. As long as you tell me where Cold Plum is and return her to me, I will spare your life. Black Tortoise Temple, one of the Divine Guards. The Divine Guards were in charge of guarding the Black Tortoise Temple. Ordinary Divine Guards had to be at least at Yin-Yang Realm level 12 and Yin-Yang Realm level 17. The Divine Guard Captain could be at Yin-Yang Realm level 18, Half-Step Rebirth Realm, or even Rebirth Realm. They were a terrifying existence in the Black Tortoise Temple that could not be ignored. At that moment, a snow lion suddenly ran out from one of the Divine Guards. The snow lion bared its fangs and claws as it roared anxiously. This attracted the attention of the Divine Guards. This seems to be young Master Xianfeng's snow lion. Among the Divine Guards, there were naturally those who were in charge of guarding the temple where Xianfeng was. Although young Master Xianfeng had suddenly gone crazy and asked them to leave temporarily, saying that he wanted to do something interesting and did not want them to be there. However, the snow lion's abnormal behavior still made them feel that something was amiss. Young Master Xianfeng is in danger, quick. Go to the Black Tortoise Temple. The Black Tortoise Temple was specially built for Xianfeng. Although Xianfeng was not very powerful in the Black Tortoise mainland, he had a noble status. As his family felt that he was not talented, he was sent to the Black Tortoise Temple as a supervisor. Although his cultivation was not at Rebirth Realm, his status was definitely not low. Even the sect master of the Black Tortoise Temple had to be wary of him. If anything happened to Xianfeng, the entire Black Tortoise Temple would be in trouble. In just a short while, a dozen figures followed the snow lion and headed towards the Black Tortoise Temple. These dozen figures were the Divine Guards stationed at the Black Tortoise Temple. Protecting Xianfeng was their duty. If anything happened to Xianfeng, they would definitely die. Hence, they were more nervous than anyone else. Snow Lion, go find Lord Xianyi, quick. Perhaps the Divine Guard captain was worried that the dozen of them would not be able to deal with the assassin, so he shouted at the Snow Lion. The Snow Lion was a Yin-Yang Realm level 17 beast. Naturally, it understood humans. Otherwise, it would not have run over to ask for help. When it heard the call, it immediately ran away. Xianyi was the Divine Guard captain of the Black Tortoise Temple's 13 temples. And his cultivation was at Half-Step Rebirth Realm. If he was willing to help, no matter what kind of assassin he was, it would not be able to escape. After the snow lion left, the dozen or so figures sped towards the god of Black Wind Palace. At that moment, there were only 2 corpses and Ling Xiao and Xianfeng in the Xianfeng Sacred Palace. One of the 2 corpses was Aoi Yugo. The other corpse belonged to the snow lion. Ling Xiao, don't be delusional. The Ling Mei that you want is probably already dead. That's because I'm not capturing her for myself. Instead, I captured her for someone else. Even I don't dare to offend that person. Not only is his cultivation base powerful, but his status is also revered. Xianfeng looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said faintly. It seemed that he was not afraid of Ling Xiao's threat at all. Are you stalling for time? Ling Xiao's cold eyes flickered for a moment before he punched out. However, the strange thing was that a layer of golden light appeared on Xianfeng's body and blocked his fist, leaving Xianfeng unscathed. Haha, don't be surprised. Even you have the colored glaze armor. As a disciple of the Deep Earth sect, how could I not have 1 or 2 protective treasures? Xianfeng laughed disdainfully. You're dead today, and you're going to die with your woman, Cold Plum. Do you hear that? There are footsteps coming from afar. Those are the Black Tortoise Temple's divine guards. Ling Xiao frowned and was not affected by Xianfeng's laughter. He continued to punch the golden light and said coldly, any treasure's defense must have a limit if it's not its own use. How many punches do you think I'll need for this defense to collapse? Hearing this, Xianfeng's face instantly turned ugly. Obviously, Ling Xiao's words hit the nail on the head. What's the use of killing me? I've already said that it's not my idea to capture Cold Plum. It's an order from that big shot. Your maidservant is a black feather citizen from the feather world. Don't you know that? Xianfeng said loudly. He was indeed a little afraid. Because no one would wish for him to die. Black feather. Citizen from the feather world? Ling Xiao was shocked. He only knew about Cold Plum's identity not long ago. He did not expect it to be discovered so quickly. However, although he was shocked, he did not stop his movements. Instead, he punched harder and harder. The golden light began to distort and become thinner and thinner. Ling Xiao, don't be stubborn. Is it worth it for a woman? I heard that you won first place in the treasure hunt and will participate in the final battle of the White Tiger meet tomorrow. You have a bright future ahead of you. Do you really want to destroy it with your own hands? Xianfeng almost roared. Because he could not move at all. If the golden light was completely shattered, then he would definitely die. A bright future? Sorry, if you want me to use it to exchange with my friend, I don't need it. Ling Xiao suddenly pulled out Ice's Fury. Then, a layer of bright golden light was attached to Ice's Fury. The divine radiance sword shone in the temple and suddenly pierced towards the golden light. Chi, small cracks began to appear on the golden light. Madman, you're a madman. You really don't want to live. Even if you kill me, you can't save that woman. Xianfeng roared loudly. You don't need to care about that. After killing you, I will personally destroy the Black Tortoise Temple. No matter who that person is, I will make him pay the price. Ling Xiao's voice was incomparably cold, like a devil's roar, making people shudder. Quickly protect young Master Xianfeng. Quick! Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the door. It seemed that many powerful warriors had arrived. Ling Xiao frowned. He did not expect these people to come so quickly. Xianfeng's defensive treasure was really strong. He had already used his strongest power other than the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. However, he was still unable to destroy it. It seemed that this treasure was not an ordinary item. It might not even be Xianfeng's but was given to him by someone else. The warriors of the Black Tortoise continent were indeed extravagant. Ha ha ha, you're dead. Ling Xiao, you're dead. Xianfeng heard the shouts outside and immediately revealed a surprised expression. The reinforcements had arrived. Although his defensive treasure did not seem to be able to hold on for long, Ling Xiao had completely lost his chance. This time, the winner was him and not Ling Xiao. Do you really think so? No matter how many people come today, I will kill you. As Ling Xiao spoke, his body began to change and entered the heavenly demon incarnation. He planned to start a massacre. Pucci! The terrifying sword once again pierced towards the golden light. However, at this time a black shadow pounced over. Its speed was surprisingly fast and blocked in front of Xianfeng. This sword directly pierced through the black shadow. Unfortunately, it did not pierce the golden light. Young Master Xianfeng, run! The Divine Guard who was stabbed to death by Ling Xiao was a level 17 Yin-Yang Realm Divine Guard. He was best at movement techniques. This time, he only wanted to make a great contribution. However, he did not expect Ling Xiao's sword to be so sharp that it pierced through his body in an instant. He did not have any chance to escape. How could this be? His eyes gradually blurred and his pupils dilated. The pitiful Divine Guard fell limply onto Ling Xiao's longsword and lost all signs of life. Stop! More Divine Guards arrived at Xianfeng's sacred palace. Who are you? How dare you attack young Master Xianfeng? Do you want to die? Their eyes were filled with fear. In Xianfeng's sacred palace, other than a few corpses, there was Xianfeng, who was lying motionless, and a monster. The monster was covered in black scales. It was 4 to 5 meters tall and its terrifying body was filled with an evil aura. In particular, its pair of dark golden pupils were eerie and terrifying. It was as though one could shorten one's lifespan by 10 years just by looking at it. The eerie pupils were filled with coldness, ruthlessness, and terrifying murderous intent. Die! Another 2 Divine Guards charged at Ling Xiao. They watched as Ling Xiao killed their comrade and held young Master Xianfeng hostage. How could they be slow? The 2 Divine Guards were both level 16 Yin-Yang Realm. They held 2 steel swords and slashed at Ling Xiao's vital points on both sides. The ferocious sword chi created a terrifying gust of wind in the sacred palace. 2 cracks appeared on the ground because of it. However, when the attack landed on Ling Xiao's shoulder, it made a sound of metal clashing. It did not cause any damage. Get lost! A furious roar came from the demon-like monster. The monster brandished a long sword flickering with golden radiance. The 2 Divine Guards were sliced in half right down the middle. They died in agony and disbelief. How could these Divine Guards know that Ling Xiao's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm when he was in the spatial rift? Now that he had transformed into the heavenly demon avatar, his strength had skyrocketed. Not to mention the 16th level of the Yin-Yang realm, even the 17th level of the Yin-Yang realm was nothing in front of him. What are you waiting for? Quick! Quickly kill him, this devil! Xianfeng shouted. The golden light on his body was about to shatter, so he didn't dare to take any more of Ling Xiao's attacks. He could only shout for help, hoping that others could help him kill Ling Xiao. He hated Ling Xiao to the core. He wanted to see Ling Xiao die in front of him. Upon hearing Xianfeng's shout, the remaining Divine Guards did not dare to be negligent. More than a dozen of them charged forward together. Both of them were no match for Ling Xiao. They did not dare to take the risk of facing this monster one-on-one. If they were not careful, they might end up losing their lives. At the same time, a large number of Divine Guards and battle beasts swarmed in from all directions. The battle beasts were ferocious beasts cultivated by the Black Tortoise Temple to assist in battles, just like Xianfeng's 2 snow lions. Similar to warriors, there were strong and weak ones. Compared to wild beasts, they naturally knew how to listen to orders. 100, no, 1,000, no, there's more. Ling Xiao could feel that in a short period of time, there were already more than 1,000 reinforcements. However, these reinforcements were far weaker than the previous dozen Divine Guards. The 17th level Divine Guard had already been killed by him. 2 16th level Divine Guards had also died. The rest were basically below the 15th level. Ling Xiao did not need to care at all. Even if he were to be attacked directly, he could completely ignore it. Because he had the Mystic World physique and the colored glaze armor, he could completely ignore their attacks. His current target was Xianfeng. Gotcha! Another attack landed on the golden light. The crack on the golden light became bigger and it was about to shatter completely. In another 1 or 2 attacks, Xianfeng would be completely exposed to Ling Xiao's sword. At the same time, more than a dozen attacks landed on his body at the same time. The light produced by various elements shone in the entire temple with all kinds of colors. Horrifying flames, swift and fierce blade wind, ice-cold frost, all kinds of attacks revealed a fatal aura. I'll get lost for me. Facing these dozen attacks, Ling Xiao did not have the intention to dodge at all. He even put away icy fury. The horrifying Sky Devil Claw blasted out towards those dozen people, turning into dozens of fist shadows. Those dozen divine guards hurriedly used their weapons to block in a hurry. Although they wanted to protect Xianfeng, they were not willing to die in vain. Rumble. Gotcha. To everyone's horror, those weapons actually did not have any advantage against Ling Xiao's Sky Devil Claw. One by one, the weapons were shattered instantly. There was practically no defensive effect at all. Ling Xiao's Sky Devil Claw actually grabbed the hearts of those dozen martial artists at the same time. Die! Ling Xiao roared. Then, all the claw shadows returned to his body. Dozens of hearts fell on the ground, dripping with blood. Those martial artists screamed in horror, letting out ghost-like screams. And the current Ling Xiao was simply like a demon bathed in blood, making people tremble in fear. Monster! The divine guards looked at Ling Xiao in horror and actually did not dare to take any action for a moment. This monster was too terrifying. Killing people without batting an eyelid. Furthermore, his means were extremely cruel. Even they were frightened. But the divine guards did not dare to move. But that Xianfeng snow lion was very brave. It actually brought several battle beasts and charged towards Ling Xiao together. Smack! Behind Ling Xiao, a horrifying tail covered with black scales swung out fiercely. This was one of the most obvious characteristics of a sky devil. The horrifying tail was also a powerful weapon. It was even more terrifying than the hands. With just a sound, 4 battle beasts were actually whipped flying out at the same time. Their bodies exploded in the air, causing a rain of blood. The entire temple was filled with the smell of blood and thick murderous aura. Devil! This guy must be a devil from beyond the heavens. Kill him. Absolutely cannot let him tarnish the glory of the temple. Among the crowd, a voice shouted loudly. However, the person who shouted did not dare to move forward. He could only shout there, hoping that others would send themselves to their deaths. More and more people gathered around Xianfeng Temple. From more than 1,000, it had now increased to more than 2,000. Not only the divine guards, but there were also some martial artists who cultivated in Xianfeng Temple. At this moment, Ling Xiao had transformed into a sky devil. His body was covered in blood. Almost no one knew that this person was the dazzling star of the white tiger meat. In the eyes of these people, this was a devil. A devil who attempted to assassinate young Master Xianfeng. Those who knew Ling Xiao's identity had basically been killed. Xianfeng was the only one who knew, but he was already scared silly. He, who had been poisoned by the yin-yang powder, could not use any of his strength. Facing Ling Xiao's pursuit, he had no other way. If others could not save him, then only death awaited him. Another group of people surrounded Ling Xiao. Then, 2 16th level yin-yang realm martial artists hurriedly rushed to Xianfeng's side. Young Master Xianfeng, let's go to a safe place first. The 2 16th level yin-yang realm divine guards grabbed Xianfeng and said. However, as soon as they spoke, a terrifying black shadow charged at them. These 2 people were worthy of being 16th level yin-yang realm martial artists. Their reactions were extremely fast. Protecting Xianfeng in the middle of them, the 2 of them joined forces to attack the black shadow. Unfortunately, even though they had destroyed the black shadow together, they could not escape. The black shadow was merely Ling Xiao, son of Shadow. The real Ling Xiao had already appeared in front of one of the divine guards. The terrifying sky demon claw slashed at the divine guards and the divine guards' head exploded like a watermelon. Ling Xiao was using his actions to tell these people that whoever dared to help Xianfeng would die. It would be a tragic death. However, the divine guards of the Black Tortoise Divine Temple were truly unafraid of death. Each and every one of them charged towards Ling Xiao as though they did not care about their own lives. Ling Xiao's footsteps were gradually hindered and Xianfeng was carried far away. Ling Xiao was anxious when he saw that. The only person who knew about Cold Plum's situation was Xianfeng. If Xianfeng escaped, it would be useless no matter how many people he killed. At the crucial moment, he unleashed his full combat power. Eye of the Tomb of the God of Sin, Skeleton General. A huge eye opened in the sky and a door to the tomb of the God of Sin was born from the huge eye. Rumble, a terrifying sound was heard and the Skeleton General stepped out of the tomb of the God of Sin. An army of skeletons followed behind him. The current Skeleton General was even more good-looking than before. Every single one of his bones was emitting a golden glow. He was even wearing a complete set of armor. The rusty spear in his hand was shining brightly and emitting a terrifying aura of death. Roar! The moment the Skeleton General appeared, he understood his master's intention. He pointed his spear and a large number of skeleton soldiers charged at Xianxia, creating a bloody path. It was not enough, 3-leaf demonic pupils, demon god summoning bar. The 3 leaves in his right eye spun and a huge whirlpool appeared in the sky. Then, a demonic god who could control lightning descended and started a terrifying massacre. With the demon god bar and the Skeleton General paving the way, Ling Xiao's battle became much easier. He took advantage of the chaos in the temple to get closer to Xianxia. Kill him! Kill him! Kill this devil! Xianxia turned around and saw that Ling Xiao's ghostly figure was constantly approaching him. He was so scared that he immediately screamed. His previous calm appearance was completely gone. As expected, he still knew how to be afraid. A large number of divine guards fearlessly blocked Ling Xiao's path. Kill! Ling Xiao's cold, dark golden eyes were devoid of any emotion. His speed suddenly increased explosively, and his body seemed to have transformed into a sharp blade that reaped lives. As long as it was a martial artist he encountered, there was almost no possibility of survival. Either his body exploded, or his head was removed from his body. Boom! Another terrifying blow blasted onto the golden light of the profound wind protection. Crack! Finally, a crack appeared on the golden light, and the golden light instantly became extremely thin. No, this guy is too scary. I don't want to die. At that very moment, Xianxia felt that he was really an idiot. How could he underestimate such a monster? Why did he do such a dangerous thing? This madman was able to get first place in the treasure hunt. He really lived up to his reputation. However, at that very moment, he had no time to admire Ling Xiao. As the golden light had already shattered, Ling Xiao's next attack would be able to kill him. At that moment, he was exhausted from the yin-yang powder and had to rely on others to carry him here. However, the people who carried him were already dead. Who dares to be impudent in the Black Tortoise Temple? Another group of over a dozen powerful divine guards arrived. These people's cultivation had reached level 17 yin-yang realm. They instantly arrived in front of Xianxia and protected him behind them. Set up the Black Tortoise formation. This group of divine guards was obviously stronger than the previous one. There were a total of 12 of them and they even knew how to set up a battle formation. A battle formation was also a type of formation. Once it was set up successfully, it would definitely allow the 12 people to unleash the strength of 24 people. By then, it would be even more difficult to deal with. Ling Xiao's face turned gloomy. By then, the experts in the Black Tortoise Temple must have been alerted. He could feel an extremely powerful aura chasing after him from afar. No, I have to capture Xianxia alive first. As long as I take him as a hostage, I believe that no matter how strong the guy is, he will have to hold back. Although Ling Xiao was in the mood to kill, his mind was very calm. After a simple analysis, Ling Xiao pulled out Light's Fury again. The terrifying divine light sword instantly turned crimson. Sanguine Sun Sword, all of you shall die. He did not hold back and directly attacked with the Sanguine Sun Sword. The terrifying crimson light shot out the moment the Sanguine Sun Sword appeared. Any martial artist who touched this crimson light was instantly sucked dry and turned into a bag of skin. This made the Sanguine Sun Sword even more brilliant. 2 of the 12 martial artists who originally planned to set up the Black Tortoise formation were instantly killed. The formation was also directly broken. Ling Xiao did not give them a chance to set up the formation at all. If he let them set up the formation successfully, he, Ling Xiao, would really have no chance. This was definitely a massacre. Holding the Sanguine Sun Sword, he turned into a heavenly demon incarnation. Ling Xiao was simply a true heavenly demon at this time. As long as the sanguine sun sword flickered, there would be shriveled skin. Kill, kill, kill. Human blood was like a shower, constantly sprinkling in the temple. Broken limbs were strewn all over the place like garbage. The shriveled skin was like rice bags everywhere. In Ling Zhao's dark golden eyes, there was no longer any trace of human emotion. Instead, they were filled with cold killing intent. No one present could stop him. Of the 12 powerful divine guards, 6 had already died. Only 6 were left. And these 6 people were still protecting Xianfeng as they retreated step by step. Everyone's face was filled with fear and shock. If you don't get out of the way, then die with him. The sanguine sun sword shone again. With a stab, 6 skin bags flew into the air. The frightened Xianfeng directly knelt on the ground, his body trembling. He had no courage to escape. Don't kill me, I'll tell you where Cold Plum is. Xianfeng finally lost the will to resist. It wasn't that he didn't want to resist. He was really frightened by Ling Xiao, this terrifying fellow. What Tianhai tyranny? What Feng Fei? What Lei Lai? None of them were as terrifying as this madman. He was simply a monster. Where is she? Ling Zhao's sword was placed across Xianfeng's neck. As long as he moved, Xianfeng would die immediately. Is that woman really that important to you? For her, you're actually going to make an enemy of Black Tortoise Temple? Make an enemy of Deep Earth Sect? Xianfeng asked in confusion. End of chapter 1901. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.